Warhammer x LOTM, The Black Emperor by author Jiao Chao Mo. Chapter 597-657. Warband 597, The Long Night, The Trembling Earth. In the Primarch office of the Wenquan Shadow, Arsena Dun reported to the Black Emperor. My lord, the Stellar Lord reports that the 5th Battle Group has breached the only corridor of the Volpa Star Strait, creating conditions for the deployment of the Ramirez-class Star Fort. Once deployed, the Ramirez-class Star Fort will block the only path leading to the Guggen system and the Sarktrata Abyss. The Legion's chief navigator, the esteemed Mr. Vischer, reports that the flagship's deployment will be completed in 31 standard minutes. Malina Scala's hazel eyes flickered. Seeing that the original body servant had finished his report, she spoke. My lord, the constructs I created based on Sloth's technology have completed experimental manufacturing. Although I have not yet mastered the manufacturing technology for necrotic weapons, I have used fragmented construct limbs for infill. Nimrod nodded slightly and instructed Malina. Deploy them on Georgies and position them in the ambush zone. Nimrod had already informed the two of his plan, explaining in detail the function of Perturbo's stasis device, selectively concealing parts of the plan such as the disordered country. Afterward, he stood up and walked with them to the bridge. After the Wenquan Shadow arrived in the Guggen system, a torrent of data poured into Lady Captain Diana Pauline's console. The hypnotist's superhuman brain spun rapidly, organizing information and forming a report. My lord, the 5th Battle Group has established a defensive line in the Star Strait. The Mimic Chamber has received the 5th Battle Group's scan results and pinpointed the location of the target planet, Georgies. The Death Lord reports that the 4th Battle Group has completed its assembly according to the predetermined plan. Nimrod nodded and issued a command. Execute the predetermined plan and launch an attack on Georgies. As you wish. Diana reviewed the 5th Battle Group's report, refining her battle plan constructed based on the data provided by the Primarch. The Harud warships, overall, could not contend with the Imperial warships. They posed a significant threat at close range, and the Volpa Star Strait, which the flagship was traversing and the 5th Battle Group had breached, was the most favorable environment for them. At the same time, the Techmarines led by the Artisan were analyzing the aggregated scan data in the Mimic Chamber. Entropy field defenses, spatial temporal oscillation shockwaves. After completing the battle plan, Diana looked up at the massive holographic screen above her head. The Wenquan Shadow navigated through the narrow void, crashing through broken debris and burning metal wrecks in the void. Her vision gradually widened. Black warships, emblazoned with the Order shadows, Legion insignia on one side and the 4th Battle Group's green skull on the other, gathered around the flagship. They formed a battle line centered around the Gloriana-class battleship Wenquan Shadow and the Warband flagship Death Withering. The Black Fleet moved through the stars in the faint glimmer of a flickering star. Diana's gaze returned to the tactical display on her console. The Harud fleet had set up a defensive line in the space between 10,000 and 30,000 kilometers from Georgies. The blurred runes, enveloped in layers of spatial temporal fields, were becoming clearer at a visible rate. Lady Captain, the gruff voice of the artillery officer sounded, target enemy ships, ether cannons ready, bow lance charged. Diana quickly marked 2 targets, then watched the screen as colored light burst forth from the Wenquan Shadow and the Death Withering. Blazing white beams of light, following the colored streams of light, precisely struck the 2 gray rune markers. The 2 gray rune markers were annihilated and vanished. As Diana's hands flew, 1 gray rune after another rapidly disappeared. The gray light of the incoming entropy beams rapidly faded, dissipating before reaching the black runes. After 5 rounds of strikes, the Harud warships realized they were at a complete disadvantage in long-range exchanges, and runes surged forth like a school of fish. Diana became busy, rapidly issuing commands. Wenquan Shadow, turn 368, incline 4 forward. The black warships spread out, extending the distance between themselves and the Harud warships like an open net. The Harud in the Guggen system had lost most of their warships in the Volpa Star Strait, and the remaining warships were insufficient to close the distance. They burned fiercely in their decaying entropy field. After the Black Fleet reached the high orbit of Georgies, Diana aggregated the fleet's auger matrix scan results and reported to the Primarch. My lord, Scan results show no Xenos life signals on the surface. As you said before, the Herud are a nocturnal species. During the day, they all huddle in the caves they've dug. Order the 4th battle group to land, establish a defensive line at the tunnel entrances, and do not enter the tunnels until a large number of enemies have been killed. Nimrod instructed, then rose and walked to the strategic table. Arsena followed the Black Emperor to the strategic table. The detective knew the Black Emperor was selecting an ambush location, and his blue eyes scrutinized the holographic image. A moment later, he raised his hand and pointed to a location on Georgi's equator, densely covered with natural caves. Natural caves are ideal dwellings for the Herud. The most Xenos should be gathered here. Nimrod nodded, then raised his hand to zoom in on one spot. Here. As Nimrod selected the ambush coordinates, the 4th battle group's heavy transport ships disgorged their cargo. Oliver, captain of the 1st company, landed without encountering any anti-air resistance for the first time. The spirit medium, clad in armor, strolled down the deck and looked up at the tiny, faint starlight. Open black lens bracket. The Herud detest sunlight even more than we do. Close black lens bracket. Oliver withdrew his gaze and strode towards the rune-marked tunnel. As he walked through the ruins, he scrutinized his surroundings. Obvious drag marks. Just as the Black Emperor had said, the Herud were a scavenger species. When Oliver arrived at the tunnel entrance, the company members had already systematically set up their defensive line according to their drills. Techmarines, leading servants recruited from Necromunda's artisan class, deployed layers of Scorpion sentry turrets in a ring around the entrance. The Order Shadows, not carrying bolters whose power was diminished after the entropy field was weakened, stood between the sentry turrets, wielding weapons newly equipped by the Warband, based on Squat's oscillation technology. Oliver looked up. The starlight had dimmed to a candlelight glow. The spirit medium activated his psychic vision, looking into the depths of the tunnel. Pale light and shadows flickered into the spirit medium's eyes. They darted and twitched, reflecting a red desire for slaughter. The moment a sentry turret was deployed at the tunnel entrance, Georgi's long night began. Prepare for battle. Oliver shouted the command, shouldering his oscillation weapon and striding forward. The machine spirit of the Scorpion sentry turret roared into action the moment it detected the Herud's presence. Although the Herud were almost imperceptible shadows even to the keen eyes of the Order Shadows, the Scorpion sentry turret's thermal imaging system could detect the environmental heat leakage caused by entropy effects. The sentry turret rotated, and its twin-linked laser cannons shrieked and fired. The speed of the lasers broke all physical limitations, piercing the enemy's entropy field and tearing 2 Herud to shreds. Dozens of Herud surged forward, their entropy fields overlapping, bending and tightening the air in front of them, as if covered by a curtain. They moved swiftly, propelled by one long arm and 2 legs, leaving their free hands to grasp plasma flintlocks. In the blink of an eye, they swiftly raised their plasma flintlocks. The weapons, a simple symbiosis of melta and plasma technology, fired columns of fire hotter than starlight, streaking towards the Scorpion sentry turret. Laser beams shrieked and attacked again, killing 1 Herud. Columns of fire swept over, engulfing the metal body of the Scorpion sentry turret. The machine spirit roared, driving the twin-linked barrels to launch a final volley, tearing apart 2 abominable Xenos. The spirit medium watched the Xenos scream and surge towards the tunnel entrance. He slammed down his raised oscillation weapon. The oscillation weapon, whose manufacturing technology had been lost by the Imperium of Man, crashed down at the tunnel entrance. The ground trembled, and an invisible shockwave completely tore apart the remnants of the Scorpion sentry turret. The shockwave rushed directly into the dark tunnel, striking the surging Herud. The shockwave penetrated the distorted force field enveloping the Herud, roaring as it tore through their muscle columns. Interconnected spines were shredded into a pile of fragments, scattered on the ground. The spirit medium watched the tunnel. More Herud surged forth. He swung the oscillation weapon again and again, slamming it down when the Herud entered the 10-meter range. The tunnel continuously trembled, and rubble rained down, hitting the Herud corpses torn apart by the oscillation shockwave. After an unknown number of attacks, the tunnel collapsed with a roar. Oliver retreated amidst the ground tremors. In the spirit medium's eyes, the tunnel ruins were filled with pale light and shadows. In an instant, the tunnel debris was twisted into dust by the entropy field gathered by countless Herud. As the dust settled, 41 Scorpion sentry turrets roared into fire simultaneously. The machine spirits identified the Xenos, entropy zones, 82 beams, not one aimed at Oliver. Dozens of Herud were torn apart by the shrieking beams, but the shadows showed no sign of diminishing. On the artificial hill built in the distance, Order shadows who were not members of the royal court raised their melta and flamer weapons. Their helmet visors switched to thermal imaging systems. They aimed at the center of the thermal yellow and red, pulled their triggers, and torrents of flame turned the area in front of the tunnel entrance into a sea of fire. The Herud surged into the inferno, their free hands raising plasma flintlocks, striking a guard member clad in a Saturn pattern Terminator prototype. As if the thermo-reactive field did not exist, bullets traveling between the physical universe and the warp bypassed the defenses, scorching the black armor. Amidst the leaping flames, the First Company's honor guard raised their oscillation weapons and slammed them down heavily. The shockwaves converged, creating a storm of impact that cleared a large area of Herud. Throughout the long night, the 4th Battle Group fought at the various tunnel fronts, facing millions of Herud. Scorpion sentry turrets shrieked, the sea of fire churned, and the tremors were incessant. Chapter 598, 4,800-word chapter. Please vote for monthly tickets. Communication method exclusive to Order Shadows. First Company Captain Oliver of the 4th Battle Group didn't know how many times he had swung his shock weapon to hammer during the long night. He had a slight increase in physical fitness during the Corpse Collector stage, and his physique became robust during the Gravedigger stage, significantly stronger than a normal Astartes. But he still felt strangely tired after less than a day of fighting. Oliver glanced at his guard member, whose armor generally showed signs of rust, as if they hadn't maintained their armor for many years, even decades. Crack! The heavy exoskeleton armor of a guard member wearing a Saturn pattern Terminator prototype suddenly disintegrated, as if it were a relic from millions of years ago. Oliver strode forward, swinging his shock weapon. The shockwave shrieked through the distorted force fields of a group of Herud, tearing their spines into shattered bone fragments. Fall back, he shouted to the guard member. Oliver's defensive line extended, facing the impact of more Herud. He constantly swung his weapon without stopping. He didn't even have time to look up at the cosmos. He yearned more than ever for the faint light of the stars to illuminate the surface. Oliver quickly reached his limit. He single-handedly took over the defensive line of 4 people. The shock weapon danced like the wind, thumping like a pile driver as it struck the ground. Oliver repeated the mechanical movements until a runic mark flashed on the tactical layer of his helmet. He turned to look, and the bare ceramite was pitted and uneven, as if it had been left in a natural environment for tens of thousands of years. The guard member's skin thinned, covered in age spots, and his veins bulged and turned blue. His pulse weakened every moment. He fell, and dust poured from the gaps in his armor. His death took less than a second. Oliver subsequently lost 3 more honor guard members, each of whom died differently. The only commonality was aging. The black paint on the 5th honor guard member's armor began to bubble and peel in his line of sight. Oxidation spots made the black armor dull and lifeless. In his psychic vision, the glow of his various systems rapidly dimmed, turning into a black mass. As wisps of dust fell, countless Herud retreated like a tide. Oliver took a deep breath, and the sour smell of the Herud surged through his respirator grill. He coughed, his voice heavy with fatigue and age. Oliver felt that he had aged 40 years overnight. It wasn't severe, but it was clearly perceptible. Oliver looked up and saw a hazy light, knowing that dawn was approaching. The spirit medium suddenly felt a stir, and the Herud's hissing sounds rang in his ears. He immediately activated the Deathwatch Eye. As if detaching from his tired, aging body, his vision broke free from physical constraints, looking down from a higher dimension. The spirit medium saw a giant Herud ghost hovering over the battlefield, twice the size it was in life. In the Deathwatch Eye, its head had 12 deep eyes, but in reality, it was thousands of Herud ghosts condensed together. Oliver was delighted. Since he became a spirit medium, he hadn't encountered many spirits. The Black Emperor told them that when most creatures die, their spirits enter the warp, becoming part of the Sea of Souls. Only in special worlds, or when disturbed, do spirits linger in the real world. Previously, this situation occurred most often on Talos. The evil will of Sloth could overwhelm Psyker and also affect the Sea of Souls. The 4th battle group often encountered spirits in battle, and 5th Company Captain Kian became a true spirit medium in that war. But he was unlucky and missed that campaign. Chapter Master Adams, on the other hand, became a true spirit medium on Medusa, the homeworld of the Iron Hands with its unique environment, after communicating with many lingering ancient ghosts. Open black lens bracket. Is it the Harud's entropy field, the cause of spacetime distortion? Harud ghosts, dead in different times and spaces, are entangled together, close black lens bracket. As Oliver pondered, he sent a message to Adams, "My lord, I have Harud ghosts here." Then, he watched his body sling the shock weapon over his back and stepped towards the writhing Harud ghost. The spirit medium's spirituality spread, touching the Harud ghost, and he asked kindly in Dun language, "Can you tell me about the situation inside the tunnel?" The royal court monks activated their psychic vision, observing the ghost. The non-royal court monks looked forward in confusion, not knowing who the captain was talking to. The Harud suddenly stopped swaying its body. The spirit medium made him understand the meaning of the black armor warriors in rusty black armor. Its spine was erect, and its scaly skin unfurled, like a cobra intimidating an enemy. Oliver shook his head. He knew that these ghosts were entangled, with fragmented, incomplete memories, and could not perceive his friendliness. Oliver thought of the 5 guard members who had died, all of whom were trustworthy battle brothers. The spirit medium's eyes grew cold, colder than his icy body. He drew his shock weapon and pointed it at the weakness he saw through his Deathwatch eye, a quarter of the way up the spine. "If I attack here, you will die. Tell me, or die." The Harud hissed, its body recoiling as if a cobra had been provoked, as if to launch an attack. He saw the warrior's wrist flick, and the hammer-shaped weapon remained aimed at its body. He inexplicably felt a chill envelop him. His attacking motion suddenly stopped, and he lowered his head submissively. Open black lens bracket. This is the Astartes' way of being friendly, close black lens bracket. The Harud spoke, its voice sometimes like a bat's shriek, and sometimes like a mouse's squeak. The spirit medium understood the ancient language of the Harud through the spirit medium connection. Inside the tunnel is our archive, containing books from various races we have collected. Oliver nodded slightly. He recalled the Black Emperor mentioning that the Harud collected a large amount of historical, cultural, and technological information. They valued these materials, and if they were destroyed, the Harud would attack with a storm-like fury. The spirit medium felt the iceberg within him melt little by little. From his downward-looking perspective, as the Death Lord appeared, the iceberg completely melted. Open black lens bracket. I have become a true spirit medium, close black lens bracket. The spirit medium felt his spirituality become more active, and his physical fatigue disappeared, as if the life he had lost had been restored. Adams walked in front of the Harud, his spreading spirituality touching its deep regions. The spirit guide spoke in Dun language, his tone chilling. "Ghost, I want you to be my messenger." The Harud raised its arm, wanting to pounce on the black armor warrior who enslaved it, but as soon as the thought arose, it trembled and stopped its movement under the gaze of cold eyes. The spirit guide uttered the words of the dead, and at the same time pulled out a copper tube from his waist and took out a parchment. After unfolding it, the spirit guide examined the necromancer contract, which had already been written in Dun language. Its contents included that the messenger could not pry into letters, discard letters, or endanger the life of the contractor. The contractor's obligation was that if the letter's content involved the messenger, it must be explained to the other party in advance. To ensure the validity of the contract, the last part of the contract was the divine name of the god. After checking that the contract was not affected by the entropy field, the spirit guide took a quill from an honor guard member who walked over and wrote in Dun language on the parchment. The two-headed great wolf of Fenris, guardian of the Death Kingdom, Death Consul subordinate to the Black Emperor. As the words fell, one after another, dark green flames ignited. The spirit guide pulled out a black gold whistle, pressed it on the parchment, and then wrote his name, Adams. After the spirit guide finished writing, the parchment floated up, carrying the black gold whistle and quill, and flew in front of the Harud. After the Harud ghost wrote a long string of names, the dark green flames quickly connected into a single sheet, enveloping the black gold whistle and the parchment. A few seconds later, the parchment turned to ashes, and the black whistle fell unchanged into the outstretched palm of the spirit guide. As the Herud ghost's figure quickly became illusory and disappeared, the spirit medium Oliver watched this scene with envy. My spirit medium can only communicate with undead creatures, and once I encounter a powerful undead creature or one that isn't temporarily bound to the real world, threats like the one just now are ineffective. The Lord can not only communicate but also compel them to cooperate, and even use them as his messengers. As the spirit medium pondered, he closed his Deathwatch eye, and his gaze returned to his body. Follow me to the command center to report to my lord. Yes, my lord, Oliver replied, pointing to the new passage the Herud had dug during their retreat. Even as enemies, Oliver had to admit that the Herud were natural excavating experts. They were better at digging than Pluto excavators, or even ant-burrowing machines. Oliver gave the order, establish a defensive line. Then, he followed Adams towards the helipad. Under the pale light, Georgies's gray rock looked blurry, with shadows and rocks difficult to distinguish. It was as if the entire planet, like the Herud, had donned a disguise. The Techmarine directed workers from Necromunda to crush and sinter stones, using them to build fortifications. After the two boarded a black Stormbird with a green skull branded on its side, the engine started. A moment later, Oliver looked through the narrow viewport and saw a gray armored vehicle, knowing it was a gift Lord Perturabo had made for the Black Emperor. After the Stormbird landed, the two walked onto the deck and entered the Black Emperor's command center. My lord, Oliver said respectfully after saluting, last night, Arsena Dunn, Malina Scala, and Diana Pauline examined the black whistle with 11 and 33 patterns spread open in Adams's hand. How do you summon your messenger? Diana asked curiously. Blow the whistle and recite in Dun language, I summon in my name, spirits wandering in the void, friendly creatures that can be commanded, messengers exclusive to Adams. Diana looked at the Black Emperor, and seeing him nod slightly, she took the whistle and blew it, then opened her mouth and recited the summoning incantation Oliver had spoken in Dun language. After the recitation, nothing changed, but the hypnotist felt a cold and chilling sensation. The hypnotist thoughtfully activated psychic vision and saw bone after bone being thrown out of the ground, forming a bizarre fountain. A few seconds later, a phantom monster appeared in the room. The monster extended an arm towards her, and Diana, who hadn't written a letter, stood there stunned. Nimrod scrutinized the messenger, thinking to himself, Open black lens bracket is the contracted messenger in the Sea of Souls, or in a special pocket dimension. The myths and legends of Fenris speak of the existence of the underworld, said to be guarded by the two-headed death great wolf Murkai. Russ went there before assassinating Horus, seeking enlightenment for success. But do only creatures of Fenris go there after death, or do creatures like messengers also go there? Close black lens bracket. Nimrod decided to go to the underworld with Sanchez and Adams, who had obtained cloaks made from Russ's death great wolf fur, to investigate. Open black lens bracket him, but that will have to wait until the disordered country activates the Black Emperor resurrection ability. Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod pondered, Adams informed Diana of the incantation to end the summoning. Diana blew the whistle again and recited to the messenger, who kept reaching out his hands but received nothing. I end the summoning in my name. The messenger, having received nothing, vanished in a huff. Nimrod thought of warp communication, another communication method based on the warp, and silently compared them. Open black lens bracket warp communication is fragmented, requiring guessing to reconstruct complete information. The messenger transmits complete information, which is an advantage. The disadvantage is that warp communication can be sent arbitrarily. Messengers can only transmit information to their master and receive replies. Large-scale application would require a large number of messengers. Overall, it's not as good as me pulling people into the disordered country, but among the Legion's high-ranking officials, it's a completely new method, a communication method exclusive to Order Shadows. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod gazed at the vanished messenger. He knew that to ensure the contract's effectiveness, the last part of the letter should ideally be inscribed with the honorific name of the deity of the associated domain. This was a necromantic contract, which would normally require the honorific name of death, but this deity does not currently exist. The alternative is to use descriptions of high-ranking individuals in the necromantic domain or the underworld itself, but the binding force would not be as strong. Nimrod was neither sure if the Fenris underworld met the conditions, nor did he trust or feel comfortable placing the messenger under its jurisdiction. Before cultivating a high-sequence Beander of the death pathway, he could only use the mystical item corresponding to sequence 2 inches death console, that was linked to him, which was the bronze mask obtained from the Mokai shrine on Fenris. Fortunately, it corresponded to a sequence 2 Beander, and its binding force over undead creatures, while not as strong as a true death console, was still higher than sequence 3. Open black lens bracket. The death console, once used, causes negative effects, so I rarely use it. Now, it can finally be put to use. Perhaps if I advance to a high sequence and leverage the power of the disordered country, I can eliminate the negative effects. Close black lens bracket. As the Baron of Corruption pondered, he looked at Oliver, seeing the dark green within him that was perfectly integrated, and asked, "You have mastered the power I bestowed upon you." "My lord, just today, when the Lord contracted his messenger." Nimrod nodded slightly. "You 3 go out. In 10 minutes, Oliver will come in alone." After the 3 bowed and exited, he had a thought and arrived in the nation of disorder. Nimrod brought Sloth's despoiler stave and shroud cloak before the space monkey, instructing him to prepare the sequence 6 inches spirit guide potion. After digesting the Baron of Corruption potion, when he opened the other half of the potion formula on the blasphemy slate, he knew they were the main and auxiliary materials for the spirit guide, respectively. Nimrod had previously allowed Adams and Kian to advance to spirit guide, one after another. He watched the space monkey prepare the potion, thinking about the spirit guide, acting. Open black lens bracket. Lacking undead creatures, the spirit guide is difficult to act. Adams still needs more undead creatures to digest. Close black lens bracket. His mind raced, and he thought to himself. Open black lens bracket. The Coronis Expanse does have a world where a large number of undead from 2 alien races are stranded. There's no rush, it's still over 5,000 years until the rogue traitor Solomon Herrick discovers that star system in the 36th millennium. My plan was originally to conquer the Calixus sector after the Great Birthday celebration. If I can subdue Perturabo, I'll entrust the more distant Coronis Expanse to him. Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod pondered, he arrived at the 3rd level space. He gazed at the flag linked to him by strands of black silk. He picked it up, inserted it from his left shoulder into his neck, and fastened it to the golden halo. That was the upgraded version of the iron halo crafted for him by the artisan old man Huang after the Flame Wheel battle. When Oliver saw the Black Emperor, he noticed that a flag was fluttering on his left back, and Jushin's spear, usually inserted there, was missing from his right shoulder. Open black lens bracket. It's still my lord's asymmetrical style. With it on his back, my lord looks like the most perfect deity. Close black lens bracket. As the thought arose, Oliver couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. Open black lens bracket. My lord has always been the most perfect. Close black lens bracket. Drink it. Oliver joyfully took the potion from the Black Emperor's outstretched hand. It was generally yellow, mixed with a few green spots. Even unopened, it had a strong smell of decay. As a seasoned corpse collector and gravedigger, Oliver had no aversion to this smell. He took it and immediately tilted his head back to drink it. Countless phantom figures wandered before him, and countless knowledge flooded his mind. Oliver felt as if he had arrived in the land of the undead. A moment later, Oliver reigned in the power emanating from the potion. My lord, thank you for your bestowal. He clenched his fist. Tonight, I can take on more responsibility. Nimrod nodded slightly and walked out. He was about to begin preparations to capture all the Harud on Georgies. Chapter 599, 4,500 word chapter. Please give monthly votes. The urgent need to convert to an immortal. Beside the gray vehicle, Arsena Dunn, the detective and master of ritual magic, directed Malina Scala and Diana Pauline to engrave runes on the surrounding even-numbered black gold pillars with ritual daggers. Their psychic intuition sensed the approaching figure one after another. Arsena turned his head to look and immediately felt an urge to kneel and show submission. He ascended to the 3rd aspiration of Thelema, resisting the impulse. Arsena stared at the Black Emperor in astonishment. Most of the time, he would restrain his transcendent aura and pressure, allowing those around him to maintain clear thoughts in as peaceful a manner as possible. Today, he was vastly different. Arsena quickly noticed the flag obliquely inserted into Nimrod's left shoulder, but no Jushin spear on his right shoulder. Open black lens bracket still my lord's preferred asymmetrical style, but it has moved from the right to the left side, close black lens bracket. As he pondered, the detective thought of activating his psychic vision to examine the new elements. The next moment, his face turned pale, and his temples throbbed. Arsena immediately dismissed the idea of activating his psychic vision. He looked at Freddy and John, who followed the Black Emperor closely. The Black Wolf and strong-brained cat kept a greater distance from him, as if he were something terrifying. Malina and Diana gazed obsessed at the approaching Black Emperor. They had never seen such a perfect male. His powerful and masculine aura assailed them, causing both women's cheeks to flush. Malina, a biologist psyker, clearly felt hormones secreting at an extraordinary rate. Every cell in her body yearned to procreate with the perfect male before her. Nimrod surveyed his surroundings, noticing the clear abnormalities in everyone. He saw the Order shadows kneeling in submission. Arsena struggled to resist the charm he exuded, while Malina and Diana were drawn by his supernatural masculine aura. Open black lens bracket after associating with the Red Priest's uniqueness, the passive effects of charm and male authority are more pronounced. If Arsena hadn't spent the longest time with me, he would also be kneeling in submission. If Malina and Diana weren't strong-willed and Sequence 6, they might have directly rushed over. Indeed, there's no need to bring the uniqueness into reality. Close black lens bracket. The Primarch, to break the passive aura of the Red Priest's uniqueness, had light and shadows flickering in his eyes as he infused his words with psychic power. Continue. Tonight, we hunt the Herud of Georgies. Malina and Diana trembled, snapping out of their dazed infatuation. They lowered their heads in terror, then realized they had regarded the Black Emperor as him, rather than him. Open black lens bracket. What's wrong with me? To actually have such unseemly thoughts about my lord. This is blasphemy against a deity. Close black lens bracket. My lord, I will go check the construct's defenses. Malina walked away in a panic, the image of his masculine charm lingering in her mind. She only came back to her senses when she bumped into a pale construct. Malina looked around, and the biologist immediately noticed that besides the Herud, there were still some forms of life here. Primitive lichens clung to the dark rocks, and in the distance, within the caves, there were fungus-like plants. The biologist psyker also felt that the thin atmosphere provided enough air for humans to survive. Malina looked up at the pale light. Recalling her responsibilities, she turned and walked back. As the black-armored, golden-winged figure entered Malena's vision, she noticed a flag had been added to the Black Emperor's left shoulder. Malina felt a flood of chaotic, blasphemous thoughts gushing into her mind. She immediately ascended to the third aspiration of Thelema, shifting her gaze to the ground. Malina walked forward, and a strong, masculine aura assailed her, enveloping her body. She lowered her head and returned to the even-numbered black-gold pillars, continuing to engrave runes with her ritual dagger, placing 11 runes on each pillar. Malina and Diana's efficiency dropped significantly. They had only completed the preparations for 5 and 4 pillars respectively, when each of them should have been responsible for 7. Nimrod and Arsena each completed the arrangement of 12 pillars, finally finishing all 33 pillars before sunset. The moment the pale light extinguished, Nimrod handed the blood-colored chain to Arsena and said to the three, "Restore your psychic power." He commanded the Royal Court's Techmarine, activate the stasis device, and at the same time, his right hand reached around his neck, grasping the iron-black, blood-speckled flagstaff. For some unknown reason, the Herud, he speculated perhaps due to the entropic energy bestowed upon them by the Old Ones, or the inherent contradiction between time and stasis, intensely disliked stasis devices. In his memory, after Perturabo activated the device, the entire Herud population of the Guggen system poured out, attacking the Iron Warriors in a frenzy, causing heavy casualties. Nimrod knew the consequences it would cause, so he naturally wouldn't activate it rashly. Therefore, he decided to use the sacrificial authority of the Red Priest's uniqueness, leveraging its connection with the disordered country, to confine its influence within Georgies. Because he needed to use the uniqueness, he deliberately placed the Jushin spear on the command base's weapon rack, to prevent Old Man Huang from peeking into anything through it. This would also maintain his asymmetrical preference. The Techmarine activated the vehicle-mounted large stasis field device built by Lord Perturabo, and the field pulsed rapidly. The activated light projected into the 4 large caves around, and the Harud emerging from them were caught in a vortex of light. The flow of events immediately became chaotic, and tens of thousands of Harud were torn apart. The stasis field then stabilized, but still overwhelmed the Harud's biofield. Their distorted time effect was dispelled, and the entropy waves around them vanished. As if a veil had been torn off, countless Harud appeared from the shadows. At the same moment, Nimrod tightly grasped the Red Priest's uniqueness and chanted a spell in Dun language. In the name of the Red Priest, I ask the realm of disorder to grant me power, so that the stasis field is not perceived by the Harud outside of Georgie's. To make the spell effective, he should have used implore instead of ask, and disordered country instead of realm of disorder. This would make the spell more precise and align with the difference in status between the uniqueness and the Sephira. However, Arsena and others were nearby, which would damage Nimrod's identity as the Black Emperor and expose the exact name of the disordered country. Therefore, he did not use the most fitting spell content. The Baron of Corruption dared not activate his psychic vision, but he felt that as his psychic power was instantly drained, the flagstaff in his hand became scorching hot. An invisible force rapidly spread out from him as its center. Open black lens bracket. The ritual, activated with the sacrificial authority of the Red Priest, should have been successful. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod noticed Malena's body tremble slightly when he took back the blood-colored chain from her hand. He coiled the chain tightly, the throbbing in his temples gradually subsided, and his depleted psychic power slowly recovered. Malena stepped back, suppressing her restless desires, forcing her attention towards the Harud. She found that the creatures she could only see with psychic vision since last night were now clearly visible to the naked eye. The strange force field that enveloped them seemed to recede. Malena looked at the surrounding Techmarines and quickly climbed the artificial hill, firing dense barrages from her bolter. Open black lens bracket. My lord had foreseen this. Without their distortion field, even bolters, or even ordinary solid-shot weapons, could harm the Harud. Close black lens bracket. Malena glanced at the gray vehicle, then looked into the distance at the constructs she had created. The 5 Reaper constructs fired green beams from their arms, tearing the Harud into shreds. 8 warrior constructs swung their curved arms, their bone blades slicing down each time, cutting through dozens of Harud at the waist. Harud fell in droves, thousands had died in an instant. They shrieked and surged forward, raising their plasma flintlocks and firing dense barrages at the constructs. Under the influence of the stasis field, the bullets, having lost their phase shift effect, were like ordinary solid bullets, only causing minor scratches when they hit the constructs. However, the Harud were still an ocean. Each construct, at every moment, was subjected to tens of thousands of attacks. Malena thought of the Black Emperor's plan. Open black lens bracket. The Harud from the entire planet are surging towards here in a frenzy. Close black lens bracket. As she pondered, with a loud bang, a warrior construct crashed down. Harud surged frantically from the breach, then fell under the dense firepower of the Techmarines. One construct after another crashed down, crushed to powder by countless Harud. Light and shadows flickered in the Primarch's eyes as he instantly entered Magnus's 3rd level of mind. His will spread outwards, traversing hundreds of kilometers of tunnels and deep caves. The Primarch instantly brought 1/6 of the gray planet under his control. Open black lens bracket. The attracted Harud numbered in the tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. Close black lens bracket. He had long anticipated a number in the hundreds of millions. The Harud of the entire Sarktrata abyss numbered in the billions, and as one of the 15 main worlds, Georgies's population naturally exceeded 100 million. As Nimrod pondered, he suddenly felt that the vortex of light surrounding him was being compressed by the surging distortion field. His expression changed. Open black lens bracket. 100 million Harud, and they've already overwhelmed the stasis device built by Perturabo. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod remembered that after Perturabo activated the device, the Harud of the entire Guggen system poured out. The main world of Guggen was the largest Harud world, with Herud numbering in the hundreds of millions. The three main worlds combined had nearly a billion, so the stasis device would naturally be overwhelmed. He had thought that 100 million Herud on Georgies alone would not generate such a powerful field. Open black lens bracket. The distortion field of 100 million Herud is actually so terrifying. Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod gripped the Red Priest's uniqueness, preparing to chant the spell, the Herud wave had already crashed against the black gold pillars, and the distorted time flow infiltrated the stasis field. Diana's golden hair rapidly turned white, and Arsena's fingers became gnarled due to degenerative disease. Malena's skin repeatedly changed between wrinkled parchment and its original fair and delicate state. The biologist Psyker struggled to resist aging but was powerless to help the two beside her. As Malena struggled to hold on, she heard a voice in Dun language, extremely masculine and imbued with male charm. In the name of the Red Priest, I ask the realm of disorder to grant me power. I command the Herud, be silent. The 363 silence runes on the 33 black gold pillars simultaneously emitted green light. The entire area was enveloped in green teardrops, and everyone's thoughts became sluggish for an instant. A moment later, the Order shadows and servants regained clarity of thought, looking around in astonishment. Hundreds of millions of Herud continuously fell to the ground with a series of thudding sounds. After confirming that all Herud within his sensory range had fallen, the Primarch reinserted the flagstaff into his shoulder. Malena, treat them. Malena snapped out of her daze, the Black Emperor's words lingering in her mind, and blasphemous thoughts flashed chaotically. Bang, 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 the series of sounds of Herud falling awakened her. She glanced around, seeing countless Herud, like an ocean, all lying on the ground. Malena felt the might of a deity for the first time, and the impure thoughts in her mind vanished instantly. She extended her biologist's psychic power, touching Arsena and Diana's bodies. Arsena's fingers rapidly straightened, but there were still some age spots. Diana's golden hair quickly recovered, but there were still some white hairs mixed in. Malena withdrew her psychic power and said apologetically, "My lord, please forgive my incompetence, they only have about 38 years of life left." "It's fine," Arsena said, looking around in awe, "to witness my lord's might, I have no regrets even if I die. To die loyal to my lord is my honor," Diana said crisply. "I believe tens of thousands of Order shadows were spared sacrifice. I promise you will not die of old age." As Nimrod spoke, he flapped his wings and flew up. Arsena and Diana exchanged glances, immense surprise welling up in their eyes. They had no doubt about the promise they heard. Malena looked up at the rapidly disappearing golden figure, thinking curiously. Open black lens bracket. Even the most advanced life extension surgery, or a psyker skilled in biochemical aspects like Lord Magnus, cannot extend their lifespan. My lord, what method will he use? Close black lens bracket. Nimrod moved through the silent Herud masses, continuously sending them into the disordered country. He pondered how to fulfill his promise. He now had two choices. One was to retrieve the Panacea STC in advance to compensate for the life energy taken by the entropic field. The other was to turn them into immortals. Comparing the two, he leaned more towards directly turning them into immortals, which was his original plan and could solve their lifespan problems once and for all. Open black lens bracket. I must hurry and quickly extract from Slotta's mind the method he used to turn John Grammaticus into an immortal. If I can't get it within 30 years, I'll have to retrieve the Panacea STC in advance. Close black lens bracket. After Nimrod made his decision, he then summarized the gains and losses of his first ritual. Open black lens bracket. Overall, I achieved my goal, at least preventing the sacrifice of thousands of Order shadows and dealing with the hundreds of millions of Herud on Georgies. But I underestimated the Herud's distortion field. If I perform another ritual next time, I must improve the ceremony. Close black lens bracket. After a moment of thought, Nimrod had a preliminary idea. Open black lens bracket. I still need to use the stasis device to attract the Herud. I cannot yet make the ritual's range cover the entire planet. But there can be no one else around, I can only face it alone. Activating the silence rune only takes an instant, and a few decades of aging will have almost no effect on me. This also makes it easier for me to change the incantation during prayer and leverage greater power from the disordered country. Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod pondered, his body transformed into a streak of light, busily moving through the entire area, using telekinesis to gather clumps of Harud and transport them to the disordered country. While Nimrod was busy, the Order shadows of the 4th battle group were bewildered. They didn't know why the Harud, who had just surged out of the caves, suddenly retreated and became silent. It wasn't until they received a message from the original body servant that they learned their Gene Father had single-handedly dealt with most of the Harud. Oliver, holding his concussion weapon, had intended to make a grand display after becoming a spirit guide, but he hadn't expected the Black Emperor to have already dealt with the Harud. He sighed with regret and awe. Open black lens bracket. Praise my lord. Close black lens bracket. Oliver gazed into the deep tunnel. Open black lens bracket. The Harud didn't rush from the ground towards my lord's area, so there must be an underground tunnel network. Perhaps there are residual Harud, and even if not, my lord has ordered that the Harud archive data be brought back. Close black lens bracket. Advance. Oliver led the honor guard, boarded the ant burrowing machine, and drilled into the cave. It wasn't until the helmet's built-in timer sounded, reminding them of daylight on Georgie's, that they completed the hundreds of kilometers of tubular tunnels carved by the Harud. Along the way, they didn't encounter a single Harud. Oliver emerged from the ant burrowing machine and walked forward, then saw categorized stacks of mycelial paper piled on shelves. The Primarch's superhuman body, also feeling fatigued from constantly using psychic power, finally transferred all the Harud to the disordered country. Subsequently, he saw the cartloads of mycelial books Oliver had brought back. The Baron of Corruption glanced at them and immediately matched them with the diagrams on the blasphemy slate. Indeed, these mycelial books are the main ingredient for the polymath potion, the next sequence after detective. Arsena will be much better after advancing to sequence 6. Chapter 600 Bellicor's Shadow. The disordered country, 7th level space. Nimrod gazed at Slaughter, who was bound by a rope, condensed from threads of rules. On the rope were more than a dozen silk threads, connecting to Kalugura, the Tear of Silence. Slaughter's physical body was tightly bound, and his brain and mind were in a state of silence. The Baron of Corruption raised his hand of order power fist and shouted in Dun language, "No mental state is allowed here." Then, the Primarch's eyes flickered with light and shadow, and his will spread out, pressing down on Slaughter's mind like a mountain. Rumble. The invisible collision continued to reverberate in the supernatural mental domain, and the Eldar Cezanne's mind was like a lone boat, drifting in towering waves. Monkey, a blurry voice sounded, and Slaughter awoke from the silence. I will never yield. You won't get anything. I have already obtained many secrets from your mind, the Eldar's mental state, and the branch pathways you have walked, the Primarch said coldly, his words crashing on Slaughter's mind like a tide. Monkey. Slaughter roared in anger. The Baron of Corruption injected Beander into the hand of order, and as he waved his arm, he shouted in Dun language, "Whip." Slaughter seemed to be struck by an invisible soft whip, and his white armor, having suffered countless whippings, no longer possessed its former elegance. Tattered fragments scattered, and the Eldar's skin was torn and flesh exposed, revealing pale bones. The Baron of Corruption continued to inject Beander into the hand of order, and Slaughter's spirit immediately felt currents of electricity coursing through him, forming a thorny whip. The whip of pain, lashing at his soul made him both painful and numb. Slaughter trembled, but still held his head high. Monkey, do you have no new tricks? As long as it works, Nimrod said coldly, I will get all the secrets I want to know. Nimrod saw Slaughter's eyes open, filled with a mix of pain and stubbornness. With a thought, he brought Slaughter to the 5th level space. Then, he pulled a flagpole from behind his back and held it in his hand. In Slaughter's eyes, the monkey Primarch immediately changed. In an instant, he seemed to see a great figure like the Eldar's great hero, Eldred Ulthrin. Slaughter subconsciously wanted to kneel and worship, to follow the great hero and revitalize the Eldar. His slender body bent slightly, and his knees curved into an arc. No, Slaughter suddenly straightened his body, you are a monkey. Nimrod scrutinized Slaughter's every move, open black lens bracket as expected of one who has walked the dire Avenger's pathway, and Eldar Cezanne who dares to walk on the edge of Slaanesha's mouth. Even with some authority over charm, I cannot make you submit. But it's not far off. After advancing to Mentor of Disorder, I will gain the ability to make people submit. With the Red Priest uniqueness, I should be able to make him submit. Close black lens bracket. While Nimrod was contemplating, he arrived at the third level space, threw out the Red Priest uniqueness, and then looked to the other side. A lion-shaped sculpture strode through the black fog. Further away, there were more sculptures. They were all completed by the Baron of Corruption using his Beander sculpture ability. Open black lens bracket. Now I only lack the enslavement potion. After obtaining it in 881 during the Drun liberation. After that, I can perform the ritual, and these sculptures will come in handy then. After the advancement ritual, I will be able to get the secret of immortality from Slota's mind and transform Arsena and the others. Close black lens bracket. While Nimrod was contemplating, he arrived at the first level space and took the polymath potion, prepared from Harud mycelial books and other materials, from the space monkey. A minute later, the original body servant walked into the Primarch office. After undergoing treatment by a biochemical psyker, taking a potion prepared by an apothecary, and sleeping in a stasis pod for 5 hours, his age spots had disappeared, and his skin was no longer wrinkled. But the Baron of Corruption's psychic vision could still see the dim light of Arsena's spirit after his life force was taken away. Nimrod pushed the potion in front of Arsena and said with concern, "Take it, you'll feel much better." "Thank you, my lord." Arsena was as calm as ever. He examined the white potion from the perspective of a detective. Bubbles churned, and symbols jumped out, as if containing endless knowledge. Arsena tilted his head back and drank it, the potion sliding into his stomach. His eyes stung as if pricked by needles, and the intense pain made him instinctively cover his eyes. His brain immediately felt like a cosmic Big Bang, with a torrent of information pouring in. Arsena's temples furrowed tightly, enduring the vast and endless stream of information. A moment later, the newly advanced Sequence 6 Beander released his hands. The polymath felt that his irises were branded with runes, making him feel as if he could observe from different perspectives. The polymath knew that through them, he could identify, see clearly, remember, and imitate the abilities he had seen. He immediately felt that the sense of powerlessness hidden deep in his spirit had diminished greatly, and his body, mind, and soul seemed to have returned to before that night. "Thank you, my lord, I am much better." The Baron of Corruption gazed at Arsena's spirit. The faint light, though not as bright as before, was much better than it had been. With a thought, the Primarch sent a thought impulse to Arsena. "I will instruct the royal court monk to cooperate with your analysis. When analyzing, use the Euclidean sigil for shielding. The polymath is different from the scribe of the door pathway at the same sequence. The scribes, recording, and use do not depend on understanding Beander abilities, and understanding does not help them increase the power of their abilities when used. The polymath's analysis requires learning an analysis within the realm of mysticism. The more he understands, the stronger the power when imitating and using abilities. Of course, no matter how deep the analysis, the imitation will never be as powerful as when used by the original Beander. This requires the cooperation of the royal court monk. Without Nimrod's command, even the original body servant could not make them demonstrate their abilities to him, let alone communicate with him. Nimrod allowed Arsena to do this because, on the one hand, he was his most trusted person, and on the other hand, he always held the potion formulas, and every Beander's potion was bestowed by him. Another advantage of the polymath is that he does not have the scribe's limit on the number of times Beander abilities can be used. As long as he understands the Beander ability and has enough Beander, he can simulate it. The scribe, however, has a quantity limit, initially only able to record one Beander ability with divine influence. The higher the opponent's sequence, the higher the probability of failure. Even at sequence 4, it might not succeed once in a dozen attempts. Currently, the only abilities that meet this condition are those released by Nimrod himself and those possessed by his mystical items. Although he is currently only a Baron of Corruption, as a Primarch, the Beander abilities he uses already have similar effects, and their power far exceeds the Sequence 6 level. After the Battle of Georges, Nimrod had temporarily given the Sequence 4 Flame Ring of the Red Priest pathway to Santiago Boardcamp. As long as the number of attempts is sufficient, there will eventually be a day when it is recorded successfully. With uniqueness, and his status as the master of the disordered country, any mystical item of the same pathway is redundant when he can use it. The scribe can also record 8 Beyonder abilities of sequence 6 and sequence 5, with half the original effect. For sequence 9 to sequence 7, 20 can be recorded, with an effect close to the original. After the scribe digested the potion, the number of divine Beyonder abilities he could record increased to 2. "Thank you, my lord," Arsena bowed and then began his report. "According to your command, I have read and recorded 13 Herud mycelial books. The Legion librarian has catalogued another 25. From the current records, I have found 2 notable entries." Nimrod leaned back on his throne, listening to Arsena's report. One is that the mycelial books recorded that the Raffin, from the stone tablet obtained from the Squat Alliance, recorded their enslavement of other races. The other is the demon prince Bellicor, recorded in the artifacts excavated at Vigilant Star. The Herud records state that the ruins of the Sarktrata Abyss are the remnants of a civilization destroyed by Bellicor. Nimrod nodded slightly. The Raffin should be the potion, which was already part of his plan. He had not known before that the original civilization of Sarktrata was destroyed by the first demon prince, shrouded in Bellicor's shadow. Open black lens bracket him. Is this why the Eldar issued a warning before humans approached? I arrived in this area early and suddenly, giving the Eldar no chance to warn me. Could there be a lost fragment of Bellicor's power here? Close black lens bracket. Nimrod's eyes were deep as he pondered whether this discovery would affect his plan. Open black lens bracket. Perturbo's actions in the Guggen system were not affected by Bellicor. Even if it exists, it is in those worlds deep within Sarktrata. My current goal is only the Guggen system. After I advance to Mentor of Disorder, I will conquer the entire abyss. Then, if I encounter Bellicor, I will be better able to cope. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod thought of this and said, I understand. My lord, the original body servant continued to report, in the Guggen system, Herud warships are gathering, seemingly intending to merge. The Herud are not lacking in wisdom. They know they must have a numerical advantage to close the distance with Imperial warships and avoid the disadvantage of range. Nimrod thought silently. What is the progress of the Ramirez-class star fort deployment? The first has been deployed to the Volpa Star Strait, and the second is in the process of deployment, estimated to take 1 more Terra month. Upon hearing this, Nimrod pondered for a moment before issuing a command. Plan a route and prepare for a decisive battle with the Herud. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Warband 601, 4000 character warband, requesting monthly tickets. Warping space-time, I also possess such a weapon. 877. M30. The second battle group first encountered the Herud main fleet in the Guggen system. Wilshire stood on the bridge of his new flagship, the ancient intelligent vessel, the Song of Slaughter. Unlike Imperial fleets, which require a full officer corps, the bridge only had 36 Order Shadows. They were not responsible for any operations, their duty was to stand before screens, browsing all images, data, and other information, reporting to the Lord of Light any data not deemed important by the intelligent program. The entire vessel also lacked the over 200,000 officers and crew of a comparable Imperial vessel. Instead, there were 290 of the warband's most excellent singers. They took turns, ceaselessly singing for the vessel according to the Covenant. My suggestion is, a metallic voice sounded in Wilshire's ear. He had grown accustomed to the vessel acting as an advisor rather than a simple machine spirit. Withdraw immediately. My sensor array has detected 1,840 Herud vessels, with over 27 million life signals. With such a quantity of entropy fields combined, your battleships and their crews will all turn to dust. A green screen descended before Wilshire. I have already considered the defenses of the Ape Field and the superhuman bodies of the Order Shadows. Thank you for your suggestion. Wilshire glanced at the analysis report provided by his advisor, then turned his gaze to the holographic screen. My lord's command is to lure the Herud fleet to the designated coordinates. The weapon arrays of the Song of Slaughter were all activated, requiring no human operation. The intelligent program assigned targets to the weapon arrays based on scan results. Weapons pouring out from the armory drilled out of the silver-white hull, firing blue-white beams at the Harud vessels. The beams continuously leapt within the distorted entropy field, like light refracting multiple times. Some beams were cut into segments, while others were stretched, compressed, or bent. The Harud's distortion field was unpredictable. Most beams, after countless iterations of calculations by the intelligent program, far exceeding the mimic chamber, were fired in a way that maximized hit probability, striking their targets. Blue-white light penetrated layers of time fields, detonating the blurry Harud warships. The dazzling flames demonstrated that the Song of Slaughter's scanning array performance surpassed the combined Auspex arrays of the second battle group's remaining fleet. The Sun Shadow has made contact with the Harud main fleet, the advisor's voice sounded in Wilshire's ear, and he immediately turned his gaze to the battleship. Time collapse encountered. Blinding bright arcs leapt from the Harud's crude hulls, connecting their large city ships. Time and space around the Sun Shadow were simultaneously torn apart. The time shockwave spreading from the Harud departure point propagated at 1/4 the speed of light, like a scroll unfurling in the space-time continuum. The Song of Slaughter's hologram struggled to depict what its detector array was sensing. The Sun Shadow bounced, its image mottled, and the projection streams were blurry. Two circular projectors suddenly extinguished, and the hologram flickered before stabilizing. The Sun Shadow appeared to be shattered into thousands of curved fragments, as if reflected by a broken mirror. Thousands of escape pods had just flown out of the warship when they were caught by the space-time ripple. The ape field was instantly swallowed by darkness, and the time ripple wantonly ravaged the 16.9-kilometer-long battleship. The starboard side exploded first, turning into burning debris. The next instant, the entire warship aged millions of years in a flash. The Punishment-class reactor died. Ripples in the space-time fabric swept across the Sun Shadow, machine spirits screamed, and machines exploded. Time raced in a chaotic vortex, some crew members vanished into thin air, while others collapsed into a pile of dark carbon dust. A row of servitor components faded, and an adjacent row aged and withered. Another row further away reverted to their former human forms, driven mad by rebirth. Different parts of the vessel were forcibly torn apart and scattered into different frames of reference. Parts were displaced in time by seconds, causing terrifying explosions. Order shadows fell. Saturn pattern Terminator prototypes, like the Mark III power armor, had rusted plates scattered on the ground, as if untouched for a million years. Shattered bones poured out, covering the deck. Bolters, concussion weapons, power weapons, and chain weapons turned into dust and scattered. The Astartes, like the crew, aged and deteriorated, becoming dust in the flow of time. The time ripple continued to penetrate. Within seconds, a frigate's hull rusted, then became a crumpled, twisted, rusted wreck. Two destroyers disintegrated into a rain of particles, shining alongside the escape pods. The Wangquan Shadow, heading to its designated coordinates, Captain Diana Pauline, watched the scan results and incomplete images, recalling that moment on Georgie's. She couldn't help but exclaim, Order shadows can also age and die. If the Harud accumulate in sufficient numbers, they will, Nimrod said. Normally, Astartes have no possibility of dying of old age, most die on the battlefield. Sigismund living too long and declining in function, then being slain by Abaddon, and Dante being weary from living too long, are exceptions. But the Harud are different. A large number of Harud gathered together, and the superposition of entropy fields can age almost anything. In Nimrod's memory, during the Iron Warriors war with the Harud, many warriors and warships turned to dust. Forge tyrant Barabbas Danchich, stationed at the Volpa Star Strait, walked with difficulty, his hair sparse, his face full of wrinkles, his skin creased. Apothecaries determined he had aged 3,000 years and could not recover. His decrepit appearance even caused Perturabo a moment of pity, but he subsequently assigned the lost Danchich to Little Domantine as regent. Danchich was thus able to engage in architectural work that even Perturabo coveted, and later lit the Pharos lighthouse for the Second Empire. While Nimrod was deep in thought, Diana's voice sounded. My lord, we will reach the designated coordinates in 35 seconds. Open black lens bracket warping space-time, I also possess such a weapon. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod gave the order. Activate the Void Claw. Yes, my lord, Diana rapidly tapped on the console, and a cogitator beside the command throne was awakened. As red light flickered, Diana looked towards the throne. "My lord, please authorize." Nimrod raised his right hand and pressed it onto the panel. Only he in the entire legion had the authority. Amidst piercing alarms, red runes rapidly flickered. The 23 punishment-class reactors of the Wangquan Shadow were brought to maximum power. The sudden increase in energy output, however, only maintained the life support system, while weapon arrays and other systems were shut down. On the layered decks, like a hive city, the lumen lamps suddenly extinguished. The bright light on the bridge instantly became dim. The doom weapon of the Dark Age of technology was activated for the first time in 10,000 years. The second tallest black claw-shaped structure of the Wangquan Shadow flashed with a beam of light. It vanished in an instant imperceptible to the physical world, and fragmented space-time energy was transmitted to the preset coordinates. The space-time energy opened a tiny singularity at the center of the Harud fleet, at the heart of 14 city ships. The tiny singularity rapidly expanded, forming a bottomless black hole. The Harud warships, enveloped in layers of time fields, instantly became clear, shining brightly on the holographic screens of surrounding vessels. The song of slaughter darted through the void like a startled white steed. Gravitational waves vibrated, capturing black vessels one by one, pulling them into the bottomless black hole. Gray vessels struggled desperately like a school of fish caught in a whirlpool. The light of exploding stars illuminated the Guggen system, overpowering the faint stars. For tens of millions of years after the formation of the Orion Cygnus arm, the bright light for the first time tore through the murky skies over the surfaces of Guggen, Craven, and Georges. The light penetrated the deep Volpa star strait, shining on the black hulls of the third battle group fleet that had just emerged from the Mandeville Point. The light pierced into dark caves, hundreds of kilometers of tunnels, and archives filled with mycelial books. Hundreds of millions of Harud frantically crashed into each other, but all around them was terrifying light. The destructive shockwave penetrated the entropy fields of thousands of Harud warships, and city ships as massive as hive cities disintegrated and vanished in the light. On the periphery of the black hole, hundreds of warships vibrated in the gravitational waves. Over 100 warships were torn into a mass of fragments. "Terror," the advisor's metallic voice sounded in Wilshire's ear. "A terrifying attack. Even in the era of my birth, it would be considered a doom weapon." The bridge of the Wangquan Shadow was illuminated by light, then experienced 5 seconds of dimness before the light from the lumen lamps returned to normal. Diana stared blankly at the holographic image. Even the Emperor's flagship Bucephalus and the Imperial Fist's flagship, or even a Ramirez-class star fortress, could not unleash such a destructive blow. She glanced at the report, then gazed at the enormous sphere of light in the void, and the Harud warships struggling as if caught in quicksand. Diana knew that the space-time structure in that area was permanently altered, and normal passage would forever be impossible. Open black lens bracket. No wonder Lord Nimrod decided that only he himself could authorize its use. Close black lens bracket. After Diana established a communication link with Adams, the 4th Battle Group left 5 capital ships and 27 other vessels to encircle and destroy the remaining Harud warships. The Wangquan Shadow, along with the 2nd Battle Group and part of the 4th Battle Group's fleet, sailed towards Craven, half an hour before sunset in the Guggen system, in front of the 2nd Battle Group's landing pad. Wilshire stood before 52 solar high priests, their eyes shining like miniature suns. Psychic energy erupted, golden rays covering the solar high priests. The light became purer and purer, eventually evolving into a stamp-like projection. Notarization, solar halo. Notarization, summon holy light. Notarization, sacred oath. First Company Captain Winterbourne, after the Lord of Light replaced his flagship with the Song of Slaughter, received the Relic-class battleship Radiance, and was not lost with his company's original flagship, the Sun Shadow. The solar high priests felt that, with the majestic voice of the Lord of Light, the phantom stamp in the air cast rays of light upon them. He saw 2nd Company Commander Olivier beside him, engrossed in the light, as if basking in the sun. A minute later, the solar high priests boarded Stormbirds and departed for their respective battlefields. Olivier stepped off the deck and came to the tunnel entrance. Light supplicants stood between the Scorpion sentry turrets, bottles of golden liquid, pre-made holy water, hanging from their waists. Techmarines busily adjusted the built-in cogitator logic engines, setting firing modes, target acquisition, and identification codes. Based on the Herud emerging from caves, the defense mode was set to point defense, one of 4 modes, aimed at a single direction at a 45-degree upward angle. As the faint candlelight-like glow extinguished, countless Herud frantically poured out of the caves. The machine spirits of the Scorpion sentry turrets roared, spitting dense barrages at the Xenos, the exploding beams burning through the Herud's shrouding layers, penetrating their bodies, leaving numerous holes. The Solar High Priest stepped towards where the gray shadows were densest in his psychic vision. The machine spirit of one Scorpion sentry turret recognized his code and immediately ceased firing. The Solar High Priest leaned back, arms outstretched, as if embracing the sun. A magnificent, pure, and blazing pillar of light descended from the heavens, striking the Herud crowd. A dozen Herud and dozens of Xenos who couldn't stop in time were rapidly vaporized in the light. Hundreds of Herud disgustedly avoided the blinding golden light. They didn't even raise their plasma flintlocks to attack. They circled far around the scattered golden specks, pressing forward. The area around the Solar High Priest was tinged with gold, spreading outwards in layers. The solar halo warmed the honor guard members within 35 meters, who followed the company commander towards the cave entrance. The light supplicants all took out their small golden bottles from their waists, one by one stepping forward and scattering golden holy water. A drop of golden holy water first struck a Herud. Drops of golden light illuminated the blurry body, penetrating the entropy field. Rows of Herud, their bodies dissolving, fell to the ground. The Solar High Priest felt that his abilities, both in power and range, had improved significantly. As he stepped forward, he seemed to merge with the light. Olivier remembered the Lord of Light's words, "Your abilities will be temporarily enhanced," and decided to make good use of this time. The golden halo directly entered the cave, and the Herud fled rapidly like rats. Inside Olivier's helmet, as runes leapt 3.6 kilometers, the halo around him suddenly contracted, its coverage shrinking to about 20 meters. "Retreat," the Solar High Priest commanded loudly, then surged forward, meeting the Herud who had turned back to attack. Around him, golden illusory flames ignited out of thin air, flames emanating the majestic aura of the sun, densely forming a sea. Pure and holy light burned the Herud into drops of sour, foul-smelling liquid, like candles. The Solar High Priest felt that he was completely integrated with the golden light. He led the honor guard to retreat calmly. The Herud only launched another attack after the golden sea of fire disappeared. It could produce a halo-like effect, tinging the surroundings with gold, spreading outwards in layers. It could warm nearby comrades, instill strong courage, dispel evil, and be precisely controlled. Wilshire moved between various battlefields, restoring his psychic energy in the Stormbird. The notary led the honor guard to the most critical battlefields. After defeating the enemy, he would notarize the Solar High Priest before leaving. On the dark craven, dazzling lights rose up everywhere, brighter and more brilliant than fleeting glory. Warband 602, 3,800 plus words. Please give monthly votes. The power of fear from Eldred Ulthrin. Techmarine, everyone evacuated before the final step of the stasis device manufactured by Perturabo was activated. Nimrod pressed the activation rune, then returned to the 33 black gold pillars, drew out the flagpole with his right hand, gripped it tightly, and loudly chanted the sacrificial incantation in Dun language. In the name of the Red Priest, I implore the Nation of Disorder to grant me power, so that the stasis field is not perceived by any Herud other than Craven. The Baron of Corruption's spirituality was instantly drained, and the flagpole became scorching hot. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes, and his will spread out. Open black lens bracket him, the number isn't quite right, it's much less than I expected, close black lens bracket. Although the Herud were surging endlessly, their numbers were significantly fewer than on Georgie's in the Primarch's psychic perception. Open black lens bracket. Even if Craven is the world with the fewest Herud among the 3 main worlds in the Guggen system. And even with millions killed in the Void battle, it's still far below the expected number, close black lens bracket. As Nimrod pondered, deep beneath Georgie's, millions of Herud frantically dug through the collapsed tunnels. Blinding light illuminated the underground, causing a repulsive fear, and tens of millions of Herud fled in panic. Their warp fields converged, and temporal ripples caused hundreds of caves to vanish and thousands of tunnels to collapse. Their four limbs, wrapped around their spines, twisted frantically, swiftly opening paths to the repulsive place. The Herud, with their bodies curled and small stature, could bend their limbs in any direction, allowing them to dig faster than ant-burrowing machines when gathered together. Hundreds of tunnels were rebuilt at a visible speed, rapidly spreading towards Nimrod's location. In the Guggen system, a Gothic ship, without Legion markings and painted green, appeared abruptly. On the bridge, 6 Eldar stood behind the soothsayer Eldred Ulthrin. Ulthrin, tall and dressed in purple ornate robes, holding a staff, gave orders to the human crew in Low Gothic. Send a full-spectrum broadcast with the following message. Humans, this sector of space contains terror. If touched, it will surely bring destruction. Leave immediately, and do not approach again. Immediately, Ulthrin entered the unique mental state of the Eldar, his mind stepping into the vast and boundless sea of souls. With his mind's eye, he captured those subtle threads. On Craven's surface, Nimrod's brow suddenly furrowed. Tens of millions of Herud surged forward, and their aggregated entropy field and warp power had already overwhelmed the periphery of the stasis field. Tens of thousands of Herud exhibited bizarre changes as they were torn apart by the two conflicting forces of the stasis field and temporal ripples. Thousands of Herud rapidly aged and turned to dust. Hundreds of Herud bodies inflated like balloons, then exploded, releasing toxins that blackened the earth. Dozens of Herud broke free from the stasis state, once again shrouded in a hazy veil. Open black lens bracket. I can't wait any longer. The black gold pillars, the Tears of Silence runes, and even the stasis field device will be destroyed. Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod thought of this, he loudly chanted an incantation in Dun language. In the name of the Red Priest, I implore the nation of disorder to grant me power. I command the Herud, silence. Black mist surged in the Baron of Corruption's eyes, and a fraction of the Sephira's power was leveraged by the sacrifice. The black mist enveloped the green teardrop-shaped rune, activating the power of the star god's Tears of Silence. The green power of silence, mixed with black mist, spread rapidly, even exceeding the Primarch's conscious coverage range. Tens of millions of Xenos fell into a state of silence, frozen in place. Deep beneath Craven, beyond Nimrod's conscious coverage, millions of surging Herud stiffened. Bang, 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 a series of thudding sounds converged, and the earth vibrated in resonance. The blood-colored chain on Nimrod's right pinky finger glowed, and his spirituality rapidly recovered. The Primarch spread his wings and flew into the air, using telekinesis to sweep up large numbers of Herud and send them into the nation of disorder. After repeating this 5 times, his expression suddenly changed. Thousands of Herud appeared at the edge of the Primarch's consciousness. Then, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. Open black lens bracket. Sure enough, Craven is one of the 15 main worlds of the Herud. Their numbers cannot be less than 100 million. Why are they late? Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod pondered, countless Herud gathered, their entropy fields superimposed. Temporal ripples spread, and the silent Herud rapidly liquefied and died, turning into a pool of slime. In the eyes of the Herud, there was only the repulsive stasis device. They surged forward frantically, and wherever they passed, the warp field mercilessly tore apart swaths of their own kind. After the Randan War, the runes Nimrod made with Tears of Silence had been used up on Georges, and in this sacrifice, he could not perform such a sacrifice again in a short time. Nimrod took in the Herud's madness, and a flash of inspiration struck him. He opened the audio channel and issued an order. The Herud are attacking the stasis device. The 2nd battle group and 4th battle group will immediately launch an attack from their rear. Immediately, Nimrod spread his wings and flew towards the densest concentration of Herud. Along the way, he continuously sent Herud into the nation of disorder. In an instant, Nimrod arrived at the battlefield. The Baron of Corruption injected most of his spirituality into the iron-black banner, whispered, "Fire," in his heart, and swung it forward. The moment the Red Priest's uniqueness descended, an invisible and colorless wave of fire was generated. The surging Herud were engulfed by the sea of fire. Their aggregated entropy fields could warp macro cannon bombs into dust. However, in the face of the authority of fire, they shattered like a thin piece of paper at a touch. Wherever the flames passed, they incinerated everything, burning everything to ashes. The Primarch gazed at the sea of fire. Hundreds of thousands of Herud vanished instantly, without even the process of burning. He rotated the uniqueness in his hand, thinking silently. Open black lens bracket Magnus and Malkador's psychic flames also couldn't instantly incinerate 100,000 Herud. And this is still the result of me only being able to exert part of the uniqueness's power. If I could exert the Red Priest's full power, within the domain of fire, only a complete burning one could compare. Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod pondered, in the void of the Guggen system, Ulthrin staggered backward, and two Eldar reached out to support him. Soothsayer, what happened? A voice emerged from behind an elegant mask in Eldar language. Warped space-time, black holes, singularities, destruction. Silence, fire. Ulthrin said weakly, and the Eldar were all astonished. The soothsayer's words contradicted each other, making them incomprehensible. We must leave, immediately. Ulthrin gripped his staff and stood upright. The humans haven't replied yet. They don't need a reminder. Ulthrin waved his staff, and in a flashing light, a door slowly formed. Ulthrin's eyes stung. A single thread of the fate he had glimpsed caused his soul intense pain from burning. Be'lakor encountered. Ulthrin didn't know how to describe that terrifying flame. It surpassed the scope of mortal and warp flames. Fire, he said vaguely, will only bring destruction. Ulthrin raised his staff, and his psychic power spread out. Bang, 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 the humans on the entire ship instantly collapsed, their memories erased by psychic power. As Ulthrin led the Eldar through the portal, leaving the Guggen system, the Dreadnought monks were awakened by song. Some of the bards from the 4th battle group and the light supplicants from the 2nd battle group offered hymns to the esteemed monks. Having died during the Unification Wars, their shattered bodies encased in semi-organic, semi-mechanical netting, the ancient Dreadnought monk of the 4th battle group received a new name, Sesiknyan. After Sesiknyan was sealed in his armored iron coffin, emotions he had never felt before began to trouble him. He detested his death, and the longing for his complete body made him increasingly angry and violent. He hated his cold and empty second life. But when Sesiknyan awoke this time, he felt warm and powerful. Has Father brought us new changes? Sesiknyan's loudspeaker emitted a voice. Each time he awoke, he would sense changes occurring in the warband. From a reaper addicted to slaughter, to a calm and self-controlled order shadows, seeking out enemy weaknesses. The Legion gained many royal court monks, granted by Father, who displayed astonishing abilities that left him in awe. An internal timer reminded him that 4 years and 7 standard months had passed since his last routine awakening, and this awakening was accompanied by warm singing. Yes, esteemed monk, the bard replied. The royal court monks of the 4th battle group, who disliked sunlight and were granted by Father, were a minority. Because of this, their assigned duty by the chapter master was to sing for the Dreadnought monks. My duty is, Sesiknyan checked his screen, to kill Xenos, the Herud. Let's go, young singer. Yes, esteemed monk. The bard sang again, following the Dreadnought monk forward. The Dreadnought's iron sarcophagus was deployed only 1 kilometer from the battlefield. Sesiknyan, following command, activated his thermal imaging system and quickly detected a pulsating mass of hot yellow and red. He knew from the logs that this was the thermal radiation effect of the Herud's entropy field's hyper-frequency atomic activity. Sesiknyan rapidly switched to his auspex, finding, as the logs stated, only a blurry shadow there. Sesiknyan switched back to the thermal imaging system, simultaneously raising both arms and aiming at the center of the yellow and red masses. The Techmarine had adjusted the weapon system for this mission. Both arms were equipped with twin-linked lascannons. The laser beams struck the Herud's entropy field, and then the speed of light broke through all physical limitations, exploding. 4 holes burned through the Herud's concealment, and 4 Herud were torn to shreds. Sesiknyan turned his body. He saw an order shadows struck by a Xeno wielding twin light swords. The Mark III power armor instantly aged and shattered, and as it fell, withered bones scattered. The order shadows seemed to have slept longer than he had, as if for millions of years. Sesiknyan's arms rotated faster than ever before, beams of light hissing. The singing in his ears, praising him, replaced anger and coldness with warmth and courage. The bard continued to advance with the Dreadnought monk. As he walked through the dust, he picked up a piece of pale leather covered in rotten black spots. That was the crystallization of the power Father had bestowed upon the royal court monks. They were the only things that could remain in the Herud's temporal maelstrom. Recovering the power crystals was the responsibility of every royal court monk. After the bard carefully placed the leather, he caught up with the dreadnought monk. When a faint light appeared in Craven's sky, the Herud, unusually, did not retreat. They frantically surged towards the stasis device, only shrinking back underground after the starlight fully illuminated the area. Nimrod, rushing to support various front lines, glanced at the closed stasis device. Open black lens bracket. The alchemical materials harvested this time are much less than on Georgie's. However, the Herud are still countless, my most abundant alchemical material, even the growing hive giant rats can't compare. Speaking of which, Herud also have tails. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod then looked at the black gold pillars. Open black lens bracket. Overall, this ritual was fairly successful. 70 to 80% of the Herud died during this crazy night. Their warp fields tore apart more of their own kind than I collected or the Order shadows killed. However, from a sacrificial perspective, just like last time, problems still arose. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod's brow furrowed slightly. Open black lens bracket. The power level of the uniqueness exceeds my rank, making it difficult to control. If I use these two methods against the hundreds of millions of Herud on Guggen, the largest Herud world, unpredictable changes might occur. Perhaps it could trigger a disaster even more terrifying than what Perturabo faced. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod thought of the potential loss of tens of thousands of Order shadows if he didn't use the uniqueness's power, yet he was unwilling to abandon the sacrifice. Open black lens bracket. Perhaps I can design a more complete ritual. Even if I can't complete it, I can use the dice of prophecy for divination. The Tears of Silence runes are used up. I'll craft and accumulate them while designing the ritual, then perform divination in a year. Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod pondered, his comm bead buzzed in his ear. He pressed it, and Arsenadun's voice sounded. My lord, I went to investigate that Imperial ship. The memories of the people on board have all been erased, and the librarians received no information. Nimrod's recently relaxed brows furrowed slightly again. Open black lens bracket. Who was it? They just came to issue a warning and disappeared when they received no response. Close black lens bracket. He pondered silently for 3 seconds, then suddenly remembered that the Imperium would normally receive a warning from the Eldar upon arrival here. Open black lens bracket. It should be the Eldar, but I don't know who. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod collected his thoughts and instructed. The people on that ship will be settled on Georgie's as the first batch of immigrants. Nimrod couldn't let them leave. Saktrata could not be known to the Imperium. After the war, he already needed immigrants, and settling them locally was the best solution. Order the 4 warbands to clear out the remaining Herud on Craven. Warband 603, Nimrod, 1,000 years older, experiences weakness and pain for the first time. 879, M30. In the heart of Craven's underground, by the Primarch's command, the 3rd battle group took over the front lines from 3 other battle groups, responsible for the assault on the archives. The Gene Father wished to obtain the Herud's data as completely as possible. 1st Company Captain Alexander, who had just become a Soul Assurer, advanced through the tunnel. In the darkness, the Soul Assurer's perception, surpassing that of the Order shadows, and the aid of his armor, allowed him to see everything, even capturing the distorted Herud. Alexander looked around. The tunnel walls were uneven but smooth like glass. Open black lens bracket. Even an ant burrowing machine couldn't excavate a tunnel like this. Close black lens bracket. As the Soul Assurer's thoughts flickered, he suddenly felt a suffocating heat surge through the tunnel. He knew the Herud were coming. Time moved before them. Their influence tore at the very fabric of spacetime, and the strange accelerated motion around them altered the composition of the atmosphere, making it heavy. The speed of light surpassed natural limits, and hues subtly shifted towards the blue end of the spectrum. The Soul Assurer's eyes turned completely black, and he raised his plasma flintlock. The Herud, brandishing their twin light sabers, simultaneously stopped. The guard members beside him raised their archaeological handguns, and beams of energy gathered from stars shot into the Herud, who were forcibly pulled into a dream state. The darkness in the Soul Assurer's eyes receded, and Alexander continued forward, passing through one chamber and passageway after another. Herud architecture had no doors, every passageway and chamber connected to the next. Alexander followed a raised path towards a large room. A group of Herud, just emerging from the room, met their deaths in the dream he created, without a chance to attack. Alexander entered a large room, his gaze sweeping over hollow, honeycomb-like shelves made of some resin. Most of the shelves were piled with solidified mycelial sheets, and on the floor, in strange leaf-shaped containers, were more mycelial scrolls. Malina Scala gazed at the Katachong vines tearing open the multi-layered dead skin encasing the Herud before her. The biologist Psyker pressed her left hand onto the Herud, keeping the Herud corpse in the moment of death. Malina personally witnessed a dead Herud rapidly dissolve into an acidic, foul-smelling liquid. To conduct research, she had to maintain the activity of every Herud cell with her biological telekinesis. The biologist Psyker simultaneously completed the analysis of the Herud's body structure. Her right hand recorded rapidly, while vines, like hands, held a data slate for the biologist. Open black lens bracket unknown silicone compounds exist in the bone structure. Hypothesis: organic connection with protein chains. Close black lens bracket. The biologist's mind stirred, she tossed her hand, and a vine dropped, catching the falling pen. The biologist's hand caressed the Herud's left eye, and her psychic vision spread. A moment later, she withdrew her hand, took the pen, and continued recording. Open black lens bracket 2 visual organs, generally similar in structure to human eyes but much larger. There were no obvious cone cells, but a large number of spiral-shaped unknown objects accumulated on the retina. Conclusion: the Herud's sensory organs support their subterranean and nocturnal life. Close black lens bracket. At the same moment the biologist was studying the Herud, in the third-level space of the Nation of Disorder. Nimrod gripped the flagpole with his left hand and picked up the dice of prophecy with his right, a plan he had conceived flashing through his mind. Geometric patterns rapidly flashed in his mind: the black mist of the Nation of Disorder, the uniqueness of the Red Priest, and the green tears of silence appeared. After the entire plan was presented, he silently recited in his heart. Open black lens bracket method to perfect the sacrificial plan, close black lens bracket. As he recited in his heart, the dice of prophecy trembled slightly. Nimrod noticed the difference in the dice of prophecy compared to previous divinations. Open black lens bracket. Does the prophecy involve Sephira, uniqueness, and star god Shard? Close black lens bracket. He hesitated for a moment but finally tossed the triangular prism. The triangular prism, as if in slow motion, trembled continuously as it flew to its highest point. It remained suspended for a minute, and just as Nimrod thought the divination had failed, the triangular prism spun rapidly like a windmill, at a speed even the Primarch found hard to follow. A vision flashed, and the Primarch's superhuman brain etched the fleeting image into his mind. Nimrod opened his palm, catching the falling triangular prism. He opened his palm, catching the dull, unlit triangular prism. The Baron of Corruption put the flagpole behind him, activated his psychic vision, and stared at the dice of prophecy. Open black lens bracket him. The spiritual light is dim, but it hasn't disappeared. The worst outcome hasn't happened. Divination should still be possible. Recovery time is longer. Prophecy range is smaller. Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod pondered, he put down the dice of prophecy. Upon returning to the real world, he issued orders to land on the Herud's capital world, the Guggen system. Malina, Arsenadun, and Diana Pauline, under the command of the Black Emperor, spent 10 days to complete the altar's arrangement. The entire altar was filled with Legion insignia and the Black Emperor's symbols. The altar of even-numbered black and gold architecture was an abstract crown, the pillars curved into spikes, and wings covered the top. Disordered black runes, in arcs, were branded everywhere. The biologist gazed at the completed altar, as if seeing a giant shadow looming above it. She looked at the Black Emperor with awe, and the blasphemous thoughts in her mind vanished instantly. Disordered black arcs, followed by the surrounding wings, spikes, and the abstract crown above. Night fell, and the stasis device activated. Nimrod stood at the apex of the crown, holding the Red Priest's uniqueness, and chanted a new incantation in Dun language. By my name, I bestow upon the Red Priest the power of the Nation of Disorder, so that the stasis field is not perceived by Herud outside Guggen. The moment the Baron of Corruption's psychic vision was drained, the altar briefly granted him the identity of the Nation of Disorder's master. The power of the Sephira was leveraged, and rising black mist permeated the entire altar. A formless, colorless flame rose from the flagpole, and the Red Priest's uniqueness radiated light. On Guggen's night, a flash of light flickered. Billions of surging Herud crashed around in panic. Tunnels boomed, and caves trembled incessantly. Then, they stopped and surged towards that detestable thing. Among countless Herud, deep underground, an individual 4 times the size of its kin moved like a flowing shadow, knocking away Herud blocking its path. Behind him, Herud, like ants, carried strange robot components, moving forward. After the Primarch's sensory range was filled with an ocean of Herud, he waited a moment longer, until the distortion field compressed the stasis field by 1/3, before beginning the incantation. By my name, I command the Herud, silence. On the wings, 11 silence runes on one side and 33 green tears on the other lit up first. Then, on the 33 black spikes, 11 green tear runes on each side flashed. Finally, on the crown beneath his feet, 33 silence runes on the outer ring and 11 on the inner ring lit up simultaneously. 814 runes flashed, and a green tear rapidly formed, covering the entire planet. All Herud fell into stasis, except one. The king of the Herud. He, along with the Order Shadows and auxiliary army, was only in stasis for an instant. The next instant, he flailed his limbs and sped forward. Wherever he passed, the static Herud began to move, following him. 4 minutes later, Nimrod, who was busy collecting potion materials, suddenly stopped. The Primarch sensed a group of Herud rapidly approaching. Open black lens bracket. There's actually a special individual. Among billions of Herud, it's evolutionarily possible for a special individual to emerge. The king of the Herud, close black lens bracket. Nimrod's golden wings flapped, and he flew towards the Herud. As the distance closed, the Primarch's sensory range grew larger and larger, and he discovered that a 1,000,000-strong Herud army had been awakened and was following their king. His golden wings ignited with flames, and his speed suddenly increased. Like a meteor, he instantly appeared before the Herud. The Primarch instantly felt that he had aged 1,000 years, and his body was heavy. The Baron of Corruption injected all his psychic vision into the hand of Order Gauntlet and shouted in Dun language. Decree, no time distortion here. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes, he clenched and swung his right hand. A massive rift tore open between the real universe and the warp. In the Imperium, from the crystal spires of the impossible fortress, a gaze fell upon Guggen. He saw a dazzling flame. In the real world, the vortex of destruction sucked tens of thousands of Herud behind the Herud king into it. The distortion fields of tens of thousands of Herud were crushed by immense telekinesis, their limbs disintegrated, turning into a shower of light. The Baron of Corruption injected all his newly recovered psychic vision into the hand of Order Gauntlet, raised his hand, and pushed downwards. Flowing liquid descended from the sky, enveloping the king of the Herud in layers. In the Imperium, Tzeentch shook his staff. The flames dissipated, and he saw Nimrod and the amber on the ground. His gaze scrutinized, and seeing Nimrod fly up with the amber, he then redirected his gaze to the most perfect Primarch, Magnus. As Nimrod ascended, he ordered the 4 battle groups to attack and clear out the remaining Herud. 1,000 years older, he had twice exhausted his psychic vision during the ritual and twice more during the recent battle, also releasing all his psychic powers, feeling exceptionally weak and pained. Nimrod's face was pale, and his mind felt as if thousands of steel needles were stirring within it. It took him 10 minutes to recover. Nimrod sent the Herud king to the Nation of Disorder, then began collecting potion materials and simultaneously started to ponder. Open black lens bracket. When I divined, I didn't know about the existence of the Herud king, so I didn't factor that into consideration. The dice of prophecy, involving Sephira, uniqueness, and star god shard, couldn't complete the missing information. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod thought of Georgi's first ritual, where the Herud broke through Perturbo's stasis field device, and Arsena and others aged. The second ritual in Craven, where a large number of Herud arrived late for unknown reasons. Now, a third accident occurred. 1 time is an accident, 3 times is inevitable. Nimrod pondered for a moment and realized the reason: he had used power beyond his own sequence. Open black lens bracket. Indeed, power beyond one's own level is difficult to control. Use the Red Priest's uniqueness cautiously, to prevent unforeseen disasters. Upon advancing to Sequence 4, I should experience a qualitative change, and perhaps then I can better wield the power of uniqueness. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod then examined himself, swinging his arm and releasing telekinesis to lift the Harud. Open black lens bracket. Although I aged 1,000 years, the impact isn't significant. When advancing to Mentor of Disorder, using the Harud King instead of ordinary Harud will yield a much greater increase than the power lost. At least it's not like Lehman, 10,000 years later, with white hair and a noticeable decline in strength. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod weighed the gains and losses and concluded. He obtained better potion materials than expected, his power temporarily decreased, but he would gain a greater boost upon advancement. Achieved the strategic goal of capturing the Guggen system. The number of Order Shadow's deaths was far lower than that of the Iron Warriors, achieving a true victory, not Perturbo's false victory. Warband 604, third update for monthly votes. Nimrod, I should also make myself an immortal. Wangquan Shadow, Primarch Office. My lord, Arsena Dunn reported, holding a data slate, the third battle group has broken through to the archives. The Harud of Guggen have been purged. I have compiled the casualties of the 4 battle groups, with a total of 2,840 dead. Open black lens bracket. The casualties are less than 1/10 of the Iron Warriors. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod smiled. Open black lens bracket. This time, without a doubt, the greatest credit goes to myself. Through 3 sacrifices, most of the Harud were dealt with in batches. Secondly, Voidclaw destroyed the Harud's void power. The Beyonders of the 4 battle groups, they also cannot be ignored. Close black lens bracket. Finally, Nimrod silently praised Perturbo. Open black lens bracket. Of course, your stasis device is also indispensable. Without it, I couldn't have attracted the Harud. Close black lens bracket. He collected his thoughts and issued an order. Migrate to the Guggen system and build a gate. The 5th battle group will be responsible and it will serve as an exclusive recruitment world. The Sarktrata Abyss is far from the Empire's controlled area, and it is a territory he wants to conceal. Only the 5th battle group's deployment through the Carium Gate is most convenient. The complex Guggen system is also suitable for the astrologer to operate. Nimrod leaned against the throne, thinking that Guggen still existed and the Volpa Star Strait was controlled by the Legion, and couldn't help but sigh. Open black lens bracket. This is a true victory. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod remembered that after Perturbo deployed his stasis device on the surface of Guggen, the Harud of the entire system fell into madness. The gathered Harud caused the Guggen system star to rapidly transform from a yellow dwarf star into an expanding red giant. Guggen was destroyed by spatiotemporal energy and became permanently uninhabitable. Barabbas Danchich aged 3,000 years, but failed to defend the Volpa Star Strait and Georgies. Large numbers of Harud were forced to abandon the Guggen system and migrate to other places. Perturbo isolated himself for a week, charting the Sarktrata star zone and formulating a plan to conquer the remaining Harud worlds with a more powerful stasis device to achieve true victory. However, before he could act, he received news of Olympia's rebellion. He returned to his homeworld to suppress the rebellion. Subsequently, he also rebelled, and never had the chance to implement his plan. Therefore, the victory Perturbo achieved was a false one. 30,000 Iron Warriors died, the Guggen system was shattered, impossible to colonize, and even less to develop and utilize. Most of the Harud migrated to other star systems. Nimrod glanced at Arsena. Open black lens bracket. I have aged a millennium, and can be considered to have achieved brilliant results. Perhaps, after unearthing the secret of how Slotta turned John Grammaticus into an immortal from his mind, when I transform Arsena and the others, I should also make myself an immortal. Although the immortality of an immortal is only relative, it is still a good ability before advancing to Sequence 0. Close black lens bracket. Once an immortal suffers damage beyond a certain extent, or is killed by a thunderstone, they cannot revive. Nimrod's mind flashed with the deaths of the immortals. Malkador sat on the golden throne and burned himself out. Old Man Huang's first warmaster, Aul Persson, was killed by Horus in one blow while protecting him on the vengeful spirit. The last immortal born, Grey Knight Anvar Diwan, was also prophesied by the shaman to die in battle before the golden throne. Several future immortals all died, with only Old Man Huang and Vulcan truly immortal. Open black lens bracket, but at least it will allow me to maintain optimal condition and possess certain resurrection abilities after dealing with the remaining billions of Harud and Sarktrata. True gods do not need to consider lifespan, and the Black Emperor is the sequence 0 with the strongest resurrection ability, but I don't know when I will advance, nor when the Nation of Disorder will prematurely grant me resurrection abilities. Before then, the immortal ability is still useful, and the superposition of the two might produce favorable changes. Close black lens bracket. While Nimrod was deep in thought, seeing Arsena still silent, he asked, "Arsena, what are you thinking about?" The original body servant jolted awake from his contemplation. "My lord, having personally faced the Harud, I find it hard to believe that we only paid the price of less than 3,000 Order Shadows to deal with nearly a billion Harud. All thanks to you. Praise my lord." Arsena clasped his hands together in an inverted fashion, praising the Black Emperor before continuing. The second battle group suffered the largest number of casualties, 1,520 people. Most died in void combat while luring the main Harud fleet to the ambush point, with others perishing underground in Craven. After reporting on the Guggen campaign, the original body servant then said, "My lord, in accordance with your command, I have issued orders to the 1st, 7th, 11th, and 12th battle groups to assemble in the Carium Gate zone before the 11th standard month of 880. At the same time, I have issued a summons to the librarians of each battle group and the chief librarian of Mancora." At the same moment Arsena reported, on Prospero in the Ultima Segmentum. The unwavering psyker Ethan, amidst the deafening cheers of Tiska's residents, boarded an Aquila shuttle with members of his hunting party. Compared to when he arrived in Tiska, 2 of his teammates had changed. One royal court knight and one non-royal court monk. The captain joyfully said to Ethan, "Ethan, we were able to hunt 9,410 complete soul-eating wasps for father, and your contribution is the greatest." 880. M30. Barnett. Wilshire had just returned from the Guggen system battlefield and immediately came to the transformed agricultural world. The harvest priest proudly stood beside him, introducing her sustainable development model. "Lord, according to the plan, after 23 years of transformation, Barnett has been completely transformed." The librarian team, Carrie, with her bronze skin, first mentioned the librarians of the second battle group who supported him. "They cooperated with us to complete the soil transformation of the entire world. After testing, the soil has reached 52% of the level of Tricon, the Eldar Maiden world. It is sufficient to meet the food needs of 160 billion people without causing destructive environmental impact, which is higher than the projected 100 billion. She lightly tapped her finger, highlighting 36 areas on the holographic star map. The librarian team also drew on the Thousand Suns experience in Tiska to complete the deployment of mechanical psychic arrays, which can flawlessly predict and control the climate of the entire planet. Wilshire nodded, then said, "I want to see it with my own eyes." "Of course, Lord," Carrie said confidently. A moment later, an Aquila shuttle landed next to the square, and he saw an Order Shadow supervising the people in the park practicing Tai Chi. The sun was warm and pleasant, and golden towering buildings surrounded the square. "This is residential area A3. Every morning, people practice Tai Chi before starting their work." Wilshire nodded, he knew more. Both the Order Shadows and the Thousand Suns territories practiced Tai Chi, a legacy of the Dragon Kingdom unearthed by Dawn Star. Tiska used it to calm the emotions of Psyker and mutants, while the Black Emperor used it as the first line of defense for the people against chaos. Wilshire's gaze swept over the low-hanging lush branches, lingering on the vibrant fruits adorning them. Besides Tiska, only Barnett's park has such vibrant fruits. As he pondered, he turned and walked towards the agricultural area. A moment later, amidst the wafting fragrance, he reached the beet field. Wilshire carefully picked up a small pinch of soil and placed it to his nose. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. "There's no pesticide smell like the Empire's agricultural worlds," Wilshire said admiringly to Carrie. "You succeeded in building a sustainable agricultural world different from the Empire's." "All credit goes to Lord King and your support," Carrie said humbly, but in her mind flashed the day Sea Cradle consulted Lady Malina about the characteristics of seeds. She hadn't expected to follow Lady Malina out of Sea Cradle. Even more, she hadn't expected to receive a gift from Lord Nimrod and be responsible for establishing an agricultural world as a template for the entire legion. Wilshire's gaze moved from the endless beet fields and the golden wheat swaying in the breeze. The gloom that shrouded his mind, of the sun's shadow turning into rusted steel and the Order shadows turning to dust, dissipated in the bright light. As Wilshire looked up at the sky, Nimrod, on the Wangquan shadow, extended his psychic projection across the void, reaching the Golden Palace on Terra. Chapter 605, Ferris, Ning Luo, duel me, I'll give you a weapon. Ning Luo's psychic projection had just arrived on Terra when he heard the voice of the scholar Magnus. Only by opening your eyes will you not be blinded by the light. The Primarch keenly sensed the anger contained in Magnus's voice. Look who's here. Magnus's kaleidoscopic pupils were now red, and he laughed. Russ, I heard you were knocked out by Ning Luo. Russ's eyes turned fierce, and his gaze shifted from Magnus to Ning Luo. He felt his nose bridge collapse and the back of his head ache, as if he were back in Duran. Ning Luo looked at everyone, observing their reactions. Rabute Gilliman sighed slightly. He didn't want to see conflict among his fearless brothers. But the outcome was no surprise. As the key person, Ning Luo would certainly be the victor. Hannibal, with his prominent cheekbones almost piercing his cheeks, looked at Russ mockingly. Perturbo's ice-blue eyes were as calm as a tranquil lake, without a ripple. He looked at Ning Luo, pondering why he had conflicted with Russ. Mortarion gave Russ a gloomy look, finding it foolish that he directed his spearhead at Ning Luo instead of Magnus. Vulcan recalled his competition with Ning Luo on Nocturne, where Ning Luo's strength was slightly less than his own, his speed far surpassed him, and he had even saved him while hunting salamanders. Vulcan, who often restrained his strength to avoid harming others, couldn't help but smile. Omega's gaze briefly lingered on Ning Luo, then turned to Magnus. Such a secret, his legion knew nothing of it, how did Magnus know? Lionel Johnson and Jagatai Khan, with deep gazes, scrutinized Ning Luo and Russ from a swordsman's perspective. Lionel Johnson and Warhawk, recalling Ning Luo's performance on Tax and Randon Homeworld respectively, prudently reached conclusions that met expectations with their superhuman intellect. Horus Lupercal and Sanguinius exchanged glances, reading the same thought in each other's eyes, only they could rival Ning Luo in combat power. Lorgar Aurelian was greatly surprised. He looked at the rough Russ, never expecting him to lose in a personal duel. Rogel Dorn's rock-like expression remained frozen for a long time. Having little contact with either party, he fell into deep thought. Fulgrim looked at Ferris Manus, but was startled to find that he wasn't looking at him. His silver coin-like eyes glowed, fixed on Ning Luo. A leaden voice, laden with heat, spoke. Ning Luo, let's fight. No matter the outcome, I will present you with a weapon I forged myself. Upon hearing this, Ning Luo thought to himself. Open black lens bracket, here it comes. Ferris, who challenges Primarchs to become stronger, is online. Close black lens bracket. Ning Luo remembered that Ferris had challenged the Primarchs to achieve greater perfection. Among them, he knew of 4. Gilliman was not interested and directly refused. Vulcan didn't want to fight and also refused. Dorn was the only one he knew who accepted the invitation, but the outcome was unknown. Fulgrim also refused, but not because of their friendship, but for fear of defeat damaging his perfection. He evaluated with interest in his heart. Open black lens bracket. Ferris and Fulgrim both pursue perfection, but their attitudes towards it are vastly different. Ferris hopes to be defeated, find his shortcomings, and become more perfect. Fulgrim cares more about perfection itself and doesn't want his perfection to be broken. Indeed, Fulgrim is more aligned with Slaanesha's preferences. Close black lens bracket. I accept. Ning Luo didn't hesitate, but I want a custom-made suit of armor. His armor had shattered on Tax, and the skill of the artisan Malavalis was still inferior to Ferris's. For Ferris's armor, he would accept. Upon hearing this, Vulcan immediately conceived the idea of forging armor for Ning Luo, to be given to Ning Luo along with the next batch of weapons he crafted himself. This was both a thank you for his technical support for the Fortress-class energy shield, which allowed the salamanders to protect hundreds of human worlds suffering from xeno and disaster invasions, and a hope to receive Ning Luo's feedback to refine his forging skills. Perturbo's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, then he remembered that Ning Luo always equipped his manufactured plasma gun, and he had also created powerful stasis devices for Ning Luo. Ning Luo had even built a grand theater for him, and his ice blue eyes sparkled. It will take some time, I have things to be busy with recently. After Delayan's liberation, he would hold a promotion ceremony. After that, he would also transform into an immortal, which he was not in a hurry for, but Arsena and the others couldn't wait. He had no time for a duel in the short term. Good, I'll wait for you. Ferris couldn't help but clench his silver hand. Fulgrim looked at his friend, and couldn't help but wonder if he should agree to his request for a fight. Ning Luo, let's fight again, I will definitely defeat you. Russ roared loudly. Good, as long as you offer something that interests me. Ning Luo didn't mind adding another item to his collection. Although Lionel Johnson collected more weapons, and Russ wasn't as skilled at manufacturing as Vulcan, Ferris, and Perturabo, he had used the most famous weapons among the Primarchs. He stared at Russ, who had lost his Russ Wolf helmet and his cloak of the Great Wolf, and thought silently. Open black lens bracket. I'm too good to Russ. Not only do I help him keep the secret of the Cadian Helix mutation curse malignant mutation, but I also help him reduce the burden of choosing weapons. Close black lens bracket. He also thought. Open black lens bracket. The wolf and I will not reveal what happened in Duran. I heard, it should be Magnus who heard it from the warp. Close black lens bracket. While Ning Luo was deep in thought, Old Man Huang, Constantine Valder, and the Mars Forge director simultaneously entered the palace gates. The emperor accepted everyone's salute, and after sitting down, spoke. The lighthouse of human civilization, Drune, now has residents with vacant eyes, dressed in rags, like puppets. Balsa Kucheri, the librarian of the 19th Legion, discovered that the local population was under the control of some alien life form, and he also found the psyker nodes the aliens used to control humans. Ning Luo frowned slightly upon hearing this. Open black lens bracket. I remember it was discovered by the storm soothsayer of the White Scars. How did it become Balsa who discovered it? Close black lens bracket. While Ning Luo was pondering, the emperor looked around at everyone. Horus, Ning Luo, Mortarion. You will go to Drune and liberate the local populace. Ning Luo was stunned again. He remembered that Chagatai was also sent to Drune. The three Primarchs fought the enslavement for 6 months, killing all invading enslavement. All participating storm soothsayers died, and the enslaved humans also died simultaneously after the enslavement's death. 60 million years ago, the enslavement that dealt the final blow to the Old Ones in the War in Heaven also varied in strength, with their size and number of eyes being external indicators of their power. In Ning Luo's memory, the multi-eyed, enormous enslavement that the three Primarchs finally encountered was extremely powerful. He faced the three Primarchs alone, binding the powerful Horus, the astute Chagatai, and the resilient Mortarion, rendering them immobile. Finally, it was the last remaining storm soothsayer of the White Scars who released Chagatai's bonds, allowing him to approach the enslavement leader and complete the kill. Open black lens bracket. Without the storm soothsayer of the White Scars participating, Delayan's liberation will be a tough fight. Close black lens bracket. No sooner had Ning Luo's thought arisen than he smiled slightly. Open black lens bracket. The most powerful storm soothsayer of the White Scars is Tagutai Yesuge. If he can lift psyker bonds, I certainly can too. The librarian team and Beander combination of Order Shadows are also stronger than the storm soothsayer team of the White Scars. Close black lens bracket. Thinking this, Ning Luo spoke after Horus and Mortarion accepted their orders. Your command will be followed. After Old Man Huang stood up, Ning Luo called out to Perturabo. Perturabo, wait a moment. Only after everyone had left did he speak. I encountered the alien race I described to you before, the Herud. I fought a great battle with them and found that as their numbers increased, the distorted entropy field exceeded expectations. The stasis device would be overwhelmed when facing over 100 million Herud. Ning Luo saw Perturabo's surprised and somewhat abashed expression, then said, I didn't know much about the Herud before. Ning Luo attributed the responsibility to himself. His previous understanding of the Herud was limited, and Perturabo should not bear the responsibility. The stasis device he designed after leading the Iron Warriors against the Herud and understanding them firsthand was overwhelmed by nearly 1 billion Herud in the Guggen system. Now, he hadn't even seen a single Herud. Asking him to design a stasis device capable of overwhelming billions of Herud based solely on his description, even if he were a genius, would be like making bricks without straw. But now it was different. The Techmarine recorded data from 3 confrontations with the Herud. Psyker also built crystal cages and deployed Psyker fields to bind the Herud. I believe with these, you will certainly be able to design a stasis device capable of overwhelming billions of them. The Herud actually number in the hundreds of millions, Perturabo exclaimed. Billions of creatures distorting space-time, and Ning Luo's legion was actually at war with them. No one in the Imperium knew that Ning Luo was silently fighting a powerful alien race. The Iron Warriors, sent to the frontiers of the Imperium to fight aliens, were not alone either. Open black lens bracket. I will definitely complete my father's trial. Tireless, unyielding, close black lens bracket. I will build a more powerful stasis device for you. I have no doubt. Ning Luo acknowledged Perturabo's ability, then continued. The Grand Theater you designed has already begun construction on Vostonia. The foundation has been laid. Perturabo's eyes sparkled. Thank you, Ning Luo. It will bring artistic enjoyment to your people. I look forward to seeing it completed, Ning Luo said with a smile. He then made arrangements with Perturabo for the delivery of the stasis device and the Herud captives. Upon returning to the Wenquan Shadow, as he walked back to the Primarch office, he pressed his comm bead and sent a message to Arsene Adun. Set sail, destination Drune. Immediately, he arrived at the 4th level of the disordered country. The Baron of Corruption spread his spirituality, and after confirming that no one was around Balsa, pulled him into the disordered country. My lord. Balsa bowed respectfully. You went to Drune, Ning Luo asked. My lord, I went to Drune on the orders of Lord Horus. After understanding the situation, the Baron of Corruption saw that Balsa's spirit body was whole and integrated. You have mastered the power I bestowed upon you. Yes, my lord, Balsa replied. Soon, I will bestow new power upon you. Ning Luo finished speaking, and black mist engulfed Balsa. A moment later, Balsa, who had shed his armor and put on a black robe, drank the potion. The barbarian, now half a head taller and a full circle broader, burst through his robe. Warband 606, the resilient Death Guard, whose will is not as unyielding as mine. 881, M30. In the orbit of Drune, having just met his gene father and become a pugilist, Ethan gazed at the death gray warships and vehicles from within a black stormbird. Death Guard. He muttered to himself, instinctively clenching his fist, as he recalled being chained like an animal. Mortarion had dragged him stumbling forward, intending to burn himself alive before the people of Barbarous. Immersed in his memories, Ethan suddenly felt his eyelids grow heavy and his head spin. Ethan immediately realized that what had invaded his mind were the enslavement mentioned in the data his father had distributed to those participating in the Order Shadows. They were trying to infiltrate his thoughts and control him. The enslavement existed in the warp and were attracted to Psyker, especially untrained ones, whose projections acted like lighthouses drawing the enslavement in. But he was an unyielding Psyker personally taught by the chief librarian, and he had endured the Soul Eater Bee's trial in Prospero, which fed on Psyker. Ethan instantly ascended to the 3rd level of the Telema state of mind, and his blurry consciousness immediately became clear. The unyielding Psyker drew his force staff, and a majestic mountain, his warp phenomenon, proudly emerged in his eyes. Unyielding will was injected into the surging warp energy, gathering at the peak, and shot out from his eyes. A scorching psychic energy blade, following the encroaching consciousness, flew out rapidly. The psychic blade streaked 2.5 kilometers in an instant, firing towards a jellyfish-like creature on the surface with 1 eye and 12 tentacles. Bang, bang, bang. The jellyfish-like creature killed by the psychic attack, along with 10 human puppets attacking the landing pad 100 meters in front of him, fell simultaneously. The unyielding Psyker confirmed that he had achieved his first battle accomplishment, and it was a new gift he offered to his father. His primary scope of abilities involved psychometry and prophecy. In terms of psychometry, unlike the Sky Owl school of the Thousand Suns, who focused on mind reading and telepathy, he specialized in psychic attacks. What made him different from psychometry and prophecy practitioners was that Will played a dominant role in his use of psychic abilities, rather than the warp energy he could harness. Open black lens bracket. A good start. Close black lens bracket. Ethan understood why his father had mobilized the librarians to Drune. They and the enslavement would discover each other. Psychic attacks were also an effective way to kill the enslavement. After inferring his father's intentions, Ethan immediately realized that this was another trial the librarians had to face after the Randan War. Open black lens bracket. Fortunately, Lord Thomas has always emphasized the will training of the librarians, and the requirements are getting higher and higher. Now, apprentices are required to master the Telemaria first realm, scribes the second level, and librarians and above have mastered all 3 levels of the Telema state of mind. More than 2/3 of the librarians, after being rotated to Mancora, have also mastered the Griffin's Roar, close black lens bracket. As Ethan pondered, he felt the ground shake, and after stepping off the deck, he looked up at the sky. The death gray Stormbird spun out of control in the air. Open black lens bracket. Mind control. Ordinary the enslavement can only control puppets within 50 meters, but Father said that Drune has now become a world of the enslavement. Powerful individuals can affect targets several kilometers away, just as they tried to control me just now. Close black lens bracket. Ethan gazed at the crashing death gray Stormbird, Death Guard, resilient. On the 14th day of arriving at Drune, Ethan, along with the 11th Battle Group's 3rd Company, launched an attack on the northern side of Roehampton. 3rd Company Captain Chambers said to the librarian beside him, "The 7th Company of the Death Guard is also targeting Roehampton. They are attacking from the south side of the Hive City." Ethan tightened his force staff. Open black lens bracket. Finally, are we going to meet? Close black lens bracket. He wanted to reach the city center before the Death Guard, but he did not make this request to Chambers. Ethan knew that the Death Guard's organization consisted of 7 great companies, and the 7th Company was a combat company with nearly 7,000 members. The 11th Battle Group's numbers had recovered to 28,500 after the Randan War, but the warband had 10 companies, and the 3rd Company had 2,900 members, less than half of the 7th Company. The Vostronia-class Rhino command vehicle rumbled forward, and Ethan cast his gaze out the window. Ahead, besides the Order Shadows and the Iron Hands, the Sicaron tanks, which had not yet entered the other 18 legions, were not only widely equipped but also had new variants. The Sicaron longbow, manufactured by Vostonia, was at the forefront of the line. Inside the Hive City fortress, the enslavement's puppets poured out a dense barrage of fire. But they could not hit the swiftly moving Sicaron longbows, which streaked past, leaving shells behind. The earth trembled, and smoke filled the air. Neutron flux warheads, rejected by the Adeptus Mechanicus, soared into the sky, whistling as they slammed into the steel city walls of the Hive City. The entire wall erupted in flames, vibrating in the neutron shockwave. Ethan saw cracks appear on the steel exterior wall, spreading rapidly. At the bottom of the Hive City, portals opened, large enough for armored vehicles to pass through. The Sicaron longbows sped forward, neutron flux warheads precisely eliminating strongpoints, turning bunkers and fortresses into ashes in the raging fire. The Vostronia-class Rhino then drove into the Roehampton Hive City. Ethan dismounted and looked around. Black vehicles sped down the wide avenue, their side-mounted laser cannons firing dazzling beams. Human puppets, either stiff-legged or like clumsy dancers, fell in swaths. The Sicaron longbows, proud of their speed, disengaged unscathed after their attacks, like arrows. Roehampton is clean and bright, very different from the Hive cities of other worlds. Chambers surveyed his surroundings, glimpsing the city's former glory from the buildings that had survived the war. A benchmark of the Great Crusade, a lighthouse of human civilization, no wonder the Emperor sent 3 legions. Ethan looked at the towering buildings, rising from the ground, cleaner, more orderly, and brighter than the crowded, chaotic building rings of the upper nest of Hive worlds. He nodded in agreement. Only exemplar city of Vostonia, and Argia and Kos can compare. Ethan then thought of other legions, Antiska and Macrag. Advance. Chambers withdrew his gaze and gave the order. The Briber ran in large strides. The faster they cleared the Xenos, the more intact this lighthouse of civilization would remain. The white, clean buildings were rapidly left behind. Suddenly, he saw a black Sicaron tank explode without being hit by artillery fire. The black armor disintegrated with a crash, but the driver and gunner seemed unaware, fused with their seats. Open black lens bracket. The enslavement, close black lens bracket. Ethan, the unyielding psyker, was the first to sense one of the enslavement. A mountain appeared in his eyes, and he raised his staff high. Rumble. A psychic collision unfolded in the supernatural realm, and the Sea of Souls churned with towering waves. Tentacles reached out from beneath the sea, coiling around the mountain. As Ethan engaged in a psychic duel with the enslavement, chambers also moved. Maintaining the third level of the telema state of mind, he felt evil tentacles wrapping around his head, trying to force their way in like drills. The briber, having undergone 3 psychic enhancements, swayed slightly, then steadied himself. He suddenly tilted his head back, letting out a deafening roar. The Order shadows keenly heard a slight shaking sound from behind the building on the left. He immediately strode forward, rushing in that direction. What entered his eyes was a shimmering creature, suspended above the crowd like a pocket, as if floating in midair. Its shape was pear-like, resembling the giant ticks of the Vostonia bottom nest. It also looked like an embryo, but it had a lower jaw. Tentacles hung down from a face-like structure. The briber raised his bolter and fired a barrage of bullets at the enslavement. The bolter's gift struck the shimmering light screen. The briber's weakening propelled the adamantium warheads, penetrating the psychic shield as if shooting into a curtain of water. Boom! The enslavement crashed onto more than 20 human puppets. Chambers turned and left. The Order shadows had keenly sensed that they fell at the same moment the enslavement died, ending their enslaved fate. Open black lens bracket indeed, as my lord said, there is no need to consider the lives of the Drune people. When they were enslaved, they were already walking puppets. Close black lens bracket. At the same moment, on the edge of the city center, Nathaniel Garrow of the Death Guard's 7th Company led his squad, following the captain of the guard in a charge. His captain's voice sounded in the company's Voxcaster channel, "Steady your will, Death Guards. Move swiftly, leaving the warlock boys of the Order shadows in the dust." Garrow listened to the synchronized roars in the Voxcaster channel, frowning slightly. He raised his bolter, and a 4-shot burst of bolter fire roared, striking the leaping humans. Garrow switched to his squad's communication channel and said calmly and powerfully, "We are the Death Guard, we are the artisans of war, seeking no vanity, only duty." Garrow's squad advanced with steady steps, unlike the other Death Guard, who were anxious. He watched the death gray armor charge through the blood mist, combat boots treading over severed limbs. 2 o'clock direction, 500 meters, Garrow commanded loudly. He saw 2 Death Guards suddenly open fire, killing other battle brothers, as a shimmering creature appeared. He raised his bolter and fired a barrage of bullets at the abominable Xenos. The bolter shells struck an invisible warp field, bending and twisting, exploding in midair. Bang, bang, bang. Cover! Garrow shouted, charging forward in large strides, passing 2 squads, and darting into a building. Boom! The death gray armor crashed through the wall, and a blue light cleaved towards the jellyfish-like creature. The disintegrating force field shrieked, tearing the Xenos into a scattering of light motes. Garrow landed, his steps never faltering. Support! He saw in midair a colossal creature, suspended with 7 eyes, much larger than the 2-meter-tall Xenos, as tall as a 4-story building. Below him stood 15 humans. One of the humans held something that spewed dazzling arcs of electricity. As he waved it, dazzling currents coursed through the bodies of 2 death gray figures. Armor cracked, bodies split open. The captain's guard fired their weapons. Another light-shrouded psyker raised his hands, and a psychic force field rose. Amidst a series of explosions, the captain of the guard, side held high, charged forward. Garrow watched in astonishment as the captain of the guard seemed to move in slow motion. The death gray figure moved slower and slower, the side swung slower and slower. Open black lens bracket. The captain of the guard is controlled. Close black lens bracket. Garrow caught up with the guard member and charged towards the captain together. A stream of fiery light struck, and he inwardly cursed, quickly rolling to dodge. Flames engulfed a dozen death guard, and waves of fire churned within the death gray armor. The explosion threw Garrow, and as he tumbled in the air, he looked at the captain of the guard. He twisted his scythe, bringing it down on the back of his neck. At the same moment Garrow thought the captain of the guard would sacrifice himself. In Ethan's mind, 12 tentacles emerged from the sea, firmly coiling around the mountain. Ethan's open mouth suddenly stopped. Chains flashed through his mind, in Mortarian's ruthless back. Open black lens bracket. I will not yield to the enslavement, close black lens bracket. The unyielding psyker roared in his mind, his will enveloping the entire mountain. The mountain trembled, and the tentacles shattered. The unyielding psyker suddenly opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. Golden light spewed from his throat. The earth-shattering roar of the griffin's roar drowned out the roar of bolters and the explosion of shells, resounding in the minds of all creatures within a 1-kilometer radius. Ethan's gaze shifted from the enslavement's body, which had crashed onto the corpses of 15 enslaved psyker, to the captain of the guard, seeing the scythe slip. The poisoned blade tore through the power armor. Open black lens bracket. The resilient death guard is not as unyielding as I am. Close black lens bracket. Garo struggled to his feet. He saw the captain's guard raise their scythes and charge towards the Xeno's corpse. He's mine, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. He saw Ethan holding his force staff, blocking the Xeno's corpse. Get out of the way, I'm going to smash him to avenge the captain. The barbarous-born captain of the guard shouted, looking with disgust at the librarian and the corpse of the psychic monster. I have already avenged your captain. Ethan's voice was calm and strong. Are you only capable of venting your anger on a corpse? Garo looked at the black-armored figures appearing in the distance, seeing the captain of the guard angrily raise his scythe, and he frowned slightly. He stepped forward and said to the guard member, as he said, he has already avenged the captain and is entitled to the spoils of war. Warlock boy, don't get cocky. The captain of the guard put away his scythe and, along with the guard member, carried the captain of the guard's body, turning to leave. Warband 607. The challenge from 1st Company Captain Abaddon. 3 months after Howard Fend landed on Droon, he stood in the command base, listening to the report from the librarian before him. Arbitrator Lord, it has been confirmed that Karchan Hive City is one of the enslavement's many psychic nodes, located near the center. Once this node is destroyed, all other subordinate psychic nodes in the adjacent area will be disconnected from the enslavement's network, experiencing psychic attenuation. We will achieve a breakthrough in 1/10 of the Droon region, which will significantly shorten the war process. Howard nodded slightly. Target Karchan, move out. As Howard arrived at the eastern part of Karchan Hive City, the tactical interface in the Vostronia-type Rhino command vehicle surged with dense, pearly white wolf head runes. He knew that the Luna Wolves were attacking this node. He looked at the holographic display. The tail flames of the diving aircraft were dazzling, and the missiles mounted on their bellies poured down. The first missile detonated almost in the middle of Karchan's pristine, gleaming spire, and the second missile detonated 1 centimeter lower. The astonishing scale of the explosion suppressed the protective force field. Howard knew that the protective force field was released by the enslavement's psychic puppets. After they were enslaved, becoming gateways, food, and puppets, their connection to the warp also became closer. The Black Emperor described it this way: in the past, they were pumps. Now, they themselves are part of the ocean of the Imperium, the warp. Although many psyker possessed power comparable to a legion's librarian, and some powerful individuals were even stronger than librarians, Howard believed that no one would envy these puppets. Howard's fingers rapidly tapped on the screen, retrieving the communication logs to ensure he hadn't overlooked any information. Karchan was not the Luna Wolves' target and had not been marked until now. Yet, a stellar hour ago, he had sent a brief, generalized combat plan to the Luna Wolves and the Death Guard. Howard frowned slightly. The Luna Wolves' sudden attack on his target was worth pondering. He asked his aide, "Have you confirmed the company identification code?" "My lord, 1st Company." The aide had not finished speaking when Howard's helmet's built-in communicator rang. "My lord, Ezekiel Abaddon has sent a communication request. Open black lens bracket Abaddon, 1st Company Captain, close black lens bracket." Howard repeated the name. Connect. Fender, Abaddon's voice was strong. "My company is passing through here. Let's have a competition to see who can control the main node first. I might as well tell you, my land raiders have already broken into the city." Howard heard Abaddon explain the reason for his sudden appearance, yet he did not hide the innate belligerence of an Astartes. His words concealed a sharp edge. The 1st Company Captain of the Luna Wolves was challenging the 1st Battle Group Commander of the Order Shadows. Just as the battle records of the two legions were often compared, he and Abaddon were also a hot topic. Especially after his leadership in the counterattack against the Randan War, alongside the 6th, 7th, and 8th Battle Groups, in the colonized New District and the outer northeastern region of the galaxy. "I accept." Howard immediately hung up the communication and switched to the warband's communication channel. Abaddon, first company captain of the Luna Wolves, has issued a speed challenge. I have accepted the challenge. Techmarine, deploy the Blackstone device. I want to break through the psychic force field shield within 3 minutes. Yes, my lord, the Techmarine replied. To the right of the Vostronia-type Rhino command vehicle, a black vehicle slowly moved forward. It was modified using the most versatile Land Raider as its chassis. The black columnar body, 3 meters 3 long, 1 meter 1 wide, and 2 meters 4 high, was constructed from blackstone material mined on Vigilance Star. Above it, there were 2 black pillars, like antennas. After several experimental deployments, the Blackstone device had completed improvements in miniaturization, practical application, mobility, and control. 5 Techmarines stood to the left, right, and rear, their servo arms moving rapidly behind them. 2 minutes and 30 seconds later, runes mingling Necrons and human script lit up one by one. Librarians within a 1.5-kilometer radius immediately detoured. Howard watched the image feedback from the ether detector before him. As the Blackstone device advanced, the psychic barrier receded like a tide. Breach the city. At the same moment the Sicaron longbow, manufactured by Osiris, began its bombardment. Catarian, Catarian! Abaddon roared loudly. He suddenly lost contact with the Catarian Land Raider squad, and an ominous shadow flashed through his mind. The battle-hardened Catarians had always been assault units, always acting as vanguards, winning countless victories. Could they be controlled by psychic tentacle monsters? Abaddon refused to believe it must be communication interference. He pinpointed the Catarians' last known location when they lost contact. It should be very close to the node. Advance. Abaddon, clad in Terminator armor, was as agile as any Shadow Moon Wolf in power armor. His swinging blade was furious yet skillful. He raised his arm, using the armor on his forearm to block incoming flames. The scorching psychic flames did not slow him down, they only made him more frenzied. His massive body instantly arrived before the Psyker, swinging his blade to cut the Psyker into a mist of blood. Once Abaddon decided on a resolute assault, he immediately transformed into a tank, smashing a path forward. He strode through psychic lightning, charging through flames. Roaring blades flashed, and power fists roared. As the runes in his helmet's eyepiece rapidly approached, he finally found his Catarians. Only 4 remained, and what chilled Abaddon even more was that their backpacks spewed tail flames, roaring barrages shot out, and chainswords whirred toward him. Abaddon felt an itch in his head. Xenos, don't think you can control me. He roared loudly at the Xenos, 5 stories high in the air, with 16 eyes. His power fist angrily smashed into a Catarian assault trooper, the savage force shattering the power armor like cardboard. Yet, he swung his blade, severing the chainsword along with the body. Abaddon leapt onto the pristine building, running upward at high speed, faster than psychic lightning streaking across the sky. In an instant, he reached the rooftop, charging forward. Flames engulfed the building, and he soared into the sky amidst the heatwave, rushing towards the Xenos. Boom! The dusty, dilapidated armor crashed into the psychic shield, and the bodies of the 2 Psyker were torn apart by the continuously increasing power. 12 Psyker trembled in the surging power, slammed to the ground. Abaddon's ascent slowed increasingly, then he was caught by psychic lightning and flames. His Terminator armor completely shattered, and he was sent flying backward. The arriving Gatling Terminators, half rushed towards their captain, while the other half attacked the Xenos in the air, forcing him to change his target. I'm fine. Abaddon broke free from their support. Blood overflowed from his eyes and the corners of his mouth, but he still stood proudly, looking down. He suddenly turned his head, looking at the black armored figure. The 1st Battle Group commander of the Order Shadows, Arbitrator Lord, Howard Fend. Howard's gaze swept over Abaddon and landed on the 23 living Psyker. The judge shouted to the Gatling Terminators, "Cease fire." The judge's indescribable authority made the Gatling Terminators instinctively halt their attack. Taking advantage of this time, the judge raised his arm, pushed his palm forward, and simultaneously shouted in Dun language. "This place forbids psychic powers. This place forbids warp energy." Amidst the indescribable authoritative voice, the Psyker fell to the ground. The enslavement's connection with them was forcibly severed. In the judge's pupils, bright spots grew from small to large, from dim to bright, as if lightning had suddenly streaked across the sky. 2 bolts of lightning generated by Mind Spike projected out like bolter rounds, shining into the 16 eyes of the enslavement. The enslavement suddenly shrank together, then fell. I think he should belong to me. Howard gazed at Abaddon. Abaddon thought of how Lord Nimrod liked all kinds of strange creatures. Good. He gazed at Howard for several seconds before turning to leave. What did the incantation he chanted mean? Howard Fend is actually so strong, easily dealing with the powerful Xenos. Chapter 608. The enslavement mind controls Horus and Mortarion, but you cannot bind me. 5 months after Nimrod arrived on Droon, with the main psychic nodes being removed one by one, he was finally able to break through the barrier and reach the central node of the network. He met with Horus Lupercal and Mortarion outside the hive city of the central node. Nimrod, Horus's smile was mixed with scrutiny. This was the first time they had met in person since Russ was found on Fenris. It had been a long time since he had taught Nimrod in the Ape-Man system. Nimrod's achievements during the Great Crusade, the scale of the Order Shadows, and his strength all burned like a flame within him. If not for the Order Shadows undergoing a series of cruel campaigns and focusing on territorial governance, he might have even abandoned lengthy diplomatic negotiations. Horus. Nimrod greeted Horus calmly, a slight smile on his face. Nimrod. Nimrod keenly noticed that Mortarion was not as enthusiastic as he had been on Barbarous. His tone, while not as unpleasant as Russ's, still conveyed a sense of detachment. Mortarion. Nimrod's tone was as usual. After ascending to the 3rd level of Thelema, his consciousness spread. Mortarion, gripping his death's scythe, said, there is only one target. The scythe will sweep through, judging the witch aliens. He strode forward, the wind rushing past him. Mortarion felt as if he had returned to that night, when he ascended to the highest peak, when he beheaded the witch overlords and liberated Barbarous. Today, destiny once again bestowed a duty upon him. It was also to slay witch monsters and liberate Droon. Decapitation. Horus nodded in agreement. Of course, Nimrod drew the Osiris mind control staff from behind him. Under his hood, Mortarion cast a gloomy glance at the staff in Nimrod's hand, then took the lead, the Death Guard silently following. Let's go. End this campaign. Father expects the lighthouse of human civilization to be liberated. Horus quickly overtook the heavily armored Mortarion. Father had mentioned his name first in the War Council. He was entrusted with great hopes by Father, and it was only right that he should complete the final decapitation. Father would be pleased with his achievements. Nimrod's gaze swept over Abaddon and the other members of the Four Kings Council, such as Togadon, but did not linger long on Alcar Hasfar and Balsa Kuturi of the 19th Legion. He easily caught up with the 2 rapidly advancing Primarchs, but did not overtake Horus, remaining a step behind him. Then, a colossal entity entered his sight. Its figure overshadowed the entire brightly lit hive city. Its body was densely covered with eyes. Its tentacles hung down, wrapped around 12 spires. A dazzling light erupted from Nimrod's spine, and he instantly ascended to the 3rd level of the Telema state of mind, thinking with awe. Open black lens bracket so vast, no wonder it could bind Horus, Mortarion, and Chagatai, 3 Primarchs, close black lens bracket. Nimrod knew that the enslavement had no physical form in the warp. It was composed of pure psychic energy and fed on the will of Psyker. The body it condensed after entering the real world, its size and the number of its eyes, depended on its psychic energy. The leader of the enslavement was clearly more terrifying than all the previous enslavement that had appeared. Horus and Mortarion, a few seconds later, both saw the colossal entity in the sky, and both showed a look of astonishment. Mortarion gripped his scythe tightly. It was no different, just a psychic monster, a monster to be slain on his destined path. He strode forward, 1 step, 2 steps. Mortarion felt a disgusting, slimy tentacle seemingly wrap around him. His body grew heavier and heavier, and his eyelids involuntarily closed. Witchcraft, alien. Mortarion's throat felt as if it were being pulled by countless threads. Every word he uttered was an agony. Thick fog filled his vision, and he felt as if he were standing on the peak of Barbarous. Pale bodies drifted in the fog, and Nakar's mocking laughter surged. Death. Mortarion swung his scythe, striking at the pale specter in the thick fog. Nathaniel Garo watched his Gene father, swinging his scythe slower and slower, even less than a mortal. When the scythe stopped, he stood frozen like a statue. He sprinted frantically, straining to look forward, a terrifying and unbelievable thought flashing through his mind. Open black lens bracket father, the Primarch of the Death Guard, the resilient Mortarion, is being controlled by an alien, close black lens bracket. Horus felt Mortarion stop to his right rear. He turned his head in surprise, then felt as if a rope was wrapped around his neck, and his head-turning motion was unusually slow. Horus's pupils dilated, he saw Mortarion holding his scythe. Turning his head back became even more difficult. Horus felt as if he was sinking into slime, every part of his body moving extremely slowly. A golden figure flashed through his mind, and his right arm lifted. Tentacles crushed the golden figure. Father. Ezekiel Abaddon and the other members of the Four Kings Council, such as Togadon, cried out in alarm. The first Primarch, the Gene father of the Luna Wolves, the Wolf King, Horus Lupercal, was actually standing frozen and powerless. Clouds obscured the pearly white tide, and the Luna Wolves ran in terror in the shadows. 19th Legion Commander Alcarhas, Ashen Claws Captain Narit Kiran, Librarian Balsa Kuturi, and Alistair Rocha, known as the Raven, watched in astonishment as Mortarion and Horus successively froze like statues. They quickly looked at the Black Emperor, then breathed a sigh of relief. The Black Emperor surpassed the statues and continued forward. Nimrod raised the Osiris mind control staff. Open black lens bracket. The enslavement mind controls Horus and Mortarion, but you cannot bind me. Close black lens bracket. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. Amidst the flickering light and shadow, black spots appeared on the shining psychic tentacles that assailed him. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of minds stirred up towering waves in the Sea of Souls, and the Sea of Souls vibrated. Countless warp creatures that had gathered around the portal opened by the enslavement, eager to enter Drune but blocked, were torn to shreds. In the Imperium, from the crystal spires of the impossible fortress, Tzeentch's gaze fell upon Drune. He saw the frozen Horus and Mortarion, and the collision of the light and shadow storm with the psychic tentacles. He saw the predators rapidly fleeing, only to be swept away by the psychic storm and torn to pieces. The constantly changing faces on his skin paused, and two curved horns extending above his burning eyes, with spiraling ends, surged with blue and pink flames respectively. Amidst crackling sounds, he spoke with a pleasure in a tone different from his usual mockery. Mind, will. On his skin, countless faces repeated his words in subtly different tones. He saw countless devils attracted by the storm. As the enslavement weakened, they roared and rushed towards the door. Echoing through the crystal spires, he saw golden light accumulating in Nimrod's throat. He opened his mouth, and a golden griffin roared out. Golden light swallowed the door. The explosive roar reverberated in the Imperium for a long time. The golden light shredded the foolishly advancing devils, and the lucky one frantically dodged as the light rain spread. Tzeentch moved his gaze away in disgust, looking with enjoyment at the red giant. After Nimrod ended the enslavement with Griffin's roar, he spread his wings and met the falling colossal body. At the same moment, in the Hive City, hundreds of Psyker, enslaved and forming part of the nodes, suddenly collapsed. Horus raised his right arm, and a golden light shone in his eyes. Open black lens bracket father, close black lens bracket. The thought had just formed when he saw the black armor. Horus realized that he had not recalled father. The mental strength gained from the golden light in his memory had broken through the alien's psychic bonds. Nimrod killed the alien. Horus silently resheathed his gun at his waist, forced a smile, and said to his sons, "I'm fine." Mortarion awoke from his nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. He vaguely held his scythe, and when he saw Kara's Typhon, he realized that everything just now had been a dream. Nakar had not enslaved him, and he had liberated Barbarous. Mortarion looked in the direction of the psychic monster, then saw Nimrod catching the falling alien corpse. He silently turned, his hood sticking to his head, covering his pale forehead. "Leave, Drune does not belong to us." Nimrod, holding the enslavement, thought happily. The potion ingredients are complete, the promotion ritual can now be held. Chapter 609, Promotion Ritual, Creating Chaos on Terra. On the Worthy Shadow, Primarch Office. Arsena Dunn reported, holding a data slate. "My lord, 4,170 Order Shadows were killed in the Delayan's Liberation War, including 92 librarians. Nimrod nodded. Delayan's liberation had taken 1 month less than he remembered. Originally, this bloody battle had lasted 6 months. Open black lens bracket. The casualties were also much lower than I expected. The librarians played a main role in Delayan's liberation, fighting the enslavement, but fewer than 100 died. This was thanks to most librarians having mastered Griffin's Roar, which is the bane of warp creatures. This includes devils, as well as the enslavement, soul-eater bees, and other warp creatures. Close black lens bracket. Consolidate and analyze the front lines of each warband, and submit to me all those that meet the following conditions. Worlds that have existed for over 1100 years, with complete order. The ritual for promotion to Mentor of Disorder. Plan and create chaos, destroy the order of worlds that have existed for over 1100 years, and profit from it. Nimrod already had a preferred target, Terra. Open black lens bracket. Pseudo-Terra. Close black lens bracket. It was a world conquered by Horus Lupercal after he became Warmaster. A planet that could not be subdued through diplomatic means. Terra had lost contact with other human worlds since the Age of Strife. The Emperor. Terra also had an emperor. He likewise claimed to be the human emperor, and he led his people through 5,000 years of darkness. The Emperor and the Terra people regarded themselves as the center of humanity, the legitimate continuation of human civilization. The Emperor firmly believed that the Imperium of man would once again conquer the stars, and demanded that Horus and the Luna Wolves swear allegiance to the Emperor of mankind. Just his claim to be the Emperor would lead most factions in the future Imperium to view him as a heretic, and even forces like the Ecclesiarchy would mercilessly issue exterminatus. Even so, Horus continued diplomatic attempts. He sent Hastur Sejanus, a member of the Four Kings Council who served as both warrior and diplomat. Among the Luna Wolves, his impressive military record was second only to Izakar Abaddon. But Sejanus and his honor guard were brutally slaughtered. Horus tragically lost his child, a member of the Four Kings Council, Sejanus, who had fought alongside him for many years and conquered hundreds of planets. Soon after, Garviel Loken took his place, becoming the last member of the Four Kings Council. Horus, enduring his grief, once again dispatched a diplomatic envoy, his aide Malahurst. Malahurst's transport ship was shot down by ground artillery. He miraculously survived, but suffered irreparable injuries that made his nickname, the Twisted, even more apt. 1 year after the Emperor appointed Horus as Warmaster, the Warmaster killed the Emperor. Therefore, Nimrod had no qualms about creating chaos on Pseudo-Terra. He had long targeted Pseudo-Terra, where the Luna Wolves had recovered 3 STCs. The Pseudo-Terrans possessed advanced military technology not inferior to the Imperium's, but the people wielding the weapons were not as good as the Astartes. The Imperium's technology could not detect any stationary cloaked warriors, they only revealed their presence when moving. Nimrod had long decided to seize Horus's 3 STCs, and this time it would be combined with the promotion ritual. Creating chaos on Terra was also to ensure that his use of the highest grade potion materials would be fully absorbed in a sufficiently large-scale chaos, preventing a failed promotion and waste. As Nimrod pondered, he instructed, "Order the 3rd, 6th, 10th, and 11th warbands to assemble at Carium Gate in November of 882. November 882. In the 3rd level of the disordered country. The divination tool tumbled into his hand, but there was no change. Indeed, I paid the price for the uniqueness of divination. The Baron of Corruption gazed at the divination tool in his palm, confirming that its spiritual radiance was almost fully recovered. It just wasn't completely restored, not fully charged. Fortunately, it's not far off, about a month. Since that's the case, I don't need to divine other worlds, I can just wait a little longer." Nimrod then went to the 1st level, gazing at the massive, hive city-like furnace. Due to the enormous size of the enslavement leader, he ordered the tech marines to modularly cast a furnace. He could activate some or all modules as needed to create potions. A month later, in the 3rd level of the disordered country, Nimrod silently recited the information he knew about Terra. Open black lens bracket 9 worlds, orbiting a yellow star. Another Terra, beyond the Sol system's Terra. Its ruler is another emperor, close black lens bracket. After the information about pseudo-Terra flashed through Nimrod's mind, he silently recited. Open black lens bracket the star chart from Carium Gate to Terra, close black lens bracket. After silently reciting it 11 times, he threw the dice of prophecy. The moment the divination tool landed in his hand, a star chart unfolded before him. After recording the star chart, Nimrod gazed at the dice of prophecy. The uniqueness of divination added an extra month to the dice of prophecy's recovery time. Now I can't determine if this is a temporary increase or if it will always be like this in the future. Upon returning to the real world, Nimrod gathered everyone and began issuing orders according to his pre-planned scheme. 5 standard hours later, the four lords and Arsena the polymath, Malina Scala the biologist, and others entered the Primarch office. He sent the prepared materials to everyone, then first addressed Bukayo Arshaven the Soul Assurer, Flamini the Calamity Priest, Ramsey the Rose Bishop, and Pelkashelny the Baron of Corruption. This time, we will adopt a completely new method of warfare. Your task is not to command warbands, you are to personally execute and experience creating chaos, and understand this new fighting style. The Astartes Legion, due to honor and various other factors, mostly employed direct combat methods, and their strategies and tactics were limited to this. The future Night Lords' method of creating fear was also overt. The pre-fall Thousand Suns methods were also too direct. After their fall, the Death Guard, like the Thousand Suns, fought using warp power and psychic abilities in insidious ways. During the Great Crusade, only Alpha extensively trained agents. Agents attended high-level meetings, and the Primarch and Alpha commanders would fully consider their opinions. Alpharius's trust in some agents even surpassed that of his twin brother, Omega. Open black lens bracket him. The current Alpha should not be guided by Alpharius. After I exposed Omega, he should at least have equal power in the Alpha Legion with Alpharius, who is in the shadows. Thinking about it, Omega should really thank me. I not only saved him but also greatly elevated his status, no longer just the captain of the ghostly stealth squad before the great birthday celebration began. Close black lens bracket. Typically, before Alpha arrived on the battlefield, agents had already conducted intelligence, assassination, and other covert activities. Beyonders had gradually grown, and Nimrod hoped they could play a greater role, which would also reduce the casualties of the Order shadows. But first, the Lords needed to truly understand, rather than just follow his decree, and this promotion ritual was a good opportunity. Nimrod also needed time for the chaos to ferment and reach a certain scale before drinking the potion. Seeing the four lost in thought, Nimrod then clarified the tasks for Diana Pauline the hypnotist and others. After everyone understood his plan, he returned to the disordered country, and successively summoned Tierney the cryptologist and Maria Kernikova the demoness of pleasure. After Nimrod digested the Baron of Corruption, he confirmed on the blasphemous tablet that his conjecture on Necromunda was correct. The main ingredients for the demoness of pleasure were the eyes and silk glands of the giant spirit spider, with fangs and spider legs as auxiliary materials. Nimrod confirmed that the precious, pure, and bright eyes of the raft spider were a higher quality material than ordinary giant spirit spider eyes, not a necessary potion ingredient. He then used the raft spider's other venom glands, fangs, and spider legs, mixed with the eyes of ordinary giant spirit spiders, to concoct potions, allowing Maria and Dementiva to be promoted to demoness of pleasure. The raft spider's eyes were stored as Beyonder materials, awaiting the advancement of Beyonders on the Mother and Paragon pathways. My lord, 38 witches, 152 instigators, and 2,497 assassins have assembled. Nimrod nodded slightly. The non-order shadow Beyonders were the main force this time, with the Demoness of Pleasure's team as the core. The Demoness of Pleasure's face was fair and smooth, without the sharpness he had first seen when she was on Vostonia. The lines of her high nose bridge were softer, and the sharp glint in her blue eyes was hidden, like rippling blue water. The Demoness of Pleasure's features combined to appear more gentle and delicate, exuding an indescribable supernatural charm. Proceed according to the plan. Tomorrow, board the Son of Vostonia. Your will be done. The Demoness of Pleasure's figure was swallowed by black mist. Chapter 610. The Shadow of Terra. The flagship of the 11th Battle Group, the Son of Vostonia. My lord, as you expected, they did not attack, only sending a fleet of 16 battleships. The silver-haired Arsenadun glanced at the data pad. We received a message from the Emperor, and after translation, the general meaning is: he guarded the embers of human civilization through the isolated and ancient long night, preserving extremely precious and vital fragments of civilization intact to this day, hoping to reconnect with numerous scattered human compatriots across the galaxy in the future. The great moment has finally arrived, filling him with joy, provided that the warships of the Lost Orphans pledge allegiance to him. He is the Emperor, Emperor of mankind. Nimrod's lips curled. Old Man Huang at least possessed great power, but this Emperor of a pocket nation truly held himself in high regard. He knew that neither the Emperor nor the people of Terra would accept reality. In his memories, Horus had exhausted all diplomatic means. Nimrod withdrew his gaze from the floor-to-ceiling viewing window and looked at the demoness of pleasure, Maria Kurnikova. Wearing a perfectly tailored, master-grade rice-colored, fitted long dress, she, as a former assassin, was still unaccustomed to being openly exposed to public view. Maria, from now on, you are the mistress of this relic-class battleship and the patriarch of the ancient Kurnikova family. Yelena, as Vostonia's first prime minister, formed the cabinet for Nimrod. The Kurnikova family had risen with him, long becoming the largest family in Vostonia, its influence even breaking through sector and even segmentum boundaries, possessing assets and influence in many worlds of the Ultima segmentum. The Kurnikova family was now a true great family. However, Maria was not a direct descendant in power and had always been trained as an assassin. After following Nimrod, she served even more as a sharp blade in the shadows, lacking the aristocratic temperament cultivated and accumulated over years. But the charm of the demoness of pleasure and the relic-class battleship would inevitably make her an object of pursuit for the powerful. You will become Terra's most esteemed guest. As you wish, my lord. The biochemical spirit user, Malina Scala, critically watched Maria as she bowed. The cinched silk belt made her, over 2 meters tall, exude a contrasting fragility that evoked pity. Malina was startled, ascending to Thelema First Realm, and looked at Maria in astonishment. Maria, possessing both a gentle appearance and a perfect figure, actually influenced her, who had a perfect body shaped by biochemical spirit, with her charm. Open black lens bracket the effect of my lord's bestowed power, close black lens bracket. Malina thought with certainty, open black lens bracket him, still not as good as my lord, even normally, close black lens bracket. Images of Craven and Guggen, radiating the ultimate masculine beauty, appeared in her mind. Malina immediately mobilized her biochemical spirit to suppress the agitation of the cells within her body, dispelling the burgeoning blasphemous thoughts. As Malina pondered, Maria walked to the sound array device, her tone solemn yet enchanting to those who heard it, causing the surrounding officers to involuntarily gaze at her. This is truly delightful news. I, Maria, Countess of the Kurnikova family. Request to travel to Terra, to meet the Emperor. Terra, Palace Spire. Above the golden throne, the Emperor, clad in a purple plum robe, listened to the report. I grant her request. The Imperium of man shall once again encompass the star sea, this is destiny. Everything is ready, everything begins from here. I shall open my arms and welcome her arrival. The Emperor was not worried about that battleship entering orbit, even though scan results showed its weapon systems were powerful and ancient. His throne world possessed 600 battleships. One battleship was insignificant, as beautiful melodies played in the Terra spaceport, and the Emperor's envoys welcomed the Kurnikova family's visit. Nimrod, accompanied by 4 lords including Bukayo Arshaven and Beyonders like Arsena, descended from the deck. The Primarch held the Osiris mind control staff, light and shadow flickering in his eyes. The hypnotist, Diana Pauline, looked around. No one looked at them, as if they were invisible. Open black lens bracket my psychological invisibility can only conceal myself, yet my lord can make a group of us undetectable. For my lord, this is effortless. The might of Craven is the true manifestation of my lord's great power, close black lens bracket. As Diana pondered, Pelkashelny and 4 other lords, clad in black robes, successively disappeared into the shadows of the aircraft. They would proceed to 4 other of the 9 worlds in their own ways. They were backup plans, in case they failed to stir up chaos on Terra. On the outskirts of the star system, fleets from 4 warbands were continuously warp-jumping from Mandeville Point into the real world, forming a blockade around the pocket empire within the star system. As the grand welcome banquet was held, figures emerged from the shadows of the sun of Vostonia. The assassins, using their Macedon-type suits, shot out strands of spider silk, rapidly dispersing into the shadows of containers, loaders, and aircraft. The marauders were bolder and more direct, relying on the improved Yeld-type mimicry and chameleon abilities, openly spreading their wings and gliding down. The biting cold wind lashed against the black suits. Tierney gazed at the increasingly clear buildings below. The cryptologist overlooked the many buildings. His excellent observation allowed him to discover a castle among the numerous towering structures. It was the building with the most piled-up towers and rigid lines. His extensive marauder experience accumulated on another Terra enabled him to confirm that this utilitarian military-style building should be the residence of a high-ranking military official. He twisted his body, his wings descending towards the castle. Tierney landed on the outskirts of the castle. The Terra intelligence issued by the Black Emperor mentioned the existence of invisible warriors. Besides the palace spire where the Golden Throne was located, the military commander's mansion was most likely to have elite warrior guards. The cryptologist activated Ling vision and cautiously approached the castle. Tierney agilely scaled the castle's outer wall. A familiar sensation awakened the marauder's memories. He found an unoccupied room 270 meters above the ground and drew a dagger. Under the control of his agile hands, the dagger moved slightly, gently prying open a crack in the window's edge. He subtly felt the details, adjusting his balance. A few seconds later, the window opened silently, and Tierney slipped inside. As he landed on the carpet, the window closed without a sound. The cryptologist's eyes swept the room, and his spiritual intuition immediately stirred. He went to a cabinet, silently prying it open with his dagger, leaving no trace on it. When Tierney saw coins and jewels, disappointment flashed in his eyes. He casually opened the cabinet below, then was pleasantly surprised to find that in the bottommost layer, in a drawer that hadn't triggered his spiritual intuition, there was a thick paper document, a structural diagram of the building. The cryptologist quickly flipped through it, his brain spinning rapidly, finding the room most likely to store important documents among the many buildings. He returned the document to its original place, then climbed out the window. The cryptologist cautiously moved along the outer wall towards his target. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly. The cryptologist deactivated Ling vision and looked in that direction. The previously hazy figure had suddenly disappeared. The cryptologist activated Ling vision again, and immediately an almost imperceptible figure came into view. He was blurrier than anyone else he had encountered along the way. The cryptologist observed his surroundings, then his eyes lit up. He found a beautifully decorated piece of glass 15 meters to his right. The cryptologist slowly moved to the window. He pulled out a thread imperceptible to the naked eye, its material identical to the material of Eldar cloaks. The cryptologist gently twisted his wrist, prying open a crack. He threaded the silk through the crack and extended it inside, looping it over the fire alarm on the wall. A seasoned swindler's thought misdirection isn't just conveyed through eloquence, but also through the arrangement of the surrounding environment. While igniting the fabric, he moved towards the archives. A piercing alarm sounded. The cryptologist saw the figure move quickly, and he immediately slipped inside. In the bustling royal capital, amidst the shining lights, thousands of figures darted through the shadows. The marauders stealthily infiltrated, and the assassins established their operational bases. The next day, the nation of disorder. Nimrod's telekinesis spread, sending hundreds of data pads sacrificed by Tierney to Dementiva. Incite dissatisfied nobles to unite and instigate unrest. Assassinate commanders, leaving behind items from other families. This time, due to the needs of the promotion ritual, he did not have the senior detective Arsena analyze and select, but took charge himself. My lord, your will be done. Dementiva returned to the real world, reviewed the data, and found that the Black Emperor had already categorized it and specified the necessary abilities. She immediately summoned the witches hidden among the maidservants and assigned the targets to them. The witches quietly left the spire in batches, through the shadows. Chapter 611 Pel Koshelny cannot be promoted together, but worlds that meet the requirements are countless. On the surface of the fifth planet, which orbits a yellow star and is centrally located among 9 worlds. Pel-Koshelny, dressed in black robes, stepped off the deck, with his captain following his master in awe. Pel-Koshelny's eyes were deep as he scanned his surroundings. The Baron of Corruption had realized that completing the task assigned to him by the Black Emperor was also the way to master the power he had been granted. He had been the Baron of Corruption for some time, but neither the Order Shadows of the Warband nor the Wastani Auxiliary Army were easy to corrupt. They were all loyal to the Black Emperor. Pel-Koshelny hailed from Tezvok Hive City, where the Black Emperor had descended. He had vague memories from before becoming an Order Shadow, and occasionally returned to Vostonia, knowing how much the people of his home world adored their king. Pel-Koshelny genuinely approved of their loyalty and did not intervene with any means. Previously, the Baron of Corruption had only corrupted a few high-ranking nobles in the Aventinum Auxiliary Army, and the results were not enough for him to master his power. He patiently waited for an opportunity, until now. The goal of corrupting the fifth planet was a good opportunity. By questioning the captain, he already had a plan. 3 standard hours later, he walked into a bar named Sour Lemon. A drunkard, sitting by the door and pouring wine into the mouth of a strong man, suddenly felt himself enveloped in a shadow. He squinted and then saw a giant, dressed in black robes, the tallest and most robust he had ever seen, appear before his eyes. Wine spilled from the corner of his mouth, instantly soaking his neck. Cough, cough, cough. The strong man, who had forgotten to swallow, came to his senses. He frantically swallowed and licked. As liquid splashed, Pel-Koshelny stood in a chosen spot, under the fearful gazes of the crowd. The tables and chairs prepared for ordinary people could not accommodate the body of a barbarian, enhanced to be even taller and more robust than an Order Shadow. The captain ordered wine and food, looking at his master ingratiatingly. Pel-Koshelny shook his head. You eat. Lehman's ear of the Order Shadow took in all the sounds in the bar, including the sounds of pleasure from behind the door, the excited shouts of gamblers, and low voices of trade. He glanced, and the waiter's hand, reaching under the bar, immediately stopped, an awkward smile appearing on his face. Pel-Koshelny said to the captain, who had finished his food quickly and uneasily, "Let's go." 2 standard hours later, night fell. Split Lip, with 4 of his subordinates, staggered out of the Sour Lemon bar and into a dim alley. A tall figure suddenly appeared before him. Split Lip, I have a deal to discuss with you. Who are you? Split Lip's voice abruptly stopped. The giant before him gave a cold glance, and his hand, reaching for his waist, froze stiffly. What? He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his muddled brain instantly cleared. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked in fear, a deal? Attack an officer of the defense force. Ah. Split Lip felt that the person in front of him was more terrifying than anyone he had ever seen, even more terrifying than the legendary Invisible Warrior. One person could kill all 5 of them. Okay. He wouldn't do such a foolish thing. He would agree first, then he would run away. I will give you a starship, the veteran briber said. Split Lip's eyes widened, and his breathing became heavy. A starship. Even the masters of the underworld didn't have a starship. Split Lip's breathing calmed, he thought to himself. Open black lens bracket, they're all lying to me. Close black lens bracket. Come out. Pel-Koshelny said in a low voice, and the captain walked out. Transfer the control key to him, and take him to receive the starship. Yes, my lord. It's you, Hansko. Split Lip's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that the captain, who wouldn't even give a female waitress a single tip when drinking and always tried to get a discount, would give his only ship to him. 8 standard hours later, for the first time not by stealing but by directly receiving property, Split Lip, in a daze, held the key in his hand, standing in his starship. My lord. Split Lip showed no sign of being forced, he said respectfully. Please command, whoever you say to fight, we will fight. With this ship, he could find thousands of thugs. If he couldn't make a living here, he would become a pirate. 5 days later, Barrios, with a squad of guards, hurried home. The nobles of the throne world had been fighting more and more fiercely recently. In the past, it was just private conflicts between the nobles' subordinate forces. Now it had directly escalated into open conflict, with officials and officers affiliated with families constantly being assassinated. Even several nobles were assassinated by opposing factions. All worlds were now affected, and accumulated contradictions erupted. Yesterday, there were 15 attacks. Although they did not involve the major families, 1 enforcer and 4 administrators were attacked, 2 of whom died. Barrios had to be careful. The Simeone family, to whom he was attached, had a grudge against Gonzalez for over 1,000 years. When he saw his 4-story house, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. The warm furnace and his wife's embrace dispelled the fatigue of a busy day. Footsteps made his expression change, and he quickly rolled on the ground. Tat tat tat. A dense barrage of bullets swept down 5 guards. Barrios swiftly drew his laser gun and rolled behind a vehicle. He looked up and shot a dazzling beam of light, then peered out. Barrios's face was pale. Only 2 of his guards remained, and hundreds of thugs rushed out of the alley. Damn it! Barrios cursed angrily. In despair, he knew there was no way out today. He didn't understand why these gang members were so reckless. Attacking a defense force officer would surely invite retaliation. The Emperor above. Barrios roared, raising his gun and firing. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed across his eyes, and limbs splattered in a mist of blood. Barrios's eyes widened. He stared blankly at the approaching giant, having never seen such a tall and robust person. Thank you. Who are you? An ordinary mercenary, Pel Koscielny replied calmly. Barrios's eyes lit up, and he gazed eagerly at the giant. With your skills, being a mercenary is too demeaning. With Pel Koscielny joining, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety. With his help and the support of the Simeone family, he would rise rapidly, and it was not impossible to become a defense force general in the future. Thank you for your appreciation, my lord. I am willing to serve you. Pel Koscielny said, excitedly. 3 standard months later, in the meeting room of the Simeone family mansion. Barrios respectfully reported to Pel Koscielny, who was seated at the head of the table, My lord, I have already controlled over half of the defense force's troops. Viscount Simeone then said with reverence, My lord, I have invited Cardozo, Almado, and 36 other allied, affiliated, and friendly families to a banquet tomorrow night. I understand. The Baron of Corruption, after seeing all the corrupted individuals leave, came to the door and lightly tapped the rune with his finger. Outside the door, the rune turned from green to red. No one from the Simeone family dared to disturb him at this time. Before long, black mist surged, engulfing his body. My lord. In the 4th layer of the Nation of Disorder, Pel Koscielny bowed and then looked around. Immediately, he saw 2 blurred figures nearby, barely recognizing them as Bucayo Arshaven and Flamini. My lord, the Soul Assurer Bucayo said first, I have grasped the situation of the 4th Planet's Defense Command and am hidden beneath the command center, able to put senior generals into a deep sleep. My lord, the Calamity Priest Flamini then said, I have placed bombs beneath the 1st Planet's defense force. When detonated, they will be buried in a sea of fire. My lord, the Baron of Corruption Pel Koscielny said last, I have already controlled most of the defense force's power. Nimrod scrutinized Pel Koscielny. Being in the Nation of Disorder, he could clearly discern that Pel Koscielny's spirit body still had blemishes and was not entirely unified. Open black lens bracket. The digestion speed has greatly increased, but it is not yet fully digested. I cannot let him perform the ritual with me. There's no need to wait, the vast galaxy contains countless worlds that meet the conditions. Close black lens bracket. The ritual requirement for promotion to Mentor of Disorder was a world that had existed for 1,100 years and possessed complete order. Nimrod could easily think of a series of such worlds, many of which were already in his plans. During the Great Crusade, targets included the Arc Fringe Cluster, which was conquered by the Thousand Suns, Space Wolves, and Word Bearers together. The Arc Fringe Cluster consisted of 6 star systems and could satisfy the promotion needs of nearly 20 people to Mentor of Disorder. The Arc Fringe Cluster was on the plan, of course, not just for the promotion of Beyonders, just as he had chosen Terra. The Shrike's beak could pierce Astarte's power armor, and it was likely a potion ingredient. The civilization created by the Avean people, who had been isolated for thousands of years and developed independently, possessed a rich treasury of knowledge that astonished Magnus and the Thousand Suns. Nimrod's thoughts shifted, and he remembered the Rose Bishop Ramsay, whom he had not drawn into the Nation of Disorder. Just now, when his spirituality spread and touched the light sphere, he saw the Rose Bishop hiding within a fat noble lying in a rocking chair. Including the second planet, out of the 8 worlds, excluding the throne world's third planet, 4 orbital adjacent worlds cannot support Terra in a short time. It's time to create the final chaos and be promoted to Mentor of Disorder. Nimrod gathered his thoughts and issued an order. Tomorrow night at 11:11, execute the plan. Chapter 612, Chaotic, Terra. Black mist surged. After the 3 lords left, Nimrod spread his Ling vision, confirmed that Dementiva was alone, and pulled her into the Nation of Disorder. My lord, the demoness of pleasure Dementiva reported after bowing, my lord, I have become the mistress of Elias, the patriarch of the Puval family, which controls the Ministry of Internal Affairs. He is now under my control. Yesterday, at the social banquet, Maria presented the statue you commanded to Marshal Lenormand. This action greatly displeased Raspadori, the naval marshal of the Costas family. Nimrod nodded slightly. That Ling vision statue was different from the others. He had crafted it from a double portion of black Ros Fuerte, allowing it to carry more Ling vision in the real world. Execute the plan at 11:11 p.m. tomorrow. Your will be done. The next day, 11 p.m. Civitas, the western city of Terra's high city. The witch, wearing a backless gown with emerald eyes like jewels, skillfully incited the defense officer. Giuliano, don't hesitate. Her long, fair fingers glided across the man's chest. Elias oversees the administrative court. With his permission, what are you afraid of? What's more, I will help you. Kill Julian, who used his power to forcibly buy your shop at a low price. The witch turned slightly, and black flames ignited in her left hand. I will help you kill him, and then all of Civitas will be yours. Giuliano glanced at the beauty in his arms and pulled her into an embrace. You are mine too. The witch smiled, seeing flames and disaster. 11:11 p.m. The witch raised her right hand and swiped it across her face, instantly making her features hazy and indistinct. At the same time, the witch chanted a Dun language incantation and sprinkled a handful of glowing powder over herself. In Giuliano's sight, the witch's figure began to disappear little by little. The invisible witch moved nimbly, bypassing the guards. In an instant, she arrived at Julian's bedroom door, glancing at the 2 guards in front of it. The veteran assassin slipped into the shadows, silently climbing into the room and approaching the bed. A cold glint flashed, and blood soaked the silk pillow. At the same moment, Nimrod, within the Nation of Disorder, spread his Ling vision, simultaneously touching 49 Ling vision statues that had established a connection with him. Within the high city, all the statues moved at the same instant. In a building in the east of the city, a smiling nobleman in luxurious clothes, shaking his wine glass, stared gleefully at the gift from the Kernikova family's patriarch. Maria's captivating figure flashed through his mind, and he gazed staring intently at the statue before him, as if Maria herself were present. Suddenly, the statue swung its arms, smashing heavily onto his head. Outside the bedroom of Baina, the Minister of Communications, the guards raised their guns and attacked the animated statue. Bang, 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 chunks of stone fell, but the statue continued to advance. Die. A guard threw a grenade, and with the explosion, the statue shattered. Before they could rejoice, a breeze swept past them. Strands of spider silk lashed out, wrapping around them. An assassin, wearing a Macedon Lord Hunter suite, leapt from the wall, swinging his claws and tearing the guards to shreds. Immediately, he rushed through the door, completing the task that the Ling vision statue had left unfinished. Within the high city, flames erupted. The incited nobles launched surprise attacks on rival families. The incited officials gleefully massacred their political enemies. Those who remained calm were killed by assassins in their homes. Mansions burned fiercely in the firelight, and months of conflict were completely ignited. All major factions descended into madness, attacking rival powers and causing further chaos. In the throne room, the aging emperor hastily ascended the golden throne. Who can tell me what is happening? The recent struggles among the great families had caused considerable chaos. But he suppressed his anger. If he purged them now, they would immediately rebel. The dozens of ancient families involved would plunge the entire high city into war. The invisible warriors were too few to simultaneously cleanse so many families. Communications are in chaos, an official replied nervously to the Emperor's thunderous wrath. I cannot reach the Minister of Communications, Lord Baena. Baena, that good for nothing. And Lenormand, how is he serving as Commander-in-Chief? And Elias, didn't he tell me that everything was under his control? As the Emperor angrily questioned, in Lenormand's mansion, in his office. From a flashing beam of light, a black shadow leapt out. It swung its fist, smashing it onto a guard's head. Blood stained the filing cabinet, and at the same time, a beam of energy suddenly shot out. The statue exploded, and a rippled, deep pit appeared in the office, as if it were solidified melted wax. Lenormand breathed a sigh of relief. The statue gifted by Maria, the patriarch of the Kurnikova family, had suddenly moved. Its movements were swift, the guards couldn't keep up, and in an instant, it had killed 15 of his guards. Lenormand looked to his right, thankful he had invisible warrior guards. Just as the thought arose, he suddenly saw a wave-like ripple on his right, and a woman in a black robe appeared in the distorted air. The hypnotist Diana Pauline's fist smashed heavily into the blurry figure caught by Ling vision. Boom! The invisible warrior, draped in a red cloak, had his head explode, and his corpse fell to the ground. Lenormand quickly rolled over, aiming his laser pistol at the assassin. The hypnotist's eyes flashed, and she was already in front of Lenormand. Her left hand reached out, grabbing Lenormand's wrist. With a slight squeeze, the laser pistol fell to the ground. Lenormand looked in terror at the golden-haired woman before him. How could she be so strong? How did she get in? Was that bizarre statue her cover just now? The hypnotist's blue eyes flashed, and she sprinkled a liquid with her right hand. The smoky bedroom was filled with a sweet fragrance. Lenormand's tense arms instantly relaxed. The hypnotist's voice was deep. Sit down, and look into my eyes. The hypnotist released Lenormand and watched him sit down as she commanded, a smile curving her lips. As the hypnotist subtly gave psychological suggestions, in the villa Elias had bought for his mistress. Dementiva, clad in a silk nightgown, disdainfully glanced at the unconscious Elias on the bed. Elias, exhausted from enjoying pleasure, was fast asleep. When he woke up and realized he had done nothing during this chaotic night, he would have no choice but to cooperate with the Black Emperor. Dementiva felt something like spider silk melting within her, knowing that the recent actions had allowed her to better grasp the power granted by the Black Emperor. The demoness of pleasure's ears twitched, and she swiftly moved to the door. Opening the door, she looked at the rushing subordinate. The subordinate looked at the slightly flushed demoness of pleasure, controlling himself to avert his gaze. Madame Dementiva, there's a riot in the city. I must see Lord Elias immediately. Shish, the demoness of pleasure placed her finger on her red lips, and nearly invisible, strange thin threads wrapped around the subordinate and the guards. They were pulled together, and layers of spider silk enveloped them, instantly forming a giant cocoon. You are still useful, Dementiva whispered. The moment Dementiva closed the door, at the Costas family mansion, Naval Marshal Raspadori asked Maria in surprise. Are you saying that the 58 warships that suddenly appeared in the galaxy all belong to the Kurnikova family? Maria, wearing a vibrant red silk gown, curved her lips and chuckled. Of course, I summoned them all to help you control those incooperative subordinates. Terra is yours. Raspadori, in military uniform, said coldly, those fools, I've called them all. In the fleet, no one dares to defy me. However, with your family's fleet, no one can stop me from becoming emperor. Raspadori looked admiringly at the beautiful woman before him. She was not only beautiful but also from a powerful family. Marshal, the naval generals entered the office with hurried steps. Open fire. The naval marshal's guards fired a dense barrage at the generals. As Terra plunged into chaos, in the first layer of the Nation of Disorder's space. Above the furnace, Nimrod, holding the enslavement, looked down as the space monkeys poured Vostonia's black Ros Fuerte into the furnace. Chapter 613. One punch explodes the Emperor. Disordered country, first spatial layer. Nimrod looked down as the space monkeys individually dropped the magic potion ingredients into it. The most terrifying queen bee from the spirit-devouring peak fell into the black Ros Fuerte. The black liquor and red limbs intertwined, immediately reacting as if chemically, and the bloated red body rapidly disappeared. Star-like red spots appeared in the black liquid. In the Guggen system, not yet silenced, a Harud king 4 times the size of its kin was thrown into it. Distorted visual mist rose, and the surrounding black mist rippled with it. On Randon homeworld, 2 guards, both Primarch-level sloth kings, were tossed up by the space monkeys. The Baron of Corruption injected spirituality into the Hand of Order gauntlet and loudly shouted in Dun language. Release the confinement. Bang! Clusters of worms rapidly disappeared, and faint green lines vaguely emerged through the mist. Finally, he threw in the mind-controlled Horus Lupercal and Mortarion, along with the leader of the enslavement, whose body enveloped nearly half of the hive city. Amidst gurgling sounds, the distorted visual mist converged. The 12 tentacles of the enslavement rapidly melted, and its colorful body vanished like a bursting balloon. As Nimrod descended to the center of the furnace, he saw a translucent, pitch-black liquid emitting colorful light. It was densely covered with green lines and red light spots. Every instant, every line, every light spot, seemed to follow rules of movement, yet was full of a sense of incongruity. The Primarch could feel the chaos and madness lurking within it. The Primarch raised his hand, and the pitch-black mass flew up. It was a single, cohesive entity, not a single drop sticking to the inside of the furnace. The pitch-black liquid was poured into a bottle made of double-numbered black gold, which he had prepared in advance. At the same moment Nimrod obtained the Mentor of Disorder magic potion, on Terra, in the highest city, on the basalt plaza outside the palace, Katachong vines rapidly grew. The vines wrapped around individuals wearing magenta armor with silver trim, their bodies only a head shorter than an Astartes. In front of the palace gate, automatically disassembled mortars lay scattered on the ground due to telekinesis. Inside the firing ports, blazing psyker flames covered the 20-meter area between them and the automatic mortars. The vines continued to spread, entering deep into the palace. Biologist Malina Scala and the fire and telekinesis psyker Arsena Dun ascended the 16 marble steps. As the biologist climbed towards the stone door at the end of the staircase, 2 dazzling beams of light suddenly illuminated the mottled light under the portico. Bang! The energy beams struck the flame shield surrounding Arsena, being swallowed in a series of explosions. Malina, anticipating the incoming beams, raised her hand, and the sigil of her Lord Hunter Suite and the runes of 2 servitors lit up simultaneously. The biochemical spirit user Malina raised her hand, and a bolt of lightning leapt out. The psyker lightning tore through the invisible warrior's force field, and 2 black flames drifted up. The elegantly styled silver armor was charred black, and the red cloak scattered. After Arsena walked through the beautiful and elegant portico, he looked up at the palace spires, which were about 1,000 meters high and 100 meters in diameter. As soon as he stepped onto the onyx platform encircling the tower, several energy beams shot towards him. The flame shield exploded, and clusters of flames fell. The energy beams immediately collided with an invisible force field, and a protective orb shattered and fell. Arsena, still wearing 10 protective orbs, glanced at the wide windows made of glass and an unknown transparent material, through which dazzling beams and flames of battle were transmitted. Arsena raised his hand, and a piece of onyx platform rose from the ground. He, Malina, and 4 servitors stepped onto the onyx platform, and as telekinesis surged beneath their feet, the polymath's eyes lit up. Light supplicant, sunlight. Inside the dim tower, light like the midday sun shone, and the onyx platform rapidly ascended. Sting, 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 dense energy beams shot out, but most grazed past the diverging light. The 4 servitors raised their bedrock pattern bolters and fired bolters at the exposed invisible warrior, whose position was captured by the hunter module. Bolters roared, and energy beams danced. Puffs of blood mist rose, and vines ascended along the carved stone walls. As the platform rapidly ascended, a panoramic view of the entire palace and the highest city came into view. Blazing flames illuminated the entire city in a crimson glow. Boom! As the light ceased, one of Arsena's servitors was struck by an energy beam. Arsena immediately felt the black onyx steps beneath his feet become heavy and said to Malina, "Jump!" Dense black mist emanated from the polymath's back, forming a pair of illusory bat wings. The biologist took out a mutated seed pod and injected spirituality into it. Amidst an explosion, several tentacles extended from the pod. Malina jumped into the giant pod, and its tentacles pushed off the onyx steps, leaping like a praying mantis. The pod leapt up, and dazzling beams shot onto the steps, creating a pool of melted white wax. The last invisible warrior fired energy beams at the smoke like black mist in the leaping pod. Snap! The charred pod slapped against the base of the top structure of the last circular platform, and Malina flashed out. The biologist's snake-like hair on her head whipped, pulling into the ripples. Dark blood dripped onto the onyx steps. The biologist threw a punch, a heatwave whistling through the invisible force field. Boom! The silver-white armor slammed against the wall. The polymath's body muscles swelled, and he fiercely threw a punch. Furious strike. Metal fragments splattered, and the humanoid outline exploded. The two walked into the final circular platform. The soaring dome, composed of numerous petal-shaped crystalline glass, and supporting curved steel bars converged into a slender mast at the top pipe. Under the shifting light of the night sky, the entire building creaked, and the tower's top slowly rotated. On the 3 golden steps, the gilded chair turned around. Arsena slightly shook his head, looking towards the window, as a black-armored, golden figure rapidly approached. Nimrod looked down at the highest city. The entire city was engulfed in flames, and he knew it was time. He flapped his wings, crashing through the window. "You are invaders, Kurnikova family," the old man in a purple robe said bitterly amidst the fierce wind. "I was deceived, it was all a scam from beginning to end." Nimrod looked at the white-haired, emaciated figure. Even life extension surgery could not maintain his youth. "No, I planned and created the chaos of Terra." The Emperor revealed a ferocious smile, gripping the coiled armrests with force. The arcane device activated, and the golden throne trembled, erupting with an invisible impact, its intensity 10,000 times that of energy weapons. Glass fragments were swept into the energy storm, striking the black-armored figure like a hurricane. The invisible immense force, like a monstrous wave, knocked Arsena and Malina flying. At the center of the storm, the Primarch stood steadily, light and shadow flickering in his eyes, and telekinesis surged out. Rumble! The shockwave hit the force field shield, and the entire tower shook incessantly. Telekinesis immediately covered the entire tower, and the trembling platform instantly calmed. Glass shards floated in the air, reflecting the black-armored figure. Nimrod's telekinetic hand supported Arsena and Malina, throwing them onto the vines, then immediately came before the Emperor. He raised his left arm and gently waved it. The withered body exploded, blood mist diffused, and Nimrod tilted his head back, drinking the Mentor of Disorder magic potion. Chapter 614, Promotion to Mentor of Disorder, Early Release, 2,900+ words, requesting monthly votes. Gulp. The dark potion entered his mouth, at first spicy like black ros fuerte, then sour and putrid like the melted corpse of a Harud. The indescribably chaotic smell made Nimrod nauseous and want to vomit. The potion rapidly wriggled, and chaotic green spots and red light instantly surged into his stomach. Floating glass shards suddenly rose like willow catkins. Suddenly they coalesced, then scattered again. Rolling in disorder, confusing and indistinguishable. Blood mist intertwined with purple silk, sometimes forming ribbons, then dispersing into blood-colored threads. Golden stairs rapidly decayed, crumpling into thin flakes. Gilded coating, bubbles peeling off. Worms burrowed into every part of Nimrod's body. His spine creaked, and a mist of vision enveloped his body. Sticky tentacles surged in his mind, lashing out at clumps of maggots and stinging tail needles. Loud explosions split, leaving his brain numb and his thoughts rigid. Immediately, the chaotic sounds of Terra surged into his ears. In his mind, tentacles, maggots, and tail needles crossed paths, yet strangely did not collide. The firelight reflected in his dark eyes merged with red spots, and as green patterns rippled, the tremor in his spine subsided. Lines of rules twisted, and black mist surged. Open black lens bracket. I can actively mobilize the black mist, infiltrate reality, and truly leverage the power of the nation of disorder. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod's heart was filled with joy. In his mind, he sketched a disordered black arc, followed by wings, spikes, and an abstract crown above. As he reigned in the overflowing power of the potion, the scattered, intertwined glass shards clattered to the ground. The gilded throne fell apart, and dust covered the floor. The newly promoted Mentor of Disorder began to organize the knowledge gained from the potion. He had gained 11 new Beander abilities. First was the physical change, His physique improved, and he gained the ability to stretch and contract, which was more than he remembered. The extent of his stretching and contracting was not as great as that of a worm man. He could flatten his body to a quarter of its size and stretch it to twice its length. Next was one of the signature abilities of the Mentor of Disorder, in his memory, dignity. A Mentor of Disorder would cause surrounding beings to unconsciously humble themselves and desire to submit. Compared to the gradual corrosion, dignity took effect more quickly. Another signature skill was Disorder, which caused confusion in a certain area or for a spiritually locked target. Attacks would be difficult to land on himself, and enemies would be more prone to making errors. The self-completion of the Sephira granted him 3 abilities. One was Ambition. Burning ambition made his physique stronger, his perception sharper, and his spirituality more abundant. As long as his ambition did not wane, he did not need rest. Unless he wanted to sleep, no one could make him unconscious, and no one could make him fall into a dream. What surprised him most was that divination and scrying directed at him would also be distorted by the interference of ambition. Open black lens bracket. Is it a qualitative change of burial? Derived from sloth, close black lens bracket. The effect of this ability depended on his own ambition. Open black lens bracket. I want to control my own destiny. This is just a small ambition. But to control my own destiny and sit at the card table, I must accommodate the Sephira and become an outer deity. Is my ambition considered great or small? Close black lens bracket. The second was Word of Order. After declaring a target guilty and specifying the crime, the target would suffer corresponding punishment. The deeper the target's violation of order and the graver the crime committed, the higher the damage received. It could even directly obliterate the target. The third was Black Box, which had 2 uses. One required time to create a black box. As one party to the transaction, he would conduct a forced transaction with one or more parties. The higher the price he paid, the easier it was to succeed. The higher the value of the exchange object, the greater the possibility of failure. Open black lens bracket. Applicable to powerful entities, allowing me a certain chance to obtain things that would otherwise be difficult to acquire. Close black lens bracket. The other was to directly create a peaceful environment during combat, and by giving valuable items to the enemy, forcibly achieve demands. However, it could not harm the opponent or affect their state, otherwise the target would regain consciousness. Open black lens bracket. Equivalent to paying some price to forcibly escape danger. Close black lens bracket. The remaining 5 abilities were unknown to Nimrod before. They were entirely new abilities granted to him by the potion ingredients. The first was Spirit Devouring Egg. By mental projection, a nest of invisible eggs would be projected into the target's brain. The eggs would absorb the host's mind, growing from invisible to visible, from small to large, until they devoured the entire brain. This ability clearly came from the Spirit Devouring Peak. Open black lens bracket. Throughout the process, the host's mind is confused and unaware of the parasitic eggs in their brain. This is also a manifestation of disorder. Close black lens bracket. The second was Mind Gate. Objects parasitized by Spirit Devouring Egg could serve as mental teleportation gates. The body of the Mentor of Disorder would temporarily spiritualize, moving within the mental domain and leaping out from within the host. After a moment of thought, Nimrod realized that this ability came from the enslavement and Spirit Devouring Peak. The mental teleportation gate was an ability of the enslavement, but it relied on the parasitic eggs to be realized. Open black lens bracket. Similar to a Visionaries, Dreamwalker, leaping in dreams. Also like the future legendary Inquisitor, Gideon Ravenor, traversing people's minds. It's also like a devil parasitizing a person's spiritual world, but I cannot sustain it, perhaps because my body has not undergone a fundamental change and needs to advance to a higher sequence. Close black lens bracket. The third was Entropy Energy. Clearly, it came from the Harud people in the potion ingredients. The emitted entropy field ability would cause targets to randomly suffer chaotic effects such as rapid aging, rusting armor, and corroding items. Open black lens bracket. Entropy Energy can also be considered a special kind of disorder. Close black lens bracket. The fourth was Greatly Enhanced Willpower. His mind could not be controlled, and he could actively release willpower pressure. This ability clearly came from Sloth. Open black lens bracket. I am now also considered a bane to Psyker. Although it's unlikely to overwhelm Old Man Huang, Unascended Magnus and Malkador, and most Tzeentch Greater Devils, should all be suppressible. Willpower pressure is a special dignity, acts on the spirits of those around him, while willpower pressure is exerted on the Sea of Souls. Close black lens bracket. The fifth was a purer spirit and greatly increased mental power. Nimrod had already felt a significant increase in the energy he could draw from the warp. If before it was a siphon, now it was a pump. After deliberation, Nimrod judged that the purity of his spirit came from the enslavement, as the enslavement was originally a pure spiritual entity. The great increase in mental power came from the spirit-devouring peak in the enslavement, both possessing powerful psychic abilities. In addition to the 11 abilities he gained, his previously held abilities also improved to varying degrees. The distortion of the Baron of Corruption underwent a qualitative change, extending from merely strengthening the ability to distort a target's language, actions, and intentions, to distorting his own and the target's concepts. Distorting, attacks he suffered caused both friendly and enemy sides to share half of the damage, curses, diseases, etc. The aftershocks of Howl were mixed with buzzing noises, and tentacles lashed the target, continuously causing damage. Multifaceted Prism could not only be used for defense but also, by creating prism-shaped spiritual structures, continuously refract and amplify his physical and magical attacks within the covered area, until the spiritual structure exceeded its capacity and the prism disintegrated. Other abilities saw their range and power increase to varying degrees, but without qualitative changes. Nimrod was organizing the abilities gained from his promotion to Mentor of Disorder, when suddenly, his communication bead buzzed in his ear. After he pressed the communication bead, Arsenadun's voice sounded. "My lord, in our communication channel, there are occasional static noises and sometimes hissing interference." Techmarine captured a broadcast from the southern city. The sound is faint but clearly discernible. ZZZZTZZZZT. Static suddenly erupted in the communication channel. Nimrod frowned slightly. In the chaos he orchestrated, Terra's communications were paralyzed. But the son of Vostonia's sound array system was still operating, and the dedicated communication channel had broken its silence after the chaos began, ensuring real-time communication. There should be no anomalies in communication. Unless, the problem was not with the sound array device, but with supernatural interference. As Nimrod pondered, the dry, hot desert wind sound rose. Samos, meaning end and death. Samos, this is the only name you hear. Samos is here, Samos is everywhere, Samos is the name beside you. The voice faded, and the communication channel fell silent. Open black lens bracket. It's you after all, Greater Devil Samos. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod knew that Samos had followers in the area, and his temple was in the Whispering Mountains of the Southern Hemisphere. He remembered that after the Luna Wolves defeated the local main forces, the remaining resistance army retreated to the Whispering Mountains. Gaviel Loken, who had just become a member of the Four Kings Council, volunteered to go to the Whispering Mountains to eliminate the remaining enemy forces. But in the Whispering Mountains, the veil separating reality and the warp was thin, and Samos briefly possessed Sergeant Zafoye Juber of the Poison Rose Tactical Squad. Juber killed several teammates and was eventually banished by Loken. During the Sun War, the chronicler Mesitia Lithan inadvertently released him on the mountain array. Samos and his devil army wreaked havoc on the mountain array, and even Dorn could not repel him, nearly activating the mountain array's self-destruct sequence. If Elithan had not committed suicide to close the portal she had inadvertently created, banishing the devil, Dorn would have been forced to destroy his mountain array. Although Samos was banished, the mountain array was severely damaged. Dorn's plan to crush the traitor fleet surging from the warp passages of Mars and the Moon failed before it even began. Samos, both in personal combat strength and the devils under his command, was among the top ranks of devils. "I will go and handle it." Nimrod hung up the communication, flapped his wings, and flew into the air. The Mentor of Disorder decided to personally banish Samos, this powerful devil. Chapter 615, The Abrupt Arrival of Samos. Inside the governor's mansion on the fifth planet, orbiting the yellow star at its center. Pel Koshelny, the Baron of Corruption, walked quickly. In his vision, everything around him was composed of different lines. Even people were the same. The lines of rules for people were the same color as seen by Ling vision, hands were red, heads were purple. The difference was that Ling vision saw the overall outline. The lines of rules showed the central position, which allowed Pell to know where their weak points were. Facing ordinary guards, this wasn't very useful. The beams fired by the guards struck the spiritual prisms, constantly refracting and dispersing, vanishing into nothingness. Pell charged into the enemy formation, his sword rotating rapidly, blue light reflecting on his black robe. Barrios led his subordinates, wanting to help Lord Pell, but couldn't find an opportunity. The speed at which they fired their guns couldn't keep up with Lord Pell's movement speed. Within a dozen seconds, Pell had cut through the governor's mansion's guard line. The Baron of Corruption rushed into the governor's palace like the wind, when suddenly a gray circular thread and a shining white light flashed in his eyes. He glanced around, there was no one at the location of the two lines of rules. Open black lens bracket invisible warrior, close black lens bracket. The Baron of Corruption darted left and right. He changed direction before the white light could aim at his body, preventing the invisible warrior from locking onto his position. In an instant, the Baron of Corruption arrived in front of the invisible warrior. His muscles bulged, making his black robe swell. The Baron of Corruption twisted his waist and back, swinging his arm like a cannonball fired from a barrel. Open black lens bracket. How did he find me? Close black lens bracket. The invisible warrior, seeing the opponent charging directly at him, realized his position had been exposed and thought in horror. Bang! The fist tore through the force field and struck the invisible warrior. Barrios's eyes widened, then he showed a look of fanaticism and shouted loudly. Lord Pell. The defense forces and noble private armies cheered loudly. I surrender. The governor, watching the invincible figure being beaten into a pulp, said in terror. He asked in confusion, who are you? Pell Koscielny, Pell said, thinking to himself. Open black lens bracket infiltrating enemy-controlled worlds, creating chaos, reducing casualties. This is what our Lord wants us to understand, isn't it? Close black lens bracket. At the same time, above the Whispering Mountains in the southern part of the third planet, Nimrod looked down but saw no defensive walls or fortifications, nor any guards in front of the fortress built into the mountain. The Primarch's consciousness spread out. The labyrinthine black tunnels were filled with limp, twisted corpses. His consciousness almost simultaneously distinguished 30 spacious, irregularly shaped rooms. Meltwater constantly dripped from the black rock ceiling, and minerals accumulated over the years formed stalactite columns like silver fangs. In the center of each large hall was a giant man-made pit, into which the meltwater flowed. Nimrod noticed that there were many bottles and jars around the pool, precisely catching the dripping water from above. The ground was covered with brooches, coins, animal skulls, and strangely shaped clay figurines. The stone pillars suspended above the pool had worn runes carved on their surfaces. 30 meltwater temples, 986 bizarre corpses. They died in various ways, some had stabbed brooches into their necks, their blood staining their clothes. Others had swallowed skulls whole, piercing their throats to death. Amidst the sound of dripping water, a voice suddenly echoed in Nimrod's ear. Drip drop, Samos is coming. Samos, this is the only name you will hear. Samos, meaning death and end. The voice echoed. Nimrod followed the whispering sound, his thoughts spreading to the giant stone skylight. It was located at the very bottom of the fortress, a natural crevice sandwiched between the mountain rocks on both sides, beneath which was a dark, bottomless, deep canyon. Meltwater flowed down the cave walls in the heart of the mountains, and cold wind passed through imperceptible cracks, creating a wondrous whispering sound. On the edge of the cliff, 7 figures stood blankly. I see it, Samos. One person stared blankly at the flowing water cascading down the rock face. Samos is coming. Another person whispered, turning his head to look in Nimrod's direction, his gaze seemingly penetrating the mountain and the fortress. Samos, meaning death and end. The whispers of Samos gently stirred, fluttering, but Nimrod was completely unaffected, he didn't even enter the Thelema mindset state. Rumble. The head of the figure looking at Nimrod exploded, blood mixing with meltwater. Nimrod felt his thoughts pause, and then he saw the first person who spoke walk into the flowing water. Lumps appeared under his skin, and his body instantly grew 2 sizes larger. His clothes tore, dragging behind him like rags. His face transformed into that of a canine, sharp teeth growing, fangs bursting through his jaws. The other 5 walked towards that person, their eyes blood red, and as they flickered, yellow light converged into a hazy, peculiar pattern. Nimrod knew that these followers of Samos had their minds completely controlled. In the Mentor of Disorder's mind, white specks, like grains of sand, appeared. The Mentor of Disorder's thought moved, and a grain of sand flew into one person's brain. As spiritual energy rapidly depleted, the sand-sized egg rapidly grew larger. The Mentor of Disorder's body became ethereal, disappearing in an instant. As soon as the Mentor of Disorder's physical body transformed into a pure spiritual entity, he felt invisible threads connected to him, with the other end being the continuously expanding insect egg. They shimmered with dazzling light, connected like a string of pearls, shaped like a vertical rectangle. The Mentor of Disorder's thought moved, and his spiritual body, like a kite pulled by threads, flew into the shining, mind door. Bang! The Samos follower's head exploded, and then his body was crushed by black armor. The Mentor of Disorder appeared out of thin air, surrounded by 5 white bee-like creatures, 40 centimeters in size. Amidst the sound of flowing water, the dog-faced man opened his terrifying maw, and countless steel needle fangs tore at one person's body. The bitten person offered no resistance, his head and upper body bitten off in one gulp. A column of blood surged. Samos is coming. Nimrod saw that the canine-like man had grown to the size of an Astartes. Open black lens bracket. It seems to exceed the scope of possession. The sacrificial ritual performed by the Samos followers allows him to penetrate the veil and form a body that can walk in the real world for a long time. Close black lens bracket. While Nimrod was contemplating, he decided to first kill the remaining 3 followers who rushed to the side of the canine creature, offering themselves as sacrifices. As soon as he had the thought, 5 white bees zipped towards the 3 people. Fierce jaws crushed one person's head, and sharp claws tore apart the other 2. Open black lens bracket. The information I received when I was promoted to Mentor of Disorder stated that the bees generated by the soul-devouring eggs would not obey the Creator's commands. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod thought of the material he used, which was a queen bee, and immediately understood the reason. His thought moved again, and he gave the command to attack the canine creature. The 5 white bees immediately abandoned the corpses and flew towards the enemy. The canine creature swung its large, claw-like hands with protruding nails, tearing apart 2 white bees. He roared loudly, and a strong wind sucked 3 white bees into his mouth. As the strong wind surged, 2 sharp horns protruded from the canine creature's head, and its hair stood on end. Samos is here. Samos's emerald eyes looked at Nimrod, and just as he was about to speak, a will descended like a falling meteor. His voice was cut short before it could even be uttered. Samos let out an inhuman shriek, and his body shattered. The Mentor of Disorder used willful pressure to dispel Samos, who had intruded into reality and had not yet fully acquired a permanent body, banishing him. Immediately, golden flames ignited on his wings. The power of the Burning One's fragments ignited the spring water, engulfing the entire castle in flames. Nimrod soared out, the whispering mountains burning fiercely. The communication orb hummed, and Arsenadun's voice came through. "My lord, the fleet's communications officer confirms that the whispers have ceased. Each warband has established contact with their lords. The explosion caused by the Lord of Fate on the first planet triggered an earthquake, and the entire command base sank underground in the disaster. The Dark Lord ordered the commanders of the 4th planet to collectively fall into a deep sleep, and they have all been captured now." Nimrod listened to the report. Maria Kernikova, the demoness of pleasure, controlled Grand Admiral Raspadori Costas. The fleets of the 4 warbands met no resistance, and most of the star system was now under the Legion's control. Order the Tech Marines to recover the Invisible Warrior's force field and energy weapons, as well as other standard manufacturing templates. He swiftly moved through the air, issuing commands. In an instant, he had left the Whispering Mountains and returned to the High City. Nimrod overlooked the entire city. The flames gradually subsided, and the Order shadows landed, bringing an end to the chaos. His thought moved, and he headed to the Nation of Disorder. Chapter 616, the promotion ritual and potion ingredients of the Earl of the Fallen. Upon arriving in the Nation of Disorder, Nimrod first went to the stone tablet of heresy to check the potion formula for Sequence 4, the Earl of the Fallen. Main ingredients: 1 Raffin originator, 1 fragment of Bellacor's holy relic. Auxiliary ingredients: 331,133 milliliters of black Ros Fuerte, 1 grey Nephilim, 1 head of a barbarous overlord. After Nimrod finished reading the potion formula, his eyes were deep. The appearance of the Nephilim was thought-provoking. Although their sonic weapons could kill Astartes, they were not more dangerous than the spirit-devouring Peak. Nimrod was concerned that the Nephilim were closely related to Faith. They had enslaved billions of humans on hundreds of worlds. The Nephilim made humans see them as gods, and even knowing they were food, they unhesitatingly told Jagat Khan, "For mortals, what could be more wonderful than nourishing a god?" Open black lens bracket. Does the Sequence 4 potion ingredient already show clear characteristics of Faith? Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod pondered, he also knew he could not be absent from the war against the Nephilim. Nimrod then thought of the overlord of Barbarous. Through his dealings with Mortarion, he already possessed quite a few overlord heads. Open black lens bracket. Individually, overlords are indeed more dangerous than Herud. Close black lens bracket. Although the Herud's entropy field ability could conceal their bodies, thermal imaging vision could compensate. Despite the Herud king not being silenced by his powerful entropy, he had no power to resist when facing Nimrod alone and was captured instantly. But Mortarion, without his old man Huang's help from memory, would not have been able to defeat Nakar. The truly terrifying thing about the Herud is their numbers. They number in the thousands, and Astartes would also turn to dust. Billions of them together can tear apart stars and age-void ships. Unfortunately, Mortarion collected Nakar's head as proof that he completed the mission fate had given him. Nimrod knew the great significance of Nakar's head to Mortarion. If he snatched it, it would be an unending feud between them. It's not worth it for the boost. If he really joins Nurgle in the future, the plague will be very troublesome, even if I have Beyonders of the Sun, Mother, and Moon pathways. When Mortarion ascends to devilhood, based on our previous relationship, I wouldn't be his primary target. Just as he was about to dismiss the idea, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck him. I can rig it. However, the spatial range created by rigging is limited and cannot be formed remotely. To succeed, a catalyst is needed. Nimrod's eyes were deep as a nascent plan brewed in his mind. Nimrod then thought of Raffin. He had first seen records related to Raffin on the squats, stone tablets, and later obtained more detailed information in the Herud's mycelial scrolls. Of course, he already had some understanding of the Raffin people without these materials. The Raffin people possess powerful psyker abilities and can perform remote psychic parasitism through the warp, subsequently drawing the host's vitality and converting it into their own combat power until the entire planet has no more hosts. Individual Raffin combat power is also formidable. The most common individuals surpass Astartes and can contend with Custodes. Raffin originators are even capable of fighting Primarchs. Angron and Sanguinius both fought the Raffin people, and it was the resolute Lionel Johnson who resisted possession and, in turn, found their base. He deployed unparasitable Iron Men and launched nuclear strikes to destroy the Xenos base, but many Xenos still survived. Open black lens bracket. The main ingredients for Sequence 5, Sloth and the Enslavement, did not specify concrete requirements. Ordinary sloth and the enslavement would suffice, but the Earl of the Fallen requires an originator. As expected, the requirements are higher. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod finally turned his gaze to the stone tablet of heresy, which didn't even have diagrams of the potion ingredients. He knew, of course, that the stone tablet of heresy could not provide diagrams. The first Prince Be'lakor had ruled many empires since the Dawn Age. His holy relics were scattered across millions of Terran years in the River of Time, taking various forms, such as statues carved from the fossilized bones of Psyker, and fragments of dark horn sealed in sarcophagi. Each fragment bearing his power was unique. Ultimately, it was Archmagos Kotov of the Mechanicus, under Be'lakor's covert manipulation and assistance, who dedicated his life to piecing together Be'lakor's history, searching ancient ruins during explorations of the galaxy, and finally recovering all the holy relics. Open black lens bracket. The first time I found traces of Be'lakor was on Vigilance Star, there must have been his kingdom in the past. The Void Claw, this incredibly destructive weapon that would bring about doomsday on Vigilance Star, seems to have been created to counter Be'lakor's threat. But I haven't found any fragments of Be'lakor's power. The most likely place to find them now is the Sarktrata Abyss, close black lens bracket. Nimrod reached this conclusion for 3 reasons. The ruins of the Guggen system might be a civilization destroyed by Be'lakor. The mycelial scroll contains records of Be'lakor, as well as warnings from the Eldar. Open black lens bracket. The Sarktrata Abyss was already part of my plan. After transforming the Everlasting and obtaining Perturbo's improved stasis device, I can proceed deeper into the Sarktrata Abyss, close black lens bracket. After Nimrod finalized his plan, he wondered, perplexed. Open black lens bracket. Why must it be a fragment of Be'lakor's power? Even if it's limited to devil princes, not just devils like Samos whom I just banished, there are many others. Why must it be Be'lakor? Is it essential for Saphira evolution? What is essential? Close black lens bracket. Nimrod pondered for a long time but still couldn't reach a conclusion. He then turned to the stone tablet of heresy, looking at the ritual for ascending to the Earl of the Fallen. Promotion ritual. When a devil prince performs his devilhood ascension ritual, kill him, drink the potion amidst his death and complex emotions, and seize the power that rightfully belonged to him. Earl of the Fallen, indeed. Nimrod sighed, then pondered how to complete the ritual. Open black lens bracket. Not after ascending to devilhood, but during the ascension. Many Astartes, and even mortals, will ascend to devilhood in the future. But there aren't many during the Great Crusade. Ingethel of Cadia is one. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod had just thought of this name when he immediately dismissed it. Her becoming an Ascended was to complete the Chaos God's task of leading Lorgar to pilgrimage in the Eye of Terror. Killing Ingethel when she becomes an Ascended would be almost directly facing the Chaos Gods, and within the Eye of Terror at that. Open black lens bracket. It's even more dangerous than killing most Devil Primarchs, and the power she gains is not as much as a Devil Primarch's. A thankless task. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod's mind flashed through the few names he knew, dismissing them one by one. Open black lens bracket. During the Great Crusade, promotion is unlikely. During the Great Birthday Celebration, one can only kill an ascending Primarch. If my potion ingredients are in excess, especially Be'lakor's fragments and the Raffin originator, this is the only way to ensure a successful promotion. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod's mind replayed the scenes of the Primarchs, ascensions to devilhood, and his vague ideas gradually became clear, with a target now in mind. Immediately, he scanned the stone tablet of heresy again, checking which of the unlocked half-potion formulas he knew and possessed. After Nimrod recorded all the potion formulas and promotion rituals, with a thought, he moved to the newly unlocked 8th level space after his promotion to Mentor of Disorder. Chapter 617. The Secret of Transforming Immortals. Disordered Country, 8th level space. As Nimrod stepped into this place, he immediately saw lines of rules forming different shapes. Golden majestic mountains, gray sashes. Every object formed by rule threads could be related to one of 2 words, majesty and submission. So the first level opened by the Mentor of Disorder is related to majesty. Nimrod's heart filled with joy, and he was about to go to the 5th level space to bring Slaughter over. Suddenly, black mist surged, and the Aeldari warlord appeared before him. Open black lens bracket. Him, close black lens bracket. Nimrod pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Open black lens bracket. Further manifestation of increased authority. I'm becoming more and more like the master of the disordered country, no need to run around. Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod pondered, Slaughter's body trembled, as if something was pressing down on him. The Mentor of Disorder's spirituality surged out, and, will suppression, descended upon Slaughter. Bang! Slaughter crashed onto the dark ground, blood seeping from his head. Slaughter felt the monkey in front of him stretch and grow. He became more and more majestic, like a god in the pantheon. Slaughter felt as if he had returned to his youth, kneeling before the statue of Phoenix King Assyrian, praying for a way to save his kin. He recalled the laughing deity he encountered in the tunnel when he visited the Black Library. He remembered walking into the Shrine of Cain, witnessed by the patriarchs of various tribes, gaining recognition, and picking up one of the Vol swords forged by Vol, the god of the forge. Tell me, the method you used to transform John Grammaticus into an immortal. Slotta closed his eyes, trying to enter a state of mind, but found a mountain-like pressure, not only in the world of rising black mist, but also in the spiritual realm. He repeatedly chanted, "He is not a god, he is just a monkey." Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes, pure psychic power shone, and a streak of light flew towards Slotta's mind. "You are a monkey, you don't even think about it." Slotta's mind was like a mirror under pressure, on the verge of shattering. A hint of surprise flashed in Nimrod's eyes. Slotta could still resist. Open black lens bracket just promoted to Mentor of Disorder. The effective will suppression is still a bit weak, even in the 8th level space. It can't completely suppress Slotta's final resistance. But I won't wait any longer. The potion is digested, and my power has increased. Close black lens bracket. Open your eyes. The Mentor of Disorder shouted, and at the same time, with a thought, the flagpole from the 3rd level space appeared in his right hand. Slotta kept his eyes tightly shut, but his mental resistance was not firm. His eyes flickered open and closed 6 times before he opened them wide. Tell me, the method you used to transform John Grammaticus into an immortal. Serpent's cradle, spring water, gemstones. Slotta stammered, uttering 3 words, then suddenly realized what he had said. Monkey, you don't even think about it. I already know. Nimrod coldly interrupted him. He had obtained the answer from Slotta's mind. The mind is more real than language, even more real than the brain. Language can deceive, and fabricating false memories in the brain is not difficult for an Eldari warlord. But consciousness is like a mirror, it will reflect everything truthfully. Open black lens bracket. The ritual to transform immortals is not difficult. I have already mastered the runic script. The difficult part is the materials, the spring water and gemstones from the Serpent's Cradle. So the future rumors about the Serpent's Cradle were not unfounded. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod knew that in the future, both Footfall and Port Wander had rumors about the Serpent's Cradle. The spring water is sweet and can cure all diseases. Gemstones are palm-sized and can be found everywhere. Open black lens bracket. Originally, I thought it was a false bait spread by the Slaanesh faction to lure people in. Turns out, it's not false. It's just that of all who went there, only Sebastian Winstarkle survived. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod thought that Old Man Huang was unlikely to have visited that remote star sector. Open black lens bracket. The Eldari method of transforming immortals seems different from Old Man Huang's. Old Man Huang couldn't have told Erebus the method to transform immortals, and his method of transforming the perfect city survivor Shireen Valentine might also be different. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod frowned slightly. Obtaining the materials for immortals would not be easy. The Serpent's Cradle is a dangerous place. The Serpent's Cradle's twin stars, Serpent Alpha and Serpent Beta, are very likely to be lurking Slaanesh devils waiting to prey. The 12 planets orbiting the Serpent Twins are all precious Eldari maiden worlds, but they have all been abandoned. Open black lens bracket. Perhaps this is why Slotta and the secret cult have a limited number of immortals. After Slaanesh captured the Serpent Twins, the amount of spring water and gemstones they took was limited. Close black lens bracket. Compared to the secret cult's goal of manipulating galactic affairs, their number of immortals is still too small. Slaanesh alone is not too big of a problem. Nimrod, leading the Sun Pathway Beyonders and the librarian who wields the Griffin's Roar, can clear out the devils of the Serpent's Cradle. The Sun Pathway Beyonders can also purify the Slaanesh corrosion in the spring water, even more effectively than the future purification rituals of the Ecclesiarchy. More crucially is the region of the Coronis Expanse. From a stellar sector perspective, the future Calixis sector and Coronis Expanse were originally one. When rogue traitor Solomon Harlock discovered it, he named it the Calixis Expansion. However, until the Great Rift opened, the Imperium had hardly established any true governance in the Coronis Expanse. The decisive factor was the lack of stable warp routes between the Calixis sector and the Coronis Expanse. It wasn't until 997 M40 that rogue traitor Pretty Latiman discovered the only safe route, the Ma, accompanied by the disappearance of dozens of rogue traitor families. Shortly after, in 999 M40, rogue trader Juno Darman's Rose Scepter was one of the first ships to traverse the Maw, but it also disappeared en route. Nimrod knew that the Maw was long surrounded by powerful warp storms. There was also no place within the Maw for fleets to anchor, and even safe stations were more dangerous than the warp storms. Open black lens bracket. Even if my fleet can be projected to the Serpent's Cradle via the Carium Gate, on the return journey, it must traverse the Maw. Even using the dice of prophecy to divine a safe passage is not truly safe. Close black lens bracket. After a few seconds of silence, Nimrod thought of a way to return safely. Get the Tuchulcha engine in advance. The Tuchulcha engine, created by the Old Ones, is a warp artifact capable of efficient and precise warp jumps. Nimrod's original plan was to get it before the Great Birthday celebration, because he knew that after Lionel Johnson led the Dark Angels and Karis Typhon led the Death Guard to reclaim the Pertitus system, they did not discover the Tuchulcha engine's true function. After the war, the Tuchulcha engine was placed on the main planet of Pertitus, to be researched by the established Forge world. It wasn't until the Sarama's Crusade, after Lion confronted Conrad Kurz at Tagusa and was then deceived by Perturabo, with the general cannon used against the Imperium, that he decided to change the passive situation. At this time, he learned that upon receiving news of the Death Guard heading to Pertitus, he realized they were going for that strange creation. He went to Pertitus, no longer trusting anyone, and seized the Tuchulcha engine from the squabbling Death Guard and Iron Hands. Although the Tuchulcha engine could not meet Lion's requirements to break through the Ruinstorm and reach Terra, it could still allow Lion to break through smaller warp storms and raid the home worlds of various traitor Primarchs. Because before the Great Birthday celebration, the Tuchulcha engine would be in Pertitus. He just needed to go there before the Great Birthday celebration, use his identity as a Primarch, and secure the Tuchulcha engine, which would save him trouble. But for a safe return, he had to go to Pertitus in advance and intercept the Tuchulcha engine. This way, when traversing the Maw passage, even if a warp storm was encountered, the fleet could return safely. Open black lens bracket. This is good too, it avoids any changes due to the butterfly effect. And I can get a resource-rich world. Close black lens bracket. Pertitus could develop into a forge world, not just a research station, indicating it possessed abundant mineral resources. Nimrod, thinking of this, formulated his next plan. Participate in the war against the Nephilim in 884, then in 885, use the dice of prophecy to divine the Tuchulcha engine. Afterward, he would divine the star charts for traveling to the Serpent's Cradle and the Maw route. Open black lens bracket. Since I'm going to the Coronis Expanse, I'll also have the 4th battle group occupy that world full of undead, to facilitate the spirit guide's roleplaying. Close black lens bracket. After Nimrod finalized his plan, he looked at Slotta before him. He knelt on the ground, his eyes flickering between hatred, sorrow, and a hint of worship. Nimrod asked in a deep voice, "Tell me about the Black Library." "Monkey, you don't even think about it." Slotta resisted. Nimrod's stream of consciousness, which had penetrated deep into Slotta's mind, suddenly felt mist rising around him. He cautiously withdrew from Slotta's mind, thinking to himself, "Open black lens bracket. His communication with the Laughing God is a more important secret. Close black lens bracket. I will know." Slotta couldn't escape, he would know sooner or later. Nimrod then, with a thought, returned to the real world. Chapter 618, 2900 plus word chapter. Please vote for monthly ticket Pat. Those who threaten father must be eliminated. 883. M30. Colonnade New District. Louis von Valencius's rogue trader, flagship, Vostonia Loyalty. Pat, dressed in a black robe, stood on the viewing platform, gazing at the decks below. Since becoming a spectator, he had enjoyed observing the expressions, gestures, verbal tics, auras, and emotional colors of different social strata from an outsider's perspective. Before arriving at Terra to participate in the Randon War celebration ceremony, and after receiving his father's bestowal to become a telepathist, he began to read shallow thoughts. During his time as a shadow guard, he summarized the emotional reactions of the Imperial high-ranking officials through observation and telepathy, knowing what kind of detailed expressions and body language should accompany certain emotional responses. This voyage was his last journey as a Vischer family navigator's shadow guard, and he focused more on the various rogue traitor, officers and crew members. Pat looked to the other side of the platform, at the rogue traitor, Whisper Lord. He stood in the shadows, observing critically, just like himself. His eyes were sharp, a hidden knife within him, he would kill mercilessly while wearing a smile. Open black lens bracket. The Whisper Lord is the rogue traitor, confidant, eyes, and ears, holding intelligence on both internal and external enemies, close black lens bracket. As Pat pondered, Lehman's ear twitched. In a secret room 200 meters away, the voice of the chief administrator sounded. Sound Array Master, I need your support, the Numino project is mine. Pat shook his head slightly. Although the chief administrator was the second in command on the ship, he would be disappointed this time. As Vischer's guard, before leaving Terra, he had accompanied him to meet Gokanda Piake and secured the support of this dignitary. Piake was not only the former chief orator of the Emperor's Children but also a dignitary of the Terra Imperial Palace. The Piake family's history could be traced back to the Twilight Era, and their voices needed to be listened to carefully by both the Emperor and the Keeper of the Seals. As Pat pondered, he saw the chief administrator and the Sound Array Master exit the room. He waited a moment before entering the conference room. Pat nodded slightly to Vischer, then stood at the edge. Although the rogue traitor had repeatedly invited him to sit by his side to express his respect for His Majesty, Pat preferred to observe. Lewis, cloaked in a black robe, was the last to enter the conference room. He nodded to Pat before walking to the head seat. After he sat down, he began to speak. Gentlemen and ladies, since His Majesty defeated the Randan aliens, Lord Flamini has vigorously developed the colonized new district. The first batch of key development planets alone numbered 86. To ensure transportation and navigation routes, Lord Fate decided to colonize Numino. Lewis nodded slightly to Pat, then raised his head and said, I, Louis von Valensuse, as the first rogue traitor bestowed by His Majesty, and the discoverer of the colonized new district. Back then it was still called the Colonnade Abyss, unknown to Imperial citizens. Therefore, I am honored to be invited by Lord Fate to join the development of Numino. Lewis surveyed the crowd. It will become the third most important port in the entire sector, besides Abyss Port and Moab. I have obtained development rights for 2 projects in total. One will be developed solely by the von Valensuse family. For the other project, I am willing to develop it jointly with all of you. Everyone except Pat took a deep breath. Although it was a joint development, whoever gained the dominant position would reap immense benefits. The telepathist saw the glances of the crowd collide, and invisible sparks surged within the conference room. He noticed the chief administrator, seated on the rogue traitor, right, leaning back slightly. He looked at everyone seemingly casually, his eyes revealing a determination to win. Pat scrutinized everyone, seeing the Sound Array Master, Chief Warrior, and others nodding to the Chief Administrator, clearly indicating he had already won the support of most. Only the Navigator and Astropath, 2 Imperial nobles on the rogue traitor, left, remained silent. Pat observed the crowd, feeling a sensation within him like coffee melting. My project is a resort garden, the Chief Administrator said, operating his data pad to display his project. Utilizing Numino's pristine environment, we will build magnificent gardens for the enjoyment of visiting dignitaries and wealthy merchants. As soon as the Chief Administrator finished his introduction, the Sound Array Master, Chief Warrior, and others immediately spoke up, I support it. As Lewis nodded in satisfaction, Vischer smiled and spoke. I also have a project, a colossal platform. Utilizing fallen starships, we will transform them into space elevators and build a spaceport platform at the top, for large vessels too heavy to land on the surface. The senior consultant, responsible for commercial and financial advice, frowned and spoke calmly and rationally. Esteemed Lord Vischer, forgive my bluntness. The colossal platform project is enormously expensive and requires the support of dignitaries. Not just imperial nobles, but also the esteemed Order Shadows, their support and trust are needed. As soon as he finished speaking, the astropathic choir master spoke softly. I will invest in this project. The telepathist noticed a flicker in the rogue traitor eyes. He was tempted but still leaned more towards the chief administrator. Vischer's slightly mutated, slender fingernails tapped the table. Gokhan de Piake is investing in this project. She has promised to make the Terra nobles use Numino's colossal platform as a stopping point. She has also, through her good relationship with Fulgrim and the high-ranking officers of the Emperor's children, secured the wine supply from Byzantium. The telepathist noticed Louis fall into deep thought. He knew Byzantium was a symbolic conquered world after Fulgrim's return, where he had fully preserved the local culture and wine industry. Byzantium's wine was considered excellent even among the upper echelons of the entire Imperium. Seeing Louis remain silent for a long time, Vischer turned to look at Pat. Pat, to everyone's astonishment, walked to the conference table and stood opposite Louis. He spoke for the first time in the meeting. The colossal platform will receive the support of the Order Shadows. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately knew that the chief administrator's efforts had failed. Numino will develop the colossal platform, Louis declared, settling the matter. Vischer smiled. The existence of the Order Shadows could, in many situations, secure benefits for the Navigator family. Whether it was military might or the prestige of Lord Nimrod and the Order Shadows. In the colonized New District and other territories of Lord Nimrod, and for rogue traitor families like von Valensuse, bestowed by Lord Nimrod. After the meeting, Pat left under the chief administrator's crestfallen gaze. He and Vischer went to his private deck. The cabin door opened, and Pat saw elegantly dressed assassins inside, armed with sharp, durable weapons and possessing noble temperaments. Pat, each of them is a child of Europa's noble bloodlines, sent to the moon as firstborn blood tax, to undergo modifications and cultivate killing skills. I won them in an auction. The telepathist noticed that even the wealthy Vischer couldn't help but show a hint of hardtake. He had paid a huge price for these noble assassins. Although, in reality, he himself bore the cost. Pat had exchanged his support for the Numino project and the benefits he was entitled to during his time as a shadow guard for the noble assassins. Pat did not care about wealth. He was willing to give it up in exchange for the noble assassins. During his time as a shadow guard, he discovered that Terra's bureaucracy was increasingly bloated, their voices growing louder, and their influence stronger. They targeted the Primarchs, hoping that they, true humans, not Primarchs and Astartes, would decide the fate of the Imperium. The telepathist keenly realized from the nobles' open statements that the Keeper of the Seals, and even the Emperor, had, to some extent, tacitly approved or even supported them. Pat only cared about the voices directed at his father and the hidden dangers within them. Pat gazed at the noble assassins, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Anyone who targeted father must be ruthlessly eliminated. As a lord of the royal court, Pat's request received the support of Viscount Flamini. Even if he could not state it explicitly in astropathic communication, when merely selecting which of the two rogue traitor projects to support, Flamini would naturally support him. At the same moment, on Terra, in the highest city, the original penultimate floor of the palace spire, now the highest floor, Arsena Dunn held a data pad. My lord, all 9 planets in the system are now under Legion control. The Techmarine has found standard construction templates for stealth fields and energy weapons and is currently researching weapon platforms for automatic cannons. Only 36 Order Shadows casualties occurred during the suppression of resistance forces on planets 6 through 9. Pel Koshelny, Lord of the 11th Battle Group, and Bukayo Arshaven, Lord of the 3rd Battle Group, Flamini, Lord of the 6th Battle Group, and Ramsey, Lord of the 10th Battle Group, exchanged glances, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. Conquering a nation with advanced weapon technology, with only 36 casualties. They began to realize the new method spoken of by the Black Emperor. The Primarch took in everyone's expressions and nodded slightly. In the future, as chaos rises, the threat of Xenos will relatively decrease, and the role of ordinary Beyonders will become increasingly prominent. They can perform infiltration, assassination, and other missions. Nimrod, as the planner of the chaos on Terra, possessed knowledge unknown to the original body servant. The sacrifices were not limited to the Order Shadows. The true situation was known only to himself. An additional 58 marauders, 2 swindlers, 149 assassins, and 27 instigators had died. Open black lens bracket. Even so, the casualties were far fewer than those of the Luna Wolves, and there was no loss of the second in command below a Legion Primarch. Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod pondered, Arsena continued to speak. My lord, the emperor has called a war council. It will be tomorrow at 10 o'clock. I understand. Chapter 619 The Emperor warns Hannibal. Terra, Golden Palace. After Nimrod took his seat, he did not hear Russ's provocative taunts, but instead heard him direct his words at Magnus. Magnus, my wolves just annihilated a planet that abused sorcery and fell into savage customs. Those evil warlocks could conjure lightning and ignite flames with maledictions. No power comes without a price. As the wolves tore through the enemy, we discovered blood temples at the center of every tribe, slaughterhouses filled with death and bones. The achievements of the Thousand Sons are known to all. Mortarion immediately followed up when he saw Russ turn his spearhead on Magnus. He knew that he and Russ could not threaten Nimrod, who had outstanding merits and his father's trust. But Magnus was different. Rumors targeting them had never disappeared, and many in the Terra court feared their uncontrollable power. I, along with Nimrod and Horus, cleansed the Xenos of Drune. They, like the overlords of Barbarous, possessed evil and terrifying power. I fear that after defeating sorceress Xenos, a new one will appear by our side. We will benefit from Psyker, their existence enriches our tactical options. Sanguinius's gentle voice contained profound power. The Stormseers have proven their immense utility on Shigoris and with the Legion. Chaghatai's soft voice, however, startled the others. Magnus and Sanguinius looked at Nimrod together. Seeing him nod slightly, they immediately understood that Chaghatai had joined their faction. They all thought at the same time. Open black lens bracket Nimrod actually convinced the maverick Chaghatai so quickly. Close black lens bracket. Horus and Gilliman looked at Chaghatai Khan in surprise. Since his return to the Imperium, he had always been a lone wolf, but now he had joined Nimrod, Magnus, and Sanguinius's faction advocating for the use of Psyker. In the silence of the Golden Palace, the Emperor, the Mars Forge Director, Malkador, and Constantine Valder entered the palace together. After receiving their salutations, the Emperor spoke in a deep voice. Horus brings news that the Nephilim have enslaved billions of humans across hundreds of worlds. Horus naturally followed up, saying, after the Nephilim were discovered, the Great Crusade fleet deemed them a stupid species with average technological level, relatively gentle temperament, and slow reactions, and thus allowed them to exist. They were wrong. I discovered that the Melchior system has been ruled by Xenos, and humans are sacrificing and worshipping the Nephilim as gods. This is a trampling of the imperial truth. Horus said angrily. The existence of the Nephilim was not only an affront to humanity's dominion over the galaxy, but also an affront to his father as the Emperor of mankind. The evil faith of the Xenos must be purified, the Emperor said in a deep voice. Horus and Sanguinius, you will immediately cleanse the Nephilim of the Melchior system. He then looked around at the Primarchs, his gaze finally resting on two of them. Nimrod and Chaghatai, you will immediately launch an attack to reclaim the other enslaved worlds. Your will be done. Nimrod accepted the order. He knew Old Man Huang regarded him as the main force, but his important goal was to make Chaghatai understand the necessity of the imperial truth. Originally, the White Scars were to be the main force in this battle, a declaration of war for the nascent Fifth Legion. After Malkador's conversation with Chaghatai, he discovered that he did not believe in the imperial truth, which was built on lies. The Nephilim's use of faith to enslave humanity presented a good opportunity. Chaghatai was chosen by Old Man Huang and Malkador precisely in the hope that he would witness the evil of sacrifice firsthand, and thus understand the wisdom of the imperial truth. Although Chaghatai eventually purified hundreds of worlds and cleansed the Xeno homeworld, he ultimately did not endorse the imperial truth. In fact, throughout the Great Crusade, he remained skeptical of the imperial truth until he witnessed devils during the siege of Terra, only then understanding Old Man Huang. While Nimrod was deep in thought, he keenly noticed the flickering flames in the eyes of Old Man Huang, who was personally attending the war council. His anger towards the Xenos was evident. Open black lens bracket having experienced the age of strife, the Xenos' betrayal and enslavement of humanity made Old Man Huang extremely hateful of them, even more so than most people in the future Imperium. Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod pondered, the Emperor's gaze fell on Hannibal. Seeing his cheekbones almost pierce his faceplate, and his forehead and parietal bone junction also highly prominent. His anger intensified, and he said in a deep voice, Hannibal, look at what you've become. The sudden words made everyone turn their gaze to Hannibal. Hannibal was startled. I warned you, the emperor interrupted him, remember my admonition. Then, he stood up and left. Russ stared at Hannibal, his gaze fixed on his cheekbones and forehead. He seemed to be deep in thought, then left. Nimrod roughly guessed that old man Huang's admonition was likely about moderation when devouring Xenos, but it was not appropriate to say it in front of others. He saw Hannibal leave in a daze, then also ended his psychic projection and returned to the Wenquan shadow. Nimrod then sent messages to Arsenadun and the Four Lords, summoning them to the Primarch office. A moment later, in the spacious black office, he spoke to everyone. The War Council has entrusted me with the task of cleansing the Nephilim. We will work with the White Scars to cleanse hundreds of worlds enslaved by Xenos. The 3rd, 10th, and 11th battle groups will go with me. The 6th battle group will leave 5,000 men to stabilize the situation and assist in establishing order. The remaining personnel will return to the colonized new district for rest and vigorous development. The 4 battle groups suffered minimal losses in this war and could be deployed in a new conflict. Considering the end of the war with Randan, Nimrod believed that the colonized new district would not face any major threats before the great birthday celebration, making it an excellent opportunity for development. Although the colonized new district was the largest territory, many worlds were still awaiting development. Previous development had focused on core worlds such as Abyss Port, Hurricane Star, and Moab. Now, comprehensive development was to be undertaken. Bukayo Arshaven, Ramsey, and Pel Koshelny's eyes sparkled. To continue fighting alongside the Black Emperor was their honor. Flamini felt a little lost, but he also knew that the colonized new district would be the focus of development for the next few decades. Hundreds of worlds in the Cyclops star cluster were eagerly awaiting development, and many important matters awaited his decision. Order the 9th battle group to depart for Pelesa. Nimrod continued to issue commands. The entire Nephilim species served as potion ingredients. Ordinary blue Nephilim were the main ingredient for sequence 6 inches Prometheus, of the error pathway. Green Nephilim, who served as apothecaries and sergeants, were auxiliary ingredients for sequence 5 inches Scarlet Scholar, of the moon pathway. Gray Nephilim, who served as commanders, were auxiliary ingredients for his advancement to Earl of the Fallen. Therefore, he decided to deploy 4 battle groups. Chapter 620, The Greatest Honor for Mortals is to Nourish the Gods. 884. M30. Paletius System. The 11th Battle Group's fleet emerged from the warp at Mandeville Point. On the bridge of the Sun of Vostonia, Pel Koshelny critically observed the holographic projection. The egg-shaped warships of the Nephilim were almost rolling as they approached his battle line. My lord, the sound array master's voice rang out, we've received a holographic image. It's human. Continue to muster. Pel had read the Nephilim data issued by the Black Emperor during his warp journey, and he already anticipated their methods. The Corruption Baron, adept at exploiting rules, decided to give the Nephilim a chance to perform, while the Warband's fleet used this opportunity to complete its formation. He strode towards the holographic platform. Connection established, the Techmarine reported, the holographic projection is weak, but the audio is clear and complete. From the data issued by the Black Emperor, Pel already knew that the Nephilim possessed unique expertise in sound waves. The language used by the Nephilim for internal communication was extremely grating, with high-frequency sound ranges reaching ultrasonic bands, making it difficult even for Astartes to discern and hear. As Pel stepped onto the holographic platform, he saw light bloom. The figures were blurry, but he could just about make out 5 of them, all human. Fellow humans, please leave immediately, one of them spoke. There is nothing here that requires your intervention. You have been usurped, Xenos have established a foul temple here, and the life essence of countless people has been stolen, Pel said coldly. Awaken, you should not foolishly continue to pledge allegiance. The figures on the screen suddenly became clear. Pel could see the 5 individuals, their faces devout, speaking in unison. No, they are angels, they teach us. We devoutly serve them. They feed on you, the Corruption Baron said loudly. Having corrupted over a dozen nobles, merchants, and officers, he still couldn't comprehend the enslaved humans before him. He widened his eyes, don't you hate them? The greatest honor for mortals is to nourish the gods, the 5 said in unison with a smile, and as their eerie words were spoken, the image blurred. Nephilim, Pell decided not to waste any more words on these irredeemable humans. He spoke directly to the Xenos who enslaved them. I know you took this name from the myths of Terra, Caliban, and Barak. Nephilim means fallen six-winged angels. True angels do not hide. Come out and speak. A sharp, vibrating sound filled the audio, and strange harmonics hummed. The tech marines at the operating platform watched in astonishment as particle transmission, achieved through unknown means, occurred, as if ripples from an ethereal, invisible eardrum expanding and contracting flowed in. They completely failed to understand its principles. The only thing they could confirm was that it had nothing to do with etheric energy. The tech marines suddenly understood why their father had ordered the recording and analysis of Nephilim speech and communications. If this technology could be mastered, it would enable encrypted communication. Why have you come here to oppose us? The Nephilim's voice was peculiar and high-pitched, articulating every syllable of every word clearly in Gothic. There is no need for this, we desire peace. You are not angels, merely parasites. Pell glanced at the tactical display inside his helmet. 94% of the warships had arrived at Palesha. You feed on the radiated life force. You demand worship, to be revered as gods. Your technology controls human thought and imprisons human minds. That is also a kind of peace, a gray figure flashed past. Join us, and I will show you, you will understand how wonderful it is to be together. Both mortal and divine. You are nothing but false, pale reflections. Pell roared. The existence of the Nephilim was a blasphemy against the Black Emperor. He stepped directly off the holographic platform, and the green rune indicating full assembly flashed in his helmet's eyepiece. Attack! The ancient machine spirit of the son of Vostonia, sensing Pell's extraordinary fury, roared, spitting out sharp, dazzling light. Crystalline light lances shattered two spherical eggs. One egg-shaped warship reacted first, spinning like a falling egg, and as it vibrated, an invisible force field rippled into a tangible shockwave. The silent void, amidst the oscillating particles, strangely produced peculiar harmonics. The 11th Battle Group's Auspex failed to capture any attack signals, and the officers in the mimic chamber were completely unaware. Until a humming sound eerily resonated in the ears of the Order shadows aboard the Son of Vostonia. Pell's Lehman's ear filtered out the high-frequency sound waves, and the grating noise immediately vanished. He looked up at the visual screen above the strategic table. The void shield's numbers constantly fluctuated, 97.14%, 98.52%. The voice of his adjutant sounded in Pell's helmet. My lord, Xeno's attack cannot be identified. As per your command, all warships that have completed the automatic recharging void shield modification are now positioned at the front of the battle line. The Tech Marines, through the dismantling of the Farsight warship and research into Duran's void port technology, had mastered the standard construction template for automatically recharging void shields. The 11th Battle Group had completed the modification of most of its vessels at the growing Vostonia orbital shipyards, which was also why the Black Emperor had chosen his warband to be responsible for void warfare. Continue firing, shatter their eggs. As he issued the command, Pell returned to the strategic table. In the holographic image, black warship runes shot out dazzling beams, slicing open the egg-shaped enemy vessels. However, the egg cluster remained as if frozen. There were no beams, no torpedoes, and no shells. But the Nephilim were not sitting idly by, their bizarre attacks were simply undetectable. As each egg tumbled, layered sound waves hummed, sweeping towards the black warships. No energy signals, no rune warnings. The officers in the mimic chamber, unlike in the past, could not determine which warships were within enemy attack range by observing the direction of the enemy ship's weapons. After receiving the report, Pell pondered for a moment before issuing a command. Dispatch a escort fleet to scatter and sail towards the enemy ships. Record the attacks suffered by warships sailing directly towards the enemy and those weaving through gaps. The officer in the mimic chamber immediately understood the Lord's intent. He hoped to determine the angle from which the egg-shaped warships released their attacks and whether they interfered with each other through experimentation. 14 frigates simultaneously increased engine power. Pell took in both the holographic image and the surrounding visual screens. In his mind, he naturally divided the data into two groups. The 5 warships heading directly towards the enemy. 96.27%, 93.18%. The other group of 7 warships, weaving between 2 or 3 enemy ships. 95.05%, 91.47%. Pell's superhuman brain rapidly calculated, and as he reached his conclusion, the adjutant's voice sounded. My lord, the enemy ship's sound waves are omnidirectional, evasive routes cannot be planned. Warships weaving between enemy ships are suffering higher intensity attacks. After 136 iterations of calculation, the enemy ship's sound waves will produce a harmonic convergence effect. No sooner had the adjutant finished reporting than a warship weaving between 3 enemy ships suddenly lit up with red runes, then vanished from the holographic image. Order the warships to retreat, Pell commanded after obtaining the desired intelligence. Abandon conventional broadside attack methods, bow on, one-on-one. Break those eggs. The Gothic warships of the 11th Battle Group fired dazzling beams like long lances, striking each egg. Sound waves struck, energy dropped. Sound waves receded, energy rose. The grating sound waves appearing out of thin air and the fluctuating numbers were the only manifestations of the ships under attack. Pell took in the battle. Every moment, eggs shattered. Black runes rarely disappeared. Open black lens bracket. Although the attack trajectories of the Nephilim cannot be captured, the automatic recharging void shields allow our warships to recover much faster than the destructive power of the Xenos warships. Close black lens bracket. The black warships steadily advanced, shattered eggshells scattered across the void. On the 10th day of the 11th Battle Group's arrival in the system, on Palesh's main planet, the last 36 egg-shaped warships shattered almost simultaneously. Eggshell debris rained through the atmosphere, hitting the ground and igniting widespread fires. Around the temple, millions of humans cheered the arrival of their gods. Chapter 621, War of Faith. When Pat arrived at Parasa, the ground war against the Nephilim had already been raging for 10 days. He did not immediately join the war, but instead went to the Primarch's command base to report to his father. Nimrod listened to Pat's report and nodded slightly. Malkador is using the powerful to show his stance and test reactions. Filter out those who are most vocal against us. Kill them. A cold glint flashed in Nimrod's eyes, displaying his attitude within a limited scope. He wanted those nobles to understand that targeting him and the Order shadows would come at a price. He wanted Malkador to be wary when formulating policies during his brief tenure as head of the Terra Council. Share their interests with families like the Payaque. Within the imperial palace, there were thousands of noble factions, and hundreds of bureaucrats and officers conspiring, each with his own agenda. There were factions targeting him, and there would inevitably be opposing factions, as well as new bureaucrats and officers eager to rise in status. Dividing the spoils among them would both control the impact within a certain range, making it acceptable to Malkador, and also win over a group of allies. Pat pondered the deeper meaning of his father's words, and after a few seconds, he said, "Your will be done. Your performance during your time in the Shadow Guard has pleased me. I want you to serve as a priest." Although Nimrod had established priests in the Legion, the position of chief priest had not yet found a suitable candidate, and Pat was one of the top contenders. "Of course, this is my honor." Pat puffed out his chest, like a pilgrim priest. The mentor of disorder activated his Ling vision. Compared to the past, he saw more, clearly perceiving Pat's integrated, almost transparent spirit body. "You have mastered the power I bestowed upon you." "Father, yes," Pat said confidently. "Go find the chief forgemaster, he has a scepter prepared for you there," Nimrod instructed. "Afterward, return to me." "Yes, sir." Pat acknowledged the order and then left the Primarch's temporary Primarch office. He surveyed the command center, noting the resemblance to a Terran noble's mansion from the huge circular glass windows, gilded wall etchings, and ornately decorated hydraulic doors. Pat followed the runic prompts, passing through several doors, and walked towards a humming area. Amidst the rhythmic sounds of mechanical pumps and pulley systems, he walked towards the chief forgemaster, whose mechanical appendages swung behind him. Rosicky Czech turned and saw Pat. "Come with me." He led Pat to a weapon rack and picked up a scepter. This scepter was crafted by Lord Vulcan. Rosicky gently stroked the all-black staff. "I believe Lord Vulcan challenged his own craftsmanship to create this scepter. According to the agreement, it was sent to the Legion in exchange for the Techmarine's Fortress-class energy shield services provided in hazardous environments and alien-infested worlds." After I received it, I made some decorative modifications to it. Pat took the scepter from the chief forgemaster's hand and noticed that, apart from the skull at the top of the staff head, which was identical to the truth scepter, its overall appearance was quite different. The golden wings reminded him of his father's wings, and the spikes on them brought to mind the Legion's emblem. Like the truth scepter, it can perform both ranged and melee attacks. The intensity of the projected energy field can also be manually set to stun enemies without killing the target. Lord Vulcan used some principles of the thermal force field, which not only provides defense but also enhances the stunning function, making it 10 times more powerful than an ordinary truth scepter. The artisan finally shifted his gaze to the spikes, which were made from materials granted by the Black Emperor. This is my special design. It is not only sharp but can also amplify your voice when you speak, enhancing its effect. The telepathist noticed the hidden pride in the chief forgemaster's words. Your forging skills are astonishing. Lord Vulcan is renowned for his forging skills, his creations are already perfect, and even minor improvements are extremely difficult. You not only improved it but also added new functionalities. All thanks to my lord's bestowal, Rozicki said. The new priest then said, Praise my lord. Rozicki turned to the forge. Besides manufacturing supplies, this place is also making the final embellishments for my lord's armor. Lord Vulcan, outside of the agreement, personally forged a set of armor for my lord. Pat nodded. We will remember Lord Vulcan's friendship. A moment later, Pat returned to the Primarch office. Pat saw his father push a slightly golden potion towards him. After he picked it up, the liquid rippled, like a giant pupil, a pupil whose gaze could penetrate the human heart. Thank my lord for his bestowal. The cool golden liquid entered his mouth, and Pat felt it like champagne. Tiny bubbles constantly rose and burst, bringing a slightly tingling sensation. Pat's hearing suddenly spread out, taking in all the sounds of the entire command base. Pat felt as if he had dissolved, becoming a phantom gas, merging into the mental ocean of the people around him. He calmly looked down at the golden scales slowly growing on his skin. He felt no fear, skillfully meditating to restrain the overflowing power of the magical potion. Pat's mind returned to his body, the golden scales disappeared, and his hearing also receded. Thank my lord for his bestowal. I will surely make good use of the power you have granted me, Pat said respectfully. After Pat left the command center, he immediately joined the battlefield. As soon as he arrived at the front line, he immediately noticed tens of thousands of humans loudly chanting hymns. They looked up at the giants walking among them, their faces covered in tears of joy, as if they were not at war, but on a pilgrimage. Faith. Pat chewed on the forbidden word of the Imperium of man, looking at the giants walking among the humans. The blue Nephilim, as a whole, moved like marine creatures swimming, exceptionally slow. They had no necks, their spherical heads grew directly on their shoulders, and around the surface of their skulls was a circle of depressions resembling eye sockets and nostrils. Pat raised the scepter in his hand, and a blue light surged forth, projecting an invisible force field. The blue Nephilim's body trembled, a wisp of smoke rose, and then it crashed to the ground. 3 people were knocked down, one of them hitting his head on the ground, blood staining the earth. The surrounding crowd's eyes were filled with sorrow. They frantically gathered around the blue giant, stretched out their hands, and then pulled them back. After several repetitions, they still dared not touch it. Pat lowered the force field output power. His father liked all kinds of strange creatures, and offering the Nephilim to him would surely make his father happy. Like a boulder hitting a lake, the blue giants in the crowd simultaneously lunged at Pat. The Order shadows raised their bolters, aimed at the blue figures, and pulled the triggers. Once the blue Nephilim moved, they displayed a swiftness completely unlike their bloated blue bodies. The Order shadows fired a dense barrage, sweeping past the plump, fish school, blowing the surrounding humans into bloody mists. Only the Legion warriors, whose armor bore the emblem of the black eye, fired bolter rounds that flew into the rippling blue. They were the 11th Battle Group's best marksmen, awarded the Sharpshooter's badge. When the blue Nephilim attacked, they were calm yet cautious. They shrieked with trembling, chanting voices, raised their weapons, and fired screaming pulses. The servants surrounding them acted like seawater, serving as human shields, forming a barrier around their deities. The psychiatrist strode forward, his black eyes fading, as if they had stand up, and an invisible wave instantly surged forward. Hundreds of humans ran wildly in all directions. Dozens of people fled aimlessly. More than 10 people spun in place, wanting to escape but forcing themselves to restrain it. Several people's bodies stiffened, trembling as they stood in front of their god. The psychiatrist took in the reactions of the many humans, thinking to himself. The effect of dragon's might usually depends on the target's will, but for these Nephilim's followers, the determining factor is faith. Those with the weakest faith ran wildly, those with firm faith fled aimlessly, those with relatively firm faith spun in place, and the devout believers stiffened. Their faith isn't unbreakable after all. As the psychiatrist pondered, his upright golden eyes stared at the rapidly approaching blue Nephilim. The blue Nephilim's body trembled, and the screaming pulse surrounding its hammerhead whistled past. Pat swung his scepter, striking at the round head. The bloated arm raised a heavy hammer, attempting to block. The piercing pain in the blue Nephilim's mind grew stronger, his arm swung slower and slower, then suddenly swerved, failing to block the incoming scepter. Bang! A flash of light, and the blue body crashed to the ground. Pat strode forward, he saw a green Nephilim running and roaring, spitting out a screaming sound wave. Blood seeped from the Order Shadow's helmet, and then he was struck on the head by the strange scepter. "My brothers, we come following our father's will." Pat's voice was firm and resonant. His voice passed through the helmet's speaker, amplified by the scepter's spikes, drowning out the hymns chanted by the human slaves and the terrifying shrieks. The Nephilim are evil and cruel, living as parasites, preying on others. We bring the flames of wrath, inflicting the punishment of destruction. The priest's voice infected the Order shadows, his resolute will infused into each person's body. The Order shadows roared in unison, following Pat to attack the enemy. The psychiatrist strode forward, his dragon's might causing the surrounding believers to flee in panic. The roar of bolters drowned out the hymns of the human slaves, and the shining force field light tore apart the false deities. Chapter 622, The Potions Professor guzzles Omega's blood. In the Hode system, the white Chingza pierced into the Nephilim's egg-shaped warship like a spear. On the bridge, Khan Hasik stood before the strategic table, gazing at the holographic image. Behind the Chingza was the Legion's flagship, the Blade Storm. Hasik had earned the glory of being the vanguard of the final hunting fleet. He had been personally chosen by the Great Khan to open the path to the alien homeworld. Even though he had been elevated to become a son of Chagatai, as a Shigori's native, he still habitually referred to his Gene father as the Great Khan, the Khan of Khans. Hasik's gaze swept across the holographic image. Gahu's heaven spear was positioned to the right of the Blade Storm. Gahu's white spear followed a different path but still had to advance after the Chingza. "Khan," Stormseer Burgao said, "a storm is brewing in the Sea of Souls." "Alien warships?" Hasik asked. "I cannot be certain." Burgao's eyes were deep, with what seemed like waves swirling within them, but the trajectory of the waves does not seem to be caused by an egg shape. "Perhaps, it is the Order shadows." Hasik shook his head. "They cannot be as fast as us." Burgao nodded in agreement. The Legion warship's manifold plasma had all been doubled in capacity, and the booster lines were correspondingly shortened. Their movements within each system were swifter, and the white scars, clearing of each system was as swift as the wind. Moreover, of the hundreds of worlds enslaved by the Nephilim, we cleared 53, and they cleared 51, Hasik continued his analysis. The Order shadows only deployed 4 warbands this time. To achieve similar results, their fleet must be dispersed across various systems. It's impossible for them to appear here now. By the time they arrive, we will have already left. Just as Hasik was about to issue orders for the warship to slow its pace to avoid being surrounded by prey, the voice of Jagatai Khan suddenly rang out from his helmet's communicator. "Hasik, clear an area for the Order shadows in Hode's orbit. My brother, Nimrod, is here." From the Great Khan's voice, Hasik heard excitement and fighting spirit. The Shigori's war hawks yearned for the hunt. He couldn't help but recall the Randon homeworld hunt mentioned by Jagatai Yasuka, where Lord Nimrod hunted the leader of the Maggot Men. At that time, Hasik was still undergoing modification surgery and couldn't join that hunt. Hasik curiously gazed at the holographic image, at the leaping black runes. Open black lens bracket, the Order shadows, were really this fast. If Lord Nimrod wins the hunt against the Great Khan, then the Order shadows might indeed catch up to us. Perhaps only the Order shadows. Close black lens bracket. As Hasek curiously gazed at the holographic image, in the lower deck of the worthy shadow. Chief Apothecary Mikkel's apothecary room, he was alone. The laboratory was dimly lit, but the potions professor could clearly see the pale arm in his hand. The spiritual scalpel made of black gold in his hand cut a palm-sized piece of pale flesh from the pale skin. The potions professor's pale hand, long unexposed to light, placed the flesh into a crucible. Mikkel's arms and the mechanical appendages on his back moved rapidly, pouring miniature test tubes from the table stand into the crucible. Charred maggots, Katachong vines, the potions professor completed all material additions within 10 seconds. As he stirred with a crystal spoon in his right hand, he felt a bit tired. Mikkel quickly tapped runes on the experimental table, and a drawer popped out. After deactivating the stasis field, he picked up a small black bottle containing a ruby-like drop of blood. It originated from Primarch Omega, diluted 100-fold with Redler's Vort. The potions professor carefully flicked the cork with his thumb, and the pungent smell of alcohol, mixed with a rich fragrance, rushed into his nostrils. Unlike other potions, which blended multiple ingredients, adding other ingredients to a Primarch's blood would only ruin the taste and effect. The potions professor had only added Redler's Vort. Mikkel's throat twitched, and he swallowed. Immediately, he eagerly tilted his head back and drank the potion. As the red liquid slid down his esophagus, a dense black aura instantly emanated from the potions professor's back. On the examination table, the paralyzed gray Nephilim stared wide-eyed, surprised to see a pair of illusory bat wings unfold. 1 second later, clusters of black flames rose. A ball of black flame appeared before the Nephilim. The phosphorescent lines on the gray Nephilim's skin twisted into patterns. If there were green and blue Nephilim present, they would immediately perceive their commander's terror. Mikkel turned his head and smiled faintly. His pale face and crimson eyes made the gray Nephilim's skin twist even more. The black flames flickered on and off, like ghostly fire. 10 seconds later, the potions professor controlled the surging power, and the black flames and the crimson glow in his eyes vanished simultaneously. He looked up, exhaling a long, satisfied breath. The potions professor felt that his physical and mental fatigue had vanished, and his body was filled with power. Based on 38 past experiences, he knew that his speed and strength would both have a slight permanent increase. Although the effect decreased each time compared to the previous one, the improvement was still sufficiently noticeable up to now. A bloody light flashed in Mikkel's eyes. He instinctively raised his hand to press a rune. Mikkel's hand stopped immediately. The Black Emperor's voice echoed in his mind, "Restrain yourself." The twisted patterns on the gray Nephilim's skin did not disappear with the black flames. Instead, they became even more distorted, like an overturned paint palette. He watched as the mechanical appendage reached down, then lifted, and then the pale body in black robes turned around. Mikkel walked to the gray Nephilim, his right hand picking up an orange potion from the examination table and injecting it into the gray body. You, the Nephilim, whose ability to speak had returned, spoke with difficulty. "There's no need for this, we can coexist peacefully. I must say, you are truly skilled with your voices," Mikkel said admiringly, glancing at the standard timer on the wall. 4 days and 6 hours without speaking, and you recovered in just 2 seconds. As he spoke, the chief apothecary's injector, located on his back, descended like lightning. "Don't," the gray Nephilim's voice abruptly cut off. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Mikkel's left hand tapped the lower side of the examination table, a red lightning rune. Zeet. Electric light surged, enveloping the gray body lying horizontally on the examination table. The potions professor watched the gray Nephilim. Through previous experiments, he had discovered that electric shocks stimulated the Nephilim's body. Their metabolism would accelerate, and their recovery speed would increase. The gray Nephilim's vocal recovery speed would increase 5-fold, green 3-fold, and blue 2-fold. Zeet, the gray body trembled incessantly as time passed by minute by minute. 3 minutes and 15 seconds later, the potions professor's eyes lit up. After adding the barbarous overlord arm as an ingredient, the effect of the muting potion significantly improved. The overlord body, its toxicity surpasses materials like the Katachong viper. The potions professor had previously formulated potions using different types of materials. They had achieved certain effects in battlefield applications, accelerating the cleansing of the Nephilim. But less than 4 minutes of duration could not play a decisive role in combat. Mikkel's thoughts stirred, and his strong brain cat raised its paw. A data pad and stylus flew into Mikkel's hand. He reviewed the flood of information on the video screen. The chief apothecary recorded key data on the data pad. After the standard timer completed a cycle, the surgical saw from the chief apothecary's back surprisingly descended. As the saw teeth rotated, clumps of gray flesh scattered, revealing the mouth and alien organs similar to a throat and trachea. As the potions professor made a breakthrough, the black and white warships tacitly deployed on opposite ends of the orbit of the Nephilim homeworld, Hode. Khan Hasik landed on the gray-white world, mounted his jet bike, and looked up at the sky, watching the black vehicles penetrating the miasma. Open black lens bracket order shadows, let's see who reaches the center point first this time. Close black lens bracket. He lowered his head to start the engine, then raised his scimitar high. 15 relatively intact squadrons of the Brotherhood, 600 motorcycles, spewed air currents, closely following their Khan. Chapter 623 The Nephilim first lose double encrypted communications. Horde was a deep pit of souls, an entire planet lost in the foul stench of a dream of misplaced faith. Each Nephilim was nourished by the faith of tens of thousands, their lives breaking through restraints, and their bodies becoming enormous. As long as faith persisted, the Nephilim possessed everything. White and black tore apart the Nephilim's dream bubble. Giant forests swayed in the downpour, and swamps churned in the flames. The accumulated fury of the white scars on their journey was unleashed mercilessly on the alien homeworld, but keeping Horde burning was no easy feat. Like fireballs thrown into water, meltabombs quickly extinguished. Everything on Horde was between a dissolve and a solid. Upon landing, the White Scars armored units discovered that even their lightened armored vehicles would sink into the toxic gas swamps. Toxic spores covered the white hulls, and heavy tracks struggled to roll, pulled by vines. Only promethium flames spewing from 6-meter diameter pipes could burn the sap-filled trees to ash. As infantry arrays used heavy flamers, spraying rows of fire to clear human slave soldiers and vine-covered praise towers, Khan Hasik led his Brotherhood in a rapid charge. He was once again assigned the vanguard by the Great Khan. Hasik chose the praise chapel, covered in human skin, as his first hunting target. The slave soldiers proudly wore armor made from the shed skin of their deities, they were no longer truly human. The Nephilim delighted in making humans stronger, mutating them to blur the lines between species, fusing human flesh with Nephilim skin and weapons. The most corrupted and ancient of their servants were no longer human, but a hybrid livestock of stretched muscle and spliced genes, with the largest servants being as big as night titans. They fired laser barrages at the white array, then unleashed block-sized artillery fire. The few land speeders the White Scars had equipped from the Forge world were torn to shreds by the firepower in the mud. Move, 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 Hasik shouted, and the white cavalry raced through the capillary-like roads, launching wave after wave of charges around the sluggish slave soldiers. Hasik found the feeling of galloping across the Great Plains, and he yelled, "Hail Shigoris!" He pushed his jet bike to its limits, the excellent piece of technology vibrated non-stop at extreme speed, but he was oblivious. Kill counts and battle merits were also forgotten, Hasik's eyes only saw aliens. He swept past the rising steam, pouncing on a huge, pulsating figure. Move, slash, move, slash. The blue Nephilim was very powerful, but its reactions were a bit sluggish. This was especially evident in front of the White Scars. Hasik fully utilized his advantage, taking favorable positions and attacking the creature as if it were a marine animal trapped in air. The huge blue corpse crashed onto the organic mountain, mucus constantly splattering onto the white hull. Hasik felt his mount grow heavy as he arrived before the bulbous, mucus-covered chapel. The most powerful blue Nephilim guard, each larger than a dreadnought, let out a piercing shriek and raised his sonic weapon. Before the terrifying shriek hit, Hasik leaned forward, sharply twisted his direction, and his mount's saddle carried him past the slippery organic mucus. Pneumatic sonic shrieks tore through power armor, shattering the bodies of the White Scars, and chunks of flesh slammed into the organic mucus. Hasik knew that the chapel guard's first wave of attack had reduced the number of Brotherhood members as 4 shining runes disappeared within his helmet. At the same time, he saw bolter rounds striking the ancient blue Nephilim's armor-like skin, which was layered countless times and degenerated. Amidst the roar, the outer layer of faded blue skin armor exploded. Hosik's fury drove his jet bike to leap into the air. The glaive swung, and the blue body was severed. At the same moment Hosik attacked the chapel, Ramsey, lord of the 10th battle group, moved alone through the slave soldier horde in the greasy shadows. The green Nephilim seemed to sense something and turned towards the veteran shadow ascetic. As the whale-faced alien slowly turned, Ramsey slipped into his shadow. The rose bishop's hand shot out from the shadows, pressing onto the green flesh. The green flesh rippled like branches in the wind, forming nodules. The green Nephilim desperately twisted his scepter, reaching behind him. Ramsey was faster, biopiskic energy instantly spread to the green Nephilim's head. With a bang, the spherical green head exploded like a balloon. The blue soldiers and surrounding slave soldiers all looked over at the sound. The spreading psychic energy of the rose bishop had rapidly reformed the green head. A gray Nephilim stepped forward, phosphorescence and lines forming strange patterns on his body. The flesh servant did not retain previous memories, nor did Ramsey master the Nephilim's double encrypted communication method, ultra-high frequency sound waves and skin patterns. The rose bishop's body suddenly melted like a candle, turning into pure viscous flesh, rapidly rolling across the organic mucus surface. The flesh rolled and burrowed into the body. The rose bishop enjoyed moving through the gray body. Compared to other creatures, the Nephilim's body was larger and more comfortable. The rose bishop fused with the gray flesh, and his raised body suddenly froze. The rose bishop manipulated the gray Nephilim to emit a sound that even the Order shadows could only vaguely hear, and the surrounding Nephilim immediately stopped, following the commander's will. A gray arm rested on the green body. As gray and green rippled, another flesh servant was added. The rose bishop, with 5 green flesh servants, emerged from the alien army and approached the greasy condensation tower. Ramsey's voice echoed within him, "Shadow ascetics, hide in the shadows." 10 shadow ascetics emerged from the shadows of the organic mucus, hiding in the row of green shadows. "Move." Ramsey's low voice echoed from within the gray body, and he immediately stepped forward. The shadow ascetics followed behind the green bodies, burrowing into the Nephilim army. One shadow ascetic threw a vial into the Nephilim horde. As fragments splattered, white smoke rose. The whale-like face of a blue Nephilim was the first to catch the foul smell. He was about to let out a shriek of warning when he suddenly discovered with horror that no sound emerged. The blue flesh twitched wildly, phosphorescence flickered, and lines distorted. Another shadow ascetic threw a black crystal ball, simultaneously issuing an order on the sonic channel, "Attack." The crystal ball exploded, and black smoke rose, spreading faster than the white smoke. The blue Nephilim's phosphorescence rapidly dimmed. A listener started the land speeder engine. Black vehicles swept in like a tide, and a surging storm engulfed the Nephilim. Each Nephilim was like a lonely fish separated from its school. Even with kin within meters, they could not sense each other. They could not vocalize, and their patterns were dull. They received no information, and the 2 small eyes on their whale-like faces could not discern any information from their kin. The Nephilim's double encrypted communications were cut off. They lost contact for the first time. Black vehicles pierced through the boiling vapor, dropping barrages layer after layer, and the confused Nephilim fell in droves. The rose bishop, with 5 green flesh servants, advanced through the alien army, plunging them into chaos. In the miasma-shrouded gray-white world, the black tide, faster than the white tide, swept over layers of organic mountains, reaching the center of the gray mist jungle. Chapter 624. A target for corrosion delivered to my doorstep, of course I welcome it. The final tendrils rose from the gray mist jungle, piercing the clouds. 3 massive cathedrals, their domes bristling with psyker cables, swelled high, constantly releasing plasma fields into the sky, repelling the frantically strafing aircraft. Tens of thousands of humans were bound to neural conduits, arranged in positions where their skulls could be easily penetrated, their life force slowly drained. The first and oldest temple, with countless exposed spikes and hard-shelled walls, had long since been blackened by the blood of the sacrificed. Every order shadows, even if not a royal court monk or a psyker, could hear eerie echoes upon entering the gray mist jungle. The souls stripped from fanatical dying individuals shrieked, echoing through the gray mist jungle. The first listeners of the 10th battle group to arrive heard the howls of hundreds of millions of souls. Even when they ascended to the Thelema mindset, they could not block out the sounds they listened to from the nearby screaming vortex. A listener, his ears filled with the screams of countless people. His face pale, he led his squad members in an attack. He struggled to maintain the second level of Thelema, his feet on the engine. Amidst the roaring engine, the screams tormenting him subsided slightly. He swung his arm fiercely, throwing a force grenade at the Xenos, gun emplacement. Boom! In the explosion of the force field, the listener found a moment of peace. Immediately, a 4-meter-tall giant Nephilim emerged from the collapsed remains of the gun emplacement, its translucent green flesh shimmering in the flowing light. It opened its mucus-filled maw and let out a piercing roar. The terrifying screams of the real world and the supernatural simultaneously erupted, and the listener fell back in pain. Just as the vortex of shattered molecules was about to engulf the black vehicle, a golden light flashed past. A golden halo emitted a beam of light, deflecting the screaming pulse, which struck the ground, causing the mucus-covered surface to explode. The Mentor of Disorder raised his arm, and an extremely viscous transparent liquid, layer upon layer, enveloped the Nephilim in amber. After Nimrod rescued his offspring, he flapped his wings, soared past the Order shadows, and rushed into the cathedral area. The Mentor of Disorder's spirituality erupted, and the cathedral area immediately plunged into chaos, with screaming pulses flying erratically everywhere. In the chaos, not a single sound wave flew towards Nimrod. Rumble. Psyker cables exploded, plasma surged wildly, and the humans entangled in the neural conduits turned to charcoal. As black ashes fell, golden lights scattered, and Nephilim were imprisoned in amber one by one. Nimrod flew over the cathedral area and landed on the steps in front of the temple. The oldest Nephilim, a bishop who had absorbed hundreds of millions of lives, sat on an altar covered with Psyker cables, his seat filled with glittering neural lobes. His scaly skin quivered, and he tremblingly stood up. Nimrod looked at the swaying translucent mountain of flesh before him, its two tiny black eyes deeply embedded in the folds of its sweaty gray skin. As it drew a black knife etched with patterns, the surrounding air vibrated. Nimrod, you arrived a step before Chagatai. But you will also die. The trembling voice penetrated the temple, reverberating into the surrounding cathedrals. The Nephilim hiding within, obeying their bishop's command, prepared to activate atomic explosive devices. They would set the entire cathedral ablaze, detonating the explosives, and everyone within a 50-kilometer radius would be obliterated. Whether the black-armored Order shadows, the white-armored warriors who had just rushed into the gray mist jungle, or the Nephilim slave soldiers, all would be sacrificed to the god caste. The next moment, in the shadows of every atomic bomb vault, shadow ascetics emerged. The blades of shadow shaping pierced the backs of the Nephilim, freezing their bodies into icy corpses. Inside the largest atomic bomb vault, a gray Nephilim exploded with a roar. Gray flesh turned into a storm that swept all around, and viscous flesh tore apart the surrounding Nephilim. The figure of Rose Bishop Ramsey emerged from the flesh. He stared at the device emitting terrifying energy, his gaze profound. Ramsey knew that the Tech Marines, obeying the Gene Father's command, had intercepted the Ordex line. They had compiled a Nephilim dictionary, revealing the Xenos' death worship philosophy. But the sacrifice plan was not a result of the Tech Marines' belated analysis, obtained by combining urban-level orbital scans with the Augur matrix. The Black Emperor had revealed the Xenos' self-destruction plan long before landing on Hod. At the same moment the Nephilim sacrifice plan failed, the Nephilim bishop let out a deafening roar, simultaneously wielding his black knife. A terrifying cry echoed in the Primarch's mind, the screams of hundreds of millions of souls reverberating. The faith mist of hundreds of millions of souls permeated the Primarch's mind. He perceived the foolishness of every soul willingly dying. An invisible impact echoed in the Primarch's mind, like invisible shackles binding his thoughts. The bishop swung the black knife, which had harvested millions of lives, cutting through the air, and the sound waves ripped apart the Psyker cables and neural lobes. The steps shattered into layers of ripples, turning into a pile of dust. The ripples, upon striking the black armor, were like hitting an invisible barrier. Golden light surged behind Nimrod, followed by a series of explosions. Deflected sound waves vibrated in the air, and piercing glass-shattering explosions resounded through the temple. The golden halo burst with a bang, and the scattered metal debris struck the black armor, also striking the Mentor of Disorder's heart. You cannot influence my will. The mentor of disorder's will, like a spark, ignited his ambition. The blazing flames of ambition permeated his mind, evaporating hundreds of millions of screaming souls. Flames burned in the mentor of disorder's eyes, and his thoughts became clear again. He raised his hand and grabbed the Nephilim bishop's wrist, snatching the black knife full of spiritual radiance. The mentor of disorder injected spirituality into his golden gauntlet, and he raised his hand and pushed forward. Extremely viscous liquid flowed, layer upon layer, enveloping the Nephilim bishop. Nimrod gazed at the Nephilim bishop, imprisoned, in golden amber, thinking to himself. Open black lens bracket Chagatai deals with the Nephilim bishop much more easily than I do. More acute perception is sometimes also a weakness. The screams of hundreds of millions of dead, all felt by me, converged into an impact that instantly broke through my mental defenses. If not for ambition and the golden halo, taking down the Nephilim bishop would not have been so easy. Close black lens bracket. The mentor of disorder turned the black knife in his hand, scrutinizing the pale and green spiritual radiance. Open black lens bracket. Although I lost the flame wheel, after old man Huang's reward of the golden halo, gaining this is worth it. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod's thought moved, and the black knife disappeared. A black knife was added to the third level of the disordered country. After Nimrod sent all the amber-encased Nephilim into the first level of the disordered country, he went to meet Chagatai Khan, who was clad in platinum war armor. Chagatai removed his dragon helmet, his sharp eyes like an eagle's, gazing at Nimrod. Nimrod, you have once again completed the hunt before me. I hope they can learn from you. Hasik, at Chagatai's side, looked at Lord Nimrod with the great Khan's gaze. His body, like a marble statue, was filled with power, and his black eyes were as captivating as a deep pool. His physique was as mighty as a mountain, and the grey mist mountains served as his backdrop. The thought of kneeling involuntarily arose in Hasik's mind, and he gripped the Guan Dao in his hand tightly, not allowing himself to obey his instincts. Nimrod heard this and thought to himself. Open black lens bracket. I remember Chagatai sent Hasik to the Luna Wolves, and later he was deeply influenced, becoming the leader of the rebellious faction within the White Scars. During the great birthday celebration, when Chagatai went to the surface of Prospero to question Magnus's fragments for the truth, Hasik launched a rebellion, attempting to seize control of the White Scars. This also means Hasik can be corroded, and it's better for him to be corrupted by me than to become a follower of Horus and fail in his rebellion. Close black lens bracket. Welcome, warriors of Shigoris. Nimrod smiled, accepting Chagatai's request. Open black lens bracket. A target for corrosion delivered to my doorstep, of course I welcome it. Close black lens bracket. Hasik, I want you to follow Nimrod. Chagatai turned to Hasik Khan and said. I hope you learn from the Order shadows, discover how they think. Only by fighting alongside them in battle can you truly understand them. Do this for me, and I will also have Gahun join you. Yes, my great Khan. Hasik readily accepted the order, filled with curiosity about the Order shadows who had kept pace with the White Scars' advance. He felt even more honored to be able to learn under Lord Nimrod, who had surpassed the Great Khan in 2 hunts. Chapter 625, Only the Black Emperor Pathway undergoes qualitative change. The Horde Temple, along with stacks of shriveled skins, was incinerated in the flames. The organic mountains turned to scorched earth, and promethium molten streams burned the forests to ashes. After the White Scars won their first battle since their rebirth, they departed first, leaving behind a fleet with the Qingza as its flagship. The Order Shadow's fleet then set sail. Wangquan Shadow, Primarch Office. Nimrod listened to Arsena Dun's report, and a thought stirred in his mind. In the first level of the Nation of Disorder, the Space Monkey began to move, preparing the potion for the Hypnotist, Sequence 6 of the Visionary Pathway. After being promoted to Mentor of Disorder, his authority significantly increased, and he became more and more like the true master of the Nation of Disorder. He didn't need to move himself. As long as an item was within a certain surrounding space, he could use telekinesis to pick it up and then bring it into the Nation of Disorder. He could also directly issue commands to the Space Monkey with whom he had established a connection, without needing to go to the first level. My lord, during the war against the Nephilim, Chief Apothecary Mikel successively developed 106 types of potions, especially the permanently silencing potion and the two standard hour light depriving potion developed at the end. The use of these potions greatly reduced casualties. A total of 943 people across 4 warbands were killed in action. Although the exact casualty figures for the White Scars cannot be determined due to their independent nature, their battle achievements were slightly lower, and their casualties exceeded 4,000. Nimrod nodded in agreement with the original body servant's deduction. This could be inferred from his current, corrosion, target, Khan Hasik's Brotherhood. Hasik, who served as the vanguard, was one of Chaghatai's most trusted individuals, second only to Chin Shah, the commander of the Keshik Guard, and Stormseer Jagatai Yasuka. His brotherhood was the largest among the Shigori's people, estimated to be over 2,000, but now numbered less than 1,000, with only 500 jet bikes remaining. Our casualties were not many, but every Fallen Order shadow had their limbs shattered by sonic weapons, leaving no complete physical remains. Malina is providing support to the Chief Forgemaster for research into sonic weapons. Nimrod nodded slightly. The Nephilim indeed had unique expertise in the sonic domain, and the deceased Order shadows left behind only their precipitated Beander characteristics. The Techmarine intercepted the Ordex circuits used by the aliens. They have compiled an audio dictionary of the Nephilim, the polymath continued to report. I have organized the students of ratiocination under my command to begin researching a new encrypted communication language. The original body servant put away his data crystal and said before leaving, "Pastor Pat is waiting outside, as per your command. Let him in." The moment Arsenadun exited the Primarch office, Nimrod's palm flipped, and a thin black mist rose, revealing a bottle of transparent, colorless potion. At the same time, with a thought, blue Nephilim and other potion ingredients moved from the storage palace to beside the furnace, as if out of thin air. The space monkey immediately began to prepare the Prometheus potion, sequence 6. Pat, holding the truth scepter, walked to the desk and respectfully said, "Father, drink it," Nimrod said, pushing the potion towards Pat. "Thank you for your bestowal," Pat said, picking up the colorless, transparent potion. He observed the transparent bubbles reflecting the light from different angles, presenting various colors. Pat tilted his head back and drank it. The surroundings seemed to fall silent, and layers of illusory scales appeared on his body. His body flickered between light and shadow, seemingly becoming invisible. After more than 10 seconds, the newly promoted hypnotist's form recoalesced, and the illusory, dragon scales, vanished. "Pat, from now on, you will be the Legion's chief pastor, responsible for examining the thoughts of the Order's shadows and providing battlefield inspiration." As the Primarch spoke, he transmitted information such as the prayer ritual to the Black Emperor and the discovery of possible Alpha infiltration to Pat through their psychic link. "My lord, I shall become your shield of faith, constructing a mental defense to block all heresy." After Pat left, Nimrod immediately went to the 4th level of the Nation of Disorder. The Mentor of Disorder spread his spirituality, touched Tierney's orb of light, and after confirming no one was around, pulled him into the Nation of Disorder. In his right hand, shrouded in black mist, appeared a bottle of reddish-yellow liquid. "Drink it." Tierney respectfully extended both hands, holding the potion, and immediately felt its immense allure. "Thank you for your bestowal, my lord." He eagerly tilted his head back and drank it, immediately feeling illusory flames churning in his throat, as if real fire burned in his stomach. Nimrod scrutinized Tierney. He already knew the general scope of the Prometheus's core Beander ability, theft, from the blasphemy slate. As in his memory, the abilities the Prometheus could steal were only Beander abilities, and did not include psionic or other powers. Open black lens bracket. Only the Black Emperor pathway undergoes qualitative change. Other pathways have no fundamental alteration, it's just that Astartes' consumption effects are somewhat stronger than ordinary people's. This makes the Prometheus quite awkward. Close black lens bracket. Though both acquire Beander abilities they do not possess, the Prometheus is different from the Polymath and the Scribe. A successfully stolen target will lose their Beander ability within a day, while the Prometheus can only use it for 10 minutes. With all Beander ability users being Nimrod's subordinates, the Prometheus's role is equivalent to a negative. He had considered letting the Prometheus steal the abilities of other subordinates during daily training, causing them to temporarily lose their abilities to practice responding to sudden attacks. But Nimrod ultimately abandoned this idea. such training would not be very effective and would undermine his authority. Open black lens bracket. Fortunately, it can still steal corruption, offering another option besides the sun pathway. Moreover, the theft aspect has also undergone a qualitative change. It can steal from a distance, or force dangerous items onto the target. Although it is the weakest among sequence 6, it can still be useful in certain situations. Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod pondered, the newly promoted Prometheus meditated, reigning in the overflowing potion power. Thank you for your bestowal, my lord. As Tierney thanked the Black Emperor, his eyes twitched. The Prometheus vaguely felt that the Black Emperor's entire being was a treasure. The Prometheus could even distinctly feel that the golden wings were more precious than the armor forged by Lord Vulcan, and the blurred item at his waist, which he knew to be a sword, was more precious than the chain wrapped around his little finger. Open black lens bracket. Only such treasures are worthy of my lord. Close black lens bracket. As Tierney pondered, black mist enveloped his body, and he immediately returned to the real world. Nimrod did not proceed with promoting Chief Apothecary Mikel to Sequence 5, although the green Nephilim and other materials had been gathered, the requirements for the promotion ritual had not yet been met. The Scarlet Scholar's promotion ritual requires gathering metals, gemstones, and the blood of extraordinary creatures representing different lunar phases. Currently, only the main material for the Sleepless, the moonstone from Vostonia's satellite, which is crescent-shaped, from the first month of year 885, is available. In the third level of the Nation of Disorder, Nimrod picked up the Dice of Prophecy. After waiting another month, he could confirm that after divining the uniqueness, the cooldown of the Dice of Prophecy had permanently increased by 1 month. Nimrod collected his thoughts, and Perturbo's information flashed rapidly through his mind. Open black lens bracket. Perturbo is 114 light-years from Baram. It's 230 degrees 7. Direction is the Drebel Lighthouse, close black lens bracket. There are some worlds in the warp within the galaxy that can serve as coordinates. While not as bright and enduring as the Astronomicon, they often act as lighthouses, and Drebel is the closest such lighthouse around Perturbo. During the Great Birthday celebration, the reason Lehman Russ was able to find Perturbo amidst the warp storm sweeping the galaxy was by using the Drebel Lighthouse as the origin point. After all the information about Perturbo flashed through Nimrod's mind, he silently recited in his heart. Open black lens bracket. The star map from Carium Gate to Perturbo, close black lens bracket. After reciting it 11 times, he threw the Dice of Prophecy in his hand. The divination tool tumbled several times in the air before landing in Nimrod's outstretched hand, and a brilliant vision unfolded before his eyes. Nimrod recorded the star map and then input it into a data crystal. After returning to the real world, with a thought, all information about Perturbo flashed through John's mind, with whom he had established a psychic link. Nimrod did not know what enemies Lehman Russ, leading the Dark Angels, and Kara's Typhon were facing, so he decided to have the Calamity Priest perform a divination. Chapter 626, Shapeshifter, how did you do that? All of Perturbo's information flooded into John's mind. The Calamity Priest pulled out a piece of parchment with his left claw, gripped a quill with his right, and rapidly wrote. Perturbo. John wrote down the information on the paper, over and over again. After 11 repetitions, the Calamity Priest grabbed the paper and leaned back on his wooden bed. Through a psychic link, Nimrod saw a phantom image of 3 nobles in luxurious robes entering a magnificent palace with a team of guards. The scene shifted, the guards pounced on the nobles, brandishing their blades and piercing silk. They withdrew their blades and licked the blood from them. Assassination. Coup. Nimrod frowned slightly, thinking in confusion. The image twisted and changed again, the guards' bodies contorted, growing corpulent, stretching their silk robes taut. The Primarch's mind replayed the previous scene, the faces of the deceased nobles flashing one by one. Licking the blood of those they killed, then transforming into their likeness. Shapeshifters. The main ingredient for the faceless potion, sequence 6 of the Fool pathway. As the image shattered, Nimrod had already obtained the information he wanted. He had acquired the desired information through the Calamity Priest's dream divination. So, this is why it was only silent when Lorgar first arrived at Perturbo. Perhaps, after Perturbo was reclaimed, the subservient people rebelled, and Lorgar, in his anger, inflicted punishment, then considered it a disgrace, which is why not much information about Perturabo remains. Another dark secret of the Dark Angel's habitual conservatism. Nimrod knew that shapeshifters were different from doppelgangers, who also possessed shapeshifting abilities. They would not acquire the memories of the person they transformed into. If they hadn't lived long in human society, they wouldn't master Gothic or the use of various equipment. Nimrod had long planned to acquire the potion ingredient, shapeshifters, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. He remembered that during the Great Crusade, the Imperium regarded shapeshifters as Xenos creatures, like cockroaches. After discovering they fed on humans, the Imperium, in an effort to exterminate them, sent the World Eaters as the vanguard. The 203rd Expeditionary Fleet descended upon Alpha Salish, exterminating the shapeshifters. Of course, like other Xenos, they were not completely wiped out. Shapeshifters were by no means an easy species to exterminate. By consuming blood, they could transform into various creatures, including Astartes and even Custodes. Compared to doppelgangers, they had another advantage: their bodies would undergo corresponding changes, possessing the physical qualities of the transformed subject. During the upcoming Great Birthday celebration, when Ultramarines Arcadius and Salamanders Hecaton visited a neutral planet, they encountered shapeshifters disguised as Custodes. The shapeshifters, possessing the physical qualities of Custodes, once suppressed the two unarmored Astartes. In the 42nd millennium, shapeshifters still existed. They ambushed an Inquisitor from the Ordo Xenos and a Deathwatch kill team aboard the Space Hulk Terror Ghost. They transformed into inquisitorial retinue and Astartes, gradually devouring the killed team. Nimrod leaned back in his chair, contemplating how to deal with enemies possessing shapeshifting abilities. The war on Perturabo is not a conventional frontal battle, the key is how to discover the shapeshifters. Nimrod pondered while inputting his thoughts onto a data pad. A moment later, he pressed his calm bead, summoning Arsenadun. Gather the psychic librarians and priests. He pushed a data crystal towards the original body servant. The first battle group will accompany me to Perturabo. After the original body servant left the office, he went to the Nation of Disorder, spreading his spirituality to give orders to Dementiva and the Marauder leader, Prometheus. Amidst the churning black mist, a data pad appeared before the two. After Maria Kernikova stepped onto the stage on Terra, Dementiva, also a demoness of pleasure, became the leader of the assassins, in the 6th month of 885, the Perturabo system. On the bridge of the Wenquan Shadow, the original body servant reported to the Black Emperor. My lord, the Augur Matrix class master reports that both Perturabo's second planet and Planet 6 show a large number of life signals. But the sound array master's full-frequency, full-language broadcast received no response. Nimrod had anticipated this situation. The shapeshifters must have already taken control of both planets. He arrived earlier than Lorgar and Typhon, and there were fewer shapeshifters who had mastered human language and technology. Thus, it will be easier to identify the shapeshifters. Proceed to Planet 6. Nimrod decided to go to Planet 6, where the Tuchulcha engine was located, first. The Augur Matrix and the Etheric Divination system are to operate at full power, focusing on scanning the underground of Planet 6. Your will be done, the silver-haired original body servant said. The Black Fleet met no resistance, passing directly through the unresponsive second planet, arriving in orbit around Planet 6 amidst silent replies. In the heavy landing craft, Howard Fend frowned deeply. Ever since arriving in the Perturabo system, he had felt a strange sensation, and now it felt even more discordant. The Perturabo people did not respond, and their sparse anti-aircraft fire also showed no reaction. The shapeshifters have taken control of the upper echelons of this world, but they don't yet know how to use human technology. This is why my lord ordered that no drop pods or stormbirds be used for landing, and all royal court monks land via heavy transport ships. The closer they got to the ground, the more the judge felt the discord of this planet. As Howard pondered, he felt a tremor underfoot. He immediately rose, eagerly walking off the deck. He was going to restore order here. A shapeshifter stood among the crowd, dressed in dark brown clothing, holding a laser gun, looking no different from the surrounding guards. After nearly a month of learning, he had mastered everyday human language, thus being chosen for observation duty. He had to figure out why the outsiders had suddenly come to a world controlled and devoured by his species. The shapeshifter stared intently at the black armor warriors cradling large guns. He felt every cell in his body stirring, and the thorny tongue locked in his throat twitched eagerly. Delicious. He instinctively wanted to stick out his tongue and entwine the giant. The shapeshifter suppressed his desire to devour. No rush, they are already my food. How do humans say it, delivered to the door, lambs to the slaughter? The shapeshifter greedily glanced at the leading black armor warrior, then quickly lowered his head, pretending to be as fearful as everyone else. Howard suddenly stopped, and as a seasoned sheriff, he instinctively felt the presence of something evil around him. Howard scanned his surroundings, taking in thousands of Perturbo people. Their appearance and clothing seemed normal. Each of their reactions matched the confusion and fear of seeing Astarte's giants. Howard trusted his intuition as a seasoned sheriff more than what he saw. The judge raised his palm and pushed forward, spirituality surged out, and he loudly shouted in Dun language. No shapeshifting here. When an authoritative voice he had never heard before rang in the shapeshifter's ears, he didn't pay attention. However, the next instant, he let out a bird-like shriek, feeling a loss of control over his body. His body was rapidly reverting to its original form. The surrounding people looked towards the source of the shriek, then saw a nebula-like creature, a combination of grotesque limbs and swollen flesh. The crowd stared in horror at the monster that had infiltrated their midst, letting out terrified screams. "Ah, how did you do that?" the shapeshifter asked in astonishment, his body sliding backward. His tongue shot out. Howard raised his power fist. A blue light leapt up and smashed onto the thorny tongue. The disintegration field shrieked, shattering the grotesque tongue, and the judge swung his hand violently. Invisible soft whips cracked, scattering swollen chunks of flesh. The judge raised his arm again, shouting, "Imprison." Extremely viscous liquid layered and enveloped the shapeshifter. After capturing the shapeshifter, Howard loudly shouted to the fleeing Perturbo people. "Your world has been controlled by Xenos. Shapeshifting monsters have infiltrated your society." Chapter 627 Kagan Hasek. He actually distinguished the changelings disguised as white scars so quickly. After Howard Fenn captured the changeling, he immediately handed him over to 3rd Company Captain Mahau for interrogation, before heading to the urban district to handle other affairs. After Mahau brought the amber containment onto the heavy transport ship, he found a troop compartment. The judge raised his hand, and psychic energy surged out, covering the entire compartment. He commanded solemnly in Dun language. "Seal." Layers of viscous liquid spread rapidly within the compartment, forming invisible walls layer upon layer. The judge immediately raised his hand, pointed at the amber, and commanded, "Release the confinement." The amber rapidly dissolved and vanished, and the changeling's stiff eyeballs trembled slightly. The changeling's seemingly pieced together body began to stir. As if waking from a long dream, its eyeballs rotated sluggishly. Only when the black-armored giant came into its view did it regain its senses. The changeling suddenly shuddered, and its form rapidly switched between several creatures, including Perturbo locals and grotesque avian beings. While confirming he had recovered his ability to shapeshift, it drew a short blade from its ribs. The changeling opened its mouth and sprayed intestinal acid at the black-armored giant. Simultaneously, its body slid like a snake, swinging the knife in an attack. The order shadows flashed aside, evading the changeling the moment it opened its mouth. Sizzle. The acid struck the invisible prison, and the resulting ripples gave the changeling a familiar sensation. Before it could dwell on it, it saw a golden light surge in the black-armored giant's eyes. The changeling emitted a bird-like shriek. It felt as if its entire brain and consciousness had been pierced. After the veteran interrogator struck down the changeling with mental pierce, he spoke again in a low, deep voice. "Xenos, tell me your congregation point." "Never." The changeling staggered to its feet. Its speed of switching between different forms had noticeably slowed, resembling a stretched image. Its form stabilized into a heavily tattooed strong man with a fierce countenance. Its thumb web and the sides of its fingers were visibly calloused, and it skillfully flung the short blade. Its body abruptly transformed into a perfectly spherical creature, rolling away at high speed. Mahau punched away the incoming short blade, and calmly watched the changeling smash into the invisible prison. The changeling abruptly transformed into a gang strongman and delivered a punch. Amidst the invisible ripples, it changed again into an avian creature, stabbing viciously with its beak. After several consecutive attempts, the changeling finally realized it was sealed within this compartment. The changeling looked back in astonishment at the black-armored giant, unsure what means he had employed. It was horrified to recall that the black-armored giant had spoken a single phrase earlier, forcing it back to its original form and then restraining it. "Tell me your congregation point." The veteran, interrogator's eyes flashed with golden light. The changeling felt streaks of electricity darting through its brain. The pain of lashing its soul left its mind aching and numb. It trembled violently, its knees gave way, and it collapsed to the ground. 3 standard hours later, Kagan Hasek received his mission from Lord Nimrod and assembled the 300 members of his brotherhood. Since being sent by Chagatai to study under Lord Nimrod, he had served the Primarch aboard the Wangquan Shadow. Now, he finally welcomed his first opportunity to fight alongside the Order Shadows. Fighting side by side was the best way to understand the Order Shadows. Hasek watched Pat approach. He held a unique truth scepter adorned with golden wings. He knew this chief chaplain's status in the 11th Legion was rapidly rising, making him a high-ranking member of the Order Shadows, with a rank approaching that of a Lord Commander. "Our target is the Noble's Palace." Pat's voice was low and powerful. "The marking rune has been transmitted to the shared tactical network." Hasek glanced at the rune flashing inside his helmet, then immediately started his engine. Open black lens bracket swift action, perhaps even a bit impatient, close black lens bracket. Pat habitually scrutinized Hasek while boarding the land speeder. The white jet bikes burst into the bustling downtown area of the city. Amidst cries of alarm, Hasek deftly maneuvered his bike, rapidly sweeping past the deserted streets. He saw the populace staring out from behind windows in terror. News of the giant's arrival and the shape-shifting monsters blending into the crowd spread quickly throughout the city. No one ventured out unless absolutely necessary. Borgao was the oldest and most powerful of the 6 storm seers in Hasek's brotherhood. Before his ascension, he had received long-term instruction from Jagatai Yasuka. He tightly gripped his staff. His psychic hood began to heat up, digging into the flesh of his brain like a fish hook, causing hot sweat to stream down his forehead. Borgao could feel his consciousness scattering and his vision blurring, but he continued to pour in power, letting energy surge over him like a river. When he was racked with pain and covered in cold sweat, he finally saw a vision. He saw a cloud-like body twist and compress into a human form. Borgao turned his staff, and his psychic hood lifted. "Khan, I confirm the presence of Xenos in the target building. I cannot determine the exact quantity, only 5 are discernible." Hasek glanced at the counter in his helmet jumping toward the target rune, showing a distance of 200 meters. He floored the accelerator, raised his guando, and shouted, "Accelerate, move, attack." The roar of the engines converged, and the white torrent roared like 10,000 charging horses. "We are nobles, we welcome the arrival of the Order Shadows. Xenos, die." Hasek raised his guando. Borgao confirmed that the Order Shadows' intelligence was accurate. Lord Nimrod had also mentioned during the pre-battle meeting that the Xenos possessed shapeshifting abilities. The white scars simultaneously stomped and released the accelerator pedals. The high-speed engines drove the 300 bikes to leap up and smash into the crowd. The column of jet bikes mercilessly crushed flesh and bone. Hasek repeatedly swung his guando, hacking vertically, slashing horizontally, cutting diagonally. He killed over 10 Xenos in a row, observing the splattering flesh and blood. Every single one was human, there was no abnormality whatsoever. Even after death, they remained in human form. Hasek continued to accelerate. His bike, like a battering ram, smashed through the courtyard wall. What came into view was still an endless stream of people. Faster. Hasek crashed through, person after person. The speed of the jet bikes decreased gradually, bones and blood staining the white mounts red. The dense architecture formed a natural defense, and the bodies acted as speed dampeners, forcing the white scars to slow down. More people poured out from all directions. They used automatic weapons, unleashing a barrage of fire. Bang! A white scar crashed into a building, and immediately over 10 people piled onto him. Scimitars spun, and 4 people were sliced in half. Amidst the splashing blood, 2 long barbed whips shot out with a whoosh. One tore through the fragile visor and pierced an eyeball. The other wrapped around the junction of the helmet and armor, tearing the neck. The flesh of the two people twisted and squirmed, swelling up like balloons, instantly transforming from ordinary people into giants. The changeling that had torn the white scar's neck flexed its arms, feeling the power within, and excitedly let out a bird-like shriek. More changelings arrived upon hearing the sound, extending their barbed tongues, and excitedly extracting blood from the white scar's body. Their tongues scooped out chunks of flesh and swallowed them. The changeling gnawing on the eyeball twisted its body into a serpentine form and burrowed into the blood-soaked power armor. It donned the helmet, transforming into a white scar. Evil light shone in the white scar's eyes. With greatly enhanced sight and hearing, it immediately locked onto a new target. New, white scars were rapidly born. In an instant, there were an additional 100 unarmored recruits and 4 armored warriors. Pat was one step behind the charging white scar's cavalry. After arriving at the noble estate, he was about to join the battle when his eyes suddenly narrowed. The hypnotist, possessing superior vision, took in the entire battlefield. He immediately noticed too many strong men who were unusual. He immediately switched communication channels and sent a message to Khagan Hasik. Hasik, changelings have turned into white scars. What? The hypnotist heard astonishment and anger in Khagan Hasik's voice. After hanging up, he issued a command to the Order Shadows. Attack. Target. Astartes physique, unarmored warriors. The hypnotist's black eyes faded, became vertical, and scrutinized the white-armored warriors. 36 seconds later, Khagan Hasik assembled the participating Brotherhood members in front of a building. All 300 were present, not one missing. He looked toward Borgau. The Storm Seer's sweat was streaming down, and he gently shook his head. Khagan Hasik frowned slightly and asked Pat, "Can you confirm if Xenos have infiltrated my Brotherhood?" "I am certain." Pat's confidence and certainty made it impossible for Khagan Hasik to ignore him. "Hail Shigoris!" Khagan Hasik gazed at his brothers and shouted in Shigori's language, "Your name," and one phrase declaring your identity as Shigori's natives. Borgau, the Storm Seer set the example first, swift as the wind, speed is paramount in war. Zuhan, the second most senior Storm Seer, followed, saying, "Strike before the enemy strikes, move before the enemy moves." Pat watched the white scars rapidly speak in a language he could only partially understand, and from it, he grasped Khagan Hasik's method for distinguishing the changelings. He frowned slightly. Since changelings infiltrate human populations, they should possess decent learning capabilities. If the later individuals had exceptional learning abilities, they might be able to learn the Shigori's language. More crucially, their efficiency was too slow, and the large number of changelings gathered here might seize the opportunity to escape. Pat recalled the characteristics of the changelings mentioned by the Black Emperor, and immediately had an idea. He walked up to Khagan Hasik, "I have a way to immediately find the changelings." "What? Please allow me to demonstrate." Pat saw Khagan Hasik nod and walked toward the white scar's formation. As a veteran telepathist, he read the obvious hostility from the defensive postures of the white-armored warriors. Pat's black eyes faded and became vertical, and invisible waves instantly surged forward. All the white scars trembled slightly, as if struck by a heavy hammer. But they immediately stabilized their bodies. No one would yield in front of allies. They were the warriors of Shigoris. In the formation, one white figure immediately started sprinting wildly. 2 spun around in place, and 1 trembled violently. After Pat released the dragon's might, he spoke to Khagan Hasik and the white scars. Changelings can alter their physical form, but they cannot possess the strong will of a white scar. Even white scars steeped in culture and poetry forge wills of iron through daily practice. Changelings gain physical prowess by consuming blood, but their will does not undergo a fundamental transformation. Capture them. Khagan Hasik issued the command, then looked at Pat in astonishment. He actually distinguished the changelings disguised as white scars so easily. Neither Borgau nor Zuhan could release such a mental coercion like Pat. The descendant of Lord Nimrod possesses diverse abilities that the Storm Seers lack. It is truly admirable. Lord Nimrod understands the changelings very well. After arriving at Perturabo, he headed straight for Planet 6. Less than 6 hours after reaching orbit, he discovered the changeling congregation point, which even included changelings capable of taking the form of Astartes. Chapter 628, Tuchulcha, even if you can teleport, you can't run. Wangquan Shadow, Bridge. In front of the holographic tactical table, Nimrod scrutinized the holographic image of Perturabo Planet 6. Arsena Dunn held a data slate, inspecting the report compiled by the detectives, students of ratiocination, and tech marines under his command. My lord, after compiling and analyzing the readings from the Augur Matrix class master and the full area ether readings, 5 anomalous zones have been identified. The Primarch took in the 5 highlighted zones, and then absorbed the scrolling information on the video screen. Prepare a Stormbird, and head to Sector C. Nimrod remembered that the Tuchulcha engine had always been in a cave in the underground area. Combined with the ether readings, the zone he selected was the most likely location. A black Stormbird screamed as it flew out from the Wangquan Shadow. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes, spreading out toward the surface. Nimrod first captured a cryptologist tracking a target. The Mentor of Disorder's consciousness swept over, instantly perceiving the invisible form of the Yelled Suit's mimicry. After being promoted to Mentor of Disorder, his purified spirit granted him greater psychic power and consciousness than before. After testing, Nimrod confirmed that he could now match his previous buffed state even without using the Osiris Mind Control Staff's augmentation. As the Stormbird rapidly pierced the clouds, the Mentor of Disorder, getting closer to the ground, covered an increasingly larger area of the surface, and more scenes drew his attention. Okafor, the Psychic Psyker, put away the Osiris Mind Control Staff. Immediately, he, having just been promoted to Warlock, raised his hand and scattered invisible powder. As the powder enveloped his body, the Warlock rapidly disappeared as if erased by a rubber. The Mentor of Disorder lost sight of the Warlock for an instant, and his mind stirred. The scope of his consciousness contracted, and his psychic power swept away the fog like a brush. He immediately grasped the Warlock's movement trajectory, simultaneously confirming that 3 kilometers in his direction of travel, there was a changeling wearing brown. The Mentor of Disorder also noticed that a person, holding a laser gun walking in the streets was suddenly frozen by spreading frost. The frost rapidly spread upward from the feet, solidifying into ice. From the shadows, the tall and slender, Witch, quickly darted out, hoisting the block of ice. Nimrod nodded with satisfaction as he watched the changelings hidden among the crowd being continuously discovered, either killed or captured. Immediately, his consciousness was abruptly touched. The Mentor of Disorder felt that some invisible light point seemed to have brief contact with his consciousness. The contact was brief, faint, and felt like an illusion. Nimrod knew it couldn't be an illusion. In that direction lay continuous underground tunnels and deep caves. The Mentor of Disorder's consciousness contracted, focusing on the deep cave. His consciousness penetrated layers of rock, reaching the center of the cave. The Mentor of Disorder immediately noticed a black and white marble sphere, 10.6 meters in diameter, suspended in the center of the cave. Golden spots on its surface moved slowly, like a rotating disc. As it slowly rotated, the figures around it rapidly vanished. The Primarch keenly sensed that those figures were changelings. He also perceived the tidal fluctuations of the warp. As the tide surged, figures rapidly appeared, only to immediately disappear from his sensory range. Nimrod immediately confirmed that it was the Tuchulcha engine he was looking for. The appearance might be similar, but on Perturabo Planet 6, only the Tuchulcha engine possessed the ability to teleport people into the warp. Open black lens bracket. The changelings found the Tuchulcha engine, and it teleported them away as if playing with them. Close black lens bracket. The Mentor of Disorder noticed that the silver-white sphere of the Tuchulcha engine suddenly lit up with dazzling spots. Open black lens bracket. It wants to run. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod's thoughts raced, and he thought to himself. Nimrod had not anticipated that the Tuchulcha engine would attempt to escape. When it was discovered during the Great Crusade, it did not run away. The Tuchulcha engine even cooperated with the Oil Man, spending 30 years establishing a neural connection with a 7 or 8-year-old male servitor. During the Great Birthday celebration, after encountering Ryan for the second time, it even voluntarily followed him. Open black lens bracket. Did the brief collision of consciousness just now sense my powerful psyche? Close black lens bracket. The Mentor of Disorder's mind stirred, and his spirituality surged forth. His consciousness enveloped a changeling, and an invisible egg was instantly projected into his mind. The mentor of disorder's spirituality rapidly depleted, and the egg quickly grew, forming a psychic door. The mentor of disorder's body became illusory, and he rapidly vanished from inside the Stormbird. With a loud bang, the black-armored, gold-winged giant suddenly appeared in the center of the cave. The mentor of disorder's spirituality surged out without reserve, and the rising golden spots immediately became chaotic. A changeling suddenly flew out of the sea of souls, smashing into the cave's ceiling. Another changeling, which was farther away and had not been included in the teleportation range before, vanished from its spot with a whoosh, reappearing in a city thousands of miles away. Amidst the scene of disorder, Nimrod distinctly felt something melting inside him, making his body, mind, and spirit purer. The discomfort of spiritual exhaustion instantly disappeared. Black mist flickered in his eyes, and Nimrod definitively felt that the nation of disorder had opened a new level, the 9th level of space. At the same time, the mentor of disorder took a step and arrived in front of the Tuchulcha engine, whose teleportation had been interrupted. In his Ling vision, the Tuchulcha engine was overflowing with spiritual radiance. The black and white sphere trembled, and the golden light spots shook chaotically. The power of transit surged in the disorder area locked by spirituality, and the black and white sphere constantly shifted between reality and illusion. Nimrod's mind stirred, and his right hand was wrapped in a faint black mist. Nimrod reached out and grabbed the black and white sphere, feeling it was like a fireball upon contact. His mind stirred, and the 10.6-meter diameter sphere suddenly vanished. Nimrod felt that the 3rd level of space now contained the black and white sphere. Amidst the churning black mist, the surging golden spots calmed and disappeared. Open black lens bracket Tuchulcha, even if you can teleport, you still can't run. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod sensed that the restlessness of the Tuchulcha engine within the realm of the 3rd level of space was gradually subsiding. After confirming that forced measures were unnecessary to establish an association, he recalled the entire process of obtaining the Tuchulcha engine. Open black lens bracket if I hadn't been promoted to mentor of disorder, mastering, psychic door, and disorder, perhaps you really would have run away. Close black lens bracket. He then thought of the distinct feeling he had just experienced. Open black lens bracket the Tuchulcha engine's status is not low. The feedback I gained from generating disorder shows obvious signs of digestion for the mentor of disorder. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod quickly determined his progress by combining it with his previous sequence digestion experience. Open black lens bracket including my previous acting, the current digestion progress is about 1/3. According to previous experience, 1/3 digestion progress opens the 9th level of space, 2/3 opens the 10th level of space, and full digestion opens the 11th level of space. Sure enough, Sequence 6 opened 3 levels of space, and Sequence 5 opens 4 levels of space. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod turned while contemplating. He saw one changeling leaning forward to charge, yet its body rapidly retreated. Another changeling leaned backward, but its entire body suddenly bounced up. The spirituality in the area constructed by the mentor of disorder had not yet dissipated, and the changelings were completely trapped in disorder. The mentor of disorder injected spirituality into the hand of order, and amber pieces rapidly generated one after another. The Primarch's telekinesis spread out, wrapping up the changelings and sending them into the 1st level of space of the nation of disorder. Immediately, Nimrod's mind stirred, and he headed toward the newly opened 9th level of space. Chapter 629, Chagatai, I stole your first con, which is also a good thing for you. The 9th layer of space in the disordered country. After Nimrod arrived at this layer of space, he immediately grasped the corresponding ability of this layer, Word of Order. Threads of rules were densely woven throughout this layer of space. Once he spoke and issued a rule, they would follow his will and punish the target. After Nimrod mastered the function of the 9th layer of space, his first thought was to bring Slaughter, who was still resisting and keeping some secrets, here for the judgment of order. The Aeldari Aspect Warrior was a member of the secret cult who practiced the policy of human sacrifice, and the crimes he committed using this standard were countless. But Nimrod immediately dismissed the idea. The punishment imposed by the Word of Order included death. Slaughter's greatest value lay in the many secrets he possessed, and imposing punishment was not his goal. Nimrod then came to the fourth layer of space. He spread his spirituality and touched the light sphere of William Wood, the lord of the 12th battle group. He found William wearing a black robe and, seeing that he was alone, pulled him into the nation of disorder. At the same time, Nimrod had a thought, and the materials for the sequence 6 faceless of the Fool pathway vanished from inside the palace and appeared before the furnace. The space monkey in the first layer of space added the changelings and other materials to the furnace in order. My lord, the Tanis people grew up in an environment full of gnarled trees, and they naturally possess superhuman sense of direction. The first batch of recruits numbered 1,035. During training, they demonstrated intuition far superior to recruits from other worlds. After training Tanis soldiers, their intuition will be enhanced to varying degrees. I have ordered the establishment of training grounds containing various traps in areas dense with gnarled trees, and the Order Shadows of the Warband will shed their power armor and undergo training. As a seasoned clown, William immediately recognized its value after learning about Tanis. While Nimrod listened to William's report, his right hand trembled slightly in the black mist, and a bottle of black-green potion appeared in his palm. Not bad, Nimrod said approvingly to William. With a thought, the potion, which occasionally and slowly emitted eye-sized bubbles, flew in front of him. Thank you for the bestowal, my lord. A scene flashed through William's mind, him, the son of the worker caste of Gardinal, exiled to the wilderness. The most beautiful future he had ever foreseen was not even 1/10,000th as good as the present. William picked up the potion and watched as bubbles constantly floated to the surface before immediately bursting. Praise my lord. He tilted his head back and drank the potion. A slightly tingling sensation echoed in his mouth and esophagus, eventually fermenting into a numbing loss of sensation. William's spirit was drawn out of his body. From a nearly observational perspective, he watched his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes dissolve one by one, followed by his entire face. In 3 seconds, his face and head melted like wax, and his bones and skin rapidly dissolved. A flood of information simultaneously poured into William's brain, making his thoughts somewhat sluggish. A majestic voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Meditate, and reclaim your body. William instinctively obeyed the majestic voice. He forced himself into a non-mirrored state, striving to control every part of his body. Nimrod watched critically as William's face and skin became covered in dense, pale granulation tissue. Any ordinary person seeing this scene would feel their entire body go numb with repulsion and disgust. William used meditation to gather the scattered potion power. The disgusting granulation tissue gradually disappeared, merging into his lustrous flesh and blood. Nimrod said to William, who had recovered his original appearance, "Test your newly acquired, shapeshifting ability. I follow your will." The bones and ligaments inside the faceless made clicking sounds, and his entire body suddenly shot up a segment. As the faceless tested the ability step by step, both William and Nimrod, who was observing him, grasped the scope of the shapeshifting ability. Open black lens bracket. The newly promoted faceless can become 15 centimeters taller or shorter, which is slightly stronger than I recall. Perhaps this is due to different potion materials, or because the one consuming it is an Astartes. He can simulate sounds and smells, but cannot change the clothes he is wearing. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod's gaze was deep. The meander of the Fool pathway became more physically flexible, but did not increase in height or weight, maintaining a physique roughly at the average Astartes level. The range of roles the faceless can play is limited to Astartes. He cannot transform into an ordinary person, nor can he transform into a Primarch. Open black lens bracket. Not necessarily. Alpharius and Omega certainly could. Compared to Alpha, the Faceless's ability is more suited for infiltration. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod's mind raced with ingenious ideas. Luther, after becoming a barbarian, would find it easier to slip away from the sight of the people of Caliban, participate in the Arc Fringe Cluster campaign, and advance to Mentor of Disorder. The plan to black box the operation and acquire Mortarian's spoils of war, the head of his foster father Nakar, would be easier to achieve. As well as infiltrating the various legions. Thinking of this, Nimrod couldn't help but muse internally. Open black lens bracket. The great birthday celebration will be a good opportunity. By then, I will possess a certain number of faceless. When the faceless infiltrate the legions, even if they show slight abnormalities, they can use the excuse of having experienced major events. Close black lens bracket. The Horus Heresy was never just about simple loyalty and betrayal, it was a trial of faith. Psychic shock caused countless people's thoughts to change, and changes in behavior and habits were common. Nimrod gathered his thoughts and spoke in a deep voice, reminding the faceless. You can pretend to be anyone, but you can only be yourself. Black mist engulfed William, and the Black Emperor's warning echoed in his mind. 3 months later, on Perturbo's second planet, in the largest city, Tevmor. The populace gathered beneath the high platform, looking up as the hereditary king, Chao, the patriarch of the Maybury family, gradually shed his human skin amidst the majestic shouts of the black armor warriors. He revealed a nebula-like form, appearing to be patched together from chaotic limbs. Their ruler had actually been silently replaced by an alien. They then looked at the video screen, which showed scenes of piled white bones in blood-stained prisons, and rescued residents screaming in horror, "Ogre." At that moment, they had no further doubts. The truth revealed to them by the black-armored giant was that a shape-shifting monster had controlled their world, and they had become food reserves for the evil alien. Without the arrival of the Order Shadows, they would have been gradually consumed without even knowing who was responsible. The populace shouted in unison, praising their liberators. Order Shadows. Lord Monarch. At the same moment, on the Wangquan Shadow, in the Primarch office. My lord, Arsena Dun reported respectfully, in the battle to cleanse the changelings on Perturbo's second planet and Planet 6, a total of 249 Order Shadows were killed. Among them, 185 soldiers from the first battle group sacrificed their lives, with the remainder being librarians and royal court monks. 107 members of Kagan Hasik's brotherhood sacrificed their lives. Nimrod nodded slightly. He possessed a more comprehensive understanding. 30 marauders and 61 assassins had also sacrificed their lives. Order the Tech Marines to move into Perturbo Planet 6 and second planet to develop them as industrial worlds. Besides the Tuchulcha engine, he also gained a resource-rich world, Perturbo Planet 6. In Nimrod's memory, it grew into a forge world within a few decades. I follow your will. The original body servant accepted the order and spoke before exiting the office. Hasik, following your command, has arrived outside the door. Let him enter. A bottle of blood-red potion immediately appeared in Nimrod's right palm. Lord Nimrod. Hasik walked up to the desk and bowed. Nimrod pushed the hunter potion toward Hasik, who had been successfully corroded. The white scars, skilled at hunting and swift action, were very suitable for the Red Priest pathway. Moments later, Hasik, clad in white armor, knelt before someone other than the Great Khan for the first time. My lord, thank you for your bestowal. I shall certainly carry out your will. Nimrod nodded in satisfaction. He knew that the future Hasik would be given the title of Nyan, above that of Khan. A Khan is the leader of a brotherhood, and a Nyan Khan is the leader of many brotherhoods. The number of Nyan Khans among the White Scars was small, and Hasik was the most powerful. Chagatai granted him the authority to independently decide and make decisions on all matters. Nyan Khan Hasik commanded the largest number of White Scars among all the Khans. Chagatai, I am truly sorry, I stole your first Khan. However, this is also a good thing for you. Hasik will not launch a rebellion in Prospero's orbit. Hasik, following me is far more promising than following Horus. At least you won't fail a coup and be imprisoned. Chapter 630, Psychic Phenomena in the Cradle of the Serpent. 894. M30. Carium Gate Zone, Bridge of the Wangquan Shadow. Nimrod gazed at the star chart on the holographic table, where planetary anchor points, route vectors, and dotted trajectories formed an incomplete star map. It was the result of the past 2 divinations using the dice of prophecy. Nimrod performed 2 divinations sequentially. In the second standard month of 888, the star chart from Carium Gate to the Cradle of the Serpent, and in the third standard month of 891, the star chart of the Giant Mouth, route between the future Calixus sector and the Coronis expanse. After confirming the uniqueness of the dice of prophecy divination through multiple attempts, the recovery time permanently increased by 1 month. The next time for divination would be the 4th standard month of this year. Nimrod had already selected the subject for the next divination, a world in the Coronis expanse, full of the undead and suitable for the 4th battle group. After estimating the time required to purify the Slanesh devil world in the cradle of the serpent, he chose this moment to launch the expedition. My lord, the main forces of the 2nd battle group and the 4th battle group, along with 2 companies of the 5th battle group, have completed their assembly. After Arsena Dunn reported, Chief Librarian Thomas, standing nearby, immediately spoke. My lord, the librarians who master the Griffin's Roar have all assembled on the Wangquan Shadow, totaling 5,936 men. Besides selecting the 2nd battle group, primarily focused on the Sun Pathway, as the main force for devil purification, and the 4th battle group, which would travel to future recruitment worlds, Nimrod also chose the 6th battle group, primarily focused on the Door Pathway. They were suited both for complex, unknown star zones and for accumulating knowledge and experience of the cosmos, providing opportunities for the astrologer roleplaying. Nimrod raised a finger and lightly tapped the sparkling region. Set sail for the cradle of the serpent. He had established a connection with the Tuchulcha engine and was ready. It was time to go to the cradle of the serpent to acquire the materials for transformation into an immortal. 13 ship standard days later, the Librarian Hall of the Wangquan Shadow. In Thomas's ears, the clamor of another world suddenly sounded. A hissing sound, like 10,000 snakes wriggling. The mind-focused psyker felt a sticky gaze chillingly fixed on his body. Ethan, of the Indomitable Discipline, sensed a giant python climbing a mountain peak. Nicholas, of the Storm Discipline, saw countless sea serpents pouring into the Sea of Souls. Okafor of the Mind Discipline, Miguel Cuesta of the Tech Discipline, the warp phenomena of numerous psyker underwent bizarre changes one after another. The temperature inside the Librarian Hall plummeted, cold mist rose from the shelves piled with data slates and information, and frost condensed on the rune-carved floor. Thomas spread his consciousness, reaching out to the numerous librarians. Ascend to the Thelema mindset. The librarians obeyed the telepathic reminder and skillfully ascended to the 3rd level of the Telema state of mind. The hissing receded, and the frost dispersed. On the bridge, Nimrod's eyes flashed. As the Wangquan Shadow approached the target point in reality from the warp, he felt evil, sticky creatures wrapping around the ship. Even with the ape field deployed by the space monkeys covering the entire Glory Queen-class battleship, his power briefly infiltrated several areas where psyker were gathered. Nimrod was secretly vigilant, preparing to fight it. He was pleased to see that all areas had eliminated the interference. The navigators and astropaths accompanying them this time were all strong-willed individuals selected from allied families, and they had signed confidentiality covenants with the notary. Nimrod felt the slimy tentacles pulling at the ship vanish, and he knew the fleet had arrived at the cradle of the serpent in the galactic northwest. A star zone that the Imperium of Man would originally only set foot in during the 40th millennium. My lord, Arsena Dunn, recovering from a brief moment of discomfort, quickly checked the reports received from various departments. We have transitioned to the real world. The astropathic choir master reports that his choir has completely lost communication ability, all communications have been blocked. Both the Librarian Hall area and the Navigator Sanctum briefly experienced psychic phenomena, but no actual damage was caused. Nimrod nodded, then stood up and walked toward the holographic strategy table. Auspec's full power scan of the entire star system. The empty holographic projection gradually illuminated. As if a painter were creating a masterpiece, planets of different colors and orbits marked by black lines appeared one by one on the green canvas. The original body servant checked the report and began to report. My lord, as you said before, this star system has 2 blue stars. As Arsena spoke, Heavenly Serpent Alpha and Heavenly Serpent Beta, 2 burning sapphires in the void, changed to different colors. The Techmarines in the Mimic Chamber ran simulations, and the 12 planets in the system orbit the stars in a unique double helix pattern. They will all pass between the twin stars. Nimrod nodded. That is why this star system is called the Cradle. Arsena said admiringly. When each planet crosses the stars, every part of its surface will be subjected to intense radiation. However, just as you said, and according to the Augur Matrix scan results, every world remains vibrant, possessing its own unique and diverse ecosystem. The Eldar's art of combining technology and psychic ability is truly astonishing. Although he had witnessed the 5 maiden worlds of the Tricon star system, Arsena was still amazed by the 12 worlds of the cradle of the serpent. Arsena's body trembled slightly. 12 planets of immense value were an unparalleled discovery. The Eldar's maiden worlds combine the beautiful scenery of paradise worlds, the rich produce of agricultural worlds, and the vast reserves of rare minerals found on mining worlds. These 12 incomparable worlds, hidden from the Imperium of man's sight, would become the territory of the Black Emperor. Amidst the tremor of his silver hair, Arsena's gaze shifted to the surrounding visual screens. He saw the image transmitted back by the probe. World 6, currently passing between the twin stars, shimmered with a vague lavender light, and his agitated emotions immediately calmed. My lord, the latest scan results show that as the planets pass between the twin stars, they simultaneously absorb radiation and energy. I believe, just as you predicted, there are gigantic collectors underground that gather the energy. After hearing the original body servant's report, Nimrod raised a finger and lightly tapped the asteroid field on the outskirts of the system. The fleet is to disperse. Your team must fully enter the mimic chamber and, in coordination with the adjutants and tech marines, plan the route through the dangerous asteroid region. The court barons of the 5th battle group will serve as the core, guiding the ships through the asteroid belt. Nimrod knew that countless passing starships would perish in this belt in the future. Their luck was that they died in the cold void before becoming devil food. You will be followed. Following Nimrod's command, the mimic chamber of the entire fleet operated at full capacity. The mimic chamber of the Order Shadows was not exactly the same as that of the Iron Hands, although tech marines were an indispensable component. The central figure of every mimic chamber was an adjutant of the White Tauren pathway, specifically responsible for formulating operational plans. But this time was different. The astrologers of the 5th battle group would serve as the core figures, leading this perilous journey. In front of the viewing port, the astrologers checked the information transmitted by the Astartes detective adjutants and the student of ratiocination retainers, quickly marking the screens on the control panel. The trajectory of every rock in the nearby transit zone was marked in Earth rock color, and their own warships were identified by black runes. An astrologer placed one hand on a crystal ball, using a stylus to outline the route in the faint light. The reader retainers stood beside them, feeding the read route back into the data network through the terminals of the mimic chamber. The Black Cosmos behemoth stepped forward, deftly passing through the dense asteroid belt, and sailed into the cradle of the serpent. Chapter 631, a tiny warp brain worm bites off a large chunk of a Slanesh greater demon. Northwestern Galaxy, Cradle of the Serpent. Nimrod issued orders for the 2nd, 4th, and 5th warbands to land on planets designated 2nd planet, 1st planet, and 3rd planet, respectively, which were currently far from the binary stars. Librarians were assigned to the 3 warbands to balance their varying combat strengths. Inside a black Stormbird, Wilshire's gaze penetrated the narrow observation window, looking down at the dense forest and the endless plains in the distance. Augur matrix scans showed that this planet was the most Terra-like among the 12. Of course, it was like the legendary Ancient Era of Terra. Most of the Ancient Era scenes Wilshire knew were seen in images during the early stages of his training, before his Legion affiliation was determined, to cultivate a sense of belonging to Terra. He didn't even know if they were real. By the time he was born, Terra was already an iron jungle of hive cities. What Wilshire could confirm was that the 2nd planet was similar in size to Terra, and its rotation period was also similar to 1 Terra day. The most obvious difference was that the entire planet was bathed in a faint purple glow, while Terra was shrouded in gloom. This is truly a natural hunting ground, but the creatures are unnatural. Hasek, a veteran hunter, gazed at a gray owl-like creature swooping from a conifer towards a brown-furred raccoon-like animal. Their colors are very vivid, pure single colors. The eagles of Shigoris have feathers of various colors: brown, gray, tawny, black, and white. I've seen the most uniformly gray eagles on the plains, but even their chest and belly colors were noticeably lighter than their backs. Wilshire immediately understood what Hasek meant. Tech marines specializing in geology speculate that this world has existed for millions of years but has been in a state similar to stasis. This doesn't conform to natural laws. There are clear signs of artificial modification, possibly from the Eldar. But the power influencing the species might not come from the Eldar, but from those organically growing spires. Their architectural style is completely different from Eldar structures. Hasek tightened his glaive. I'll take the forest, you take the plains. Miguel's librarian team will accompany you. All right. Hasek nodded. His brotherhood did not accompany him on this expedition. Moments later, Hasek mounted his jet bike, saluted Miguel Cuesta, then started the engine and shot into the forest like a white arrow. The roar of the engine startled the koalas perched in the trees. Hasek glanced at the koalas, which were cream-colored all over, not just their bodies, but even their entire eyes were the same color, leaping frantically through the trees to get away. The conifer needles were also a vibrant, fresh green. The entire world was like a painting with distinct colors. With each breath, air purer than Shigori's filled Hasek's windpipe. He did not dwell on the beautiful scenery, always remembering the dangers Nimrod had mentioned during the pre-battle briefing. The positioning rune rapidly shrank from 13.6 kilometers, and the tender yellow organic tower came into view. It looked like a glowing purple mushroom, but its constituent tissues pulsed as if breathing. A musky scent assailed him, flowing through his respiratory grill into his nose. Hasek immediately felt a dizzy spell, the greens in his vision became greener, the browns browner, the Astartes, multi-lungs operated in the toxic air. A sphincter muscle closed his trachea, stopping normal breathing and protecting his lungs. Another lung absorbed oxygen from the toxic air, effectively breaking down toxins. As branches and leaves swayed, purple fell from the sky. The newly appointed provoker suddenly realized that the purple was not from the faint purple glow emanating from the ground, but from dense, snake-like creatures. They all opened their mouths, silently exhaling thick mist. Hasek floored the accelerator pedal, and the jet bike, drawing on all its power, crashed through the tangled, writhing masses of purple snakes like a scimitar. He controlled the direction with one hand and rapidly rotated the vehicle-mounted bolter with the other. Amidst the roaring explosions, Hasek noticed that the exploded blood mist was purple, not red. The purple waves grew higher and higher, the provoker suddenly felt himself slowing down. His motorcycle, his white armor, felt as if they were sinking into a swamp. The provoker instinctively identified the factor causing him to slow down, the thick, almost viscous purple mist. Just as Hasek was about to leap from the scimitar jet bike, his mount suddenly roared and leapt forward like an arrow. He didn't need to look back. From the positioning rune in his helmet, he knew that the tech psyker Mikkel had blessed his motorcycle. Hasek felt the surge of the machine spirit. The scimitar jet bike sped forward at an unprecedented, super-limit speed, almost breaking free of his control. Boom! Amidst the explosive roar, the white scimitar smashed through clusters of purple snakes. As Miguel put away his mind-forged staff, 4 scribes beside him stepped forward, brandishing their force staffs. Crimson flames erupted in the air, and a surging sea of fire engulfed the purple tide. Miguel noticed that the purple snakes continuously pouring down from the trees did not instinctively attack the librarians, who posed a greater threat to them. Instead, they swarmed madly towards Hasek, as if he were their only enemy. The provoker attracted the swarm of snakes, allowing the librarians to calmly unleash their attacks and clear the snake horde. The tech psyker Miguel, with deep eyes, gazed at the organic tower. The tower's body was composed of a strange crystal, with pulsating energy patterns he had never seen before. The veteran appraiser's psychic energy rapidly depleted. Combining what his father had said about gathered energy, he gradually grasped the organic tower's structure. Upon reaching the organic tower, the newly appointed artisan was already able to determine the integral, seemingly biological structure of the building. Blow it up. Hasek leapt from his motorcycle and asked. The artisan shook his head. No, an explosion would trigger the gathered energy, causing an unpredictable disaster. The artisan stepped forward, brandishing his mind-forged staff, and struck one spot among the snake scale-like patterns. The organic spire's pulsating breathing rhythm suddenly intensified. As the artisan broke the energy balance node, a crack immediately appeared on the crystal surface. The tech psyker staff remained on the crystal surface, maintaining the energy balance. Only when the trembling stopped, revealing a fissure wide enough for an Astartes to pass through, did he enter. Hasek followed closely behind him, and the librarians followed one by one. As soon as Miguel entered the organic tower, he immediately felt as if he had entered another world. Hissing sounds surged like a tide. The sounds did not come from the real world, but from within the mind, echoing in another world. The center of the tower was a viscous passage, purple slime dripped from the crystal interior walls like threads, as if flowing into an intestine. Hasek walked to the passage and looked down at the writhing purple conduit below. The provoker instinctively felt uncomfortable, as if something, with malevolent eyes, was sliding past his white power armor, staring at him. "There's something down there." Miguel looked around, he shook his head. "No need to go down," he said, pulling out a glass grenade. "Before the operation, I brought this from the Forbidden Vault." The provoker warily eyed the grenade in Miguel's hand. The vague, dormant insect within made him feel danger. "Retreat," Miguel told the others. Seeing them move one by one to the rift door, he pulled the pin. As Miguel threw the glass grenade, he rapidly retreated and slipped out through the rift. The passage twisted wildly like a snake. The entire second planet, and Nimrod in the void, heard a piercing shriek. In the Sea of Souls, a forbidden weapon from the dark age of technology released a grain-sized warp brain worm. It rapidly flew towards the purple twin snakes, which were millions of times its size, twisted and intertwined. Its form had 2 heads and 2 tails, and its bloated abdomen was full of faces. As the faces rolled, they emitted cries of agony. Rumble. The moment the disproportionately large and small creatures collided, a monstrous wave surged in the Sea of Souls. The delicious souls being chewed in the purple snake's abdomen vanished the instant of impact. A large chunk of its bloated abdomen was lost. Both massive heads simultaneously let out a piercing shriek, the immense echo of which tore through the veil of reality. In the real world of the Cradle of the Serpent, Planet 6, which passed through the binary stars, suddenly grew dim with blue light. Hissing sounds simultaneously erupted on Planet 1, 2, and 12. At the base of each towering organic spire, musky scents permeated, and accumulated energy surged forth, causing the entire planet's faint purple glow to suddenly turn deep purple. Innumerable strange creatures poured out from the purple mist, some wielded crab-like claws, others had horns on their heads. The Slanesh Greater Demon furiously drove its devils to surge out of the organic spires. Chapter 632, The Tripod Walker Spewing Golden Light. Wilshire was leading his team around glittering areas of varying shapes, which were piled high with gems the size of a human palm. The sparkling gems shone with tempting brilliance under the purple light. None of the black armor warriors picked up the gems, they bypassed the areas where the gems lay, just like the enormous armored lizards surrounding them. Organic spires grew tentacles, and purple light surged from their base as millennia of accumulated energy erupted. The light spread like a sweeping tide, and a bloody gaze appeared in the eyes of the herbivores. They immediately crashed into each other and began tearing and biting one another. Flesh and skin splattered, and blood stained the ground red. An armored lizard, as massive as a hive city dome, suddenly reared up, slamming its forefeet heavily onto the ground, causing violent tremors. The gentle herbivorous lizard opened its gaping maw and swallowed the entire herbivore colony in a single bite. A hissing sound arose beneath the hard, keratinous hide. Pink flesh buds, like tender bamboo shoots breaking through the soil, tore open the armor-like skin. The fresh flesh buds extended like tentacles, coiling around the fighting herbivores nearby. The flesh buds oozed vibrant, repulsive mucus, enveloping and covering the bodies of the herbivores. As the herbivores' bodies dissolved, the flesh buds swelled and cracked open, blossoming like flowers. A musky odor assailed Wilshire, making his head spin. The notary sensed the evil aura spreading around it, and its psychic energy erupted. Golden light surged around the notary, becoming increasingly pure until it finally transformed into a seal-like projection. The notary shouted loudly in Dun language, "Notarization, Sun Halo." The golden halo rapidly spread, encompassing the surrounding guard members. The Lord of Light saw the gentle armored lizard rapidly growing through consumption and shouted over the comms channel, "Tripod Solar Walker." After Wilshire purified the demon world in the Maelstrom sector and reclaimed the Song of Slaughter vessel, he began dedicating himself to researching weapons designed to fight devils. Using weapons like Holy Sun Water, they manufactured new weaponry and equipment with the support of the Techmarine. While the notary moved among the guard members performing notarization, the Order shadows fired dense barrages at the armored lizard. Bolters roared, and adamantium warheads struck the vibrant flesh flowers. The bright flowers swayed, scattering fleshy residue, but suffered no visible damage. Clusters of dense golden flames spontaneously appeared around the solar high priest, and a powerful holy aura permeated the surroundings. The enormous, vibrant flesh flowers were rapidly incinerated into ash by the holy flames, like candles. The light supplicant raised his bolter, and golden bolter rounds, ritually crafted and soaked in holy water, shot out, striking the thick hide armor. Amidst the roar, ripples spread across the hide armor. The armored lizard let out an angry hiss and raised its colossal foot. The Order's shadows rapidly retreated, putting distance between themselves and the behemoth. 41 black walkers converged from the flanks toward the gigantic, bloated lizard monster. Surrounding each tripod walker was an accompanying squad led by a solar high priest. They loudly chanted the holy oath in Dun language, causing the golden patterns and sun runes etched onto the black chassis to emit bright, warm light. The operators inside the chassis sarcophagi felt bathed in gentle light, as if they were comfortably basking in the sun in the newly constructed sun garden in Gardinal. While enjoying the comfort, they couldn't help but recall the cruel legends of past eras. During the era when the High Lords ruled Gardinal, the castes piloting the tripod walkers were sealed inside cold sarcophagi, like living mummies. The last piloting caste perished in the war against Randan, and the clans that evolved from that caste no longer needed to reside in cold coffins. The light supplicants chanted loudly, and light descended from the sky, illuminating the core of the tripod walkers. The black walkers raised their arms, and brilliant beams of light leapt forth. The beams radiated bright gold, striking the giant lizard's swollen body like a net. The lizard, larger than a dome, had its body sliced into pieces by the golden light, which crashed thunderously onto the plain. At the same moment the tripod solar walkers struck the mutated armored giant lizard, events unfolded on Planet 1. Kian, the 5th company captain of the 4th battle group, was fully encased in power armor, and he felt uncomfortable since arriving in this lush, tropical world. He led his company to the foot of Mountain 5, gazing at the clear spring water before him. In the spirit guide's Ling vision, the spring water overflowed with spiritual brilliance. He said to Okafor beside him, that spring source should be what our Lord mentioned we needed to pay attention to. The newly promoted warlock nodded slightly in agreement, his eye of secrets, which he could not voluntarily close, was filled with dazzling light. The water itself shows no signs of corrosion, but there are evil, anomalous forces nearby. They feed on creatures that have been deceived, and the natural spirits here are exceptionally scarce, the spirit guide stated affirmatively. They tell me that the evil predators have arrived. The consciousness of Okafor, the telepathic psyker, spread out and immediately collided with colorful light bands and undulating sound waves. The drifting decadent sounds were both delightful and intoxicating. Okafor immediately ascended to the 3rd level of the telema state of mind, isolating himself from the intrusion of the evil aura, and then gazed at the steeds galloping toward them from afar at an unbelievable speed. The Slanesh steeds swayed their snake-like tongues, sensing subtle odors. Their swollen sensory organs sniffed out the disgust and fighting desire drifting on the breeze. Although this was not as enjoyable as the fear of the Aeldari or the pleasure of the creatures fooled by the spring water, it still made them tremble with excitement. The spirit guide raised its hand and pressed it onto the lush vegetation, and its psychic energy surged forth. The spirit guide commanded in a low voice in Dun language, "Heed my command, resurrect, and seek vengeance against the evil creatures that slew you." The dry bones in the soil trembled slightly, condensing and emerging under the impulse of resurrection. The spirit guide stepped forward, and dry bones continually emerged from beneath the luxuriant vegetation. They still retained some characteristics from life, some resembled the skeletal bodies of horses, while others were humanoid. The bone horses charged first toward the ostrich-like Slanesh steeds, whose long, whip-like tongues lashed out, striking their bodies. The tongue lickers disgustedly flicked their tongues. The dry bones were not as delicious as they had been when the Aeldari kept them alive. Sharp barbs scraped off clumps of bone fragments, and sickening venom corroded the dry bones, making them crackle. If they had been alive, the elegant steeds would have already fallen. But the resurrected bone horses possessed neither will nor vitality, they followed the spirit guide's command. The bone horses' gaping, wind-leaking mouths crunched and bit into the smooth, lavender-colored skin. The tongue strippers suffered the same fate as their food for the first time, as a large chunk of their smooth, elegant skin was torn off. Aeldari skeletal warriors, some missing arms or with broken chests and abdomens, passed between the bone horses and punched the slender heads. The Slaanesh steeds shrieked and screamed, and long whips lashed out from the holes of their sphincter-like mouths. A Slaanesh steed suddenly darted out from between two bone horses, colliding head-on with the forewarned Okafor. The warlock raised his hand and scattered red powder, and raging flames swept out, engulfing the bone horse. The warlock moved behind the dry bone front line, scattering bottles of powder to plug gaps in the formation. The spirit guide, meanwhile, continuously resurrected the dry bones of those consumed by the Slaanesh steeds tens of thousands of years ago, positioning them in front of the line. The Slaanesh steeds surged like a tide toward the black armor warriors, whose taste they had never sampled, but were blocked by the flavorless shield wall of dry bones. The Order Shadows fired barrages down upon the Slaanesh steeds, while the majority were sent to support the 5th Battle Group in launching an assault on Planet 3. On the surface of the ocean world, numerous island chains were scattered in the form of archipelagos. Above Island Chain 2, inside the Black Stormbird, Thomas gazed through the viewport, looking at the many buildings and ruins below. He saw that the faces of the local tribesmen were almost unrecognizable as human. Their faces were bizarre, their skin pale, and their deep green, round eyes showed a pinkish hue as they gazed hungrily at the sky. Their slender tongues constantly flicked out, as if they were holding a snake in their mouths. The chief librarian opened the comms channel and issued a command. The local residents have been corroded by the Chaos God. Use Griffin's Roar. After rotational instruction, all Legion librarians had mastered the Griffin's Roar. After Menkora personally interacted with the Griffin, the Legion's librarians successfully mastered the Griffin's Roar, relying on the acute perception granted to the Gene Sons by the Black Emperor. The chief librarian had stipulated that mastering the Griffin's Roar was a mandatory skill for an apprentice to be promoted to librarian. Also required as the standard for becoming the lowest rank of scribes were the 3rd level of the Telema state of mind and the Magnus first layer. The Slaanesh followers flicked their tongues, sensing a delicious meaty flavor in the air that they had never tasted before. They were swift as steeds, chasing the descending black iron bird, their deep green eyes full of meaty desire. The Stormbird gunners stared at the grotesque humans. They rotated the 4 twin-linked laser cannons in the turret, and dense beams of light swept down like rain. The flashing beams sliced through the pale skin, reducing the horned, grotesque humans into bizarre masses of flesh. The Slaanesh followers whipped their razor tails and burrowed into the buildings draped with the skins of their own kind. The Stormbird hovered and rotated, aiming in different directions. The strike missiles mounted under the wings whistled out. Boom, 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 the sickening, loathsome buildings were blasted into the sky. After the Stormbird cleared a landing zone, Thomas, accompanied by 2 servitors, descended the ramp. Excited, grotesque cries rang out, and countless bizarre humans, dressed in spiked armor and wrapped in skin, poured out frantically. Griffin's Roar. Thomas shouted loudly. 10 librarians strode forward, forming a circle with the chief librarian, facing the tens of thousands of surging Slaanesh followers. Thomas's psychic Lord Hunter suite lit up with brilliant light, and simultaneously, corresponding runes illuminated on the bodies of the 2 servitors. Golden light gathered in the librarians' throats, and as they opened their mouths, a deafening roar erupted. In the librarians' etheric vision, golden griffins of varying sizes swiftly swept forward. With the dual enhancement of the servitors and the Lord Hunter suite, the griffin roared out by Thomas, positioned at the apex of the circle, was 100 times larger than the biggest one produced by the other librarians. Ah! Roar! The Slaanesh followers screamed in terror, immediately consumed by the golden light. Slaanesh followers were instantly crushed along the path of the golden griffin's charge. Where the golden light spread, pale skin ignited with golden flames. The Slaanesh followers who miraculously survived let out piercing shrieks and fled like terrified beasts. The warlock stepped forward, leading the librarians toward the location of the evil they had sensed. Chapter 633, Slaanesh Demon's Invitation to Ultimate Delicacy. After clearing the Slaanesh cultists around the landing zone, Thomas advanced into the darkness of the island. A strange smell wafted into his nose. Thomas followed the scent and looked towards the large pot. The churning chunks of meat emitted a strong meaty aroma, mingling with the bloody smell of the viscous broth. In the Eye of Secrets, which the warlock could not close, illusory images appeared. Crab-like claws tore at pale flesh. A winding long tongue wrapped around a piece of meat and swallowed it into a gaping maw. Thomas raised a hand, and a servitor lifted a bedrock pattern bolter, shattering the disgusting pot. The path gradually widened, and the librarians fanned out, purifying the Slaanesh cultists with the griffin's roar. Thomas led his team directly to the center of the island, which was also the most evil place he sensed. Following the strong musky scent, he saw an androgynous fallen creature. His armor was ornate and bizarre, far exceeding the technological level of his followers and the ocean tribes. One side of his chest was prominent, while the other retained the flatness of a man's chest. He held a strange weapon in his left hand, while his right arm was curved into a crescent hook. The tribe's Slaanesh champion let out a shriek, swift as the wind, instantly sweeping past the 6 bone steps of the crescent temple. The warlock raised his hand and threw out Kata Chang's thorns, petals, and leaves. The thorns grew wildly, connecting the petals and leaves. The thorns wrapped around his bent legs, the petals stuck to his ornate leg armor, and the leaves burrowed into the gaps. Hiss, hiss, hiss. An eerie hissing sound came from the Slaanesh champion's abdomen, and his belly swelled like a balloon before bursting. In the explosion, his stomach, along with the undigested flesh, the intestines covered with granulations, and other fleshy organs, merged with the ornate armor. The armor immediately grew bizarre crescent-shaped sharp teeth and blades, tearing apart the spell that bound him. Thomas raised his staff, and the patterns of the Lord Hunter suite, along with the runes on the servitor, glowed simultaneously. He instantly ascended to the 8th level of the Magnus state of mind, which he had recently mastered. Thomas learned from Hather Mayat, the chief librarian of the Thousand Sons, that most masters of various schools of thought typically stop at this level of cultivation for their entire lives. Most of them would only maintain this level of the state of mind during combat, transforming the surging warp tides into pure power. A dazzling golden light emanated from Thomas's throat, and the Slaanesh champion immediately felt a stinging pain in his eyes. As his dark green eyes slightly closed, he saw the grasping claws. The Slaanesh champion's eyes snapped open, and he swung his right arm fiercely. The crescent blade emitted a piercing shriek, howling as it collided with the golden griffin's claws. With a bang, the golden light tore through the crescent blade, its momentum undiminished, and then engulfed the Slaanesh champion, whose limbs were entangled. Thomas glanced around, and seeing that the librarians were gaining an advantage with the griffin's roar, he turned his gaze to the blasphemous temple before him. The warlock's gaze swept past the human skin and bones, catching the truly artistic elements of the building. Shining metal was constructed into different crescent shapes: full moon, crescent moon. As Thomas examined the crescent metal structure, the Wangquan shadow approached the serpent star beta orbit. Nimrod stood before the holographic strategic table, watching Planet 6, which at this moment happened to be moving into the intersecting fan-shaped area between the two stars. He sensed the energy of the Sea of Souls churning and converging, and shifted his gaze to the video screen. Remote detectors captured an image. Purple lightning pierced through the graceful clouds. Raindrops shimmering with iridescent light, seemingly real yet illusory, slow yet fast, sprinkled down. In the Imperium, a bloated serpent with 2 heads and 2 tails let out an excited hiss. His hiss penetrated the veil, turning the sky of Planet 6 into a transparent window to the warp. Purple light rippled like waves. On multiple screens of the Wangquan shadow, the ether readings rapidly climbed. Planets 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 simultaneously glowed with etheric light. Beams of light, accumulated over tens of millions of years, shot from different directions towards Serpent Star Alpha and Serpent Star Beta. The etheric fluctuations spread into the real world. The sapphire-like twin stars, in their burning light, were interspersed with purple specks. The purple light grew brighter and brighter, instantly transforming from blue-purple to blue enveloped in purple. Prepare for takeoff. Nimrod knew that the entrance to the warp would only form when a planet passed between the twin stars, and he could avoid this period. If his goal was merely to obtain materials for converting ascendants, this would indeed be true. But what Nimrod wanted was the cradle of the serpent, the 12 precious Eldar maiden worlds. He had to deal with the Slaanesh demon entrenched here and sever his connection with the twin stars. From the battle reports of the 3 planets, Nimrod keenly noticed that Slaanesh cultists, Slaanesh steeds, and others were all related to gluttony. Combining this with his own memories, he had already guessed that the Slaanesh demon entrenched here must also have been born from extreme gluttony. Slaanesh represents all extremes, the 6 concentric circular regions around the Palace of Pleasure, from outermost to innermost, each represent a type of extreme pursuit. The outermost ring is greed, and the next layer inward is gluttony. Nimrod, accompanied by Black Wolf Freddy and Strong Brain Cat John, boarded a Vostonia pattern lightning fighter. Primarch's personal pilot, Nelson, started the engine, and the black fighter shot out from the deck like lightning, flying towards the purple light. The Calamity Priest's face was grim. The shimmering purple light, though beautiful, actually resembled a terrifying gaping maw. The closer they got to the maw, the more pronounced the piercing screams became. Nelson suddenly heard his father's command in his ear. "Open the door, return." "Father, it is my responsibility to deliver you to the surface," the Calamity Priest tried to say as normally as possible. "It is enough," the Mentor of Disorder said in a deep voice, His Majesty, causing Nelson, who was maintaining the 3rd level of the Telema state of mind, to instinctively obey his actions. With a hiss of air pressure, the hatch opened. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes as the surging warp energy pouring into the real world converged. Telekinesis enveloped the wolf and the cat. He took one step and had already crossed hundreds of kilometers. The Primarch's footsteps were unceasing, his trailing afterimage sweeping past Nelson in the blink of an eye, as if he had walked through a long corridor. The Primarch walked through the infinite door, formed by the warp energy pouring into the real world, crossing tens of thousands of kilometers of void in a single breath, arriving directly at the surface of Planet 6. Purple light shone on bodies adorned with expensive jewels, ornaments, and silks, as the devils proudly twisted their forms. The devils rubbed their sharp claws and swift pincers, greedily circling the Primarch, not daring to approach. Golden light surged in the Primarch's throat, piercing through the delicate leather decorations like needles onto the pale, soft skin of the thousands of nearby devils. Roar. Amidst a deafening roar, the golden light that obscured the entire hive city pierced through the purple iridescence. Tens of thousands of devils were torn to shreds amidst their screams. Nimrod flapped his wings, soaring upwards, charging towards the rapidly forming creature. He was 66 times the height of a normal person, yet it was as if a creature of the great ocean had compressed its body to reside here. In his etheric vision, his size had no limits. A shimmering halo surrounded him, emitting a dizzying, hallucinogenic scent. The Primarch's gaze penetrated the false exterior, seeing that his muscular body was studded with jewels, within which were sealed millions of victims' souls. Above his 2 heads, each had triangular, blood-yellow eyes, staring intently at Nimrod. "Nimrod, you have taken my food," his 2 heads simultaneously uttered seductive whispers. "But I will not hate you for it. I have a mutually beneficial proposal. One of your brothers has been enjoying ultimate delicacies. He has gained immense power through consumption." Upon hearing this, Nimrod immediately guessed that the Slaanesh demon was referring to Hannibal. "You and your offspring will all obtain ultimate delicacies and immense power," the whispers rustled. "You will not only be able to devour flesh but also taste the truly ultimate delicacy, the souls of enemies. Souls will nourish you." As the Slaanesh demon whispered, tempting illusory scenes bloomed around them like fireworks. Order shadows held a long, elegant Eldar thigh, devouring it with wide gulps, a look of enjoyment on his face. Nimrod picked up a green-skinned creature as large as himself, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed its head in one bite. As his body grew in height, the richness of delicious oysters flowed into his soul, the otherworldly taste brought joy from the depths of his being. John's mouth watered involuntarily. Freddy seemed to be in a dream, as if he had returned to Terra and the moon, devouring beautiful dreams. Nimrod instantly ascended to the 3rd level of the Telema state of mind, and John and Freddy, linked to his mind, suddenly awoke, their eyes regaining clarity. As anger appeared in Freddy's eyes, Nimrod spoke coldly. "I refuse." Chapter 634. Slaanesh demon suffers loss of Eldar souls and cradle of the serpent. Nimrod held Jushin's spear, light and shadow shimmering in his eyes. Light and shadow, like 2 poles of a magnet, drew the warp energy of Planet 6. The Slaanesh demon let out an uneasy shriek, his slender neck twisting together. His beautiful face was clouded with gloom, his eyes fixed on the destructive energy that rapidly expanded from a colorful orb into a colossal storm. Fool, I will feast on your delicious soul. His razor-sharp claws were painted with vibrant colors. Boom! The Slanesh demon's ornate claws collided with the telekinesis shield. The sudden surge of waves engulfed a dozen devils, their pale limbs, adorned with lavish decorations, torn apart instantly. Nimrod flew backward in the explosion, raising his hand to hurl Jushin's spear. The Slanesh demon retreated in terror, his corpulent body surprisingly agile. In a single breath, his body twisted dozens of times. With each twist, he veered and changed direction. Each twist allowed him to glide several kilometers to one side. The Slanesh demon's terror grew, and the shimmering light drew closer. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Terrified shrieks echoed simultaneously on both sides of the veil. In the Imperium, within his corpulent body, tens of thousands of tormented souls were swallowed by the storm, ending their tragic fate of suffering. On Planet 6, amidst the thunderous roar, shimmering jewels shattered, and the souls of imprisoned victims disintegrated in the electric light. The storm then crushed the false aura, tearing apart the Slanesh demon's beautiful body. The Primarch keenly sensed that the entire planet's leaping purple light had dimmed somewhat. It changed from a thick deep purple to merely purple. The Primarch looked up, his gaze passing through the transparent window to the warp. The mountain-sized, coiled body still circled and entwined. Nimrod flapped his wings and flew towards Jushin's spear, thinking to himself. Open black lens bracket. The Slanesh demon's connection to the cradle of the serpent has not been severed. The twin stars must possess something that allows his power to seep into the real world, creating a close link. To sever his connection to the cradle of the serpent, I must destroy something on it. But he has devoured countless Eldar, making him immensely powerful. I must weaken him first, making him sufficiently frail. Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod pondered, he had already reached the cracked deep pit. Just as he was about to swoop down to retrieve Jushin's spear, he suddenly caught a strong musky scent. Amidst the soaring purple light, a sticky body rapidly formed. The reformed Slanesh demon was noticeably much smaller than before. He was 60 times the height of a normal person, his bloated body had shrunk by a circle, and only 1,000 or so of his embedded jewels remained. The Slanesh demon brandished a semi-living whip, its curved and twisting form striking like a giant python praying. Open black lens bracket. The body destroyed by Jushin's spear reformed so quickly, close black lens bracket. Nimrod wondered with confusion. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes. He abruptly exited the Thelema mindset and ascended to Magnus's 8th level of mindset. The warp gate would not only allow the Slanesh demon to descend but also enable him to wield psychic powers far beyond his usual capabilities. As he flung his head downwards, the golden light brewing in his throat erupted. A golden griffin roared down, crashing into the Slanesh demon, whose curved iron pincers had just struck the ground. The golden light pierced through the veil, striking the twisted, coiling giant body. As Nimrod freed tens of thousands of souls, he swooped down. The wind howled, and a heatwave rushed over him. He saw Jushin's spear embedded diagonally in the rock face. The Primarch swept past, grabbing the spear, and glided to avoid the ornate scimitar. The power fist glowed with golden light. As his body twisted, he punched away the incoming iron pincer. Nimrod gazed at the Slanesh demon, whose body had shrunk to 49 times the size of a normal person, with only a few hundred jewels remaining. His four arms swung simultaneously, the ornate weapons tearing at the rock face as they scraped. Stones of various sizes fell out of thin air, flying towards Nimrod. The Primarch pushed his hand upwards, and countless stones were thrown up by telekinesis, striking the Slanesh demon's body. The Primarch seized this opportunity to hurl the spear, imbued with psychic energy. The spear instantly pierced through the Slanesh demon's body, whistling upwards. Nimrod then swept out to the surface. Just as he was about to head for the star, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Open black lens bracket. The twin stars are opposite. The destroyed body rapidly recovers and regenerates. Perhaps there is a mysterious connection between the two, and they must be destroyed simultaneously. Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod pondered, he saw Freddy and John. The Primarch's telekinesis spread, enveloping the two. The Primarch's figure flickered, ascending rapidly along the corridor constructed by the Door of Infinity. With a thought, the ring of fire appeared in his hand. Not long ago, the scribe, Saint Diago Borgkamp, after completing his recording, offered it to him, returning the temporarily bestowed ring of fire. Nimrod raised his hand and placed the ring into John's claw. At the same time, Nimrod's mind moved, and golden living metal rapidly spread, enveloping his body in black armor. In 3 breaths, the Primarch, treading the immaterial corridor, arrived above the orbit of Serpent Star Beta. The Primarch's consciousness spread, and amidst the scorching flames, he captured the shrieking evil aura. On the sapphire-like surface of the planet, a twisted, coiling purple structure stood. The organic structure, built from some kind of crystal, writhed like a snake, emitting piercing shrieks. The Primarch's mind moved, making Freddy and John understand his plan. At the same time, as he raised his hand, telekinesis surged, and a telekinesis barrier was applied to them. A telekinesis hand threw the wolf and the cat into Nimrod's immaterial corridor of the Door of Infinity. As the Primarch turned and stepped, the sliding John and Freddy instantly arrived above Serpent Star Beta. The immaterial corridor isolated the real-world's stellar flames. The moment black mist rose, Freddy displayed his mythical creature form. 8 legs stood in the air, darkness shrouding the snake-like structure that glowed with purple light. The twisting, swaying structure, as if petrified, fell silent. The Calamity Priest's spirituality surged out, penetrating the precise surface. As blue pillars of fire erupted, the remaining spirituality of the Calamity Priest was infused into the scorching ring in his claw. The strong-brained cat's body instantly transformed into a blazing, fiery form. At the same moment, the Primarch, treading the Door of Infinity, arrived above Serpent Star Alpha. The burning one fragments enveloping his body erupted in golden flames. The Mentor of Disorder roared down, shaking the twisted, snake-like organic structure, coiling it together in disorder. The accumulated golden light erupted, and a golden griffin roared as it pounced on the snake-like structure. The Primarch keenly sensed that thunderous roars exploded both inside and outside the veil. On the surface of Planet 6, the newly condensed Slaanesh demon's body was only 36 times the size of a normal person, and all the jewels on his body were shattered. He unwillingly waved his arms, letting out a prolonged shriek. He had lost all the Eldar souls he had devoured. The Slaanesh demon's connection to the serpent twin stars he embraced was severed. The illusory transparent window rippled and slowly disappeared, and the Slaanesh demon's body dimmed. On 6, 1, 2, and 3, piercing shrieks echoed. The purple light dimmed and vanished, and blue light enveloped the entire star system. Nimrod surprisingly felt something dissolve within him. His body, mind, and spirit felt cleansed. Open black lens bracket accumulating previous role-playing. My digestion progress has increased to 2/3, and the 10th layer space of the Nation of Disorder has opened. Close black lens bracket. A thought flashed through Nimrod's mind, but he had no time to perceive his own changes. The Primarch, riding the aftershocks of the Sea of Souls, vibrations, flashed to the orbit of Serpent Star Beta, treading the immaterial corridor condensed by the Door of Infinity. A black mist flashed in his hand, sending Freddy, whose fur was ablaze, and John, who had reverted to his strong-brained cat form, into the Nation of Disorder. Nimrod waved his hand again, and the flagpole appeared in his hand. With the Red Priest's uniqueness in hand, the incoming blue flames felt like gentle seawater brushing against him. Nimrod's golden wings flapped, and he swiftly departed the orbit of Serpent Star Beta. Chapter 635 Mass Conversion to Ascendance, Malena's Uniqueness. Northwestern Galaxy, Cradle of the Serpent. Nimrod once again set foot on Planet 6. A vast number of Slaanesh demons had disappeared due to the destruction of the Warp Gate. The original blue light of the binary stars illuminated the entire surface of the planet. Nimrod's consciousness spread out, sweeping over translucent marble slabs, tough basalt, and volcanic obsidian. Overall, Planet 6 could be classified as a rocky world, capable of meeting the construction needs of the entire sector. Of course, the Eldar's art, combining psyker and magic, still made its land's output exceed that of the Empire's agricultural worlds, even surpassing Tizca's psyker terraces. His consciousness immediately sensed the clear spring water flowing through the rocky ground, and upon touching it, he could immediately perceive its difference. Nimrod instantly confirmed that it was the material Slata used to convert ascendants. His golden wings flapped behind him, and he soared into the air. Golden light streaked like a meteor, quickly reaching the rocky ground in an instant, overlooking the spring water that was almost crystal clear. With each breath, the sweet scent of the spring water permeated his nostrils. Physical fatigue, along with mental exhaustion, dissipated. The rumors are true. Nimrod sighed with emotion. The rumors circulating in the future anchorage and wandering anchorage about the sweet spring water of the cradle of the serpent, which could cure all diseases, were true. The mentor of disorder's spiritual intuition was suddenly touched, and he immediately activated Ling vision, gazing at the overflowing spiritual radiance. Open black lens bracket. A spring overflowing with spirituality, close black lens bracket. Nimrod thought in astonishment. After a moment of scrutiny, he confirmed that its spiritual radiance was similar to that of the sequence 3-level dice of prophecy. Open black lens bracket. Sequence 3-level, it's the main material for converting ascendants. Does it correspond to the demoness pathways sequence 3-level, the demoness of undying, close black lens bracket? The mentor of disorder examined the spring water for a long time. In Ling vision, there were no impurities in the spring water, which exuded a pure color of life. Nimrod turned his head and looked to his right. 6 kilometers away stood an organic spire constructed of psyker crystals. Open black lens bracket. The Slandash demon did not corrupt the spring water. Perhaps he was incapable, or perhaps he merely used it as bait, close black lens bracket. As Nimrod speculated, he flipped his right palm, and a crystal bottle appeared in his hand. The Primarch's eyes flashed, and a telekinetic hand holding the crystal bottle floated above the spring water, scooping up a full bottle. With a thought, Nimrod immediately took it to the nation of disorder. The crystal bottle remained unchanged. The pure spring water exuded spiritual radiance and a sweet aroma. It's even smoother than I expected. No purification is needed to perform the ritual of converting ascendants. While Nimrod pondered, he arrived at the newly opened 10th level space. The moment he stepped into the newly opened space, the mentor of disorder saw gray lines of rules constructing the entire level into a box. It was evident that this level of space corresponded to the black box. With a thought, Nimrod immediately perceived the difference in this level of space compared to his own abilities. Besides the nation of disorder's enhanced coercive trading effect, it could also perform remote transactions within a certain range. By relying on items that were associated with the nation of disorder, he could conduct transactions with a certain area around him. Nimrod immediately thought of an application scenario, sending the spiritual sculpture associated with the nation of disorder into the desired trading area, and then performing a black box operation. A week later, on the second planet of the cradle of the serpent, a plane purified by holy water by a sun pathway meander. Nimrod chose a spot 10 kilometers from the spring water as the location for the ascendant conversion ritual. The ritual site was arranged according to the symbols of Isha, the Eldar god of life. First, the bottom of the symbol needed to be arranged. The excavated pit was just right for the convert to lie horizontally within it. Using the bottom as a base, the other areas were determined. The cross-shaped tree trunk was planted above the conversion pit, outlined by Eldar runes. Palm-sized gems were arranged into 3 leaf-shaped areas, located in the other 3 directions of the cross-shaped tree trunk. Nimrod chose Arsenadun, his most trusted and frequent attendant, as the first person to be converted into an ascendant. He said to the silver-haired original body servant, "Arsena, I once told you that you would not die of old age. Now is the time for me to fulfill my promise. Lie in the pit." Arsena looked at the clear, sweet spring water in the pit, took a light sniff, and found it more refreshing than pure air. "Thank you, my lord." He immediately shed his Lord Hunter suite and entered the conversion pit. Arsena immediately felt coolness under his feet, and a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body. He slowly waded into the spring water, feeling no shortness of breath. The spring water that flowed into his nostrils made him feel unusually comfortable. The Primarch's eyes flickered with light and shadow. He raised his hand and pressed it on the top of the uppermost leaf. The entire ritual area lit up with brilliant light, brighter than the blue light emitted by the stars. As the brilliant light ignited, Arsena felt the icy spring water instantly turn warm. Arsena felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring. The power of life washed over his body, and the age spots on his arms and neck disappeared at a visible rate. Nimrod's gaze pierced through the brilliant light, observing Arsena's body. His slightly dull body gradually became lustrous. The brilliant light gradually dimmed, then vanished in a blinding flash. A breeze blew, and the shimmering gems turned to dust. In the pit, the spring water dried up. Arsena was stunned for several seconds before emerging from the unusually comfortable state. He felt as if he had experienced an intoxicating dream, his body, mind, and spirit in a perfect state. After the Sarktrata abyss, the subtle fatigue in his body was completely swept away. Arsena immediately put on his Lord Hunter suite and walked towards the Black Emperor, who stood with his hands behind his back. He knelt on one knee and said excitedly, "Thank you, my lord, for granting me the life taken by Herod, which has returned to my body. You have granted me new life." Nimrod slowly turned and gazed at the polymath. "It is indeed new life. You must have seen records of ascendants in historical materials. The Emperor, Malkador, Vulcan, all are ascendants. Now, you are like them, you will no longer die of old age, and you possess excellent resurrection abilities." In the polymath's mind, countless obscure pieces of information from various books flashed instantly. Clues gradually became clear through deduction. Open black lens bracket. So what my lord said, that he promised we would never die of old age, was to make us ascendants. My lord came to this star system for us. My lord not only restored the life I lost but also made me an ascendant. Close black lens bracket. Arsena's narrow eyes gleamed like jewels, and he solemnly promised, "My lord, I will emulate Malkador, and serve you forever, just as the keeper of the seals served the emperor." Open black lens bracket. No, Malkador is about to burn out and die. You must live longer. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod thought to himself, "Rise." After Arsena rose, Nimrod ordered, "Instruct the Techmarine to establish a teleportation gate. The Legion has 12 warbands, and the Cradle of the Serpent happens to have 12 planets. Each warband will receive one for migration and development. Planet 1, covered in forests, belongs to the 7th Battle Group. Planet 2 belongs to the 2nd Battle Group. Planet 3, a deep-sea world, belongs to the 9th Battle Group." 10 stellar days later, 100 meters from the first conversion site, Malina Scala and Diana Pauline stood before the conversion pit, their cheeks flushed. Seeing that Nimrod's majestic gaze held no trace of lust, and his eyes were as usual, Malina immediately lay down in the clear spring water without hesitation. The capable Diana heard the sound of water and also lay down. As the brilliant light rose, Diana's messy golden white hair quickly returned to a dazzling gold. As a biochemical spirit user, Malena's perception was even clearer. She felt the power of life surge into her body. Every cell of hers was pulsating. The biochemical spirit user examined herself, confirming that her life level had undergone a fundamental change. Every cell was transforming in a way she couldn't comprehend. Biochemical psyker couldn't achieve such massive changes at the cellular level either. Open black lens bracket. So this is the method my lord spoke of, it's so miraculous. Close black lens bracket. Malina strained to extend her psyker, exploring the changes in her body. She vaguely discerned a pattern similar to the conversion site from the Light of Life. As soon as she outlined an abstract rune in her mind, she suddenly fell into a state of mental void. The Primarch's eyes flickered with light and shadow as he looked at Malina. His gaze was not directed at her naked body. The biochemical spirit user's perfect physique did not transcend the mundane, holding no attraction for him. The Primarch's gaze was directed towards the Sea of Souls. On the other side of the veil, a dazzling point of light appeared in the colorful vortex. Open black lens bracket. It seems not only the physical body is transforming, but also the spirit. Why is Malina different from others? Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod pondered, the light receded. The Primarch keenly noticed that Malina took 1 second longer than Diana to emerge from her intoxicated state. Malina and Diana walked towards Nimrod, who stood with his hands behind his back, and offered their thanks. After Nimrod inquired about Malena's experience during the conversion process, he determined that her uniqueness was related to her use of biochemical psyker for investigation during the conversion. Nimrod did not stop the conversion process. All 12 worlds had springs of varying quantities but similar scales. He further expanded the scope of conversion. Tierney, the leader of the error pathway of the Thieves Guild, and Maria Kurnikova and Dementiva, the leaders of the Assassins. After the two demonesses of pleasure were converted, they were pleasantly surprised to find that their abilities had improved. Upon learning this, Nimrod confirmed that the spring water corresponded to the demoness of undying, and thus named it the Fountain of Youth. Immediately, Nimrod also included the legion's high-ranking officers in the conversion scope. Although Astartes usually die in battle before old age, Sigismund would still die of old age at the hands of Abaddon, who was empowered by the Chaos Gods. While Nimrod could not convert every one of his sons into ascendants, the Fountain of Youth was sufficient to convert the legion's high-ranking officers. In addition to the various lords, he also selected a portion of the company captains. Lord of Light Wilshire of the 2nd Battle Group, and among the various company captains, 1st Company Captain Winterbourne and 2nd Company Commander Olivier, completed their conversion in blue light. Death Lord Adams of the 4th Battle Group, 1st Company Captain Oliver, 5th Company Captain Kian, and Chief Apothecary Mikkel, were converted in darkness. Chief Librarian Thomas and Nicholas of the Storm System, Miguel Cuesta of the Technology System, Ethan of the Unyielding System, and Okafor of the Mind System, were converted simultaneously. Chaplain Pat and his deputy, Martin, who was in charge of the Sun Pathway. Among them, Thomas and Okafor, who possessed the Eye of Secrets, also had their spirits purified and their psyche significantly enhanced by seeing the symbols of Isha, the god of life. Nimrod did not convert Hasik into an ascendant. His loyalty to Nimrod was not yet long enough, and he was not yet deserving of such a reward. After Hasik, who had become a true provoker, advanced to Sequence 7, Pyromaniac, Nimrod began to arrange his own conversion ritual. Chapter 636, Transforming into an Ascendant, causing the 11th level space to open early. The 3rd month of 894. On the 2nd planet of the Cradle of the Serpent, Nimrod shed his black armor, revealing his body, smooth and lustrous like marble. He slowly lay down in the Fountain of Youth. Simultaneously, with a thought, John, who was standing in the center of the ritual area, raised his claw. The strong-brained cat followed the activation method transmitted through the mental link, pressing his claw down, causing psionic energy to surge out. The dazzling light reflected in the strong-brained cat's obsidian eyes, which were identical to Nimrod's. In the Primarch's eyes, the runes of Isa, the god of life, were clearly reflected. The Primarch clearly felt that while his physical body was being cleansed in the clear spring of life, his spirit was also becoming pure through the refinement. He couldn't help but let out a comfortable sigh. As the water rippled, a thick black mist suddenly surged around him. Open black lens bracket him, close black lens bracket. Nimrod was startled. He hadn't actively controlled the disordered country, and he didn't know why black mist was surging around him. Before he could figure out what was happening, he suddenly felt the Fountain of Youth begin to boil. The Primarch keenly sensed that the rate at which the spring water was being consumed was significantly faster than when he had converted his subordinates previously. Open black lens bracket. Is it because I am a Primarch? Close black lens bracket. Nimrod looked at the black mist filling his vision and murmured internally. Open black lens bracket. It seems to be more than just that. It's related to the disordered country, close black lens bracket. While contemplating, light flickered in the Primarch's eyes, and his telekinesis spread out, extending toward another Fountain of Youth 10 kilometers away. The 2nd planet had a total of 3 Fountains of Youth, 2 had already been consumed during previous conversion processes, and this was the last one. The telekinesis took the shape of a suction pipe, touching the sweet Fountain of Youth. The water was lifted by the telekinesis, curved and extended along the suction pipe, pouring into the pit to replenish the consumed Fountain of Youth. While maintaining and replenishing the consumption of the Fountain of Youth, the Primarch also paid attention to the changes in the disordered country. Nimrod, with a superhuman perspective, overlooked the nation within the black mist. He saw the black mist surging and churning in the deeper parts of the dark box, formed by gray lines of rules. Lines of rules appeared chaotically within the black mist. The unbalanced sight caused Nimrod's thoughts to descend into chaos and distortion. Amidst the jumbled thoughts, his contemplation of the current situation was reflected all around him like fragments of a shattered mirror. The changes in the mystical runes triggered by Isa's life runes. The changes in the disordered country, caused by the high-level Fountain of Youth. The Black Emperor's resurrection ability, overlaid with the evolutionary amplification of ascendant transformation. Just as Nimrod was about to ascend to the third level of the telema state of mind to gather his thread-like chaotic thoughts, the black mist suddenly churned and then vanished. His thoughts converged, and his mind became clear. Nimrod overlooked the lines of rules, which rapidly formed layer upon layer, creating a magnificent megastructure. Its front was a slanted door, and the entire structure resembled a spire, radiating brilliant light. As the black mist surrounding him receded, the function of the 11th level space clearly appeared in Nimrod's mind. The strange architecture was a mausoleum, corresponding to the Black Emperor's resurrection ability. Nimrod had anticipated that the Sephira would activate the resurrection ability early, but he had expected it during the transformation after advancing to Sequence 4, not through the opening of the 11th level space. While sighing internally, he noticed that the mausoleum was different from what he knew. Nimrod knew that the Black Emperor's advancement ritual required driving the populace to construct 9 pyramid-shaped mausoleums. However, the architecture of the 11th level space resembled an elegant spire overall, with a slanted door. Open black lens bracket. It seems to have incorporated the life force of Isa, the Eldar god of life, close black lens bracket. From the information presented by the disordered country, in his mind, Nimrod noticed that the discovery of this level of space was also different from the Black Emperor's resurrection process. The Black Emperor's resurrection process had 3 stages. First, the uniqueness detaches from the owner, becoming conceptual and abstract. Next, the Black Emperor's subjects hear the authoritative voice of the deity once again. Finally, the Black Emperor, having merged with the uniqueness, reappears, and the 3 Sequence 1 Deander characteristics automatically return to his hands. Compared to other means of resurrection, the Black Emperors can be called the strongest, in order that other true gods cannot reverse or stop. The resurrection he currently possesses will not retrieve anything, but the Sephira ensures that his resurrection process cannot be interrupted. The place of his resurrection is not the location where most ascendants die, but inside the mausoleum of the 11th level space. Nimrod's resurrection ability is also different from the Black Emperor's in his memory. The Black Emperor will not truly perish until all 9 of his secret mausoleums are destroyed. Even if the 9 mausoleums are destroyed, as long as a certain amount of the order established by the Black Emperor remains, he can still exploit loopholes in death to resurrect. Although Nimrod is not tied to mausoleums and order, as the chosen person of the disordered country, as long as he continues to bear the responsibility of evolution, he can resurrect in the mausoleum of the 11th level space. Nimrod pondered the differences, and his eyes couldn't help but shine. Open black lens bracket. The resurrection granted by the disordered country is stronger to some extent, at least as long as I haven't been abandoned by the Sephira. Of course, I can't be reckless. If I am killed, the items on me will be lost. When going to places that genuinely threaten my life, I cannot bring equipment like the Hand of Order, which would greatly weaken my combat strength. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod thought of the evolution requirements of the disordered country, and then considered the required potion ingredients and rituals, whose difficulty clearly exceeded those of other sequences, naturally leading him to the conclusion. My ritual requirements for advancing to Black Emperor will be higher, and my resurrection ability might also be stronger. Satisfied with the resurrection ability he gained, Nimrod had at least acquired a certain degree of death-defying capability. As he pondered, the consumption rate of the Fountain of Youth returned to normal as the black mist receded. As Nimrod withdrew his telekinesis, he also noticed that this Fountain of Youth had dried up. He felt no regret. Exhausting a Fountain of Youth to gain the resurrection ability granted by the disordered country early was a value far exceeding the cost. The Fountain of Youth rapidly dispersed in a brilliant light, finally erupting in a blinding flash before vanishing. As the Primarch stood up, he clearly felt the life he had lost while facing the King of the Herud rapidly being replenished. Open black lens bracket. Time holds no meaning for me anymore. Once I get the stasis device improved by Perturabo, I can go to the Sarktrata Abyss again. I will find the possible fragments of Bellicor's sacred artifact and incorporate the entire remote but resource-rich abyss into my territory. Close black lens bracket. The Primarch's eyes flashed, his telekinesis spread out, and the armor crafted for him by Vulcan flew over, enveloping his increasingly lustrous marble body. The next day, in the Primarch office, Nimrod listened to reports from everyone. After Arsenadun reported on the general situation of the planets, Chief Librarian Thomas immediately spoke. My lord, the librarian discovered psionic crystal veins on all planets, which must have been constructed by the Eldar using special methods. The organic architecture on all planets was also constructed using crystals. He gestured to Ethan, an indomitable psyker behind him, and Nimrod saw shining psychic light emanating from the opened box. Various moon-shaped metals were also found on some islands of Planet 3, which cultists used to forge weapons. Nimrod nodded slightly. The metals, gems representing different phases of the moon, and the blood of extraordinary creatures required for the potion's professor to advance to sequence 5 had all been collected. As long as the ritual is performed in a star system with a moon, under the illumination of the full moon, Mikkel can advance to become a Scarlet Scholar. Mine the psionic crystals and the moon-shaped metals. The next day, Nimrod arrived at the 3rd level of the disordered country, and picked up the fully charged dice of prophecy. Chapter 637, The Tuchulcha Engine, Imperceptible Jump. Disordered country, 3rd level space. Nimrod, holding the dice of prophecy, reviewed the status of the Sonam system in his mind. Open black lens bracket. The Sonam system is located at the edge of the Great Cauldron, adjacent to Damaris. The Sonam system is centered on a bright blue giant star and includes 14 planets and hundreds of moons. The planets closest to the star are arid, rocky worlds scorched by high temperatures and radiation, close black lens bracket. In fact, compared to Damaris, Sonam is closer to the area that the future Coronis expanse will call the God Emperor's disaster, although that name does not yet exist. After the information Nimrod knew about the Sonam star flashed through his mind, he silently recited a phrase. Open black lens bracket. The star chart from the cradle of the serpent to Sonam, close black lens bracket. After reciting it 11 times, Nimrod reached out and tossed the dice of prophecy he held. After the divination tool tumbled several times in the air, the moment it fell into his open palm, a scene unfolded like a holographic projection. Nimrod recorded the star chart and entered it into a data crystal. He did not immediately return to the real world. With a thought, he stepped forward and arrived before the Tuchulcha engine. The Mentor of Disorder saw threads connecting himself to the black and white sphere, associating them together. With a thought, he attempted to transmit the star chart from the cradle of the serpent to the Sonam system to the Tuchulcha. Can you take a fleet to complete this journey? Immediately, as the golden spots on the sphere moved in a regular pattern, the Primarch felt a stream of information, similar to a thought impulse, rush into his brain. I certainly can. Happy to serve you, respected Lord of Black Mist. Open black lens bracket. It can indeed communicate. Compared to the Oil Man, who spent 30 years, I spent less than a third of that time establishing a closer association. The method of communication is more efficient than the language of a servitor, and I can grasp its location. Even if it tries to run, I can follow the connection and find it. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod felt that the golden spots on the black and white sphere seemed to form a smiling expression. During the time of Perturabo, why did you teleport away and flee? He asked in a deep voice. The golden spots scattered and then reaggregated, and the answering voice was simultaneously transmitted. Your consciousness is powerful and dangerously imposing. I did not know your intentions and cautiously sought to leave. Great Lord of Black Mist, I will not flee again. I am willing to serve you. Nimrod nodded slightly. Although the Tuchulcha was not a biological entity, it was smoother and more pragmatic than the resisting slaughter or the imprisoned tears of silence. You will be given a chance. As he spoke, with a thought, he returned to the real world. Nimrod summoned Arsenadun, handed him the data crystal, and then instructed him. Order the 7th Company of the 4th Battle Group and the 5th Battle Group to assemble, centered on the Wenquan Shadow. 2 standard days later, under the reflection of blue light, the black warbands assembled, centered on the Glory Queen-class battleship Wenquan Shadow and the Death Withering. Inside the Primarch Palace of the Wenquan Shadow, there were 2 compartments of different sizes on either side of the Primarch office corridor. The larger one was the Primarch's private armory. In the smaller obsidian stone room opposite, Nimrod stood with his arms crossed, gazing at the black and white sphere before him. Begin. Light flickered in the Primarch's eyes as his consciousness spread, passing through the bulkheads of the Wenquan Shadow and covering the entire fleet. Illusory ripples spread rapidly in less than a breath, enveloping the entire fleet like a bubble. The bubble then abruptly appeared among the waves of the great ocean, drifting with the current. The Primarch retracted his consciousness. Although he perceived the entire process, he still could not understand the method used by the Tuchulcha engine. It was different from the teleportation performed by devil-aligned psychers who forcibly tore the veil. Nor was it similar to the methods Nimrod mastered, the Dire Avengers and Fear Vision, which rapidly traveled between the real world and the warp in a short period. Furthermore, it was completely unlike the Infinite Door, constructing an immaterial stairway passage. Open black lens bracket. The means of the old ones are truly miraculous. The integration of psychic power and technology is an entirely different level, superior to the Eldar. No wonder Lion was instantly teleported from beneath Perturabo to the indomitable truth without realizing it. The fleet almost simultaneously entered the warp and began its voyage, yet he could not grasp which system the Tuchulcha was taking the fleet to. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod thought admiringly. After pondering for a long time, he finally found an accurate description for the Tuchulcha's method. It was like a key opening a door. Open black lens bracket. Key, door, close black lens bracket. The mentor of disorder looked thoughtfully at the spirituality of the Tuchulcha engine. The scattered spiritual radiance was clearly inferior to the Hand of Order, but it surpassed the Sequence 2 level of the Death Consul mask. Open black lens bracket. When combined with the Heart of Plague and the Ouroboros, does the resulting key correspond to the Sequence 1 level, Key of the Stars? If so, the combined key would be of greater value to me. Not only can it travel through time and space and open the treasury of ancient weapons, but I can also use it spiritually after establishing an association. Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod pondered, he increasingly wanted to find the other two parts and the remaining key fragments. In the 6th standard month of 894, a bubble suddenly appeared in the Sonam system. The bright blue starlight shone upon the black fleet that abruptly appeared after the bubble vanished. On the bridge of the Wangquan Shadow, the officers briefly fell into confusion. The entire jump process could not be interfered with by the Legion or the navigators. Their long-term duty, which consisted only of monotonously repeating limited internal ship affairs, left them flustered for a long time when faced with the sudden increase in workload. Diana Pauline frowned slightly, staring at the 15 repetitive reports scrolling on the 2 video screens on the console, as well as the 4 reports with slightly different conclusions. She glanced shyly at the throne while opening her communication headset. "You are acting like a bunch of headless flies who just boarded a void ship," Diana shouted in a deep voice, full of vigor. Lord Nimrod had granted her eternal life, and she commanded the flagship, yet her officers had fallen into chaos. She would absolutely not allow it. "Calm yourselves." Her cold voice quieted the slightly chaotic communication channel. Before the throne, Arsena Dunn examined the Auspex scan results, quickly correlating them with the data inside the data crystal. He looked toward the Black Emperor. "My lord, have we already arrived at the Sonam system?" Nimrod nodded slightly, "Yes." Open black lens bracket. How did my lord achieve this? After the fleet assembled, nothing happened. It entered a mysterious state of travel. Close black lens bracket. The senior detective tried to find the cause and deduce the result from the reports, and he quickly noticed a piece of information. Chief Vischer reports that the initial pioneering voyage from the cradle of the serpent to the Sonam system requires 5 standard months. The reason for the long duration is that she observed 4 anomalies and 1 mandatory warp storm avoidance along the route. The voyage we just completed actually took 2 months. Nimrod nodded slightly. He was not surprised. The method of travel bestowed upon the Tuchulcha engine by the old ones undoubtedly surpassed the scope of human understanding. Warp anomalies and most warp storms could not stop its voyage. As Nimrod pondered, the original body servant, with silver hair like snow and a vigorous spirit, continued his report. The scan report shows that the risk of travel within the system is extremely low, and celestial bodies like asteroids are rare and easy to avoid. However, most of them are affected by high temperatures and radiation, making them unsuitable for habitation. The remaining planets have weak life signals and are preliminarily classified as feral worlds. Nimrod nodded, then got up, walked to the strategy table, and gazed at the gradually forming holographic image. He raised his hand and lightly tapped the 8th planet among the 14 planets arranged from outside to inside. Target, Planet 8. Chapter 638. Once desperately seeking wraiths, now possessing an entire wraith world. On the orbit of Sonam 8, the flagship of the 4th Battle Group, the Bridge of the Death Withering. Adams gazed at the holographic image on the strategic table, as Nicholas, a psyker of the Storm system, spoke in a profound tone beside him. The Augur matrix scan results classify it geographically as a temperate world, but what I see is fire and death, and what I hear are terrifying death screams. The howling storms are more terrifying than the storms of Fenris's Genesis Forge, which turn and reshape the land. Nicholas observed the holographic image. Unlike Fenris's Storm Sea, which almost covers the entire planet, Sonam 8 only has a narrow sea around the equator. This is a world perfectly suited for me, said the spirit guide, whose body was encased in armor and stood in the shadows of deliberately dimmed lumen lights, his voice icy. Adams recalled what the Black Emperor had said. 2 highly advanced alien races, jointly ruling an entire star system, began to rot from within, eventually erupting into a devastating war. After years of war, they ultimately used terrifying weapons to destroy each other. Within minutes, all intelligent life on the entire planet died, and that is the terrifying scream you heard in the warp. I must thank them for their final decision. The Death Lord's emotionless, cold words made it impossible for Nicholas to grasp their meaning. The weapons they used left a fortune for my warband. As Adams spoke, he swiftly marked the holographic image, indicating that he would personally go to the largest hive city near the equator. The targets of the other 9 spirit guides were, in order, the 2nd to 9th largest hive cities. 1,473 spirit mediums led teams to other hive cities and industrial park ruins. Heavy transport ships tore through the clouds, crashing through debris fragments of varying sizes floating in the air. The wreckage of a floating cathedral dedicated to an alien deity burned and fell during the collision. The black ships ignored the rolling hills and landed in the plains area at nightfall. Adams stepped off the deck and looked at the enormous Hive City dome in the distance. The ruins of the collapsed dome were still taller than the domes of most hive cities. Adams heard a low gasp, a sound coming from non-royal court monks. They saw moonlight and lightning outlining the shape of wraith airships above the cracked dome. Adams was about to give an order when a strange whisper suddenly sounded. With a shift of thought, the senior spirit medium discerned 2 different voices from the sound array channel. One was sharper, like a bird's cry. The other was deeper, like a beast's roar. Adams, far from being surprised, was pleased, his eyes lit up, and a hint of joy showed through his icy voice. Praise our Lord. He and his battle brothers had once desperately sought wraiths lingering in the real world, but now they had an entire world of them. Adams then gave an order. A gravedigger adjutant would lead the royal court monks, who were granted non-death powers by the Black Emperor, and other order shadows to stay behind. He took the gravediggers and corpse collectors and headed towards the dome. The team moved swiftly through grass taller than themselves, approaching the ruins of the Hive City. When his helmet was still 6.1 kilometers from the edge of the dome ruins, the spirit guide's ears were suddenly filled with the illusory echoes of gunfire and the screams of the dying. Adams then saw tormented alien wraiths fighting each other. A larger group roared like beasts, clutching human-height guns that made a sawing sound when fired. Their melee weapons, some like axes, some like hammers, were all heavy weapons. The smaller wraiths, sliding from wraith airships, appeared to be the attacking party. They had bird-like beaks and wing membrane-shaped skin under their arms, extending to their sides. They held a pistol in one hand and a light weapon like a sword in the other. Amidst the deafening gunfire, 2 wraith airships burst into flames. Thousands of alien wraiths glided down, raining thorny projectiles on the beast-like aliens. The beast-like aliens raised their logging guns, and the piercing tearing sound grew even more grating. The wraith armies repeated battles of millennia, playing out again and again. The spirit guide activated Ling vision to examine the wraiths, and he immediately noticed that each wraith glowed with a deep, dark green light. Wraith, he said calmly, not through the sound array channel where whispers were becoming more frequent, but directly through the loudspeaker, introducing them to the less experienced royal court members. Most of the time, dead souls would go directly into the warp, and many gravediggers and corpse collectors had not yet encountered wraiths. Special areas may have ghosts lingering, but if one dies with extreme hatred in their heart or does not find peace after death, they will become wraiths. They became wraiths by constantly repeating the torment of death. Adams quickened his pace, rushing forward. It wasn't until he had watched the battle replay 4 times that he slowed down, less than 100 meters from the edge of the battlefield. The spirit guide spread his spirituality and chanted the words of death in Dun language. Oh, battling wraith armies. As soon as the spirit guide spoke, his spirituality simultaneously touched over a dozen wraiths on the edge of the battlefield. Swinging battle axes and dodging figures stopped simultaneously. They no longer continued their millions of cycles of battle, turning to look at the black-armored giant. The spirit guide continued the words of death, heed my command, obey my will. As soon as the words ended, the wraiths immediately began to walk towards the spirit guide. Adams did not need to patiently communicate with the wraiths as a spirit medium, as he did on Medusa. As a spirit guide, he could directly control masterless groups of the dead with similar strength. This included not only wraiths but also specters and even evil spirits. As Adams approached the wraiths, he felt as if ice was melting, flowing slowly. Having had previous experience, he knew he was gradually mastering the power bestowed by the Black Emperor. As Adams was examining his own feelings, a piercing shriek suddenly rang out. The spirit guide looked in the direction of the sound, and an alien wraith came howling towards him. His body was torn and bloody, with bones exposed. His wings were aflame, tormented by the excruciating pain of his death. Evil spirit, Adams said calmly, extending his spirituality, heed my command, obey my will. The evil spirit's speed became slower and slower, and its resentful eyes gradually softened. He glided down before the spirit guide, bowing submissively. Adams continued to lead the team forward. The completely cold gravediggers walked on the outer perimeter, with corpse collectors on the inside. No wraiths attacked them. In the eyes of the undead creatures, the black armor warriors were also undead. The spirit guide constantly repeated the words of the dead, selecting evil spirits to subdue. In the past, wraiths would have been good targets for subjugation, but now they were completely ignored by him. His spirituality was rapidly consumed, eventually nearing depletion. Adams's face grew paler. As his temples throbbed, his spiritual intuition suddenly pulsed. Following his intuition, the spirit guide looked towards the ruins ahead, where a colossal figure leapt from the collapsed wreckage. Amidst the rumbling roar of the earth shaking, an evil spirit, taller and more massive than a titan, emerged. He had 10,000 armed, some thick beast arms, and some slender ones. Pale arms waved like branches. Thick and thin arms constantly collided in the intersecting areas, emitting a series of dull thuds. He roared with one mouth, yet simultaneously let out a piercing shriek and a beast's roar. The 10,000 armed wraith's massive body swooped down, swift as the wind. Overwhelming palms instantly swatted away hundreds of evil spirits. The spirit guide extended his spirituality, evil spirit, heed my command, obey my will. The 10,000 armed wraith suddenly froze, but Adams swiftly rolled to the side. As his spirituality dried up, palms rained down, covering the sky. Chapter 639, The Treasures of Sonam 8 are not only ghosts. As Adams rolled to evade the striking arms, he calmly activated the Deathwatch Eye. The spirit guide immediately entered the spiritual world, looking down upon the 10,000 armed wraith from a higher dimension. Seeing that their Death Lord failed to suppress the massive undead entity for the first time, the guard member immediately raised their weapons. Bolter shells whistled as they struck the 10,000 armed wraith, and flesh and blood splattered amidst the roar. The gravedigger, raising their shock weapons, smashed them down fiercely. As the ground trembled, the enormous 10,000 armed wraith collapsed with a crash. Adams pressed his hand against the ground and stood up, his Deathwatch Eye still focused intently on the 10,000 armed wraith, which had been knocked over by the shockwave. The deep black light did not diminish in the slightest, nor was a single ghost truly killed. The spirit guide realized that the 10,000 armed wraith had not been truly harmed. He pointed forward and shouted loudly in Dun language, "Attack!" Obscure bullets shot from the lumbering gun struck the massive body, and green powder fell like dust. The damage effect it caused was clearly inferior to the bolter. But in the Deathwatch Eye of the spirit guide and the gravedigger, this was not the case. Cracks appeared inside the 10,000 armed wraith's body. Although insignificant compared to its massive size, the damage was greater than that caused by the purely superficial bolter and shock weapons. The 10,000 armed wraith let out a roar, and thousands of pairs of wing membranes appeared on its colossal body, twitching to lift it into the air. His deep green eyes, filled with malice, stared coldly at the enemies before him. The wraiths commanded by the spirit guide immediately stopped attacking. They stood still like statues, frozen in place. The spirit guide did not rely on the spiritual power he had just recovered to continue vying for control over the undead. His deathwatch eye penetrated the cracks in the body, locating a deep black mass of gas within the chaotic, patchwork body of the behemoth. Faces circled around it, as if reaching out from a cage. The spirit guide raised his hand, aiming the archaeological handgun at the detected weakness. A beam collected from the cradle of the serpent, the snake alpha, shot out. Compared to other stars, the blue light evoked the least aversion, at least until he encountered a star with green light. The dazzling blue beam caused aversion in the gravedigger and corpse collector, their helmets adaptively dimmed the light. The blue light reflected in the 10,000 armed wraith's deep green eyes, awakening his memories of the past. They once possessed brilliant kingdoms and glorious civilizations. No, ours is different from yours. We come from different kingdoms. The fragments of souls forcibly merged together roared furiously at the other fragments. Their mutual hatred instantly filled the deep green eyes with pitch blackness. The 10,000 armed wraith grew increasingly hateful toward the blue light that stirred their memories and caused them pain, and toward its perpetrator. His body twisted grotesquely, and countless palms struck down like the legs of a centipede. 1,000 hands slapped toward the blue beam, while another 1,000 hands struck toward the small figures in black armor on the ground. The blue light pierced through the layers of descending palms, emitting a sharp, sizzling sound. The light gradually dimmed, finally being dispersed into scattered starlight. Bolter shells roared, tearing open the flesh of the behemoth. The 10,000 armed wraith did not dodge. Hating itself, and hating the small figures in black armor even more, it swooped down, thousands of palms striking simultaneously. The spirit guide neither flashed nor dodged. He activated his shock weapon and leapt into the air. He swung the heavy hammer, smashing it fiercely into the 10,000 armed wraith's chest. With a loud bang, the shockwave spread. The 10,000 armed wraith let out a terrified shriek, and its body stiffened. Adam's arm spun rapidly, the heavy hammer striking down repeatedly. The cracks seen through the Deathwatch eye grew larger and larger, then shattered like a mirror. Adams flipped backward, landing among the ruins. The spirit guide gazed forward, thinking regretfully. Open black lens bracket. It's a pity my spiritual power was exhausted while commanding the wraiths earlier, otherwise I could have tried to command him. Close black lens bracket. The spirit guide judged that since the wraiths he commanded were not directly controlled by the 10,000 armed wraith, its death power, though stronger than his own, could be resisted. Compared to the 10,000 armed wraith, which used its power instinctively, he had an advantage in skill. While the spirit guide was contemplating, a crystal gleam suddenly flashed in his eyes. He looked up. A crystal, 1 meter in diameter and about 4 meters high, containing deep black threads, was falling amidst the pervasive green powder. The spirit guide instinctively felt that both the crystal and the powder left behind by the 10,000 armed wraith's death were Beander objects. Open black lens bracket. My lord should like this. Close black lens bracket. At the same moment Adams was collecting the spoils. In a wide plain, moonlight scattered upon Mikkel, who was wearing a black robe. Spread before him were metals and gemstones in various moon forms. Crescent-shaped metal from Planet 3 of the Cradle of the Serpent, crescent-shaped yellow gemstone from Planet 1, full moon-shaped purple gemstone from Planet 6, and moonstone from the Vostonia satellite. The potion's professor's nose twitched slightly. The blood in the dozen bottles made him involuntarily swallow. He could identify most of the types. The blood of the Fenris Kraken was the most pungent, the blood of the Nocturne Salamanders was scalding hot, and the blood of Omega was the most delicious. Nimrod walked over under the illumination of the full moon. He raised his hand, his open palm holding the Scarlet Scholar potion, which was manufactured using Space Monkey, Green Nephilim, and other materials. Mikkel, open the bottle. Drink the potion. Thank you for the bestowal, my lord. Mikkel knelt on one knee, thanked the Black Emperor, and picked up the nearly solidified scarlet potion. His pale hands quickly opened the crystal bottles containing the blood. The blood of Beyonder creatures made every cell of the potion's professor restless. Under the full moon's light, Mikkel poured the potion into his mouth. The stagnant scarlet liquid had no taste upon entry, it rolled down his esophagus like a chunk of meat. Mikkel felt everything around him calm down. He seemed to have fallen into a stasis field, and his thoughts became slow. In the silence, the surrounding metals and gemstones reflected strange, discordant light. The mixture of different blood flavors made his head spin, like a normal person swallowing a hallucinogen. In this calm yet hallucinatory state, his pitch-black eyes slowly turned deep red, shining like rubies. Moonlight shone into his eyes, his body was tinged with faint red, and he rapidly dematerialized. Just as Mikkel's body, like hazy moonlight, seemed about to dissipate from the real world, the figure in black armor and golden wings reflected in his eyes. Mikkel's consciousness awoke from the silent slumber. The moonlight instantly shattered, turning into patches of red scales that vanished where he stood. The Scarlet Scholar quickly reformed. His figure flashed rapidly, capping all the crystal bottles in an instant. Mikkel recalled the abilities he had gained, then joyfully saluted the Black Emperor. "My lord, my abilities have been enhanced, allowing me to serve you better." Nimrod nodded, then pointed out the direction for the Scarlet Scholar's acting path. "Your abilities depend on your understanding of the moon domain. Studying the moon is the key to you becoming a Scarlet Scholar." Mikkel looked up at the night sky. The blue giant star shone upon the moon, scattering moonlight like water. He lowered his head thoughtfully. "I follow your teachings." The next day, outside the designated number 1 hive city on Sonam 8, at the temporary command base. Death Lord Adam's cold voice carried thinly veiled joy. "My lord, the royal court monk of the warband had great gains last night. The viscounts all acquired at least 10 servants, and the barons, through communication with the ghosts, saw varying degrees of improvement in their mastery of the power you bestowed. Sonam 8 is more suitable than any other place for us to master the power you bestow." Nimrod nodded slightly. "The treasures of this world are not only ghosts. The hilly regions contain precious metals and gemstones. The drillgold vein stretches for hundreds of kilometers, extending toward the planet's equator. Drillgold is not only hard in texture, but it is also a rare natural psychic metal." Nimrod recalled that after the Sonam star system was discovered in the future, it was initially deemed a savage world with low development value. It wasn't until large amounts of precious metal ore and gemstones were found on the planet's surface that numerous imperial powers were immediately attracted. They were eventually forced to abandon this world due to the sustained assaults of the ghosts. However, development posed no problem for the 4th Battle Group. The process of the Spirit Guide acquiring servants naturally and continuously weakened the ghosts. With them presiding, the ghosts could not destroy the mining areas. Control the development progress. Every mine shaft must be overseen by a viscount who commands the power of death. "I follow your will," Adams replied, then continued. "My lord, I encountered a powerful wraith last night, but due to my spiritual power being exhausted, I was unable to attempt to command it. After striking its weakness and killing it, it left behind a crystal and a large amount of powder. I dedicate it to you." Moments later, Nimrod gazed at the crystal and powder, immediately correlating them with the main and auxiliary ingredients for the Gatekeeper potion on the blasphemy slate. Open black lens bracket him. "I have now gathered the Gatekeeper potion ingredients, and Adams will complete his digestion within a few days. The only thing missing for the Gatekeeper advancement is the underworld. Fenris's underworld should meet the requirement, but where else?" Close black lens bracket. 14 stellar days later, just as Nimrod was preparing to give the order to set sail and leave, he received a report. A tech marine from the 4th Battle Group, responsible for exploring the mining area, had gone mad. Chapter 640, The Eerie Deep Sea Trench, Order Shadows who see themselves as Xenos in hallucinations. Upon receiving the information, Nimrod fell into deep thought. He knew that for ordinary people who stayed on Sonam 8 for more than 10 days, death was almost certain. Even if they avoided the ghosts, they would be tormented to death by the psychic phenomena of the entire planet. Everyone who landed on the surface would, within 10 days, experience insomnia, terrifying nightmares, and the continuous whispers of ghosts, leading to a complete breakdown. Hardly anyone's will could endure such torment, and even if they persisted, they would descend into madness due to psychic visions of the Xenos who once lived there. As the hallucinations deepened, they would perceive themselves as Xenos, deluding themselves into believing that everyone around them was a member of a hostile race trying to kill them. Individuals who succumbed to madness would attack everyone around them. Nimrod recalled that in the future, various Imperial factions, upon discovering the rare minerals hidden within the ghost-infested world, were not deterred. Dozens of rogue traitor families and various Imperial factions engaged in a brief but bloody struggle for control. The victorious interest groups immediately began exploration and mining. However, the prospecting team's camp was destroyed by ghosts, and everyone was brutally dismembered and torn to shreds. The ghosts vented their resentment upon them. The interest groups attempted to hire psychers to protect the workers, but this was only effective for a short time. Ultimately, the psychers also succumbed to the continuous psychic phenomena, becoming Xenos in their minds. One rogue traitor even dispatched an untouchable. He remained undisturbed, and the mining area was stable for a period, but he eventually died in an accident. As batches of arriving personnel went mad and facilities were destroyed, operating funds rapidly depleted, forcing them to cut their losses and leave. But the Astartes possessed a will far surpassing that of ordinary humans, and the Order shadows regularly tempered their will with the Thelema mindset Nimrod specifically created for them. Currently, even new recruits in the Legion had at least mastered the Telemaria First Realm, while librarians were required to master all 3 levels of the Thelema state of mind. Veterans with over 30 years of service had also mastered all 3 levels of the Thelema state of mind through continuous training. Their will would not yield, and it was even less likely to yield within 10 days or so. Nimrod, filled with doubt, reviewed the report. Open black lens bracket Isidore, born into a worker family on Necromunda, officially became an Order Shadows in 849. In his first decade, he displayed an extraordinary aptitude for technology, leading him to Mars in 860 to receive Techmarine training. Abilities: mastered warp vision, 3rd level of the Thelema state of mind, good mechanical affinity, repair speed 15% above average, close black lens bracket. Nimrod examined Isidore's file and found that, as expected, he had mastered the 3rd level of the Thelema state of mind. Furthermore, due to his outstanding performance, he was being considered for the 4th Battle Group's Honor Guard, which made him even more perplexed. He then started reading Isidore's action log, paying attention to the end. Open black lens bracket. Last night, at 21:49 Standard Time, reached the end of the ore vein, 508 meters shortest straight line distance from the equatorial trench. Today, after returning to camp, his 6 servitors disappeared. 3 minutes and 7 seconds after entering the camp, he attacked his battle brothers, close black lens bracket. Nimrod leaned back in his throne, deep in thought. Reached the coast, then went mad. Open black lens bracket in the future, psychers hallucinations of submission, untouchables suffering, accidents. Is there something else strange about Sonam 8 besides the ghosts? The equatorial trench area. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod opened his communicator and ordered Pat, the chief priest. You and Martin are responsible for interrogating Isidore. After a second's pause, he continued. He might have been interfered with. My lord, even so, his will is not firm enough. Pat's voice was tinged with fierce anger. After the Primarch hung up the communication, he leaned back on the throne, his mind rapidly recalling more information about Sonam 8. Open black lens bracket him. The floating churches falling into the sea, that's very strange. The sea area is not large, without supernatural interference, it's impossible for the churches to fall there. Even stranger, the trench is so deep that it seems like a bottomless pit, swallowing so many churches, close black lens bracket. Nimrod also thought that most natural psychic materials existed in the form of crystals, or similar psionic crystals. The only natural psychic metal he knew of was adamantium. The materials used by Ka-Sei's master swordsmiths were also not natural, but alloys forged from psionic crystal and other materials. Open black lens bracket the end of the ore vein, next to the trench. Perhaps adamantium is not naturally formed, but is related to some unknown force after the psychic phenomena of Sonam 8 began, close black lens bracket. At the same moment Nimrod was contemplating, in the interrogation room on the upper deck. Pat and his deputy, Martin, who had just been promoted to Solar High Priest, walked into the interrogation room together. Upon seeing the two, Isidore's eyes immediately lit up with a fierce glint. He growled in a sharp Xenos language, wanting to pounce on the two beast-like enemies in his sight. Adamantium chains wrapped around his entire body, binding him tightly to the electric chair. Fine needles, soaked in Kata-Chong venom and piercing his collarbones and wrist bones, paralyzed his body. Pat stared coldly at Isidore, then raised his hand and placed a candle, made from the refined hallucinogenic plants produced in the dense forests of Cradle of the Serpent Eye, on the table. After lighting the candle, a fresh and serene scent permeated the air. The cold interrogation room became warm and comfortable in the gentle light. The hypnotist's eyes changed from black to gold, and at the same time, they became vertical. The hypnotist leaned forward, pressing his palms on the black iron table, his golden vertical pupils gazing into Isidore's mad eyes. As his spirituality spread, he, psychologically suggested, "Look at the candle." Isidore's bulging, hateful eyes involuntarily shifted to the candle. Pat stared at Isidore, his eyeballs gradually retracting, his body relaxing as he leaned back in the chair. The hypnotist spoke again, "Tell me, what did you encounter by the sea?" Isidore's eyes were dull, seemingly lost in memory. After a few seconds, he slowly began to speak. "After bringing my servitors to the end of the ore vein and completing the record, I stood by the sea, gazing into the deep trench. I saw buildings submerged in the water, covered in green algae. I don't know how long passed, when suddenly, a deep black liquid surged into my vision, containing countless numb faces. I immediately felt danger and tried to ascend into the Thelema mindset." Isidore paused blankly, "Countless souls roared in my ears, and Xenos with sharp beaks surrounded me. I walked with them, lived with them. I became." A flicker of confusion and guilt crossed Isidore's eyes. "I became part of them." A flicker of anger crossed Pat and Martin's eyes, they exchanged glances. "We were attacked, and I killed the enemies. I charged into the enemy camp and counterattacked. Do you know what affected you?" The hypnotist suppressed his anger, asking in a calm tone. "Affected?" Isidore repeated, confused. "No, I fought alongside my kin." Pat slammed the table, he knew he couldn't get any more information. "Enough. Martin, purify him, make him sober." "All right." The newly promoted Solar High Priest walked in front of Isidore. He spread his arms as if welcoming something. A holy, pure light descended from the heavens, bright, warm light fell upon Isidore. Black flames immediately ignited on Isidore's body, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. The agonizing cry lasted for about 10 seconds before stopping as the black smoke vanished. Isidore looked around blankly. You were controlled, you attacked your battle brothers." Pat's golden eyes stared at Isidore, exuding a dragon-like pressure. Although Isidore was caught off guard and didn't have time to ascend into the Thelema mindset, thus being controlled by an unknown force, it also exposed his weak will and lack of skill. Isidore's eyes widened in panic as he recalled what he had done. He lowered his head, whispering guiltily, Pat interrupted him, "You were the first to attack a battle brother. We all feel our honor shamed by your weak will. You will be punished." Pat and Martin turned and walked out the door together. A moment later, an interrogator walked into the interrogation room. Martin said to Pat while editing the report, "Isidore will temper his resolute will in subsequent interrogations." Pat's gaze was profound. Steadfast faith is the strongest shield for the will. Nimrod received the report 12 minutes after the interrogation concluded. After reading the report, he became even more convinced that there was something wrong with the trench. Nimrod immediately decided to lead a team to investigate personally. Sonam 8, the Equatorial Trench. Nimrod only brought Chief Apothecary Mikkel, Deathlord Adams, and the Storm Psyker Nicholas. He walked along the end of the glittering Oramite vein to the cliff, overlooking the deep trench. He saw tentacle-like vines wrapped around the church, and the wailing screams of ghosts. Light and shadow flickered in the Primarch's eyes, taking in the entire planet's veins. The trench beneath his feet was the center of the entire world, both the real world and the supernatural realm. In the physical dimension, its depth was endless, and its silence was without a ripple, a true Dead Sea. The Mentor of Disorder activated Ling vision, and all he saw was a pale expanse. Nicholas walked to the cliff, standing a step behind the Black Emperor, gazing into the abyss below. "My lord, this place reminds me of Crag Jack, and the legends of Fenris Underworld." On the last day of the clear summer, at the moment closest to the Eye of the Wolf, When the wolf moon rises, the ghosts of the heroes' tomb will return to the world where they wrote their legends. Legend has it that passing through the Silthier Gate of Crag Ajak at this time allows one to travel to the underworld, the realm of the dead. Nimrod nodded, knowing that the eye of the wolf Nicholas spoke of was the star of the Fenris system. The last day of summer was Fenris perihelion to its star. He still remembered that passing through the gate of the underworld was not easy. During the great birthday celebration, Russ returned to Fenris to seek a way to defeat Horus, and almost all of the wolf priests sacrificed their lives to open the passage for him to enter. Open black lens bracket. Could it be that this ghost world also has an underworld? Or, is the entire underworld a dimension of the warp, just that on worlds like Fenris and Sonam 8, the veil is thinner, and death and reality overlap? If it is truly related to the underworld, then it would be no surprise for a psychic phenomenon to make one perceive themselves as an alien. After all, one of death's authorities is enslavement. He is the enslavement of all things. Close black lens bracket. The spirit guide driving and enslaving the undead is an embodiment of authority at the sequence 6 level. After Nimrod had some conjectures about the trench, he immediately decided to investigate. The ghosts and Oramite of Sonam 8 were extremely valuable, and considering his poor relationship with Russ, it was more convenient for a death pathway Beander, a gatekeeper, to be on his own territory. Once it was confirmed that the trench truly had an entrance to the underworld, Adams and the others could advance within a short time. Every dome had revealed a 10,000 armed wraith, so he no longer lacked the potion ingredients for a gatekeeper. Down. Nimrod gave the order, and living metal rapidly spread, encasing his black armor. His wings vibrated, and he was the first to leap into the deep trench. As soon as he entered the water, a bone-chilling cold swept over him, and his body trembled slightly. Nimrod's thought moved, and the warmth emanating from the burning one's fragments dispelled the cold. The spirit guide Adams felt nothing, his body was colder than ice. Nicholas's body trembled, the supernatural cold made his thoughts sluggish. The wind blessed spread his spirituality, wanting to control the surrounding seawater. As soon as his spirituality touched the seawater, he felt the water was like ice, heavy and cold. Piercing shrieks rang out, and countless faces with sharp beaks rushed at him from all around. In his vision, one malicious face after another drew closer, their beaks swelling like ice picks. The seawater controlled by the wind blessed slowly began to swirl around him. The beaks struck the seemingly non-existent water curtain, emitting a grating friction sound. In an instant, in his line of sight, the attacking wraiths suddenly disappeared again, and the surrounding seawater receded with them. He arrived in the hive city, warm sunlight shining on his trembling wing membranes. The calls of the beaked creatures around him were warm and familiar. Open black lens bracket I grew, wing membranes, I transformed into an alien. I'm caught in a psychic phenomenon. Close black lens bracket. Waves appeared in Nicholas's eyes, and he instantly ascended to the 3rd level of the Thelema state of mind. The illusory tall buildings shattered like mirrors, and he returned to the cold seawater. Apart from Nimrod, the Legion's only Sequence 5 Beander, Scarlet Scholar Mikkel, felt his body stiffen, and his terrifying speed slowed. The Scarlet Scholar activated Ling vision, observing the surrounding sea, and he saw a dense, green-tinged spirituality. Mikkel, who already had some understanding of the moon, knew that at this moment, the moon should be made to disappear. The Scarlet Scholar spread his spirituality, and the moon reflected in the sea immediately vanished. In everyone's Ling vision, the green quickly dimmed, and the wraiths disappeared with it. The vines wrapped around the alien church loosened, released their grip weakly, and drifted in the sea. The cold receded, and the Scarlet Scholar consumed his own spirituality to make the green recede from the surrounding area. Everyone's speed suddenly increased, and they bypassed the church, accelerating downwards. The water pressure rapidly increased in the visors of Adams and the other two, but they were all Beyonders whose bodies had been strengthened, far exceeding the Astartes' limits, so natural pressure did not cause much obstruction. The wind blessed was even more agile, like a fish in water, closely following Nimrod. Nimrod noticed that since entering the water, apart from vines and ghosts, there was nothing else associated with that word in the sea. There were no deep-sea creatures, not even coral. In the solitude, when the readings on the 3 men's visors exceeded 4,000 meters, a pale light entered Nimrod's eyes. A chilling aura struck directly, rotten churches with cracked walls, and vines wrapped around mummified corpses. The Primarch sensed the supernatural aura of decay and withering rushing towards him, and he immediately realized he had found it. The aura of the underworld. Nimrod's thought moved, and the space monkeys immediately began to act rapidly, using the crystal core left by the 10,000 armed wraith and the remaining powder and other materials to begin concocting the Sequence 5 Gatekeeper potion. The Scarlet Scholar suddenly felt his spirituality consumption intensify, the rate of consumption more than doubling. Just as his temples throbbed slightly, a black mist flashed in Nimrod's right hand, and a bottle of illusory liquid potion appeared in his palm. The Primarch's eyes flashed, and a telekinesis hand slapped Adams. An irresistible, mountain-like pressure bore down on Adams. He shot forward like a torpedo, arriving before a pale expanse in an instant. Adams had never felt cold since becoming a corpse collector. Decades later, he felt cold for the first time. A bone-chilling cold enveloped his body, and as his thoughts stiffened, a bottle of potion suddenly appeared before him, and at the same time, a voice sounded in his mind. "Drink it." Adams suddenly realized that although he didn't know why the Black Emperor wanted him to drink the potion here, he had clearly received a new bestowal. The sound array link had long been broken, so he couldn't thank the Black Emperor verbally. He calmly took the potion. A dark vortex extended from the bottle's mouth to its bottom, slowly rotating. As Adams opened the potion, he immediately poured it into his mouth. Upon drinking the potion, Adams felt as if his body was being torn apart. Not just his physical body, but his spiritual body too. Adams also saw a pale vortex suddenly appear in the silent trench. Within the vortex, thousands of alien faces shrieked piercingly. The vortex led directly to the depths of the seabed, its scope widening the further down it went. His vision passed through the entire vortex, revealing a realm of death. Zombies walked among them, wraiths shrieked in unison. The vortex inside Adams grew larger and larger, and an illusory gate emerged. The surrounding wraiths involuntarily surged towards Adams. From the depths of the vortex, a pale figure shot out rapidly, ascending quickly. Just as the first wraith approached Adams's body, the pale figure's arm suddenly extended, his arm and forearm continuously lengthening, rising section by section. In an instant, his fingers reached below the ghost approaching Adams. The sharp beak let out a terrified cry, its wing membranes vibrated, frantically avoiding. The tide of wraiths dodged in panic, and the pale palm eagerly touched the illusory gate. The pale palm rested on the illusory gate and pulled hard. The pale figure sprang up like a spring and plunged into the gate. Adams's body trembled, and the gate closed. Adams felt the powerful wraith within him, combined with the information he had just received in his mind, and immediately understood his abilities as a newly promoted gatekeeper. A gatekeeper uses their own body as a cage to create a small underworld unique to themselves. His body can contain a certain number of soul bodies, the deceased, and natural spirits, and he can obtain various unique abilities from them, possessing powerful helpers. He no longer needed to lead a conspicuous army of undead, as he had for the past dozen days. At the same moment Adams was processing the information in his mind, a chilling aura swept upwards. The Scarlet Scholar's spirituality dried up, and he could no longer maintain the surrounding area. Bone-chilling cold enveloped Nicholas and Mikkel, almost freezing them. Seeing this, the Primarch's telekinesis swept around, enveloping the three of them. The Mentor of Disorder then spread his spirituality outwards, stepping out, sometimes rising 100 meters, sometimes crossing 1,000 meters. Within seconds, he leapt out of the sea. Adams stepped onto the cliff and immediately knelt on one knee. "Thank you, my lord, for your bestowal." Nimrod nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the trench, and he commanded. Within 5 kilometers of the equator, no one who does not wield the power of death is permitted to approach. "Your will be done." Adams received the order, then walked down the cliff towards the army of undead that lingered, obeying his commands. The gatekeeper spread his spirituality, commanding his army of undead to come to him. One by one, the wraiths entered his body. The next day, Nimrod again took 1st Company Captain Oliver, 5th Company Captain Kian, and 14 others into the trench, allowing them to advance to Gatekeeper upon sensing the aura of the underworld. Nimrod knew that he currently lacked the ability to control the underworld, even if the underworld connected by the trench was limited to the Sonam star system. Therefore, having become an ascendant and opened the 11th level of space, possessing a certain, death-defying, ability, he would not continue to investigate. The premise of death-defying is that there is some possibility of success, not complete impossibility. Nimrod decided to travel to another already chosen, death-defying, location on his return journey. The place Nimrod chose to court death was one of the intermediate stations along the Ma route, which would later be known as the Temple. Along this perilous passage, there were numerous stations offering travelers opportunities to avoid strong warp storms. Among the many stations, some were relatively safe, while others were even more dangerous than the warp storms themselves. The Temple was a relatively safe station, located at the Halo boundary, providing a rest area during warp storms. In the future, ships traveling to and from the Ma would seek refuge there when encountering fluctuations from the Ma, instead of returning to the roaming port. Some devout rogue traders even regarded the Temple as the manifestation of the Emperor's tarot, and would specifically travel to the Temple area to stay for a day, hoping to gain the protection of the God Emperor throughout the dangerous journey. But once near the Temple's orbit, the hazardous asteroid belt was nothing. Interfering with any of the stone spheres in the area would lead to misfortune and sudden death. Nimrod was interested in the Temple because those stone spheres might have been placed in that star system by an ancient deity. Which deity was it? And why did he place numerous stone spheres, hundreds of meters in diameter, there? Nimrod was very curious about the secret within. In his assessment, the creations of the ancient deity, who had vanished into the tides of history, posed less danger than another station along the route, the Witch-Curse world, so he decided to make a detour to investigate. After ordering the 4th Battle Group to build a teleportation gate and mine resources like drilled gold in the Sonam star system, he commanded a company fleet from the 5th Battle Group to assemble around the Wangquan Shadow. In November 894, a shining egg appeared in the star system between the warp storms, located in the northwestern halo region of the galaxy. As the light faded, the Black Fleet appeared in the real world. Aboard the Wangquan Shadow, in front of the floor-to-ceiling observation window on the bridge, Nimrod stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the void. Arsena Dun, standing beside him, examined the Auspex scan results. "My lord, the scan results show that the star within the system is a dead, silent planet, emitting faint light. There are no planets, no dust, and not even any gas in the entire star system." Arsena, whose silver hair resembled snow, asked doubtfully. "My lord, this place seems to have no value." Nimrod gazed into the void, his tone profound. "Have you considered why there are no planets here?" Arsena examined the data pad. The report submitted by the Techmarine and the captain of the 5th Battle Group's astrologer company concluded that warp storms had torn apart the planets and somehow shaped them into rock. He did not speak immediately. Since the Black Emperor asked this question, there must be a reason. Arsena reviewed the situation from the perspective of a seasoned detective, and immediately spoke with surprise. "Every piece of rock is a stone sphere hundreds of meters in diameter. If they were torn apart by a warp storm, they wouldn't be such perfect shapes, they should be irregularly shaped chunks of rock and disorderly gravel." The Primarch gazed into the void and nodded slightly. "That's right. These spheres were neither naturally formed nor caused by warp storms." Nimrod was now certain that the stone spheres in the temple area indeed held a secret. "Prepare the Stormbird." After giving the order, Nimrod turned and left, heading toward his palace. In his bedroom, with a thought, the Hand of Order was sent to the disordered country, for the first time since their association. Val's sword and other items subsequently vanished as well. Nimrod arrived at his office, his gaze sweeping over the trophy on the weapon rack, Russ's Kraken's Bite. After pausing for a second, he continued walking toward his private armory. After the door opened, Nimrod walked inside, picked up the Jushin spear, and took out the Pegasus ring, placing it on his hand. The only two items he was willing to lose were the Jushin spear and the Pegasus ring, both crafted by Old Man Huang. Although the Jushin spear, when infused with psychic energy, was an undeniable great killing weapon, a true divine artifact incomparable to those weapons that were merely famous in name. However, he both hated the cursed feeling when holding this weapon and was wary of Old Man Huang's potential surveillance. Nimrod rubbed the two items as he walked toward the flight deck. Both items were made by Old Man Huang and were definitely rare treasures. If danger arose, they would be extremely valuable as a medium for black box, transactions. He should not die, and he should be able to retreat unscathed. Open black lens bracket. The priority is still the Jushin's spear, I probably won't lose it, close black lens bracket. The power of a fallen deity should not be comparable to that of Old Man Huang. Nimrod did not bring Black Wolf Freddy or Strong Brain Cat John. He boarded the Stormbird alone, designating a stone sphere 530 meters in diameter as his target. 3 standard hours later, when the runes showed they were still 6,000 meters from the stone sphere, Nimrod's communication bead began to buzz. He raised his hand and pressed the communication bead. Arsena's voice came through. My lord, all scanning arrays, including the Ether Reader and the Augur Matrix, are operating at full power. The report shows that all rock spheres are ordinary stone, with no activity. I understand. Nimrod ended the communication, then immediately instructed his private pilot, Nelson. Open the hatch. Father, the Calamity Priest's intuition was completely unmoved. I don't sense any danger. Although your intuition is very high, it cannot perceive all hidden dangers, Nimrod reminded him. Although the monster pathway has always had the highest intuition among the same sequence, Nelson was only sequence 6 after all. The authoritative voice of the Mentor of Disorder made Nelson instinctively obey. The hatch opened silently, and the wings on Nimrod's back flapped once. He landed soundlessly on the surface of the rock sphere, which existed in a star system devoid of gas. He bent down and gently stroked the surface with his right hand. The rock felt slightly cold to the touch, and its texture was clear. The Primarch did not sense anything unusual, but he knew the rock was definitely not just rock. Nimrod remembered that in the future, when exploration teams drilled into the surface of the stone spheres, all mining equipment would mysteriously malfunction after drilling just a few centimeters. Some rogue traitors even used light lances to shoot the rock, but caused zero damage. Both the dignitaries who issued the orders and the executors died suddenly shortly afterward. As the Primarch stood up, he drew the Jushin's spear from his back and simultaneously ascended to the 3rd level of the Telema state of mind, carefully extending his consciousness to touch the rock surface. Hard and icy cold, the Primarch frowned slightly. His keen perception did not detect anything special. He bent down again, placed his hand on the surface, and telekinesis surged out. Unknown rock. It looks like shale, yet also like basalt. As the Mentor of Disorder stood up, he activated Ling Vision. After gazing for more than 10 seconds, he found nothing strange. The Mentor of Disorder maintained Ling Vision and walked slowly forward. The stone sphere beneath his feet, along with numerous other stone spheres, rotated orderly along different orbits around the dim star. After the stone sphere rotated 4 times, the Mentor of Disorder's spiritual intuition was suddenly triggered, and Ling Vision instantly shut down involuntarily. Nimrod tightly gripped the Jushin spear and vigilantly scanned his surroundings. On the surface of the rocky planet, Nimrod looked around and immediately noticed golden, spherical stones to his front right. They were arranged in a tight ring, approximately 10 meters in diameter. The Primarch keenly sensed that they formed a cycle, not just in a physical sense but also in the non-material realm. Half illusory, half substantive crystal particles were attached to every stone. Nimrod immediately matched them to the potion materials for the Sequence 5 winner pathway of the Wheel of Fortune, found on the Blasphemy slate. The golden spherical stones were God-blessed stones, and the powder attached to them was God-blessed crystal powder. Nimrod did not need to activate Ling Vision to confirm they were potion materials. He did not try to activate Ling Vision again, he instinctively felt that there was some danger nearby. Nimrod scrutinized the potion materials on the ground, pondering how to acquire them. Anyone who targets the rocks will suffer misfortune, let alone items crowned with the name of God blessed. The automatic shutdown of his spiritual intuition, along with the presence of an ancient deity, reminded him that simply rolling them up with telekinesis would not suffice. Open black lens bracket. Targeting the rocks brings misfortune, and since the God-blessed stone and God-blessed crystal are the potion materials for the winner, this deity should belong to the domain of fate. I bear the destiny of the nation of Disorder's people. The Sephira isolates misfortune, or rather, the fate imposed by other deities is difficult to affect me. But disasters triggered by fate still pose a threat to me. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod recalled the surrounding orderly stone spheres, concluding that the ancient deity mentioned in potentially existing information somewhere was unlikely to be a Tzeentch alias. Open black lens bracket. A deity who controls the power of fate naturally conflicts with Tzeentch and fell during the Divine War. This might be his contingency plan. Does the God-blessed stone contain his mental imprint? The restart of fate. Preparation for resurrection. Ouroboros. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod was not thinking of a certain future named Hive Fleet, but rather the legends that existed in the myths of many human worlds like Terra, Fenris, and Medusa. On the circular ivory gate of the Wolf Den Gate on the Hierophil, there was a giant python coiled around it. The giant python's large mouth tightly bit its own tail, a typical feature of Ouroboros and his eternal symbol. The Ouroboros depicted on the Wolf Den Gate showed rings formed by scales encircling turbulent seawater, inside which were countless monsters and sunken wooden ships constructed from bone timber. As Nimrod pondered, he clarified what he might face and formulated his subsequent plan in his mind. A flash of light crossed the Primarch's eyes, telekinesis spread out, touching the circular golden stones. The mentor of disorder's full spirituality burst forth, and the tightly encircling stones scattered, chaotically, being pulled by telekinesis and shooting towards Nimrod. The golden stones, along with the attached materials, immediately vanished into thin air. The Primarch suddenly felt the rocky sphere beneath his feet, and the surrounding rocky spheres trembled simultaneously. The sleeping ancient will awakened, suddenly stirring waves in the sea of souls beyond the veil. Vischer, inside the Navigator Sanctuary, was the first to notice the change caused by the sudden, terrifying waves surging through the peaceful star field. She pulled up the silver band across her high forehead, revealing the erect navigator's eye, a semi-transparent white sphere surrounded by mottled colors. Vischer vigilantly looked toward the distant warp storm, then saw a hurricane rising, spreading rapidly like thunder. She felt her consciousness being swallowed by the endless abyss. She immediately retracted her released mental power and pulled down the silver band made of velvet material. A metal plate, engraved with a magic array and infused with psychic energy, blocked her third eye. Vischer immediately activated the sound array system to contact the original body servant. Since the Black Emperor went to the Stone Sphere region alone, Arsenadun had been watching the holographic strategic table. The silver-haired psyker suddenly looked up, gazing beyond the veil, just as the communicator emitted a sharp beeping sound. He realized it was the chief navigator and immediately connected the call. Mr. Arsena, I must warn you, this area is no longer calm, a warp storm has ripped through. Ms. Vischer, I understand. After Arsena hung up the communication, he gazed at the sudden burst of light from the dead silent star, his narrow blue eyes filled with worry. The faint light of the star encircled by the stone spheres suddenly swelled, and the necrotic ancient form gained new life. Blazing silver-white light suddenly erupted, enveloping all the stone spheres. The stone spheres spun rapidly, and the stone sphere beneath his feet, which even light lances could not destroy, suddenly disintegrated. A rock storm violently surged up, slamming toward Nimrod. The Primarch's eyes flashed, telekinesis surged forth, surrounding his body, forming an invisible force field. He flapped his wings, intending to fly away quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Hard rocks that even adamantium drill bits could not break constantly slammed against the force field shield. Every rock repelled by telekinesis would slam back toward Nimrod the next instant. The cyclical attacks were relentless. The fireball storm continuously smashed into Nimrod, preventing even the power of the Burning One from lifting him into the air. The Primarch felt a faint crimson light emanating from the stiff, dead ancient will beyond the veil, staring intently at him. The hatred emanating from the cold eyes struck the veil like a red meteorite. Invisible ripples spread. The star's light grew stronger, quickly evolving from a nova into a red giant. Every stone block burst into fierce flames and slammed toward Nimrod. The Primarch felt a slight throbbing pain in his temples. The speed of psychic energy consumption far exceeded his expectations. Open black lens bracket A, restart, ability similar to sequence 1-inch Great Serpent. A saved archive. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod knew that restart affected the state or events within a certain area, but it wasn't time reversal, it was more like overriding reality with a saved archive. The ancient deity had clearly stored the star's red giant state in the state of this star field when the warp storm erupted. Nimrod felt other stone spheres, wrapped in fierce flames, smashing toward him. The warp storm that had ripped through was spreading rapidly. Nimrod's thoughts spun rapidly, and he finally decided on a black box operation. He knew that just like the symbolic meaning of Jushin's spear's actual name, Gingnur, it had a close link to its owner, and its link to him was even closer than the connection Russ had with it in his memory. After Russ deliberately lost Jushin's spear, the way it returned to him was softer and more logical. During the great birthday celebration, he left Jushin's spear with Malkador, and Constantine Valder went to the Hrothgar to bring it back to him. Nimrod lost it several times. After it left a certain range of him, it would immediately return to his hand when the next day arrived. Open black lens bracket. Old Man Huang, the time has come to test your forging skills. Old Man Huang, please grant me the power of free riding, let me free ride like you, close black lens bracket. While the mentor of disorder pondered, the little spirituality he had just recovered spread outward. Gray lines of rules covered the surroundings. In the instant the rock fireball briefly stopped, he shouted loudly in Dun language. I exchange this item for peace. As Nimrod spoke, he raised his hand and hurled Jushin's spear into the rock blocks. Nimrod flapped his wings and rapidly moved away. He watched as the rock blocks layered around Jushin's spear, and the stone spheres dispersed. The star's light stabilized in its red giant state, and the captured stone spheres resumed their fixed orbits. The impact beyond the veil ceased, the warp storm subsided, and the surrounding star field returned to peace. Nimrod waited for his spirituality to recover somewhat and the needle-like sharp pain to subside, while his brain spun rapidly. Open black lens bracket. Whether the black box operation succeeded did not depend on spirituality. The spirituality I released when using it was insufficient to quell his wrath. The key lies in Jushin's spear, this artifact. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod pondered the details of the black box transaction and immediately noticed a detail he had previously overlooked. The peaceful environment created by the black box operation during combat should not affect the opponent's state. But he had seized part of the opponent's mental imprint in the vessel for the restart, resurrection method, which clearly and substantially affected the opponent's state. Under these circumstances, it was almost impossible to make the opponent agree to the transaction. Open black lens bracket. My black box operation had a qualitative leap compared to when I advanced and compared to the black box operations I knew of. This must be related to the fact that the potion materials I used far exceeded the basic requirements. Close black lens bracket. While Nimrod pondered, he had already put some distance between himself and the stone spheres. He gazed at the stone spheres, thinking inwardly. Open black lens bracket. This trip wasn't wasted, I acquired the potion materials for the winner. There are more potion materials on the other stone spheres, and the stone spheres themselves are quite miraculous. But I cannot continue, this would completely enrage the ancient deity, who is likely Ouroboros. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod decided to return here only when his strength increase was sufficient and he was certain he could deal with Ouroboros. He then returned to the Wenquan Shadow. He landed on the tarmac and immediately saw Arsena waiting for him. Upon seeing the Black Emperor's figure, Arsena couldn't help but sigh in relief, feeling that his previous worries were completely unnecessary. Open black lens bracket. How could anything happen to my lord? He granted us eternal life. Close black lens bracket. The fleet set sail, returning to Vostonia. The temple region, near the edge of the maw, was relatively safe, and the navigators could now return. This was also a good opportunity to accumulate valuable experience. After the great birthday celebration, one of his goals was the Calixus sector and the Coronis expanse. Of course, if he could successfully subdue Perturabo, he would assign him the Coronis expanse, which is more remote and would not enter the sight of other imperial forces for a considerable time. Nimrod subsequently placed the Pegasus ring back in his private armory before returning to his office and then heading to the Nation of Disorder. He arrived at the 7th level space, gazing at the God-blessed stone wrapped within the chains formed by the lines of rules, pondering how to deal with the mental imprint inside. Disordered country, 7th floor space. Nimrod was wreathed in black mist. The mentor of disorder attempted to activate Ling vision, and his spiritual intuition did not stop him. The mentor of disorder then saw a silver-white serpent moving within the tightly connected golden stone rings. Black mist tightly enveloped it, and layers of rule lines intertwined, squeezing the individual stones and producing a harsh sound. As the chosen one of the Nation of Disorder, Nimrod clearly knew that the Nation of Disorder was naturally repelling it, instinctively attempting to purify it. The circulating silver-white serpent, moving in a loop, suddenly stopped. Its head, biting its tail, suddenly lifted, and its crimson eyes stared coldly at Nimrod. The mentor of disorder felt a bone-chilling coldness, and his thoughts froze for an instant. As black mist rose from his eyes, which were deeper than obsidian, his thoughts resumed. The mentor of disorder observed the integrated divine stone and the silver-white serpent, which had lowered its head and resumed coiling, contemplating how to resolve the mental imprint without damaging the Beander material. The Nation of Disorder had functions like corrosion and imprisonment, but it did not have functions like stripping. According to the current situation, destroying the invading force would also destroy the Beander material. Nimrod immediately had a thought, and the ropes, made of rule lines, tightly wrapped around the golden stone rings, immediately loosened. His brain began to spin rapidly, thinking of solutions. The first thing Nimrod thought of was the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway. Undoubtedly, the colorless flames it released could incinerate the ancient deity suspected to be Ouroboros. Open black lens bracket. The higher authority of the Flame Authority is the Destruction Authority, which will very likely destroy the integrated divine stone at the same time. I cannot precisely control the uniqueness to avoid this situation, then my death-seeking adventure would be meaningless. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod then remembered the Beander of the Sun pathway, the sacred light of notarization, which might be able to purify mental imprints similar to undead, but fundamentally different. Open black lens bracket. The mental imprint within it is only a part of Ouroboros, and it is difficult to purify. Its rank is far higher than the Slanesh demon entrenched in the cradle of the serpent. Even if successful, this purification is too direct and crude, still potentially causing damage, and Ouroboros' connection with the divine stone is still too close. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod finally thought of Prometheus Tierney, who had not had a chance to use his abilities since his advancement. Open black lens bracket. Stealing includes mental pollution within Beander items. Although Ouroboros possesses restart like abilities, its rank is at least equivalent to Sequence 1, or even Sequence 0, but its condition is very poor. Moreover, I can further weaken it and let Tierney steal the fragments. Close black lens bracket. Thinking of this, Nimrod had a thought. Black mist surged and churned, and black rule lines shot towards the golden ring. They were as fine as spider silk, coiling tightly around one of the stones. As Nimrod's eyes flickered, the spider silk-like threads pulled in unison. Amidst the harsh tearing sound, the silver-white serpent's tongue suddenly loosened, letting out an angry hiss. The torn and separated golden divine stone, along with its attachments, became blurred, as if about to return to its previous state. The seventh floor space of the Nation of Disorder rumbled. As black mist churned, the golden stone's illusionary state immediately ceased. Accompanied by a long cry of pain, the stone was torn off, and 10 drops of quicksilver blood splattered. The silver-white body, which the mentor of disorder had been watching, seemed to have a section cut off by a knife. The 2 severed parts trembled madly, as if alive, searching for the lost section. After a few seconds, the silver-white ends weakly drooped, drew together, and reconnected. At the same time, the severed golden stone blocks also seemed to be attracted by magnetism, converging and gathering to form a ring with a diameter of 9.5 meters. Nimrod had a thought, and with a slight raise of his hand, 10 drops of quicksilver-like blood flew before him. The mentor of disorder gazed for a long time, and the corners of his mouth curved upwards. Open black lens bracket. A higher level material than Omega blood. This is the greatest gain from my death-seeking venture, an unexpected harvest. Close black lens bracket. As Nimrod rejoiced, in the palace on the first floor of the Nation of Disorder, 10 pure crystal bottles vanished out of thin air and appeared beside him. 10 drops of quicksilver blood flew into them. The blood rolled around in the bottles. Nimrod observed for a moment and found that all the blood drops rolled in a circular trajectory. Some were on the flat bottom of the bottle, some along a flat plane in midair, and others on one side of the bottle wall. After a moment of scrutiny, Nimrod turned his gaze to the golden stone sphere. At the same time, the 10 crystal bottles vanished out of thin air and appeared in an independent, spacious palace. The golden stone flew to him. He raised his right hand and grasped the semi-illusory, semi-substantive crystal particles attached to it. Nimrod exerted a slight force, and the divine crystal powder detached, congealing into a mass. He sent it into the palace on the first floor space, then brought the divine stone to the fourth floor space. The mentor of disorder ascended the throne and gazed at the rice grain-sized silver-white scale rolling in his palm within the divine stone. Dense patterns and symbols coalesced into a spinning wheel, rotating and rolling. Open black lens bracket. Although it is only a tiny bit of Ouroboros, it still contains immense power. If made into a talisman, its power would far exceed the worm sigil, and even be stronger than the silence talisman. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod pondered for a moment, and based on his previous experience in making talismans, combined with Prometheus's stealing ability, he conceived the entire process. He then extended his spirituality to touch Tierney's light sphere. After confirming that no one was around him, he flipped his hand, and a silenced talisman in 2 pieces of even-numbered black gold appeared around him. Nimrod did not chant the activation spell, but rather pressed them against the stone sphere. The mentor of disorder raised his hand, and a piece of even-numbered black gold flew over. Spirituality overflowed from his fingertips. The metal quickly disintegrated, turning into black threads that, like ropes, wrapped the green teardrop-shaped talisman around the golden stone sphere. The rotating silver scale fell silent, no longer turning. Nimrod then gave, stealing, instructions in his mind, as well as the method for making the talisman. With a thought, he threw his thoughts, along with the divine stone wrapped with the silence talisman and the even-numbered black gold materials for making the talisman, into the light sphere. Nimrod watched as black mist surged and enveloped Tierney. 2 items appeared out of thin air before him, and he listened to something. As the black mist receded, he stretched out his hands to catch the items, and at the same time, he spoke. "Follow your oracle." Nimrod stood up, took a step, and the hand of order and other equipment returned to his body. The Shaman King's chain coiled around his right little finger, and the speed of spiritual recovery suddenly increased. The next day, Nimrod spread his consciousness around and immediately discovered that Jushin's spear had not appeared. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Open black lens bracket him. This is the first time Jushin's spear hasn't returned the next day after leaving me. Is Ouroboros that strong? Did it permanently keep Jushin's spear, or did it temporarily block it? Close black lens bracket. Nimrod leaned back against the throne, silently pondering for a few seconds, then let out a carefree laugh. Did the free ride fail? Even if I temporarily lose Jushin's spear, it might not be a bad thing. I'll just come back for it later. After advancing to sequence 4 and undergoing a qualitative change, I should have the ability to deal with Ouroboros. 895. M30. Wangquan Shadow, lower deck. Tierney, clad in a black robe, first rapidly tapped the ground with a ceremonial dagger made of binary black gold. As geometric shapes of different forms lit up one by one, his knowledge of mysticism greatly increased after becoming a cryptologist, mastering the Euclidean sigil, which some warband lords had not yet grasped. After the sigil lit up, spiritual energy surged, and countless patterns leapt forth, enveloping the entire altar area. Tierney then used the ceremonial dagger to create a spiritual environment, then knelt on the obsidian altar, holding the golden stone sphere bestowed by the Black Emperor. Within Prometheus's vision, there were various clusters of light before his eyes. The light was not from candles, but the light he could directly perceive after being promoted to Prometheus. The main tone of the sphere was a large cluster of golden light, with green teardrop-shaped light being even more prominent. Within it, the rice grain-sized silver-white light was the smallest, but the most solid and brightest. What the Black Emperor commanded him to steal and separate was precisely that rice grain-sized cluster. Over the past 2 standard months, he had attempted thousands of times, all ending in failure. The silver-white light cluster was firmly embedded within the golden light cluster, difficult to separate. Tierney held the stone sphere in his left hand. It looked ordinary at the moment, but he knew the malevolent will he would face once he touched the silver-white light cluster within. Prometheus's right fingertip skillfully rested on the golden sphere, and as spiritual energy spread, he gradually ascended into the third level of the Thelema state of mind. The instant his spiritual energy touched the silver-white light cluster, a shriek suddenly intensified, and his head felt as if pierced by needles. A phantom, indescribable hiss immediately sounded in his ears. The high wall of his mental state blocked the terrifying malevolent will, and the shrieks quickly faded. Prometheus did not stop his actions. Multiple attempts had prepared him for this, and his will urged his numb fingertips to firmly grasp the rice grain-sized light cluster. At the same time, Tierney gazed at the irregularly shaped rune made of binary black gold placed on the altar, and prayed to the Black Emperor in Dun language. I pray to you. I pray that you grant me strength. Grant me the strength to complete the serpent rune. Quote. Tierney chanted the incantation the Black Emperor commanded him to chant, over and over again. At the same moment, Nimrod arrived at the fourth spatial layer of the Nation of Disorder to respond. After being promoted to Mentor of Disorder, his authority greatly increased, but when he truly needed to leverage the power of the Nation of Disorder, he still needed to enter the nation itself to do so. Nimrod watched as the illusory door opened at the altar, black mist surged, and at the same time, his mind stirred. The lines of rules in the seventh spatial layer condensed, pulling at the golden ring. Above the altar, Prometheus, amidst the chilling shrieks, willed his right hand, instinctively completing the pulling motion. Silver-white scales rotated like a roulette wheel. Amidst the flashing dense patterns and symbols, it seemed to become illusory, and a faint speck appeared within the golden light cluster. Prometheus suddenly raised his hand, and flung his right arm forcefully. The illusory roulette wheel spun in reverse, wanting to fly away like a flywheel. Black mist suddenly surged, enveloping the illusory roulette wheel, then quickly receded, binding it into the irregular rune. Tierney gazed at the irregular black rune, where dense symbols appeared. The rune twisted and bent, forming a wheel shape. After a few seconds, it transformed into silver-white scales, covered in dense runes. Open black lens bracket. It succeeded. Close black lens bracket. Tierney's heart filled with joy. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, his spirit slightly relaxed, and then felt a warm, undulating sensation within him, as if he had swallowed mocha coffee. Having had similar experiences, he immediately realized that, stealing, the spiritual imprint allowed him to grasp some of the power bestowed by the Black Emperor. Completing the Black Emperor's oracle and gaining increased power made him involuntarily smile. Then, he restrained his smile, picked up the rune with his right hand, and continued to pray. Thank you, my lord, for granting me the strength to complete the serpent rune. I offer it and the golden stone sphere to you together. Black mist surged, and an invisible force rose from the altar. The golden sphere and the silver-white scales flew into the illusory door. Tierney, well done. The Black Emperor's majestic voice thundered, echoing in his mind. Prometheus instinctively bowed. Since his journey to Terra, the Black Emperor's voice had become increasingly majestic. Even if he was not present, the divine pressure of the deity became increasingly submissive. Tierney also felt the Black Emperor's praise in his majestic words. He had not failed his lord's trust. As he felt both awe and joy, the majestic voice sounded again. Next, continue to steal. As black mist surged, a golden sphere with a green teardrop-shaped rune attached to it, and an irregularly shaped rune made of binary black gold, appeared before Tierney. In the fourth spatial layer of the Nation of Disorder, Nimrod held the serpent rune in his hand. There's one more, a rune more mysterious and powerful than the silent rune. As Nimrod pondered, his mind stirred, and the rune disappeared into thin air, transferring to the third spatial layer. He turned his gaze to the golden stone sphere, and considering he would be staying in Vostonia for the next month, he decided to have strong-brain Cat John be promoted before Flamini, the lord of the 6th battle group. The winner's promotion ritual was the same as he remembered. For a duration of 1 month, one must remain in an unlucky state, without a single stroke of luck. Compared to war, being promoted in the Shadowkeep area was undoubtedly safer. After Nimrod made his decision, he immediately returned to his real state. With a thought, John immediately sensed his master's intentions through their mental link. The strong-brained cat's ginger fur trembled. He raised a paw and rubbed his chin like a human. Open black lens bracket. Maintain an unlucky state. What a strange request. Close black lens bracket. Although the Calamity Priest didn't understand, he maintained his state. He diffused his spiritual energy, giving himself the idea of being unlucky. The Calamity Priest felt his master walking out and immediately exited his room, which was even larger than the Order shadows and filled with crystal balls, pendulums, and other divination tools. He followed his master, walking down the sloping obsidian stairs. With soft taps, his paws lightly touched the steps. John had only taken 5 steps when his paw suddenly slipped. As a strong-brained cat, who had gained good physical fitness during the robot stage, he nimbly twisted his body, pressed his front paws to the ground, flipped in the air, and tried to regain his balance. But his hind paws landed on the obsidian steps and slipped again. The strong-brained cat immediately lost his balance. He tumbled down like a rolling ball of ginger yarn, stumbling and sliding. Black Wolf Freddy stepped down, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw the disheveled strong-brained cat smashing down layer after layer of steps, finally crashing heavily into the black door, and froze there. His jaw twitched, revealing a smile. After laughing, Freddy, full of bewilderment, mockingly asked, "Hey, dumb cat, can't you control yourself anymore?" "No," John said, abashed. Although the strong-brained cat's intelligence was not high, the robot stage had improved his intelligence, and while learning divination, he gradually mastered some basic Vostonian. The Calamity Priest's obsidian eyes rolled, looking innocently at his master, and said, "Master told me to be unlucky for a month." Freddy scoffed, looking at John with pity, wondering if he had angered his master. Nimrod offered no explanation and continued to walk forward. In the following month, John experienced the most unlucky month of his cat life. Divination failures, lumen lamps exploding, even bolters misfiring in the training ground, diamond bullets flying. Depressed, he eventually retreated to his bedroom, only for a psionic crystal to explode on the last day. Amidst the roar, debris splattered. He stared blankly at his black velvet bed, his oak bookshelf, and his hundreds of data pads blown to pieces. Amidst the swirling dust, a black armored figure pushed open the broken, swaying door. John lay in his ruined home, limp and weak, watching his master approach. "Drink this." Open black lens bracket him, close black lens bracket. John immediately realized what he was about to receive, his master's new bestowal. In the past, he would have been overjoyed, but now he couldn't muster any interest. John forced himself to cheer up, lifted his head, and then saw the golden, radiant potion in the palm of a large hand. As soon as he saw the potion, joy immediately filled his heart. John eagerly took the potion and poured it into his mouth. The accumulated gloom of his unlucky state suddenly transformed into comfortable golden light, and his body involuntarily trembled. A moment later, the newly promoted winner, shedding all gloom, smiled joyfully. "Thank you, Master, for the bestowal." The first day of the last month of the year 895. The human emperor had already set off from Terra, heading towards the eastern galactic sector. At the intersection of 1st Avenue and 2nd Avenue surrounding the Imperial Palace City, in the villa rented by His Excellency Count Ballard of the Brobe family, who was wearing a silk robe, he stood on the second-floor staircase, looking down at the guests below. As the territory of the Imperium of Man continued to expand, and the Great Crusade developed steadily, the great human emperor spent more time on Terra, and as he and the Keeper of the Seals began to support their voices, property rents in prime locations grew day by day. The rent for the area Ballard was occupying reached 1,308,400 aquile per month. But Ballard still maintained the costly rent expenditure, not only because he did not want to be far from the center of power, but also because the savings in security costs were a factor in his decision to stay. In the past decade, nobles increasingly adopted crude and direct assassination methods to resolve political disputes, leading to ever-rising costs for hiring excellent bodyguards. No one knew when it started, but after the first noble's blood was spilled on the Nest Tower, the retaliation intensified. Fortunately, until now, no assassination incidents had occurred in the area surrounding the Imperial Palace. Ballard looked at the bustling crowd in the distance, picked up a glass of fine wine from a waiter, and walked toward the steps. His 2 personal bodyguards followed suit. After Ballard descended the stairs, he immediately walked towards Viscount Reinildo, the head of the ancient Rig family. Suddenly, a figure flashed out from the shadow of a marble pillar. Ballard was stunned for a moment, recognizing Heidelrida, who came from a declining noble family, by his narrow jaw, typical of Europa nobility. Ballard frowned slightly. Hadelorita should have been someone he, as the host, would politely greet later in the banquet. He ought to have waited patiently. Open black lens bracket, crude and impolite. Close black lens bracket. He raised his head, deciding to sweep past Hadelorita to make him understand the etiquette of a noble banquet. As the distance between the two rapidly closed, he suddenly saw Hadelorita violently swing his arm, splashing expensive liquor that he might never drink in his life onto his silk robe. Just as Ballard was about to reprimand him, a flash of brilliant light struck swiftly. Before the bodyguard realized the danger, the assassin, who had undergone modification surgery at the Lunar Gene Center, completed the assassination using the broken glass. As blood gushed from Ballard's throat, amidst the gasps of the guests, he saw the crystal chandelier above Viscount Reinaldo crash down. Malcador, busy all day, had just 5 minutes of brief rest when he heard hurried footsteps. As he stood up, the person knocked on the door. "Come in," Malcador said. "Keeper of the Seals, 48 nobles were attacked by assassins in their homes, all are dead." The assassin attacks occurred within 5 minutes. Malcador paused for a second, then asked, "Were the assassins caught?" 2 patrol teams, being close by, arrived and set up a blockade within 1 minute. But the assassins detonated the explosives they carried before they were surrounded. The Keeper of the Seals quickly reviewed the report, deep in thought. A moment later, he looked up at the northern galactic sector and murmured to himself. "Are you declaring your dissatisfaction to me? You've already guessed the mastermind." The attendant asked, eyes wide. "Who is it?" He couldn't believe that someone dared to launch simultaneous attacks and kill the patriarchs of 48 families. After a long silence, the Keeper of the Seals finally spoke. "Stop the investigation. Send people to take over the assets of the assassinated families in the name of investigation." The Traoré family. Malcador listed 147 families consecutively. They will also suffer assassin attacks. The attendant understood. "My lord, I understand." At the same moment, at the mansion of the ancient Payaque family, the former chief speaker of the 28th Expeditionary Fleet, Gaokongda, looked scrutinizingly through his gold-rimmed glasses at the giant wearing a black robe before him. "Lord Nimrod's meaning is to share the Brobe family's transportation industry with me. Yes, both you and I will benefit from the shipping route between Terra and Berelia," the Shadow Guard said calmly. "I don't think you will miss this opportunity." The Shadow Guard quietly waited for the graceful and luxurious old woman before him to make a decision. He knew Skanda was much older than she looked, but she was still the most powerful person on Terra. The Shadow Guard also knew who stood behind her, the 2 most powerful people in the Imperium, the Keeper of the Seals Malcador and the Human Emperor himself. Skanda's voice was regarded as the word of the Human Emperor himself. When the Shadow Guard attended a banquet as a bodyguard accompanying the navigator of the Othello family, he was shocked to hear from account that when Skanda served as the chief speaker of the Emperor's children, she had publicly rebuked Fulgrim, forcing the proud Purple Phoenix to admit his mistake. Rumor had it that she had also questioned another short-tempered Primarch. After pondering for a few seconds, Skanda stood up, raised her aquiline nose, and extended her hand, saying, "Pleasure working with you." The Shadow Guard's large hand grasped the powerful noble's small hand. "Pleasure working with you." The first week of December was bloody for the nobles of Terra. Death, asset seizure, restructuring, thousands of families vanished, and tens of thousands of dependent interest groups were wiped out. Countless nobles privately referred to this month as the Bloody Month. The Bloody Month on Terra was an unlucky month for Flamini. Following the Black Emperor's command, he set aside other matters. Flamini chose to come to Numino to personally supervise the port construction. He chose this location not only because Numino was a part of the colonized new district he had planned, destined to be the 3rd largest port after Abyss Port and Moab, but also because Pastor Pat had made a request. Pat struck a deal with the Vischer family and the von Valensu's family to support their massive platform project. Pat hoped to have sufficiently fortunate gains during this unfortunate month. The pastor's friendship was the best possible gain. Pat remained in the port area for an entire standard month. Even without carrying a bolter, to avoid the machine spirit's wrath causing accidents, he still encountered numerous mishaps such as the collapse of a gantry crane and the snapping of a zip line causing crates to spill down. Relying on his superhuman reflexes, Flamini dodged in time and suffered no substantial harm. After surviving a month of constant vigilance, he received a boon from the Black Emperor in the Black Fog on the last day. As Flamini swallowed the brilliant golden liquid, he couldn't help but sigh deeply from the bottom of his heart. A moment later, a picture flashed through the mind of the newly promoted winner. "My lord, the Lord of Fate is the most suitable." As the image shattered, Flamini's eyes lit up. The 8th month of the year 896, Shadow Keep. Pat, holding a scepter, said respectfully, "My lord, 481 nobles who had blasphemed against you and the Legion have all been assassinated." Arsena Dun glanced at the zealous pastor, and continued, "My lord, regarding the assets of these families, we cooperated with the Vischer, Othello, Piake, and other families to take over the majority of their holdings. But someone acted very quickly and seized the assets of 162 of those families, including the pharmaceutical industry of the Lebris family." Nimrod, deep in thought, asked, "Who was it?" The Shadow Guard's report indicates that the person behind those families is the Keeper of the Seals, the silver-haired original body servant continued. 5 unplanned fleets were established this year. Open black lens bracket Malkador is more greedy than I imagined. I gave him so much through Skanda Piake, yet I still couldn't satisfy his appetite. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod thought silently. Open black lens bracket him, it seems his pressure is truly immense. As the Great Crusade advanced, the pressure he bore grew greater and greater. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forcibly collected taxes a century later, despite the opposition of Horus and others. Malkador couldn't possibly fail to see the seeds of rebellion that Horus could see. He just had no alternative. Close black lens bracket. To maintain the Imperium, he has resorted to many dishonorable methods he himself must be ashamed of. Nimrod's words referred not only to the present but also to the future. Arsena stated the conclusion of his own deduction without needing to check a data slate. That is true. At least 125 families were destroyed, unrelated to us or other nobles. Their common characteristic is wealth, but they were all somewhat incooperative with the Keeper of the Seals' demands. It is foreseeable that in the eyes of certain factions, you will bear the infamy on Malkador's behalf. Fury rose in Pat's eyes, but Nimrod smiled calmly. It doesn't matter. After the original body servant finished his report, he continued. The human emperor returned to Terra after recovering Conrad Kurz, the Primarch of the 8th Legion, on Nostromo. He convened the War Council, which will be held tomorrow at 9 o'clock, to discuss countermeasures against the Xenos threat on the Imperium's frontier in the Western Galactic Sector. As the celebration for the 18th returning Primarch on Terra drew to a close, Nimrod's psychic projection traversed the void and arrived at the Golden Palace. Horus Lupercal, as the good elder brother, introduced him with a smile, as always. Nimrod, I imagine you already know the news of another brother's return. He is Conrad Kurz of Nostromo. Kurz. Following his words, Nimrod looked towards the end of his side, at the only Primarch present in his true form. His slender arms were wrapped around his body like a bat's folded wings, and his pale skin made his fingers appear even longer. Black fingernails tapped rapidly and sharply against his chest, as if he were agitated. Kurz leaned forward, revealing his long neck. Compared to the other Primarchs, his gaunt shoulders hunched up on either side of his head. He was like a vulture with folded wings, staring intently at a corpse, his gaze sweeping over the Primarchs before finally settling on Nimrod. Nimrod, the name I hear most often on Terra. Kurz's voice was like a scraping knife. As Horus's smile tightened, Kurz scratched his ear like a dog. The Hive City residents praise him as the conqueror of Xenos, the eternal victor over the enemies of mankind. The nobles only dare to whisper in the shadows, if they don't want to end up like those who died recently. I must say, I like what they call you, Blood King. Amidst Kurz's neurotic laughter, Vulcan frowned deeply. Lehman Russ's icy blue eyes stared fixedly at Nimrod, unmoving. Rabute Gilliman looked at Nimrod, pondering why he hadn't used more gentle political means, but instead resorted directly to slaughter. Fulgrim, with his silver hair like snow, wore a charming smile. He had learned some court secrets from the astropathic messages he received from his old acquaintance, his former chief proclaimer, Skanda Piak. In Omega's mind, the hidden transactions and gambits behind the intelligence flashed. Compared to the butcher's knife Nimrod wielded, the keeper of the seals was even more cold-blooded. He not only took the opportunity to purge wealthy political enemies but also kicked those families he had supported while they were down. The wealth he seized compensated for the empire's increasingly depleted finances, and the piles of white bones transformed into 5 newly established expedition fleets. Open black lens bracket Malkador killed no fewer people than Nimrod. Nimrod bore the infamy for Malkador in the empire. Close black lens bracket. In Rogel Dorn's mind, the structural diagram of the Terra Imperial Palace unfolded, as he pondered how he would deploy defenses if he were the Terra Custodes. Horus's brow, before furrowing, smoothed out, and he said with a smile, "It's just a rumor." Nimrod sat down calmly amidst the scrutinizing and thoughtful gazes of the Primarchs. He did not offer an explanation, silently watching the great doors open. Old Man Huang entered the palace first, accompanied by the Mars Forge director, and followed by Malkador and Constantine Valder. He had already conveyed his attitude through his actions. When Malkador and the nobles formulated future policies involving him, they would recall that bloody month and carefully consider the consequences. Kurz was about to say something else when suddenly, a silent river rolled in his eyes. The wide river flowing into the sea suddenly rippled, and shadows emerged at the end of profound time. As Nimrod withdrew his gaze, he keenly observed that Kurz's dirty black teeth stiffened as he grinned. He immediately thought of Kurz's prophetic abilities. Although he was not present in person, he could still see something through his psychic projection. Open black lens bracket. What did he see? Whatever it was, it might not be the true future. Although burial has not undergone qualitative change, it has been enhanced to a certain extent and will interfere with the future he sees. Close black lens bracket. While Nimrod was lost in thought, the Emperor walked towards the throne. He noticed that Malkador and Valder's gazes lingered on him for a moment. Malkador's expression was complex, while Valder's gaze was similar to that of Lionel Johnson and Jagatai, an expression of careful assessment. After the Emperor took his seat, he spoke in a deep voice. Colonial worlds on the western edge of the galaxy have been attacked by Xenos. There are both brutal orcs and secretive Aeldari. Nimrod thought Old Man Huang would again send out his Pegasus, himself, but then he heard him say, "Perturabo, my Lord of Iron, this is your trial." Nimrod was stunned, and couldn't help but think to himself. Open black lens bracket him, Perturabo still can't escape the fate of being far from the main battlefield of the Great Crusade, guarding the frontier for a century, can he? Old Man Huang's first choice should have been me. Why? Close black lens bracket. While Nimrod was pondering, Perturabo said in a deep voice, "Father, I will not disappoint you." The Emperor nodded, then his gaze fell on Nimrod. Nimrod, in 85 years, you have fought ceaselessly, defeating orcs, Mitu, Randan, and Nephilim and other Xenos, returning Incaldian to Mars, and bringing the squats into the Empire. Your achievements are outstanding, but you have also toiled too much. Facing Old Man Huang's sudden concern, Nimrod became even more puzzled. Open black lens bracket. Words of concern would have been more appropriate spoken to my face during the celebration on Terra after my expedition against the Randan. Now it feels like a long time has passed, and it's redundant. Close black lens bracket. Before Nimrod could figure out Old Man Huang's intention, he heard him continue, "The worlds under your rule also need careful development. For now, you will remain on Vostonia to handle state affairs." Nimrod imperceptibly glanced at Horus opposite him, a thought surfacing and then immediately dismissed. Open black lens bracket. Old Man Huang cannot deliberately slow me down just to push his chosen Horus into the position of Warmaster. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod knew that Old Man Huang always encouraged competition, and when he created the Primarchs, he had directly abandoned the idea of a harmonious family with brotherly love. He hoped competition would spur the Primarchs to complete their conquests faster. The higher his battle achievements, the more satisfied Old Man Huang would be, and this would stimulate Horus and the other Primarchs. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Nimrod. He noticed the word, Vostonia, and his thoughts raced. Open black lens bracket. Why specify Vostonia? If combined with the Jushan spear not yet having returned to me, it seems to make sense. Old Man Huang might need to precisely locate my position before he can make it return to me. Close black lens bracket. As the Jushin spear, imbued with Old Man Huang's power, it naturally had a close, inherent link with him. He could naturally sense the Jushin spear, trapped with Ouroboros. But Old Man Huang wanting the Jushin spear to escape Ouroboros' control was not that easy either. Considering that the Jushin spear had already formed a close link with him, and Old Man Huang's intention in giving it to him, the most feasible and likely way was for it to return to his side, just as it had in the past. This implied a struggle of deity-level beings. Although Old Man Huang might be more powerful than Ouroboros during its revival process, he was exerting power from afar, while his opponent utilized restart to have home field advantage. Even if Old Man Huang could temporarily suppress Ouroboros from afar, he would still need to precisely locate his position. Open black lens bracket. What does Old Man Huang rely on to locate me? Close black lens bracket. Nimrod had thought about this and had two conjectures. The most obvious and apparent possibility was that his connection with the Jushin spear was closer than Russ's because his psychic power was stronger. A deeper possibility was that Old Man Huang had linked the Jushin spear to his true name. Every Primarch, upon awakening their Primarch memories, would know their true name. Horus, when he grew from slightly taller than a normal person to a giant, was one example, and Perturabo refusing his adoptive father's request to insist on Perturabo was another. When Nimrod became a barbarian and awakened his genetic memories, there was also a series of sparkling words, submerged in countless pieces of information. Of course, the names Primarchs presented to others were only part of their true names. Similar to warped devils, true names contained power but were also the greatest weakness. Knowing a warped devil's true name allowed one to borrow its power, banish it back to the warp, or even enslave it. Of course, the extent of what could be achieved still depended on the power struggle between the two parties. Kaiyang could turn the ancient and powerful Corn Greater Demon, Ragged Knight, into a top-tier collectible card, while most Inquisitors of the Demon Inquisition suffered severe backlashes. The Primarchs were the same. In Nimrod's memory, the future Grey Knights dealt with Mortarion by uttering his complete true name. This indicated that even the Chaos Gods could not change a Primarch's true name. Open black lens bracket him, at least they couldn't do it alone. The Chaos Gods could unite to change Horus's true name, preventing him from kneeling instantly during the final battle, close black lens bracket. And each Primarch's complete true name was known only to themselves and Old Man Huang, who created them. The Grey Knight's Grand Master, Kaldor Drago, who banished Mortarion, also learned his true name from Old Man Huang. Thinking of this, Nimrod couldn't help but feel fear, and the core of the worthy shadow felt cold all over. His fate being controlled by Old Man Huang made him feel as if he had returned to his first arrival in this world, thinking about his future destiny. Open black lens bracket. To control my own destiny, I must change my true name, at least one word. Otherwise, as long as Old Man Huang wishes, he can manipulate me. I hope that upon advancing to sequence 4, undergoing a qualitative change, the true name will change. Close black lens bracket. Nimrod took a deep breath and slowly said, I obey your command. Obey. Not even a little. Although I can't change my true name yet, and I really want to freeload, I will still play hide and seek with you and make things a bit more difficult for you. The Emperor nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the bald figure opposite Kurz, whose head was covered with text and symbols. The Emperor's voice suddenly turned stern, and he roared in a deep voice. Lorgar. Nimrod needs me to remind him to slow down. But how many times do I have to urge you? Father. Lorgar said, embarrassed. The Emperor interrupted him directly, I don't need your faith, I don't need your worship, I am not a god. I want you to speed up. I hope the next time I see you, you won't be the last one. He looked at Conrad Kurz, except for your brother who just returned. With that, he rose and left. Constantine Valder followed closely behind him, and Malkador spoke in a gentle tone. Lorgar, your father just hopes that you will achieve results as soon as possible. He glanced at Nimrod again before getting up and leaving. Conrad Kurz's face was pale. He swayed as he stood up, gazing at Nimrod's psychic projection for a moment before turning and walking into the shadows. Nimrod. Ferris Manus's coin-like eyes stared intently at Nimrod, a hint of fervor in his leaden voice. Nimrod also spoke at the same time, Perturabo. Nimrod, since you've been in Vostonia for a while recently, it's time for our duel. Ferrus Manus's coin-like eyes liquefied, emitting a glow similar to molten iron turning in a furnace. Good. Nimrod couldn't say it explicitly, but he had already decided to undertake a series of disordered voyages to give old man Huang some intensity. When will you arrive? Ferrus's superhuman brain calculated the time required for warp travel in a few seconds. Standard time, May next year. Nimrod nodded, I understand. After Ferrus's figure rapidly faded and disappeared, he turned his gaze to Perturabo. The Grand Theater has been completed in Vostonia. You should see your design with your own eyes before you depart. Nimrod didn't know how long old man Huang would keep Perturabo on garrison duty, perhaps there would be no chance to meet again before the great birthday celebration. To prevent Perturabo from not seeing the Grand Theater built with his expended resources, he must be made to visit Vostonia before heading to the edge of the Typing Star territory. Perturabo's eyes lit up, then dimmed slightly. But I have trials to complete. I will get you there faster. Nimrod had anticipated this and said with a smile. From Vostonia, going to Carium Gate will still get you to the western frontier faster. Perturabo's icy blue eyes sparkled, good. My improved stasis device will be completed within the year, and I will bring it to you. Nimrod nodded cheerfully. With the improved stasis device, he could delve deeper into the Sarktrata abyss to explore. If he could obtain a fragment of Bellicor's holy artifact, he would be one step closer to Sequence 4. You will see a grand artistic performance. Nimrod promised with a smile, then asked casually. I need to make preparations. When do you expect to arrive? April next year. Nimrod was stunned when he heard Perturabo's answer. His estimated arrival time was only 1 month earlier than Ferrus's. Considering factors like the warp, they might even meet. That's convenient for me. I won't need to make multiple round trips to Vostonia. I look forward to your arrival. Nimrod and Perturabo exchanged a smile, then ended their psychic projections. Nimrod's golden wings trembled, sweat evaporated, and warmth dispelled some lingering fear. Frontline worlds where legions had fought flashed through his mind, considering which world was most likely to have a civilization destroyed by Bellicor. Nimrod silently boarded a black Aquila shuttle and returned to Shadow Keep. Nimrod summoned Arsenadun and instructed him in a normal tone. Perturabo will arrive in Vostonia next April to admire his designed work. Prepare a grand performance for him, one that will surely make a lasting impression. I will have the various territories of the Legion prepare the performance. The original body servant carefully noted the Black Emperor's command as a priority for the coming period. Nimrod rose and drew the Val sword from his waist. Amidst the change the concept, the divine artifact's light dimmed, transforming into an unremarkable longsword. He rapidly tapped on the ground, and as his spirituality spread, the entire space was isolated. Between the 7th of November 49 and the 12th of November 35, two newly discovered star systems, which do you think is more likely to have been a civilization destroyed by Bellicor? Arsena, with his silver hair like snow, saw the Black Emperor activate the Euclidean sigil to isolate the space, and knew the question was very important. He did not answer immediately but first rapidly recalled all the data, then, from the perspective of a senior detective, he cautiously reasoned, speaking only after more than 10 seconds. The 7th of November 49 has a large number of ancient temple ruins, but the librarian and techmarine have determined that the civilization was destroyed approximately 8,000 years ago. You once said that Bellicor was more active in ancient times. Therefore, although the 7th of November 49 might have been destroyed by him, the probability is low. As Arsena spoke, he walked to the cogitator and linked a data slate to it. His fingers tapped rapidly, displaying a star map before Nimrod. The 12th of November 35, overall, can be classified as a forest world based on its environment, but a civilization's ruins were found in the Brown Mountains. Senior, Mystery Prior, and archaeologist were unable to determine its exact age, only vaguely inferring it to be at least 10,000 years old. Therefore, the civilization of the 12th of November 35 is more likely to have been destroyed by Bellicor. Nimrod nodded slightly, endorsing the senior detective's inference. He cast his gaze towards the two planets, the 12th of November 35, 164 light-years from Vostonia, also better suited his requirement of leaving Vostonia but being able to return in time, than the 7th of November 49, 58 light-years from Kata Chong. The teleportation gate can only shorten a certain distance. The time taken to travel from the 7th of November 49 to Kata Chong, and then through the teleportation gate from the Ultima Segmentum to Vostonia in the Segmentum Obscurus, is much longer than the time to return from the 12th of November 35. The 12th battle group has not expanded around the recruiting world of Tanis, and the Typing Star territory has not been a key focus of Legion expansion for a considerable period. The same was true for the Storm Segmentum, where Nimrod had no territories in the southern galaxy, and the Necromunda subsector, Alicia, and Arjga in the Segmentum Solar. The 11th Legion's current conquest focus is the Segmentum Obscurus in the northern galaxy and the Ultima Segmentum in the east. Among them, the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, 9 warbands, except for garrison forces, are all expanding with Vostonia as their center. Nimrod hopes to complete the exploration and conquest of the 330 light-year Vostonia sector, agreed upon with Malkador, before the Great Birthday celebration. Of course, he would also occasionally dispatch them to participate in operations in other areas, and also send them to some high-value worlds he had selected. Prepare to set sail, destination the 12th of November 35. Your command is obeyed. After Arsena complied, Nimrod immediately deactivated the Euclidean sigil. The original body servant bowed out to relay the orders. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.